Byways can also lead to the heavens. A humble Taoist, have always had a timid disposition. If the roots of the weeds are not uprooted, I cannot find peace at night. Hey, I am He An, and I am your great calamity. Chapter 1. The left path. He An. The byways have existed since ancient times, often referring to sorcery and witchcraft practiced by nefarious individuals. It is a derogatory term, a term of disdain. Yet in this era of chaos, where day and night are inverted and all taboos are disregarded, who still cares? Master Lu, you must save my son. He is my only son. I rely on him to carry on the family line and provide for my old age. What am I to do? At the bedside, a middle-aged man in a suit wiped his tears, half sitting beside the bed. Lying on the hospital bed was a frail young man, his cheeks sunken, his face a shade of ashen gray, and his ribs visible even through his clothing, resembling a wretched opium addict from a bygone era. Mr. Wong, your son has been afflicted by a powerful curse. I cannot discern its intricacies. I suggest you seek another expert. The speaker was an elderly man, approximately in his 60s, with white hair and a youthful demeanor, dressed in a meticulously tailored black tang suit that perfectly fit his frame. As he spoke, he twisted a string of prayer beads in his left hand, his expression betraying no sign of difficulty. Seeing this, Mr. Wong quickly realized the gravity of the situation and hastened to plead. Master Lu, you are the president of our Haiqing Feng Shui Association. If even you cannot resolve this, my son is doomed. Master Lu, I possess some wealth. If you can save my son's life, I will offer you 2 million upon hearing this. Master Lu's eyes brightened, yet he feigned calmness, stroking his beard as he replied. Mr. Wong, it is not that I am unwilling to assist, but this curse is unlike any other. If I break it, the caster will suffer a backlash, a fate that is nearly fatal for practitioners like us. To save your son, I would have to bear this karmic burden. 3 million. Mr. Wong, the one who cast this curse is quite skilled. He is not an ordinary person. 5 million. Mr. Wong gritted his teeth, extending 5 fingers, then grimaced in pain. Master Lu, this is all I can offer. Master Lu appeared conflicted, yet the amusement in his eyes was evident. Mr. Wong, your sincerity is commendable. I shall risk my life to confront the one who cast this spell. At this, Mr. Wong let out a sigh of relief. It was clear that Master Lu held significant weight in his heart. Qingfo, my Daoist robe. Yes. At Master Lu's command, a young acolyte respectfully approached with a tray, upon which lay a neatly folded purple Daoist robe. Once the elderly man donned it, he exuded an aura of ethereal grace. Master Lu took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and formed a hand seal, murmuring, Heavenly law is pure. Earthly law is spiritual. The essence of yin and yang is bound. Water spirits manifest. Spiritual light, water absorb. Reach the heavens and the earth. The laws are followed. The yin-yang mirror reflects. True forms appear swiftly. As he completed his incantation, his eyes snapped open. Before him, Mr. Wong's son, with darkened eye sockets, revealed pulsating purple-black veins, writhing like worms. At that moment, a woman's head-like apparition violently emerged from the youth's eye sockets, opening a mouth filled with sharp teeth to silently roar at Master Lu. The apparition appeared emaciated, resembling a skeletal figure. An icy wind swept through the room, chilling Mr. Wong and the acolyte to the bone. Master Lu bellowed, Wretched fiend, begone. As he spoke, he swiftly formed hand seals, directing the prayer beads at the apparition. A piercing scream echoed in the room, clear enough for both Mr. Wong and the acolyte to hear. While the acolyte remained relatively unfazed, Mr. Wong nearly collapsed in fright. Master Lu, this is... Master Lu had no time to respond. He hurled the prayer beads at the young man's face and pressed his right index finger to the center of his brow, declaring, The heavenly way is long and pure. The human way is long and spiritual. By true name, let the soul scatter, becoming formless. As his incantation concluded, a sudden shattering sound erupted from the window, drawing everyone's attention. Upon turning, they beheld a flower vase that had somehow shattered, revealing a small red cloth bundle rolling out. The acolyte hurried forward, cautiously prying open the red bundle with a peachwood sword, discovering a thumb-sized straw doll within, adorned with a tuft of black hair and a yellow talisman affixed to its back. Before anyone could comprehend the talisman's contents, it spontaneously ignited in flames. In the next instant, a woman's anguished wail echoed once more throughout the room. Only then did Master Lu let out a sigh of relief, saying, "Mr. Wang, I have fulfilled my duty. I have broken the curse. The caster is now suffering a backlash that will leave him gravely injured, if not dead." Mr. Wang first glanced at his son with relief, then clenched his teeth in anger. "My son has always been honest and sensible. Who could be so cruel as to cast a curse upon him? Master Lu, can we reverse the curse? I want that person dead." Master Lu frowned at this. "Mr. Wang, I have already broken the curse. The caster will suffer greatly or perish. Do you truly want to reverse it?" "Yes." "Master Lu, I will give you an additional 2 million. While he is weak, let's take his life." Master Lu regarded the still-burning straw doll, realizing that reversing the curse required the caster's talisman. However, it was evident the caster was cautious, having employed a self-destruct mechanism. The talisman would burn and destroy itself once the curse was broken, indicating a meticulous mind. If not dealt with thoroughly, future troubles would indeed arise. After some contemplation, Master Lu shook his head. "An additional 5 million. Mr. Wang, this is a life-and-death struggle, and any misstep could cost me dearly." "But Master Lu, you just said he was gravely injured. Do you not have the confidence to deal with an injured person?" Mr. Wang was displeased by Master Lu's sudden price increase. Yet Master Lu stood firm. "I expended my spiritual energy to break the curse. I will need to meditate for 49 days to recover. If Mr. Wang wishes to thoroughly eliminate this threat, I will have to use my life force, sacrificing my lifespan. 5 million for my life. Is that unreasonable?" Hearing this, Mr. Wang gritted his teeth and replied, "Not unreasonable. Let's proceed." "Good," Master Lu assented, then sliced his finger across the young man's brow, a drop of blood appearing on his nail. He quickly let it fall into the ashes of the burning straw doll and chanted, Straw child, your name is transformed by blood that a drop of crimson blood. Take life without cease." As he recited the incantation, the drop of blood seemed to animate, swiftly rolling within the ashes before transforming into a bead the size of a soybean, shooting outward and vanishing in the blink of an eye. Mr. Wang widened his eyes, exclaiming, "Master Lu, is that it?" Master Lu wiped the sweat from his brow, assuring him, "Rest assured, my reversal will claim his life." As they spoke, the door to the hospital room swung open, and a lithe, androgynous youth swaggered in. With a smile on his face, he held a black clay pill and looked at Master Lu with a grin. "Old Daoist, is this your reversal?" Master Lu was taken aback, exclaiming, "Who are you?" The youth's smile faded, replaced by a chilling demeanor. "The left path, He An." As he spoke, he effortlessly crushed the clay pill between his fingers. In the next moment, both Master Lu and the young man on the bed began to wail, engulfed by a fire that only practitioners could perceive, consuming their very souls. This was the backlash of the broken curse. You, President Wang pointed at He An, his face filled with terror. However, He An, with a smile, gazed back at him and said, "President Wang, I am a person of utmost integrity. When I say I shall slay your entire family, I shall indeed do so." Chapter 2. You cannot blame me. It's you. General Manager Wang cursed under his breath and lunged at He An, his intentions seemingly lethal. However, He An deftly stepped aside, causing Wang to miss his target and tumble to the ground. Wang, now in a disheveled state, glared malevolently at He An. "You little wretch. Why must you oppose my family?" He An replied with a disarming smile. "What do you mean by oppose? I am merely fulfilling my duty for the compensation I receive." "How much did he pay you?" "I will double it." Wang retorted, "You're a man of ethics, are you? Once you accept a job, you want to back out?" He An chuckled, glancing at Master Lu, who was receiving a pill from a young acolyte, while struggling to sit cross-legged on the floor to combat the backlash. The man on the hospital bed was not so fortunate. His cries were growing fainter, signaling his impending demise. Seeing this, Wang grew frantic and lunged once more. "Isn't it money you desire? Is 10 million sufficient? If not, I can offer you 20 million. Just spare my son." He An once again evaded, then spoke earnestly. "Mr. Wang, you must be reasonable. Your son's condition is a result of Master Lu using his blood against me. You should seek him out, not me." As he spoke, He An narrowed his eyes, and the smile that had graced his face vanished. "You must know what your son has done. A young girl, diligent in her studies, came to your company for an internship only to be targeted by your precious son. When his advances were rebuffed, he resorted to drugging her, taking photographs, and coercing her into a relationship. Within a month, after exhausting her, he callously sent her off to entertain clients, threatening to release her photos online if she refused. Overwhelmed by humiliation, The girl took her own life, and you, with your wealth, merely settled for 100,000 in compensation. What did the media say? Ah yes, that it was due to academic pressure. You managed to shift the blame onto the school. It seems your expenditures on media far exceed your compensations. Wang's eyes widened in horror as he realized the implications. The cries from the room had drawn attention, and he noticed a doctor in a white coat hastening down the corridor with 2 nurses. Who told you this? This is slander. Pure slander. He shrugged. The girl's only relation was her grandmother, who suffered from liver cancer and planned to end her own life after her granddaughter's wedding. Instead, she had to bury her. While sorting through her belongings, she discovered a diary. Can you believe that in this age, someone still writes a diary? Upon learning the truth, she sold her home and land. And with the 100,000 you provided, she amassed a total of 198,000. With this sum, she sought vengeance against your entire family. I accepted. Wang's eyes turned predatory, but then confusion crossed his face. A family of 5? Indeed, there's you, your wife, and your mistress. You may not be aware yet, but your mistress is pregnant with your child, now over 4 months along. I can see it in your lineage. It should be a son. Alas, you shall never meet him. Wang collapsed to his knees in terror. He An, however, offered no chance for dialogue, cheerfully opening the hospital room door to allow the doctor and nurses to attend to the young man. They regarded Master Lu with curiosity, given his distinctive robe, while Wang was entirely overlooked. Mr. Wang, cherish the last moments with your son. He An waved goodbye as he exited. Wang sat there, vacant-eyed. A month prior, he received a call from a young man who ominously informed him that he would strike in 2 weeks, killing his entire family, urging him to prepare. As a businessman, Wang had encountered numerous threats and dismissed it as a rival's anger, promptly alerting the authorities. However, lacking any recording, it went nowhere. Then, 2 weeks ago, something peculiar occurred. During a family dinner, his typically picky son suddenly devoured everything, proclaiming himself ravenous. The housekeeper rushed to cook, yet he could hardly wait, raiding the refrigerator, consuming not only prepared dishes but vegetables and eventually raw meat. At that moment, Wang sensed something was amiss. Familiar with the realms of fortune-telling and geomancy, he realized his son might be in dire straits and quickly sought out a feng shui master. The master, however, found no fault with the boy, who remained lucid, only exhibiting an insatiable appetite. Ultimately, the master provided a talisman for 88,000 and left it at that. Yet, his son's appetite grew insatiable, consuming more than several adults combined, yet he grew increasingly emaciated. Days prior, he was hospitalized, and the diagnosis revealed severe malnutrition leading to organ failure. Essentially, he was starving to death. At that moment, even the dimmest of minds would recognize that an unseen force was targeting him. The most suspicious figure was the one who had threatened his family. Panicking, he sought numerous masters, spending millions on consultations from his residence to ancestral graves. Yet his son showed no signs of recovery. Finally, through a friend, he encountered Master Lu of the Haiqing Feng Shui Association. And thus, the current predicament unfolded. Hurry. Transfer the patient to ICU. Prepare adrenaline. Sir, are you a family member? Please step aside. We need your signature. Wang, now fully aware of the gravity of the situation, stood and moved aside. Meanwhile, the acolyte looked anxiously at Master Lu. Once the doctors wheeled Wang's son away, Master Lu slowly opened his eyes, his expression grave. Witchcraft. Sorcery. Seeing Master Lu unharmed, Wang felt a surge of hope. Master Lu, please save my son. I will give you 20 million. I implore you. Fear gripped Wang as he realized his own safety was now at stake. Master Lu's expression turned fierce. Rest assured, Mr. Wang, we shall engage in a battle to the bitter end. Chapter 3. I have arrived, old Daoist. He hummed a tune as he exited the hospital. Inside the room, Master Lu and Wang fixated on his receding figure. Wang gritted his teeth. Master Lu, this fellow is excessively arrogant. Should we alert the authorities? Master Lu turned sharply. On what grounds? You cannot accuse him of casting a spell on your family. In this scientific age, such superstitions are deemed unacceptable. Master Lu's face darkened. This boy is too haughty. As a practitioner of the esoteric arts, he dares to confront me. Fear not, Mr. Wang. Tonight, I shall set up a ritual to ensure his demise. As he spoke, he turned to the young acolyte beside him. Qing Feng. The acolyte nodded and produced a strand of hair from his pocket. Rest assured, master. As soon as he entered and began to speak, I was right behind him, using the breeze charm to take a strand of his hair. Upon hearing this, Master Lu wore a satisfied expression and turned to General Wang. Just wait and see, Mr. Wang. Seeing Master Lu's confidence, General Wang felt a sense of relief. Yet he quickly glanced at his son being wheeled towards the ICU, his face darkening further. Previously, Master Lu had warned that should the boy's pressure be broken, he could either lose his abilities or, at worst, lose his life. Yet, the boy had entered with an air of mockery and left with swagger, while Master Lu, who had been affected by the boy, had nearly been burned alive. Contemplating this, General Wang thought it prudent to seek out a higher authority. Master Lu seemed unreliable. In the evening, He An arrived at Haiqing Cemetery, holding a bouquet of flowers, and paused before a particular gravestone. This gravestone was quite new, surrounded by offerings and wreaths. Dearest lady, do not accuse me of swindling your money. The expenses for your and your granddaughter's south resting place have nearly depleted it all. I have not profited a single cent from your funds, and have even added to them. As he spoke, he retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and deftly lit it. As he inhaled, smoke enveloped half his face. Wait a moment. Do not rush into reincarnation. Your granddaughter met an untimely death. If I do not fulfill her wishes, she shall not depart. Just a bit longer. A bit longer. As he spoke, he exhaled another puff of smoke, and his shadow on the ground began to writhe as if alive, its head elongating, ultimately sprouting two horns. Its mouth twisted grotesquely, and a hoarse, unpleasant voice emerged. Little ghost, when do we feast? Why the rush? We can dine tonight. That old Lu seems to possess some skill that may satisfy your cravings. The shadow twisted again, the horns vanishing as if nothing had occurred. He An's gaze fell upon a photo affixed to the nearby gravestone, a memorial portrait. The girl in the photo wore a radiant smile, brimming with hope for the future. Yet, this bright girl had perished due to the humiliation inflicted by a scoundrel. Is this fair? He An took a deep drag from his cigarette, the smoke becoming lighter as it passed through his lungs. He flicked the cigarette butt to the ground and extinguished it with his foot. Buzzing. His cell phone vibrated in his pocket. He An pulled it out, glanced at the caller ID, and answered. Hello? Ancestor, it has been quite some time. Is the situation over there still unresolved? Uncle Chun has pressed several times. We have already received a deposit, and if you do not return soon, they may cause trouble. Trouble? Huh. I would like to see who dares to cause trouble for He An. The line fell silent for a moment. Then a sigh came through after a few seconds. Little ancestor, it remains true. We have accepted a deposit, and we must provide them with a response. In half a month, I will return. All right then. The voice on the other end brightened instantly, but before he could continue, He An hung up. He cast one last deep look at the girl's photo before turning to leave the cemetery. In the Wang Corporation building, on the 33rd floor, Master Lu donned a purple robe, holding a bell in his left hand and a sword in his right. Before him stood an altar adorned with incense. At the center of the altar was a scarecrow, its face obscured by a blurred photograph that General Wang had captured from the hospital's surveillance. Although it was not very clear, one could vaguely discern He An's features. At the center of the scarecrow's forehead, a coffin nail was embedded, entwined with a strand of hair, firmly anchored into the scarecrow's brow. The black hair retains the soul, the straw shapes its form. Sightless and voiceless, with a final chant, a breeze unexpectedly swept through the sealed office, causing General Wang's eyes to widen in disbelief. He then observed as the hair on the coffin nail appeared to come alive, writhing like a worm, burrowing into the scarecrow's seams. In the next moment, the scarecrow began to tremble violently, as if animated. Master Lu seized a handful of ash, shaking the copper bell as he sprinkled it over the scarecrow. Boom! A burst of flames erupted, the ash igniting instantly, enveloping the scarecrow in a massive fireball. Squeak! Squeak! General Wang stared in disbelief at the writhing scarecrow engulfed in flames. The scarecrow twisted frantically within the fire, emitting a series of anguished cries as the flames consumed it. The excess straw was reduced to ash, leaving behind a figure resembling a diminutive human. Master Lu's grin turned sinister as he formed another incantation. 3 souls traversed their path. 7 spirits crossed the bridge. Return. With a mighty shout, the flames suddenly extinguished, and the scarecrow, which had been struggling in the fire, collapsed onto the altar. General Wang swallowed hard, asking, Master Lu, what has happened? Master Lu smirked, just watch. This little man is his current body. General Wang immediately directed his gaze to the diminutive figure on the altar, which had inexplicably stood up, its form identical to He An's encountered during the day. The figure looked around before abruptly raising its head. Startled, General Wang instinctively followed its gaze, only to find nothing but lights above. What could it be looking at? Oh, right, this is its current perspective. What could it possibly see? However, Master Lu paid no mind to this. Brandishing the peachwood sword, he intended to sever the little figure's neck. He swung the sword down heavily, only to hear a clang, akin to jade striking stone. As the little figure caught the blade with its hand, Master Lu stared in disbelief at the figure, noticing its mouth had split open, and despite being merely a scarecrow, it now emitted a sinister laughter. Here I come, old Daoist. Chapter 4. Cackle, cackle, cackle. General Wang instinctively dove beneath the desk, filled with regret. He had known all along that Master Lu was unreliable. Why had he followed him? Master Lu, too, felt a sense of panic. From the ease with which He An had countered him earlier, he understood that He An's skills were superior. Yet tonight, he had been overconfident. Employing He An's visage and hair as leverage, how could he be countered? What alarmed him further was that the opposing methods were entirely unfamiliar to him. He had utilized the scarecrow technique numerous times, even against those with greater skills. Yet this was the first instance he had witnessed a counter through a scarecrow. Cackle, cackle. The little figure's laughter was chilling, and in the next moment, sharp, rice-sized teeth sprouted from its open mouth as it lunged at Master Lu. Startled, Master Lu hurriedly retreated, while the disciple Qing Feng seized an incense burner, hurling it at the little figure. Yet, the figure was agile, leaping aside to evade the burner. And in an instant, it pounced onto Master Lu's face, biting down on his nose. Ah! Master Lu cried out in agony as part of his nose was bitten off. He reached for the little figure, but it kicked off and leaped toward Qing Feng. A few bites later, Qing Feng retreated, screaming, his face smeared with blood. Demon! How dare you! The great Emperor Xuanwu stands before us. The gods return to the temple, the spirits to their graves, and the demons and monsters to the mountains. I command you to heed the law. As he finished the incantation, a gust of wind erupted. The little figure, once leaping, suddenly froze and fell to the ground. Master Lu seized the opportunity, stepping forward to crush the little figure's head with a fierce stomp. Sneering, you wretched beast, let us see if you can survive. The office fell into an eerie silence. It had been a considerable time since Mr. Wang had heard any sound, prompting him to cautiously emerge from beneath his desk. He glanced around and whispered, Master Lu, have you succeeded? Master Lu exhaled deeply, saying, do not worry, I have crushed his head. He is utterly dead. Mr. Wang, though still trembling, approached the diminutive figure to confirm that its head was indeed flattened beyond recognition, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. However, an overwhelming fury surged within him, and he unleashed a flurry of kicks upon the small figure. Scoundrel, you threaten me. You put pressure on my son. Apply more pressure. Go ahead. You bastard, die. Die. With each kick, Mr. Wang mercilessly flattened the figure. As he vented his rage, his phone suddenly rang. He retrieved it, continuing to stomp on the figure as he answered. Hello? Who is this? Mr. Wang, this is Haicheng Hospital. We regret to inform you that your son has just been diagnosed with brain death. Mr. Wang's foot froze mid-stomp, and soon he heard frantic screams from the other end of the line. Dr. Huang, come quickly. The patient has come back to life. His bones are protruding. Nonsense. Wasn't he just declared brain dead? What do you mean, come back to life? You must come see for yourself. The patient is indeed moving, and his muscles and bones are separating, as if a giant is crushing him. Realizing he was still on the call, the doctor hurriedly hung up and rushed away with a nurse. Meanwhile, Mr. Wang stood in a stupor, staring at the now completely flattened figure beneath him, its iron wires protruding like a skeletal framework, all of which he had crushed. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over him, and he opened his mouth to speak, only to find himself unable to utter a word, as if someone had tightened a grip around his throat. Master Lu's expression shifted through various shades of concern as he directed a sharp inquiry at the Taoist priest, Qing Feng. Qing Feng, is that hair truly from the left-hand path? Qing Feng, however, showed no reaction. He lowered his head, fresh blood dripping onto the ground before him. He had been bitten quite severely by the small figure. Qing Feng, Master Lu shouted again, yet Qing Feng remained unresponsive. Mr. Wang, jolted by the urgency of the situation, rushed forward and grasped Master Lu's wrist. Master Lu, is that my son's hair? Is that my son's hair? Qing Feng, Master Lu forcefully shook off Mr. Wang's grasp. He could not take the fall for this. After all, Mr. Wang was a well-known local entrepreneur, acquainted with many influential figures. Master, I am so cold, Qing Feng murmured as he slowly raised his head, revealing a face that had turned a ghastly shade of blue and purple. Crimson blood streamed from the corners of his eyes and nose, glistening ominously in the light. Master Lu hesitated, but Mr. Wang was still raging. Is that my son's hair? You crushed my son's head. You killed my son. Mr. Wang was on the verge of a mental breakdown, his mind refusing to accept that he had played a role in his son's demise. Master Lu's attention remained fixed on Qing Feng. Master, I am cold. Can you hold me? With great difficulty, Master Lu swallowed hard, his gaze instinctively darting toward the office door. He contemplated fleeing. Master, please hold me. Qing Feng's voice grew increasingly frantic. while Mr. Wong, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding horror, seized Master Lu's wrist once more. "You owe me my son's life." Unable to bear it any longer, Master Lu raised his hand to cast a spell, exclaiming, "Great Emperor Xuanwu, gods return to the temple, and ghosts return to their graves. Monsters and demons return to the mountains. Urgent as the law commands." Qing Feng halted in his tracks, and Master Lu turned to flee. Just as Mr. Wong was about to speak, he felt a tremendous force from behind and turned to see Qing Feng, his face still a ghastly hue, gripping his garment. Before Mr. Wong could utter a word, Qing Feng implored, "Mr. Wong, may I burrow into your belly for warmth?" Mr. Wong trembled, cold sweat pouring from his brow. Nevertheless, he clung tightly to Master Lu's arm, refusing to release his grip. "Mr. Wong, please." Without waiting for Master Lu to recite his incantation, Qing Feng lunged at Mr. Wong's abdomen. His seemingly chubby little hand transformed into a knife-like appendage, penetrating the front of Mr. Wong's belly and emerging from the other side. Strangely, Mr. Wong appeared oblivious to the pain, staring in disbelief at his own midsection. How could this be happening? He thought. I have so much money, so much time. A beautiful life awaits me. I cannot possibly be dying. Denial clouded his mind, yet the excruciating pain surged relentlessly. Before he could scream, Qing Feng's other hand pierced through his abdomen. Master Lu, witnessing the horrifying scene, was nearly driven to madness. While the already deceased Mr. Wong continued to grasp his wrist with unyielding strength. Chapter 5. Perfect for sacrificial offerings. Master Lu's eyes widened in desperation. In his years of practice, he had never encountered such a ferocious form of sorcery. Fortunately, as the president of the Haiqing Feng Shui Association, he possessed certain life-preserving techniques. With a swift motion, he produced a small seal from his right hand, and in that instant, his entire demeanor shifted. His current status was inextricably linked to the seal he now held. About the size of a fist, the seal was a rich, chicken oil yellow, adorned with a figure half kneeling upon it. Perhaps due to its age, the figure was quite indistinct, barely recognizable as human. It could only be discerned as a humanoid shape. Master Lu bit his fingertip, smearing the blood onto the seal before pressing it against Qing Feng's back. "No taboos," he shouted. Qing Feng collapsed with a thunderous crash, as if an immense weight had suddenly descended upon him, rendering him breathless and gasping, like a fish out of water. Having struck a decisive blow, Master Lu turned to flee. Today's events had spiraled beyond his control. That practitioner of the left-hand path was far beyond his means to confront. He needed to return and seek assistance from his fellow disciples. Lost in thought, he dashed into the elevator, hurriedly pressing the button. As the doors opened, he caught a glimpse of Mr. Wong sprawled on the floor, his eyes wide open and unblinking, fixed upon him. Master Lu clutched the seal tightly, murmuring, "Mr. Wong, you cannot blame me. The left-hand practitioner threatened your entire family. I merely failed to protect you. Do not seek vengeance against me, or I shall ensure your soul is scattered." With that, Master Lu felt a surge of regained confidence, even his breathing calming slightly. The elevator doors began to close, descending smoothly. Yet just as he pondered which of his fellow disciples to seek out, the elevator jolted to a halt with a sudden thud. Master Lu's heart raced. He understood that something was amiss. How could it be mere coincidence that the elevator malfunctioned just as he was about to descend? He bit his finger again, smearing blood on the seal as he called out, "Show yourself. I know it's you." Enemies should be reconciled rather than deepened. Now that the employer is dead, we have no grievances. How about we part ways amicably? As he spoke, beads of cold sweat streamed down his forehead, trickling down his cheeks, some even stinging his eyes, prompting him to instinctively close them and wipe them away. At that very moment of closure, he felt an intense heat wash over him. He quickly stepped back and opened his eyes, only to find a dark figure looming before him. Indeed, a truly formidable shadow. This silhouette appeared somewhat robust, adorned with two horns atop its head, emanating an irresistible heat. Master Lu merely parted his lips, yet felt as if his throat was parched and on the verge of cracking, rendering him speechless. He attempted to raise the seal in his hand to retaliate, only to discover that his arm had inexplicably withered to the likeness of a desiccated branch. Overcome with dread, Master Lu turned to glance beside him, where a decayed corpse clad in a Daoist robe was also observing him. A sense of familiarity washed over him. Was that not his own robe? At this point, Lu's thoughts ceased, and he collapsed to the ground, utterly lifeless. The seal he had clutched so tightly fell to the floor, and the shadow on the ground twisted, transforming into a black mire into which the seal slowly sank, ultimately vanishing from sight. The shadow let out a belch and gradually dissipated within the elevator. Meanwhile, Two security guards in the monitoring room were left bewildered by the unfolding events. The slightly portly guard swallowed hard and remarked, "That old Daoist has turned into a corpse? No, that can't be right. I saw him gesturing at the air just moments ago. Do you think he was performing an exorcism, only to be overpowered? Don't scare me." "Surely not." After exchanging glances, the portly guard hastily declared, "Call the police." Yes, call the police." Neither had suggested investigating the situation, as the meager pay for the month hardly warranted risking their lives. Outside the building, He An silently started his car, the engine roaring as he drove away. A chicken oil yellow seal lay quietly on the center console. The following morning, the city of Haicheng was in an uproar. A prominent businessman had been murdered, with the assailant being the assistant to President Liu of the Feng Shui Association. As for President Liu and his assistant, both had perished within the building. The heir of the Wang Group also succumbed to a mysterious illness in the ICU, with the hospital claiming he had a contagious disease, leading to his cremation that very night, leaving no opportunity for investigation. Consequently, only Mrs. Wang remained of the Wang family. However, after police investigations, it was revealed that one of the victims from last night's murder was indeed Mrs. Wang, while the other was none other than President Wang's visibly pregnant mistress. That very night, Mrs. Wang had taken a group to catch her husband in the act, resulting in the mistress's violent death. As they attempted to leave, the mistress's brother returned and, upon witnessing the scene, went into a rage, delivering a fatal blow, uniting her with her family in death. Within a single night, the entire Wang family was obliterated, and news of this tragedy swept through Haicheng, with many expressing the sentiment of retribution. President Wang had initially risen to prominence through the nightclub scene, later transforming into a model businessman, yet everyone in Haicheng knew his true nature. His son, too, was notorious for his misdeeds. The demise of the Wang family was met with applause rather than pity from the townsfolk. At this moment, the Feng Shui Association in Haicheng was in disarray. With the president deceased, they were leaderless. Additionally, all were coveting President Liu's seal. The phrase "unfettered by taboos" had allowed him to ascend to the presidency, and as a Feng Shui master, encountering backlash was commonplace. Yet that seal could significantly mitigate such repercussions. This alone had them salivating with desire. Meanwhile, He An had just exited the Haicheng cemetery. With matters concluded, the girl was finally willing to accompany her grandmother into rebirth. Ring, ring, ring. "Hello? Young master. Uncle Chun is in trouble." "What?" "Last night, he fell into a coma at home, vomiting blood profusely, incessantly scratching at his skin until it was raw. He has now been taken to the hospital, reportedly due to parasites. Are you finished on your end? If you don't return soon, Uncle Chun may not hold on. Wait for me." After hanging up, He An pondered, parasites? This must be the Southeast Asian worm infestation. Thus, the individuals who previously threatened Uncle Chun must be Indonesian monkeys? A cold smile crept onto He An's lips. It was the perfect offering for the ritual. Chapter 6. Worm Infestation. Beiping. Dongxi, Sihiyuan. He An pushed open the courtyard gate and strode in. Just past the shadow wall, a corpulent middle-aged man hurried over, his ample flesh jiggling and his eyes nearly obscured by fat. "Ancestor, you finally returned. Hurry, Uncle Chun is on the brink of collapse." "What is the rush?" "It's a parasite infestation. He won't die immediately." "He won't die?" He has nearly torn his belly apart. The middle-aged man wiped his brow, clearly anxious. He An, however, ignored him and returned to his room, changing into a fresh outfit before saying, "Those people won't let Uncle Chun die easily. After all, they seek wealth, not death. I'll take a shower first." The middle-aged man opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Just then, his phone rang, and upon seeing the caller ID, he donned a sycophantic smile. "Young Master Chin?" Yes. Rest assured, He An will definitely make it tonight." He Jangwo. Swear on my flesh. If he doesn't show up, I'll hang myself at your doorstep tomorrow." Hey, young Master Chun, please don't be angry. I was just speaking metaphorically. Right. You can rest assured." After hanging up, the portly He Jangwo sighed. "Damn it, money is hard." He An nodded, finding the explanation reasonable. After walking for 3 or 4 minutes, the two arrived at a quaint courtyard. At the entrance stood a dozen bodyguards clad in black suits, their expressions vigilant as they scrutinized the pair. As they approached, a burly man, towering at nearly 6'3", blocked their path. "Halt! No visitors allowed here." He An remained silent, while He Jangwo cast a sidelong glance at the man, then stood before him, pulling out his phone to call the young master of the Chin family. "Hello? Young Master Chun. Yes, we have arrived, but your bodyguards have stopped us." The bodyguard, hearing this, was unimpressed. What could stopping them achieve? Even if the master himself arrived, They would merely claim they had done their duty. Besides, who could tell if the man before them was merely putting on a show? Moments later, a man in a tailored suit wearing gold-rimmed glasses emerged. He appeared to be in his 30s, exuding an air of refinement. After glancing at He Jiangwo, his gaze fell upon He An, immediately knitting his brows. The reason was simple: he was far too young. This He An looked barely 20. How could such a person be the one his elder had expended considerable resources to hire? Contemplating this, he regarded He Jiangwo with a hint of disdain, wondering if his elder had been duped by this rotund fellow. Young Master Chun. This is my family's little ancestor, He An. Hearing He Jiangwo's introduction, young Master Chun was taken aback, and He Jiangwo hurriedly added, although my little ancestor is young, his lineage is exceptionally esteemed, and his skills are top-notch in our circle. Otherwise, my elder would not have sought him out. He An, upon hearing this, frowned and said, enough chatter, let us go inside and take a look. Aye, yes. He Jiangwo quickly agreed, then turned to young Master Chun. Despite his inner dissatisfaction, young Master Chun was not inclined to bar their entrance, especially since a deposit had already been made. After all, an additional person brought more hope. Come in, he instructed. With young Master Chun's directive, the bodyguards finally stepped aside. As they entered the courtyard, they were greeted by an unexpected scene. Pavilions and towers, ornamental rocks, and koi ponds adorned the interior, all arranged with the finesse of a master, exuding a harmonious flow of feng shui. Before they could even meet old Master Chun, a cacophony of voices erupted from within. Old Master Chun is spitting blood, clearly afflicted by the blood child's pressure. We must urgently identify the talisman. Nonsense. This is clearly the work of Southeast Asian sorcery. Did you not see the blood vessels in his eyes? Enough bickering. I believe we should first focus on stabilizing old Master Chin's current condition. Hearing the trio's dispute, young Master Chin paused, then turned to explain. These are the individuals I enlisted with my brother. We are equally anxious about my father's condition. However, He An seemed to ignore the commotion entirely. Striding forward to push open the door. Inside, 7 or 8 individuals surrounded the sickbed, some in white coats, others in robes. Not far off, 2 men in suits, akin to young Master Chun, instantly turned their attention toward him. They were the second and third sons of the Chin family. He An, undeterred, approached old Master Chun, lifting his eyelids for a brief examination before declaring, insect exorcism. Prepare a basin of boiling water and a piece of pork. The room fell silent, with no one acknowledging his command. The elderly man in the robe scolded, who are you? This is no place for a mere junior. Leave at once. He An cast a casual smile at him. Left path, He An. He An. The three exchanged glances, a flicker of recognition passing among them, as if they had heard the name before. After a moment of contemplation, a plump elder in traditional attire exclaimed, He An? The insect exorcist. The insect exorcist? The others in the room looked perplexed, pondering the absurdity of a grown man being associated with insects. The elder's face paled as he hastily stepped aside, respectfully clasping his fists in greeting. With the insect exorcist present, I shall refrain from meddling. I take my leave. With that, he turned to exit, leaving the others bewildered. Young Master Chin frowned, addressing the elder who had been referred to as Mr. Wei. Mr. Wei, you have yet to finish assessing my father's condition. Is it appropriate for you to leave now? The elder, now dubbed Mr. Wei, chuckled wryly. With the insect exorcist here, my presence is rendered unnecessary. Rest assured, I will refund the entire fee you previously paid. He said this without heeding the protests of those around him, turning to depart. Wait, since you know me, I shall spare you the pleasantries. Stay and assist me, He An commanded. Mr. Wei's expression shifted, yet he ultimately halted, clearly consenting. Observing the onlookers merely watching without taking action, He An frowned. Boiling water. Pork. Yes, yes. With Mr. Wei's endorsement, the crowd regarded He An with newfound respect. He rose and stated, everyone, please exit. Exit? A doctor, visibly astonished, replied earnestly, Sir, Mr. Chin's condition is critical. I need to monitor the patient at all times. I absolutely cannot leave. The elderly man in the robe, along with the frail elder who had been insisting it was a pressure issue, shook their heads vigorously. We shall not leave. You, a mere youth, should not attempt to cast spells here. Who knows if you are in cahoots with that rotund man? Upon hearing this, the second and third sons of Chun, who had been silently observing, suddenly turned serious, fixating their gazes on He An and young Master Chun. Mr. Wei was the one brought in by young Master Chun, and now He An had ushered him in. It seemed plausible they were acquainted. With that thought, the second son firmly declared, I won't leave. Nor shall I. I must remain here to watch over my father. He An, unfazed by their objections, retrieved a small porcelain vial from his pocket. I've warned you, Whether you stay or go is your decision. Boiling water. Careful, everyone. As he spoke, a bodyguard in a black suit entered, carrying a basin of boiling water, followed by another individual holding a sizable piece of pork, weighing about 5 or 6 pounds. The crowd instinctively stepped aside to avoid being scalded. Place it on the ground. All right. The bodyguard complied, setting the basin down. While he seized the pork and tossed it onto old Master Chen. What are you doing? The doctor fumed, reaching for the pork while reprimanding. The patient's condition is extremely precarious. Do you intend to endanger his life? Just as his hand neared the pork, He An firmly grasped his wrist, forcing him to stumble back several steps, landing on his rear. Ignoring the doctor, He An poured the contents of the vial onto the pork. The onlookers finally discerned that the vial contained a red powder. The powder quickly blended with the pork, rendering it indistinguishable from before. In the next moment, everyone gasped in astonishment as thick, hair-like worms began to emerge from old Master Chen's body, frantically burrowing into the pork. The mass of worms enveloped the pork, resembling a writhing head. This sight could send those with a fear of clusters into a frenzy. 2 timid female nurses screamed and fled the scene. Young Master Chen furrowed his brow, struggling to suppress his nausea, while the second and third sons sprang to their feet, retreating, with the masters they had brought along fleeing even faster. He An observed calmly as the insects burrowed into the pork, then reached out to lift the meat and tossed it into the hot water. Instantly, the insects scrambled to escape, but upon emerging, they were scalded to death, floating lifelessly on the surface. He An, witnessing this, shook his hand and remarked, "All right, the person will likely awaken by evening." The few individuals in the room exchanged wide-eyed glances, none daring to step forward. Noticing their hesitation, He An frowned and exclaimed, "What are you staring at? Take the water out." The bodyguard who had previously brought in the water wore a bitter expression, realizing he should have declined the opportunity to showcase his bravery. He had seen clearly that those insects had crawled out from the master's body. Who knew if they would crawl onto him as well? The mere thought sent an itch across his skin. Yet, with so many eyes upon him, he felt compelled to carry the basin out. It was a matter of being brave or cowardly. Gritting his teeth, the bodyguard lifted the water basin and exited. Once the basin was out of the room, the others finally exhaled in relief. He An produced a cigarette and lighter from his pocket, prompting the doctor nearby to instinctively reach out to stop him. However, recalling the earlier sight of the insects, he hesitated and withdrew his hand. After taking a deep drag and exhaling a smoke ring, he turned to Mr. Wei and inquired, "You recognize this as an insect infestation, did you not?" "Indeed," Wei responded. "And you should know how to address the aftermath of such an infestation." "Correct. It's in your hands now." He An's gaze shifted to young Master Chen, his tone calm as he urged, "Now, enlighten us. What transpired?" The people in the room, particularly the 2 masters, finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. They had traversed the martial world for many years and encountered countless bizarre occurrences. But to resolve an insect infestation so swiftly was a first for them. This infestation was notoriously troublesome. Any single insect in the body could multiply into a horde within a day or 2. Yet, this young man had effortlessly resolved the issue with merely a piece of pork and a small vial of powder. Exchanging glances, the 2 masters considered acquiring some of that powder for themselves. However, before they could voice their thoughts, young Master Chen interjected, "We are not entirely informed. Our father warned us to be cautious, suggesting that someone intended to harm our family. He advised us to remain at home and avoid unnecessary outings. Yet, while we were safe, it was our father who faced danger. Do you know who intended to harm you?" "No, I do." Chen's second son suddenly piped up, raising his hand as if afraid of being overlooked. He turned his gaze upon him. "It was that Hong Kong fellow surnamed Dong. He has his eyes on a piece of land belonging to my family. When my father refused to sell, he warned him to be cautious." Upon hearing this, he narrowed his eyes, intrigued. "Hong Kong. Fascinating." With the insect infestation temporarily resolved, He An and He Jiangwo remained, awaiting Chun Bo's awakening. He An's earlier display had successfully subdued the Chen family, earning him the highest level of hospitality. He Jiangwo, seizing the moment, demanded a lavish feast from the Chen family, and the 2 indulged in food and drink. Meanwhile, young Master Chen sat beside Mr. Wei and asked, "Mr. Wei, who exactly is this Mr. He? Why did you seem so anxious upon recognizing him?" Mr. Wei sighed and shook his head, saying, "I was not anxious. I was terrified." "Terrified?" "Yes. Do not let his youth deceive you. I have heard his name for over a decade." "What?" young Master Chen exclaimed, astonished. "Over a decade? He appears to be in his 20s. Was he not just a child then?" Perceiving Chen's incredulity, Mr. Wei nodded and explained. "He was already somewhat renowned in the circle at the tender age of 7. 7. Yes, he hails from Sichuan and is known for wielding a large red oil paper umbrella, referred to as a Chonghuan Sichuan. Back then, he was affectionately called Chonghua Tongzi, but as he matured, his fearsome reputation led others to refrain from calling him a child, and he became known as Chonghua Daoran. Fearsome? Indeed. In his debut confrontation, he eliminated several notorious figures from the Yao Mountain. Many years ago, when surveillance was not as advanced and society was far more chaotic, those figures had murdered numerous young girls in their pursuit of power. The Dao Association issued a bounty for their capture, yet no one succeeded for 6 months until Chonghua Daoran delivered them to the Dao Association, causing a sensation. Delivered? Yes. Mr. Wei reminisced. He transformed those notorious figures into mummies and transported them using corpse-driving techniques, even under heavy rain, a feat that ordinary corpse drivers could not achieve. He carried a red paper umbrella, without even utilizing a corpse-driving bell, and simply brought them to the Dao Association. When the Dao priests inquired about his master, he refused to answer, stating that from that day forward, if there were any similar bounties, they could seek him out. He was called He An. From that day forth, the name Chonghua Tongzi resonated widely. However, he is not one to accept all tasks. He engages only in high-risk endeavors, such as duels or capturing puppets, and never concerns himself with mundane matters like feng shui or fortune-telling. Furthermore, he employs lethal methods, so when opponents hear they are facing Chonghua Daoran, they dare not accept the job. Yet, in recent years, he has become increasingly reclusive, and it was only when I heard He An's name that I recalled him. Young Master Chen glanced in He An's direction, utterly astonished that such a young man held a fearsome reputation in the realm. Mr. Wei hesitated before continuing. Moreover, it is wise to maintain distance from him. Why? Did you not hear how he refers to himself? He An. You seem to have forgotten the 2 characters preceding his name, Zhuodao. Are you implying he is involved with unorthodox practices? Mr. Wei nodded gravely. The methods he employs are unconventional, starkly contrasting with those of orthodox practitioners. It is precisely due to his reliance on such esoteric techniques that he has advanced so rapidly. Does the Dao Association not intervene? How could they? He has not acted unlawfully. Every sect possesses its share of unconventional methods. Additionally, few dare to provoke him. He is akin to a madman, and once entangled, it becomes a relentless struggle. Upon hearing this, young Master Chen grew wary. Thank you for your warning, Mr. Wei. I understand now. Finally, around 9 o'clock in the evening, Chun Bo stirred and awoke. It was evident that he had been genuinely frightened, as he erupted into screams upon regaining consciousness, nearly prompting the doctor to administer a sedative. Only after spotting He An did he settle, struggling to rise. The doctor hastily pressed him back down, saying, Mr. Chun, your condition remains frail, you need to rest and avoid movement. Chen Bo seemed oblivious to the doctor's presence, reaching out instead. Help me up. Mr. He, you have finally returned. His voice held a hint of grievance, revealing the tribulations he had endured during this ordeal. Mr. Chun, do you know who was behind this? It was that Hong Kong fellow surnamed Dong. He was accompanied by a very thin man, bald, covered in numerous inscriptions. Knowing who it was suffices. Indeed, I have returned late this time. You have lost 1,000,000. Hearing this, He Jiangwo winced at the loss. However, Chen Bo firmly shook his head. No, Mr. He, I will add 5,000,000 to your fee. I want him dead. The one who performed the deed is of no concern. Leave that Mr. Dong to you. I trust you have the means to handle him. Before Chen Bo could respond, Chen's second son interjected. Certainly, this is Beiping, not Xianjiang. After hearing this, Chun Laoda glared fiercely at his younger brother. Thinking to himself, how could he say such things in front of so many outsiders? What would they think of the Chen family, a gang? However, Chen Air did not back down and shot him a defiant look, thinking, you only came into this world 2 years before me, just because you were born first. Does that mean the family fortune is all yours? Why should it be? Chen Bo's eyes were solely on He An, completely disregarding his son. No problem. Leave that surname Dong to me. Mr. He, when will you deal with that practitioner? The mention of the opponent made Chun Bo grit his teeth in frustration. The torment he had endured these past few days was all due to that person. How could they not pay a price? He An, upon hearing Chun Bo's question, smiled calmly. This bug will only torment you, but it won't take your life. The other party clearly wants you to submit. Call him now. Tell him you've come to your senses, and ask him to bring that person over to lift the curse. The rest will be handled by me. Absolutely. Chun Bo eagerly agreed, as this was not their first collaboration, and he had unwavering confidence in He An. The phone. Dad, should we consider this a bit more? Yes. Chen Air and Chun Sen felt some resistance to He An's words. What if this He An is merely a facade? If they can't match him in strength? Wouldn't they be inviting trouble? The risk is too great. The phone. I'm not dead yet. This family isn't in your hands to dictate. Hearing Chun Bo's roar, Chun Er and Chun San's expressions shifted, yet they obediently handed over the phone. As for Chun Xiao, he remained silent beside Chun Bo throughout. Chapter 9. The Centipede of Heads. This call must be made by me. Chun Xiao suddenly spoke up, and upon seeing everyone looking at him, he added, they are still unaware that our father has regained consciousness, so this call must be made by me. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, they had been so focused on revenge that they had forgotten such an important detail. After a brief discussion, Chun Xiao took out his phone, located a number, and dialed. After ringing 7 or 8 times, it was finally answered by a languid voice on the other end. Who is it? Mr. Dong. I am Chun Hai. Oh, Mr. Chun. Upon hearing the name Chun Hai, the voice on the other end instantly switched to Mandarin, albeit with a heavy accent. I didn't expect you to call so late, Mr. Chun. What can I do for you? Mr. Dong, let us speak plainly. I agree to the piece of land you desire, but I need you to cure my father. Mr. Chun, you jest, I am not a doctor. I regret your father's condition, but there is nothing I can do. Mr. Dong, if you agree to bring someone tonight to heal my father, we can sign a contract on site. If you refuse, prepare to bid farewell to that piece of land forever. After saying this, Chun Hai abruptly hung up, denying Mr. Dong any opportunity to respond. In negotiations, one must maintain control over the dialogue and not be led by the opponent. Once Chun Xiao ended the call, Chun Bo on the hospital bed wore a satisfied expression. Not bad. I see my reflection in you from years past. Thank you, father. Though they were father and son, their words were unusually polite. A group arrived quickly, evidently intent on acquiring the piece of land in Chun Bo's hands. Before they even entered the ward, they began to feign concern in poorly spoken Mandarin. Hey, what do you think caused Mr. Chin's sudden illness? The hospital was unable to help, and I was powerless, but this master beside me was specially invited from Malaysia. He is proficient in feng shui and physiognomy. It was he who predicted that Mr. Chun might fall ill recently. Why not let him take a look? As they spoke, several people entered the ward. Upon seeing Chun Bo in bed, a sudden jolt of alarm struck him. Something is amiss. This person appears as if nothing is wrong. Mr. Dong instinctively glanced at the bald man beside him, only to see that man's expression was also one of surprise, quickly turning grim. What? Surprised? Chun Bo couldn't help but taunt. When he and wasn't present, he had to play along. But now that he stood beside him, what was there to fear? Mr. Dong realized he had fallen into a trap, yet at this moment, he would never admit it. The rigid expression on his face swiftly morphed into one of delight as he stepped forward, saying, Mr. Chun, you seem to be in good spirits. Damn it. Those people claimed Mr. Chun was on the brink of death, which had me worried. To be honest, although I've only met Mr. Chun a few times, I feel an unusual affinity. Upon hearing that Mr. Chun was hospitalized, my heart. He clutched his chest, feigning concern. Now that I see Mr. Chun as well, I can finally breathe easy. He then turned to Chun Xiao, saying, Chun Xiao, how could you not inform me that Mr. Chun was better, coming here empty-handed? What does that say about us? Upon hearing this, Chun Bo chuckled lightly and replied, how could it be empty-handed? You brought gifts, did you not? Gifts? What gifts? It was unclear whether Mr. Dong truly didn't understand or was pretending. He looked around, wearing a completely confused expression. Mr. Chun coldly pointed at the bald man behind him and said, of course, it's him, the one who harmed me. Upon hearing this, Mr. Dong's smile froze once more, and he shook his head, saying, Mr. Chun, are you confused? This is not a killer. This is the doctor I specifically invited to treat you. Yet Chun Bo merely smirked, then turned to He An and said, Mr. He, hard work. Pay for results. Seeing this, Mr. Dong had no intention of pretending any longer. He quickly retreated 2 steps to stand beside the bald man, fearing that the Chun family might turn against him. The bald man then awkwardly spoke in Mandarin. You broke my bug curse? Bastard, it's truly you. Humph. No longer pretending? Chun Er and Chun Sen admonished sternly, and Chun Xiao's previously calm demeanor darkened. Yet the bald man seemed entirely unconcerned about the people in the room, reaching to touch his bald head, revealing a multitude of scriptures on the back of his hand. On his large bald head, a lizard was intricately tattooed. The lizard was so lifelike that if one didn't look closely, they might very well believe a real lizard was perched atop his head. At that moment, whether it was an illusion or not, as he touched the lizard tattoo, it seemed to gaze at he and Mr. Dong's face had now turned completely grim as he looked at the bettered Chun Bo and asked, Mr. Chun, what do you mean by this? Don't worry, Mr. Dong. Rest assured that Mr. He won't take action against you. Take action? Mr. Chun, is this how you treat your guests? Do you know who is backing me? It doesn't matter who it is. What matters is that you've kept me bedridden for so long, so you must now endure this for an equal duration. The bald man then spoke in a flat voice. I advise you to be honest. Trust me, it will be beneficial for you. After he finished, he scanned the room, and no one dared meet his gaze, fearing they might fall victim to his schemes. After all, Chinbo on the bed was a testament to his capabilities. Yet He An remained calm, locking eyes with him before speaking in a tranquil voice. Leave. The bald man let out a cold laugh. Leave? Are you joking? The room was filled with Chin family members. They were all his hostages now. Before ensuring his own safety, how could he possibly release the hostages? Just as he thought this, he was horrified to discover that his body was no longer under his control, and he found himself turning to leave. When did I fall into a trap? Was it that one glance? The onlookers remained oblivious to the peculiarities of the situation, believing that the man was simply obediently walking away. Even Mr. Dong failed to notice anything amiss, following closely behind the bald man. Once they arrived at the courtyard, illuminated by the moonlight, the bald man seized the chance to escape. He swiftly darted forward, fully basking in the moon's glow, and turned back to face He An with a look of horror. Who are you? Mr. Dong was bewildered, pondering the circumstances. He An emerged unhurriedly, forming a gesture with one hand. You need not know my name. After all, you cannot descend to the underworld to lodge a complaint. Arrogant. The bald man pressed his hands against his forehead, veins bulging in his neck, visibly swelling. Throughout this ordeal, he had kept his mouth agape, and He An realized that even his tongue bore inscribed incantations. Suddenly, a grotesque sound of retching erupted from his mouth, and a centipede with a human head emerged, swaying as it crawled out. Chapter 10. The Banner of 10,000 Souls. The human-headed centipede grew in the wind. The portion still within his mouth was as thick as chopsticks, yet the exposed segment had already reached the size of an adult's arm. The centipede's sharp legs pierced through his oral cavity, droplets of blood splattering onto its body, enhancing its menacing appearance. By the time the centipede fully emerged from his mouth, it had elongated to 1.5 meters, its upper body rising like a serpent. Under the moonlight, it was a sight to behold. I do not care who you are. Tonight, you shall become nourishment for my centipede. He An frowned upon witnessing the centipede, not due to any challenge it posed, but simply because it was exceedingly grotesque. Particularly disconcerting was the hair on the human head, now matted with blood, making it look particularly repulsive. Go, the bald man commanded, and the centipede lunged forward. However, before it could get close, a hand as dark as ink emerged from He An's shadow, swatting the centipede to the ground as effortlessly as one would swat a fly. Squeak. After landing, the centipede attacked again, but this time, more shadowy arms reached out from the surrounding darkness. These arms, all black as ink, swirled with ominous mist. Numerous dark hands descended upon the centipede, gradually slowing its movements. Eventually, countless small hands coalesced into one large hand, firmly pinning the centipede down. The creature emitted a series of mournful cries, a sound so grating it resembled a sharp knife scraping against glass. He furrowed his brow further and formed a gesture with one hand. Me. Ba. Hong. As the incantation resonated, the black mist surrounding the large hand intensified, rendering the hands within nearly invisible, obscured by a swirling cloud of darkness. Inside the room, the Chun family peered out the windows, unable to see the black magic He An employed due to their lack of spiritual sight or cultivation. Nevertheless, they could sense He An's prowess, as a massive centipede writhed on the ground, lamenting, its body immobilized except for its head and tail, which seemed to be crushed by an unseen force, revealing cracks. Squeak. With a final wail, the centipede shattered, fragments of its body scattering. Some landing in the fish pond. The water was instantly tainted, and the koi within struggled before floating belly up. The bald man spat a mouthful of blood, collapsing to the ground like a heap of mud. Mr. Dong, witnessing this, attempted to flee, only to be intercepted by the Chun family's bodyguards. Help! Murder! Help! Mr. Dong screamed frantically, calling for assistance. One bodyguard, noticing his panic, landed a powerful punch to his abdomen, causing him to weep and swallow his pleas. Do you possess any other abilities? If this is all you can muster, you may well meet your demise. He An remained in the shadows, calmly observing the bald man. On the ground, the lizard tattoo on the bald man's head began to move eerily, slithering rapidly from his head to his abdomen. Sensing something, the bald man panicked. No, no, master, please spare me. Suddenly, a large hand emerged from his abdomen, clutching a length of intestine. Master. The bald man, blood trickling from his lips, gazed in terror at the hand protruding from his belly. A gentle breeze blew, and another hand emerged from within him. As the two hands encountered the air, they rapidly developed a layer of hardened skin resembling lizard scales. He An frowned, stepping forward and forming a gesture with both hands, chanting an incantation. In Chao, the gates of the underworld, the 10 halls of Yama bound by iron chains. To prevent wrongful deaths in the city, swiftly return the souls into my banner. As his words concluded, a red cloak billowed behind him, revealing grotesque faces struggling within, as if yearning to escape their bindings. The hands that had emerged suddenly stiffened, frozen in place within the bald man's abdomen. Upon seeing the red cloak, the bald man was enveloped by an inexplicable dread. No, no. Despite his anguished cries, his soul began to detach from his body, ultimately being drawn into the cloak. The bald man's head tilted at an unnatural angle, lifeless. Will you emerge now? Or shall I drag you out? He An regarded the hands with a menacing expression. How close the bald man had come to death. Once deceased, he would be a lost soul, incomparable to a living spirit. The banner of 10,000 souls would exhibit greater power when refined with the souls of the living. The hands, covered in lizard-like skin, seemed to have heard his words and attempted to retaliate with a gesture. The red banner behind He An stirred without wind, ensnaring them. And before they could react, they disintegrated into 2 brittle bones. Upon seeing the bones, He An's interest was piqued. So they are corporeal? Quite intriguing. As he spoke, he turned to Mr. Dong, who was being restrained by 2 bodyguards. Witnessing everything unfold, Mr. Dong, upon meeting He An's gaze, felt an overwhelming warmth and urinated himself. He An scoffed in disdain, turning back to the room. Mr. Chun, if all is well, I shall take my leave. When shall the final payment be settled? By noon tomorrow. Agreed. He An acknowledged, beckoning to the side. The rotund figure of Chun Jiangwo emerged from behind the rockery, a look of delight adorning his chubby face. Little ancestor, your magical prowess has grown even more formidable. Let us return. The two strode forth, and not a single person dared to obstruct them. Although they had not witnessed He An's techniques, they had seen the massive centipede and the hands sprouting from the bald man's body. As He An stood there, the centipede and hands were obliterated. Was that not a display of power? Once the two departed, Mr. Dong was dragged back inside. This time, his demeanor was vastly different. Upon entering, he immediately dropped to his knees with a thud, his head banging against the ground. Mr. Chun, I acknowledge my mistake. I am willing to compensate you. I will forego your land and give you my share, all of it. With every utterance, he bowed, and after several such gestures, blood began to seep from his forehead, showcasing the force of his penance. Mr. Chin merely smirked at this display. He knew the man understood his error, not out of remorse, but rather the realization that he would face consequences. Dressed in a suit, Chun Er approached with a sinister grin, wielding a metal baseball bat. The bodyguard restraining Mr. Dong pressed down harder. Mr. Dong, are you prepared to crawl back to Hong Kong? No. Please, I can pay. I can. The baseball bat struck Mr. Dong's knee with a resounding crack, the unmistakable sound of bone fracturing echoing in the air, signaling that his later years would likely be spent confined to a wheelchair. Chapter 11. The Mountains and the Sea. Naturally, He An was unaware of the events unfolding within the Chin family. Known for his fairness in dealings, he believed in transactional integrity. As for other matters, he remained indifferent, or perhaps simply unconcerned. Ha, little ancestor, we've made a cool 10 million this time. He Jiangwo exclaimed as he drove, nostalgic tunes playing softly in the background. His expression, obscured by the car's dashboard, revealed a buoyant spirit. However, his good mood was short-lived. For as they approached their home, they were greeted by two figures clad in black suits standing ominously at the entrance. The smile that had adorned He Jiangwo's face vanished upon spotting them. One of the middle-aged men stepped forward to He An's window. Mr. He, long time no see. It seems the people from the mountains and seas have come to find you, and it can't be for anything good, can it? Mr. He, let's not beat around the bush. Mr. Wang, a real estate mogul in Haicheng, and Mr. Liu, president of the Feng Shui Association, have met grim fates. Are you aware of this? Yes, I was in Haicheng at the time. How could I not know? He An replied. We captured you on surveillance footage at the scene. Care to explain? The middle-aged man's tone was firm yet composed, his glasses doing little to conceal the intensity in his gaze. It was merely a coincidence. Bang. Before He An could finish, the younger man in a suit slammed a fist against the car door, seething as he glared at He An. He An, do not be so arrogant. Since you know we are from the mountains and seas, you should also be aware of our methods. The unbreakable rule against harming ordinary people applies to everyone, even to the likes of the flower-supporting Daoist. Before He An could respond, the middle-aged man swiftly restrained the young man. Lida, hold your tongue. He Jiangwo, visibly displeased, exited the vehicle and approached the two men, eyeing the car door. Are the people from the mountains and seas so formidable? This car is quite expensive. How much do you earn in a month? Do you think you can afford to damage it? You bastard. Lita opened his mouth to curse, but was silenced by a glare from the middle-aged man. He stepped out of the car, calmly standing before the middle-aged man. Old Yen, how long have we known each other? 10 years. You should know my temperament. Indeed. Was that Wang's death unjust? Not unjust. He deserved it multiple times over. However, Mr. He, some lines must never be crossed. Otherwise, chaos will ensue. He smiled faintly, then turned to Old Yen earnestly. Old Yen, you have your rules, and I have mine. If upper management truly had evidence, you would not be here now. Old Yen fell silent, while beside him, Lita spoke up in indignation. You. Before he could finish, Old Yen covered his mouth. He regarded Lita with a knowing smile. You've encountered a wise mentor. Afterward, he directed He Jiangwo, take the car back. He Jiangwo shot a cold smirk at Lita before getting back into the car. He approached the door and opened it. Care to come in for a moment? No, thank you. Old Yen maintained his businesslike demeanor, and He did not press further, turning back to the courtyard. Once He's figure faded from view, Old Yen swiftly slapped Lida across the face. The blow was hard enough to visibly swell Lida's cheek. Clutching his face in disbelief, he looked at Old Yen. Why, master? Why? Because you nearly lost your life just now. Do you understand? Master, are you referring to Hien? Does he dare to kill our people from the mountains and seas? Old Yen regarded him with a disapproving look. Do you know why so many refrain from provoking him? Despite being a mere junior without remarkable strength or connections. Why? Li Da's curiosity piqued, as this had long been a mystery to him. After all, the mountains and seas were an official organization with many capable individuals, including a few who could be considered stabilizing forces. Because last year, someone harbored the same thoughts as you. He subsequently vanished without a trace, neither alive nor dead. Just a day prior, he had been on a mission with me, sharing a meal, only to never be seen again after returning home. Li Da's eyes widened in shock. Master, are you saying? Yes, that individual was your senior brother. Old Yan's gaze bore into Li Da's, as he continued earnestly. Do you wish to end up like your senior brother? Lida fell silent. Though his heart still wrestled with defiance, he acknowledged the truth in his master's words. Seeing that Lida remained unconvinced, Old Yan pressed on. When your senior brother was still known as the flower-supporting boy, he offended a minor Daoist sect. Subsequently, that sect vanished entirely, not a single soul remained. Lida stood agape. Master, does the higher-up not intervene? Why should they? The minor Daoist sect he eradicated practiced infant alchemy, and there was not a single innocent among them. Though his actions are unconventional, those who have perished by his hand over the years can hardly be deemed innocent. But what about my senior brother? Lida protested. Old Yen sighed after a moment's contemplation. He is included in that count. Lida opened his mouth to argue, only to see He Jiangwo returning, humming a tune. Upon noticing the two still lingering at the door, He Jiangwo cheerfully inquired, planning to stay for dinner? Lida shot him a fierce glare before declaring to his master, we are leaving. Once the master and disciple departed, He Jiangwo returned to the courtyard, only to turn around and find a black coffin prominently positioned in the center. At that moment, he held a dagger in his left hand, gently slicing open his palm, allowing droplets of blood to fall into the coffin. He Jiangwo's face paled as he slammed the door shut, his expression filled with concern. My little ancestor, those two have not gone far. Such matters should be handled inside, not out in the yard. He paid him no heed. His gaze fixated on the coffin. Inside lay a male corpse, the upper body exposed, marred by numerous gaping, centipede-like sutured wounds, resembling a doll that had been torn apart and hastily stitched back together. A copper mask adorned its face, and Hien's blood dripped onto the mask, drawn towards the corpse's mouth by an unseen force. Chapter 12. Does the illegitimate child also warrant death? From the shape of the brows and eyes, the corpse bore a striking resemblance to Hien, sharing about 70% of his features. As the blood cascaded onto the copper mask, it was mysteriously drawn, gradually sliding towards the corpse's lips. Seeing that his attempts to reason had failed, He Jiangwo sighed. I will go prepare dinner. After he left, Hien's shadow under the moonlight began to elongate, two long horns sprouting from his head, taking on an eerie aspect. On the 15th of every month, you practice with the corpse under the moonlight. This body has likely attained a strength comparable to that of a golden-armored corpse, has it not? Hien nodded. It has been 10 years. I wonder when I will finally reach the point of unyielding bones. Unyielding bones. Since the practice of cremation began, even the corpses have become scarce. Do you still expect to achieve that? To advance the zombie form, it requires not only refinement, but also opportunity. If you weren't endowed with such a unique constitution, a veritable human elixir, this corpse would not have transcended the zombie state to reach the level of a suppressed corpse. He did not respond this time. Instead, he formed a hand gesture and brushed over the wound on his hand, causing the bleeding to cease instantly. In the coffin, the corpse suddenly opened its eyes and, in the next moment, rose stiffly within the confines of the coffin. If this bizarre scene were witnessed by anyone, they would certainly exclaim in shock. The corpse's eyes were ink black, devoid of any white, and upon opening its eyes, it gazed at the moon above. In the next instant, the copper coin mask before its mouth rose without a breeze. If someone were to stand directly in front of it, they would behold a horrifying sight beneath that mask. The skin below its nose appeared as though it had been torn away by some force, revealing crimson gums and stark white teeth. Copper nails inscribed with charms were driven into its jaw muscles. No matter how many times one gazed upon this sight, it remained a peculiar delight. Ah, young one, exert yourself further. Once your corpse reaches the level of not decaying, it shall be able to bear a portion of my power. He An remained silent, while the corpse opened its mouth wide, and a black, swirling elixir floated forth, stained with blood, absorbing the moonlight. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, it ingested the corpse Dan once more, and subsequently, it collapsed back into the coffin with a thud, the lid closing automatically. Observing this, He An remarked, "Good work, Lord Ba." A sinister chuckle echoed from behind him as shadows enveloped the underside of the coffin. The coffin appeared to sink into a quagmire, gradually vanishing into the darkness. Remarkably, within a short span of time, the wound He An had previously inflicted had completely healed. 2 days later, in Xianjiang. Truly, this is the imperial capital, such skill. Boss, you must stand up for me this time. That group of thugs knew I am your man, yet still broke my legs. The owner, Boss Dong, who had previously appeared at the Chen family estate, now lay in a hospital bed, groaning, both legs encased in plaster. On the night of his shattered knees, he had not dared seek treatment in Beiping, fleeing back to Xianjiang overnight. The individual he referred to as boss was an elderly man in his 60s or 70s. His hair and beard white, adorned in a loose-fitting white martial arts robe, exuding an aura of ethereal grace. Is it unjust for them to break your legs? Did you not first summon someone to cast a curse? Boss, that Chun has insatiable greed. He refused to sell a mere piece of land for 500 million. If I do not teach him a lesson. The elder waved his hand dismissively, clearly uninterested in such trivialities. I have already given Master Basong a sum of money and explained the situation to him. Master Basong is quite fond of this disciple. Upon learning of his demise, he intends to seek out the culprit. Upon hearing this, Dong's eyes lit up. He had heard of Master Basong, a figure of considerable stature within the Tai circles, whose powers likely surpassed those of Basong. However, after a moment's contemplation, he suddenly remarked, "Something feels amiss." "How so?" "I was present when Basong died. If anything, he was killed not by that he, but rather by his own master. At that moment, I observed the lizard tattoo upon his head appearing almost alive, writhing across his skin, before seemingly making its way to his abdomen. Shortly after, he was eviscerated by a pair of enormous hands from within. Even in his final moments, he cried out, 'Master, no please.' I suspect his death is linked to his master. Yet his master is now coming to Huaxia for vengeance. It perplexes me." The elder scoffed twice, saying, because Basong was, in fact, one of his master's illegitimate children. Mr. Dong gasped in astonishment. Illegitimate child? But can an illegitimate child not be killed? Do you think that is how he gained fame in Thailand? He has at least 50 illegitimate children outside, with 7 or 8 of them already grown. They are all his pawns. Pawns. Mr. Dong felt a twinge of fear, but the elder waved his hand dismissively. You need not concern yourself with excessive details. Focus on your recovery, and let him handle the rest. After your incident, I inquired about He An. His reputation within the circles is barely better than that of the malevolent practitioners. He possesses considerable skill, but is known for his vengeful nature. Mr. Dong's fear intensified upon hearing this, and he hurriedly exclaimed, "Boss, with Basong dead, I have no capable allies by my side. How can I ensure my safety?" The elder glanced at him with impatience before responding, "Rest assured, tomorrow night, a feng shui master will come to see you. He will ensure your safety." "Thank you, boss." "Thank you," Mr. Dong exclaimed joyfully, well aware of his boss's capabilities. Anyone introduced by his boss would undoubtedly be extraordinary. Little ancestor. A textile factory owner from Jixing contacted me, stating that there seems to be something unclean within their factory. They have been operating for merely a year and have already experienced 7 accidents, resulting in the deaths of over a dozen individuals. A textile factory? What kind of accidents? Various mishaps. The most outrageous incident involved a fire. A fire? Yes, it ignited in the restroom, with the door unlocked, yet 2 people perished in the blaze. Consequently, their factory has been shut down and is cooperating with the authorities for an investigation, confirming it is not a feng shui issue. This job was introduced to me by a colleague from Jixing, which is why the owner sought me out. How much are they offering? 3 million. Their factory is not particularly large. Agreed, then let us investigate. He An replied affirmatively. Indeed, this industry was quite lucrative, yet equally demanding in expenditure, especially for He An. The resources consumed by the corpse he cultivated were immense annually. Otherwise, how could it possibly reach the level of a golden armored corpse? Chapter 13. Did you not say feng shui was not an issue? After resting overnight in Beiping, the following morning, He Jiangwo drove He An to Jixing. The car journeyed until dusk before they finally arrived at the site of the textile factory incident. Upon their arrival, He An instinctively frowned. The factory was flanked by mountains on either side and backed by a river. A large bridge spanned the river, and directly opposite the bridge stood a solitary factory building. At that moment, the setting sun cast a reddish glow upon the factory, imbuing it with an eerie quality rather than any semblance of beauty. Looking at the road, it wound around the mountains in a semicircular shape, yet it oddly curved at the factory, resembling a sickle. The factory was positioned at the center of the sickle. He An furrowed his brow and instructed He Jiangwo to stop the car, standing by the roadside as he scrutinized the factory. Little ancestor, have you discerned something? Were you not the one who said a colleague had inspected this place and found no feng shui issues? Indeed, that colleague is somewhat renowned locally. He An pinched his chin thoughtfully, then retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, lighting it before stating, "These 2 mountains encircle the area, and the water lies behind us. The road we are traversing is evidently a result of blasting. Was this once a mountain?" He Jiangwo scratched his head, having never been there before. Unsure if it had been a mountain. The young man is correct. This area was once a mountain. He Jiangwo was startled by the unexpected voice and turned to see an elderly man in casual attire standing behind him, holding a compass. He Jiangwo paused, then exclaimed in surprise, "Old Chu?" The elder, referred to as Old Chu, chuckled, "Jiangwo, long time no see." "Indeed, long time no see." He Jiangwo beamed upon seeing him, then introduced He An, "Little ancestor, this is the colleague who introduced us to work, Chu Donglai. He is quite a renowned feng shui master in Jixing." Chu Donglai waved his hand, saying, "Merely a name, nothing significant compared to the esteemed Shuanghua Daoist." Though he spoke modestly, he was discreetly appraising He An, his eyes betraying surprise, likely not expecting He An to be so young. He An had no intention of engaging in pleasantries. That was He Jiangwo's responsibility, not his own. "Mr. Chu mentioned that this was once a mountain?" "Indeed," He An replied, his brow furrowing, "surrounded by 3 mountains and facing flowing water. This should have been a favorable site, suitable for both yin and yang residences. Why was it blasted?" He An found it perplexing, as road construction typically involves meticulous planning. The road at the foot of the mountain indicated that even without blasting, a route could be established. So, why expend additional resources on blasting the mountain? The elderly man shook his head. "I have sent someone to investigate, but I have yet to receive a response." He An turned his attention to the layout before him. With the auspicious site destroyed, the malevolent energy rises. The flowing water blocks the way, hence they constructed a bridge to dissipate the negative energy. However, this factory is positioned directly in front of the bridge, inexplicably obstructing the negative energy and situated under the influence of a scythe-like malevolent force. Observing this factory, which has recently undergone modifications, raises the question of why it was built here. He An frowned, reasoning that such a location should ideally host a roundabout, with a central statue to ward off negativity. This arrangement would not only alleviate the malevolent energy, but also facilitate smoother traffic flow, eliminating excessive visual blind spots. He glanced at Chu Donglai, thinking, "Did you not say this was not a feng shui issue? Yet, even without entering, I have already identified numerous problems." Chu Donglai was not surprised. After all, Cheng Huadao's reputation within the community was formidable. Although he did not practice feng shui, it did not imply ignorance of its principles. Initially, there were plans to develop a new commercial area here, but for reasons unknown, the project was halted. This substantial tract of land could not be left unused, so it was sold to the Daoist group. The group commenced sales, but ultimately, he was the only one willing to establish a factory here. Daoist group offered him the prime location, asserting it would become a major transportation hub at a lower cost, prompting him to build the factory. He An frowned. Did no one consult on this? When the factory was established, feng shui experts were indeed consulted. You will see for yourself upon entering. The factory has arranged a feng shui formation that has already altered the local dynamics. I cannot guarantee much, but an 8-year lifespan is certainly feasible, the response came. He An extinguished his cigarette and beckoned to He Jiangwo. Let us proceed to the factory. He Jiangwo cast an apologetic glance at old Chu, his expression suggesting, please do not mind him. This is just his temperament. Chu Donglai, however, took it in stride and smiled. Then I shall accompany you. Very well, He Jiangwo agreed. And once everyone was in the vehicle, he started the engine towards the textile factory. Chu Donglai, seated in the back, stowed away his compass before stating, I examined the feng shui formation. The technique is quite sophisticated. I made a point to check for any signs of tampering, but there were none. It should not be like this. Hence, I have been surveying the surroundings to determine if other factors are influencing it. He turned to him. Have you made any discoveries? Indeed, I found that at the end of the road, specifically behind the former mountain, someone has constructed a temple. A newly built temple? Yes. It appears to have been completed just a few months ago. Have you investigated it? Not yet. I only just discovered it. As they spoke, the vehicle arrived at the factory entrance, where the security guard stopped them. Chu Donglai leaned out the rear window. Brother, it's me. This is my assistant. Oh, Master Chu, please proceed, the guard said, pressing a button on a remote control, raising the barrier. Upon viewing the factory, He An understood why Chu Donglai had been so confident in asserting that the feng shui had been rectified and that the practitioner was skilled. The entire factory was, in fact, elevated. Several robust steel columns supported the structure about 3 meters above the ground, with no stairs in sight, relying solely on external elevators for access. Most negative energy resides close to the ground, and with this design, the energy could flow freely through the factory. Indeed, a clever strategy. This method was previously employed by the Hong Kong HSBC, although their approach was even more sophisticated, not only dispelling negativity, but also attracting wealth. Subsequently, several nearby establishments engaged in feng shui contests, yielding remarkable results. After parking, He An approached the steel columns, pressing his hand against one, his expression darkening. Looking at the ground, he noticed that although it was merely a basic water machine flooring, it was adorned with a large formation. After a cursory glance, he lost interest. It was simply a formation for attracting wealth and fortune, hardly significant. Chu Donglai inquired, Mr. He, have you discerned something? He An regarded the 8 steel columns. The factory's troubles are not unfounded. Why is that? Because these columns were driven as living piles. Chapter 14. Daoist Group. Both He Jiangwo and Chu Donglai were well versed in the nuances of the industry, fully aware of what living piles entailed. This practice was common in ancient times. For instance, during bridge construction, boys and girls, or individuals of unique fate, would be buried alive beneath the piles, believed to ensure the bridge's stability. Even in contemporary times, this is not an uncommon occurrence. For example, construction sites frequently utilize piling machines. If a piling machine malfunctions, someone must descend to secure the drill bit. Given that modern constructions are meticulously designed, even a slight misalignment is unacceptable, making it impossible to drill a new hole nearby. Not to mention the drill bit itself is quite costly. This has given rise to a profession known as water ghosts. Their job is to dive into the muck to retrieve the drill bit. If they emerge, they earn 20,000. If they do not, 50,000. Initially, it was manageable. But eventually, in particularly treacherous locations, unscrupulous employers would trick individuals into descending, all for the sake of living piles. Naturally, some would willingly offer their family members for monetary gain. Consequently, most individuals in this line of work are either fathers and sons or mothers and sons, with sons being the ones who descend. Much like tomb raiding, a son may forsake his parents for wealth, but parents would never abandon their sons for money. Nevertheless, this industry still witnesses frequent disappearances. Even today, amidst technological advancement, water ghosts remain prevalent on construction sites, with ongoing reports of missing persons. Chu Donglai frowned tightly. What era is this? Human life is paramount. If He An's suspicions are true and the proprietor met his demise due to living piles, then he truly deserves it. Ha ha. Esteemed masters, please forgive my earlier negligence. Just as Chu Donglai was at a loss for words, a hearty laugh echoed from behind the group. They turned to see a tall man in a casual suit approaching, his eyes sparkling as he looked at He Jiangwo. You must be Mr. He An. As mentioned by Master Chu, I am Zhang Chong, the owner of this textile factory. Master Chu has spoken highly of you. I appreciate your assistance. He Jiangwo, recalling that this man had employed living piles, found it hard to muster a smile, his tone turning cold as he replied, I am merely Mr. He's driver. He is the one you should be addressing. He gestured towards He An with his chin. Zhang Chong turned to He An. his smile stiffening as uncertainty crossed his face while glancing at Master Chu. Master Chu, aware of his concerns, nodded in affirmation. Zhang Chong confirmed that the esteemed individual Master Chu had referred to was indeed this young man. However, being a businessman, he quickly masked his apprehension with a smile. Mr. He, look at the situation we have here. I sincerely apologize. Let us not discuss this here. Please, join me in my office for tea. But He An fixed his gaze upon him. Mr. Zhang, are you aware of the living piles beneath these columns? Living piles? Zhang Chong appeared taken aback. Then his expression shifted to one of shock, his voice quivering. Living piles. He An had been closely observing Zhang Chong's expression, trying to discern any details that might indicate his involvement. At present, Zhang Chong's demeanor suggested genuine ignorance regarding the matter of the dead child. If this were all an act, then he was indeed a master of deception. Master, are you implying that beneath this pillar lies a corpse? As he spoke, he took a couple of steps back, seemingly wishing to distance himself from the scene. This spectacle left Chu Donglai somewhat perplexed, as such immoral deeds were typically orchestrated by the owner for personal gain. Yet, Zhang Chong's expression seemed to convey true unawareness. Does Boss Zhang truly not know? Chu Master inquired, raising an eyebrow. Zhang Chong, looking bewildered, shook his head fervently. What nonsense. We live in a society governed by law. Murderers face execution. Besides, even if I weren't running a factory, I wouldn't engage in such abominable acts. His fervent denial only served to heighten Chu Master's suspicions. He turned to He An and asked, Mr. He, is it really a dead child? He Jiangua, who had been listening intently, quickly interjected. My little ancestor never speaks without reason. Knowing He An's temperament well, and having a friendship with Chu Donglai, he feared potential conflict and felt compelled to clarify. He An wasted no time, rapping his knuckles against the pillar and chanting an incantation. The long bridge connects all directions. Wandering souls have no place to hide. Endless grievances find no voice. Before the true spirit, sorrow abides. Upon finishing the chant, the steel pillar began to emit a low rumbling sound, akin to the boiling of water in a kettle. Suddenly, a thick stream of dark red, viscous blood surged forth. What the hell? Zhang Chong exclaimed in shock. Leaping back in disbelief, his eyes wide with astonishment. He Jiangua exchanged a knowing glance with Chu Donglai, his expression clearly stating, see, I told you. However, Chu Donglai was too absorbed in the emerging blood to notice He Jiangui's look. Vengeful blood, he muttered, frowning as he addressed Zhang Chong. Prepare some gasoline. This substance is ominous and must be incinerated. Yes, yes, Zhang Chong hurriedly replied, gesturing to the nearby security to fetch gasoline. Once he turned back, the look he cast at He An had transformed entirely. Mr. He, I truly had no knowledge of the dead child. I have not managed this factory since acquiring the land. Mr. Zhang, He Jiangua interrupted, his tone suddenly serious. Forgive my bluntness, but if others were responsible for such deeds, it would be beneficial to them without any harm. Zhang Chong appeared confused. But I have no need to do such things. The land and the factory were all set up by them. Who? Dao Tua Group. He An narrowed his eyes. Zhang Chong's words seemed sincere. Could this be the handiwork of the Dao Tua Group? If it were merely to sell a piece of land, the cost was exorbitant. He An pondered, recalling the recently destroyed mountain and the newly constructed temple, and a realization dawned upon him. He turned to Zhang Chong and said, Boss Zhang, this matter seems insurmountable. No, Master He, I'll pay more. Zhang Chong assumed He An was dissatisfied with the price, but He An clarified, it's not about the money. Resolving this issue is too troublesome and costly. It would even exceed the expense of starting a new factory, do you understand? Zhang Chong was left speechless, muttering, is that true? I spent over 20 million on this factory. Chapter 15. The Eternal Scheme. Yes, this is indeed a scheme. He An asserted, to dismantle it. Ordinary methods would prove futile. One must alter the mountains and waters. However, the Dao Tua Group would adamantly oppose such changes. While speaking, He An gestured towards the direction they had come from. The temple there was also constructed by the Dao Tua Group, wasn't he it? Zhang Chong scratched his head, admitting that he rarely involved himself in factory affairs and was clueless about the temple. He An recognized his ignorance. This was essentially an eternal scheme, a grand undertaking. An eternal scheme? Chu Donglai's eyes lit up. Then he suddenly understood. Of course. Isn't this about nurturing eternal seeds? How did I miss that before? He An cast a surprised glance at him, acknowledging his perceptiveness in discerning the cultivation of eternal seeds, which explained his local reputation. Masters, shall we discuss this further in my office? Zhang Chong suggested, feeling uneasy about the dead child beneath the factory. He had originally prepared a welcoming banquet, and it would be better to talk while dining. He An waved his hand dismissively. We need not go. Discussing matters that cannot be resolved is futile. As He An prepared to leave, Zhang Chong quickly intervened. He had come to realize that this man possessed genuine skills. He could not let him depart so easily. Mr. He, you've traveled so far. Surely, you can spare a moment for a meal. I've reserved a table at a local establishment renowned for its unique offerings. It won't take long, and I must extend my hospitality. Yes, little ancestor. We haven't eaten all day, and I haven't seen old Chu in quite some time, He Jianguo chimed in. With the encouragement from both, He An reluctantly agreed, much to Zhang Chong's delight. He quickly led the way as they crossed the bridge towards the city. While driving over the bridge, He An and Chu Donglai instinctively glanced around, contemplating the grand scale of the Dao Tua Group's endeavors. This eternal scheme was not something just anyone could orchestrate. Eternal seeds were not easily afforded. Arriving at a resplendent hotel, the doorman greeted Zhang Chong warmly, indicating he was a regular patron. Zhang Chong smiled at the doorman, generously tipping him 100 yuan before ushering He An and the others to a private room. Once seated, the restaurant manager approached to inquire about the meal timing. Now, let us have my wine brought in. I will cover the bottle fee. The manager bowed with a smile and exited the room. In mere moments, a dozen women clad in red kipayos entered, each presenting a dish while introducing its name. He Jianguo watched with keen interest, thinking it quite extravagant. Yet he found it enjoyable. Meanwhile, He An and Chu Master remained composed, prompting Zhang Chong to reflect on their character. Indeed, true masters possess an air of calm. Once the women departed and the door closed, Zhang Chong cheerfully poured wine. Master Chu, thank you for your efforts. Let me toast you both. Chu Master chuckled, shaking his head. I can't hold my liquor. He An, however, raised his glass and downed it in one gulp. Zhang Chong's eyes lit up at this display, quickly refilling He An's glass. Master, he has quite the capacity for wine. While enjoying the meal, He Jianguo remarked, 67 degrees will knock a donkey out. My little ancestor can down 5 jugs. Zhang Chong, pouring the wine, froze momentarily, staring at He An in disbelief. 5 jugs? Can a person even consume that much? Knock out a donkey. Even a donkey might not withstand it. Initially eager to bond with He An over drinks, he now feared the consequences. After finishing this round of drinks, he decided to sit down, inviting everyone to eat before inquiring with a smile. Master He, I know you are a capable person. Could you enlighten me about this eternal scheme? What does it entail? After swallowing the wine, He An responded, there are many forms of eternal schemes. The one arranged near your factory is one of the most renowned among them, known as Naden. Chu Master listened intently, captivated by He An's explanation. After all, this renowned flower supporter holds quite a reputation within the circle. As the saying goes, there are no idle hands beneath a great name. It is evident that he possesses considerable talent. Nadine? Zhang Chong expressed some curiosity, to which He An nodded, pouring a small amount of liquor onto the table before tracing a T shape with his finger. Look at the river in front of your factory. Combined with the road behind, doesn't it resemble 8? After pondering for a moment, Zhang Chong affirmatively nodded. Indeed, my factory is situated right at this intersection. He An nodded in return and continued. Initially, I did not notice this, as such advantageous locations can be found in many places, and there was no need to deliberately blast a mountain. However, recalling the Daoist temple mentioned by Mr. Chu earlier, I began to comprehend. Is it not located at the end of it? As He An spoke, he glanced at Master Chu, who nodded in agreement, his expression filled with awe. Indeed, what a grand scheme. Zhang Chong scratched his head, asking, Masters, what exactly is this longevity bureau for? There are many types of longevity bureaus, employing various methods. Yet their sole purpose remains the same, to prolong life. He An and Master Chu exclaimed almost in unison. Prolong life? Zhang Chong appeared intrigued. Who among the wealthy would not wish for a longer existence? Well, the longevity bureau in front of your factory is considered one of the most reliable methods, nurturing spirits. If I am not mistaken, the deity worshipped at that temple is not the 3 pure ones, but rather Lu Hai. Lu Hai? Oh, the one who plays with the golden toad. That spirit is likely residing beneath the bridge, and the construction of the Lu Hai temple serves to bind it, preventing it from escaping. The placement of the Lu Hai temple at the end of the tiz also to avoid directly confronting malevolent energy. Your factory is perfectly positioned at the site of this malevolence, shielding others from it. Zhang Chong, increasingly confounded, expressed his bewilderment. But if my factory is meant to shield them from malevolence, then why is the site elevated, and why the need for living piles? Before He An could respond, Master Chu interjected with an explanation. If you were to completely block the malevolent energy, the spirit would be unable to thrive. Simply put, your factory serves as a dam, regulating the flow of malevolent energy. Zhang Chong grasped this concept, but his face darkened. Those bastards are plotting against me. He Jiangua, intrigued, inquired. If the factory appears so inauspicious, why did you still choose to build there? Chapter 16. My price is quite high upon hearing this question. He An also looked at Zhang Chong with curiosity. After all, it is uncommon for a rational individual to overlook the evident drawbacks of such a suspended factory. Moreover, if one is already aware of the unfavorable feng shui, why would they still choose to establish a factory there? Zhang Chong's expression shifted, and he finally gritted his teeth, saying, It's somewhat my fault. My father gave me 30 million to build the factory. Then, I foolishly squandered it on a trip with friends, leaving me with just over 2,000. Naturally, I couldn't afford the original land. It was during this time that he encountered the investment advertisement from the Daoist Group and decided to investigate. Their attitude was exceptionally favorable, and they mentioned that as the first investor in this location, they intended to make him a benchmark. Thus, they offered to construct the factory for free. Little did he know, he had unwittingly become a pawn. As he recounted this, Zhang Chong's hands trembled with anger, and his eyes reddened. In just 1 year, 12 people have died. I've lost over 10 million just in compensation. Money doesn't matter. It can be earned back, but those are lives. It's all my fault. Had I not been so greedy, those people wouldn't have come to work here and wouldn't have died. He An and He Jiangua exchanged glances, surprised to see Zhang Chong so emotionally invested. Master Chu offered some comfort. Mr. Zhang, you cannot bear all the blame for this. You must have heard the saying destiny is preordained. Some people are simply fated to meet untimely ends. Even if they hadn't died at your factory, they would have succumbed elsewhere. Those with great fortune wouldn't end up working at your factory. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong felt slightly reassured but still turned to He An, asking, Master He, is there truly no way to break this? He An shook his head. There is a way, but it is unnecessary. If this longevity bureau had not yet been established, it would have been easy to dismantle. However, now that the spirit has matured, it is likely nearing the time for harvest. Attempting to dismantle it at this stage would require moving mountains and diverting rivers. Consider how much that would cost. But my factory cannot continue to have casualties. The fatalities at your factory are, in fact, part of their scheme. If I am not mistaken, the frequency of deaths at your factory is decreasing, yet the number of casualties is increasing, correct? After contemplating, Zhang Chong nodded vigorously as if pecking at rice. Yes, Master He, you are absolutely right. Why is that? Didn't I mention? Your factory acts as a dam. Initially, the spirit could not withstand the heavy malevolent energy, necessitating more human presence to suppress it. As the spirit grew, that amount of malevolent energy became insufficient, requiring the dam to be opened wider, hence the increase in fatalities at your factory. Zhang Chong, upon hearing this, felt his blood boil with rage. Damn it. They are pushing me too far. I'm going to confront them now. He abruptly stood up, only for Master Chu to urgently interject. Mr. Zhang. The Daoist Group is not to be trifled with. Think about it. If they went to such lengths to establish this longevity bureau, do you really think they cannot handle a small business owner like you? Zhang Chong's expression soured, realizing the truth in Master Chu's words. The Daoist Group is a nationally renowned conglomerate. Even his father would not dare to cross them, let alone him. Realizing this, he reluctantly sat back down. And perhaps due to the effects of the liquor, he turned to He An and asked, Mr. He, are those people just going to die in vain? You wish to seek justice for them? Yes. He An chuckled. Isn't your factory currently under investigation? If I'm not mistaken, they will notify you to resume operations in the next few days. Huh. Before Zhang Chong could finish his sentence, his phone rang. Glancing at the caller ID, he hurriedly excused himself and stepped out of the private room to answer the call. After he left, Master Chu said, Mr. He, anyone who can afford and dare to use longevity seeds is certainly not an ordinary person. This time, I have dragged you into this mess, and I shall drink to that. As he spoke, he raised his glass. He An smiled and raised his glass in return, since Master Chu can discern the longevity seeds. One can infer your deep understanding of feng shui. I hope we can collaborate again in the future. Ha, of course. The two exchanged smiles and downed their drinks. Just then, Zhang Chong returned to the private room, looking at He An with admiration. Mr. He, you are truly remarkable. How did you know they would soon allow us to resume work? He An replied calmly, because if your factory remains unoccupied for an extended period, the malevolent energy will seep in, and the spirit may not withstand it. What? Zhang Chong froze mid-sit, then gritted his teeth. Are you saying that as long as my company has no one, the spirit can be harmed? He An shook his head again. It won't be killed. After all, it has already matured. However, it may suffer stunted growth, like crops that could yield 100 pounds, but only yield 70 due to malnutrition. Do you understand? Yes. Zhang Chang clenched his teeth. Then I will give the workers a break, letting it suffer from malnutrition. Master Chu sighed. Mr. Zhang, I know you're unwilling to accept this, but why must you go to such lengths? Once this mystical entity reaches maturity, the ominous energy of the mountain will be nearly devoured, thus alleviating the chaotic troubles plaguing your factory. Your current actions will only serve to provoke them further. Moreover, Dao Tua could easily counter your methods by simply sending a few individuals to fish on the bridge, effectively blocking the malevolent energy. Why must you confront them directly? Zhang Chang's teeth clicked as he spoke. Those scoundrels set a trap for me. Am I not allowed to make them uncomfortable in return? Master Chu sighed upon hearing this and ceased his attempts at persuasion. He merely regarded Zhang Chang as a more humane employer, which prompted him to speak a bit more. Now, seeing that Zhang was unyielding, he naturally chose to refrain from further commentary. He wiped his mouth and stood up, saying, All right, since the matter cannot be resolved, we will refund your deposit. Mr. Zhang, I find you quite agreeable, so I shall forego the travel expenses. Perhaps we shall meet again by fate. After finishing his words, he intended to leave, but Zhang Chang intercepted him once more, his expression rather grim. Master He, do you have any means to make the other party uncomfortable? You mean the Dao Tua group? Indeed. Yes, I do, He replied with absolute certainty, for this was his area of expertise. What will it cost? He Jianguo's eyes brightened at the sight. My little ancestor does not come cheaply, but Mr. Zhang, you may inquire further. Anyone who has collaborated with my little ancestor has nothing but good things to say. He gestured for He Jianguo to be silent, then turned to Mr. Zhang. That will depend on you and how far you wish to go. Chapter 17. A troubled heart. If you merely wish to make the owner or key figures of the Dao Tua group uncomfortable, 2 to 3 million will suffice. However, if you desire for them to pay a price, 5 million. As for taking their lives, upon hearing this, Zhang Chang quickly shook his head. No, Master He. It need not come to that. Then what exactly do you wish to achieve? Just let them encounter some misfortunes. As He spoke, he glanced at Master Chu. Thinking that such a task could easily be accomplished by someone knowledgeable in feng shui like Master Chu. Why should he involve himself in this? Seeing Hean's gaze upon him, Master Chu waved his hands repeatedly. No, I cannot afford to offend the Dao Tua group. At this, He Jianguo inquired. What kind of background does the Dao Tua group have? I do not know the specifics, but I had the fortune of visiting the Dao Tua group's skyscraper once. Do you know what is atop their building? He Jianguo, disliking Master Chu's air of mystery and having a decent rapport with him, urged, Come on, stop being cryptic. Just tell us. A temple. A temple? The group within the room expressed surprise, with He raising an eyebrow. Typically, temples are constructed at elevated locations to escape the clamor of the world. However, the Dao Tua group's temple was surprisingly built atop a skyscraper. Strangely, He found himself intrigued by this matter, sensing an inexplicable allure. For someone of his cultivation level, even feelings and dreams serve as omens, indicating that this was no trivial affair. Noticing the group's keen interest, Master Chu elaborated. Yes, indeed, a temple. During the construction of the Dao Tua Tower, many peers were intrigued, as they could discern that the building was extraordinary. Its location, design, and feng shui elements were flawless, evidently crafted by a master. We speculated about the identity of the mastermind behind it, and were unexpectedly invited by the Dao Tua group to visit their tower. At this point, Master Chu displayed a wistful expression. That visit was indeed an eye-opener. Within the Dao Tua Tower, each floor contained a formation, and each had its own protective item. The tower boasts 33 floors, including the basement, totaling 34 levels. Aside from the temple atop, there are 33 smaller formations. Each floor's purpose is intricately linked to those grand formations, a veritable marvel of craftsmanship. As Master Chu continued, his tone grew reflective. We were all curious to see how these formations operated. Yet when we reached the top floor, we remained baffled. The top level was distinctly constructed, with a ceiling approximately 6 to 7 meters high and completely empty, housing a wooden temple. However, when we visited, the plaque of the temple was covered with red cloth, preventing us from seeing its name. Yet we could all agree that it was undoubtedly an ancient temple. At this juncture, the ever-curious He Jianguo inquired, An ancient temple? What do you mean by that? Master Chu patiently explained, That temple is likely an antique. Much of its paint has worn away, giving it a particularly weathered appearance. The marks of time as passage are not something easily replicated. We later analyzed that the temple must have been disassembled piece by piece from somewhere and then restored here. You should know that ancient wooden structures often utilized mortise and tenon joints, making disassembly and reassembly quite feasible. However, we were unaware of the specifics, and no one dared to inquire. Zhang Chong, appearing particularly fascinated by the supernatural, transformed into an eager listener, his curiosity piqued. Why did no one dare to ask? Is the owner of the Dao Tua group that intimidating? Dao Donglai shook his head, his expression earnest. We never saw the owner of the Dao Tua group. We only encountered a middle-aged Taoist priest. The moment I laid eyes on him, every hair on my body stood on end. I wonder if any of you have ever experienced such a sensation, as if every cell in your body was resisting, urging you to flee from that place. That was precisely how I felt. Zhang Chong and He Jian Guo exchanged glances, having never encountered such a feeling before. At this moment, no one noticed that the shadow beneath He An had noticeably darkened. As practitioners, our so-called sixth sense is not without reason. Thus, I heeded my instincts and left that place. Zhang Chong quickly pressed on. What happened next? Did your companions perish? Dao Donglai shook his head. Impossible. Those who attended were prominent feng shui masters from Ji province. If they had all perished, it would have sent shockwaves throughout the entirety of Huaxia. They are all alive and well, but 2 of them did encounter issues, having disappeared shortly after our visit to the tower. He Jianguo's eyes widened in surprise. Did they cause this? I do not know. However, I am certain that the Dao Tua group is beyond my capabilities. Even the old Taoist within the temple is not someone I can confront. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong immediately turned to He and Master He. Can you handle that Taoist priest? Although I have yet to see him, I possess a certain degree of confidence. He and spoke nonchalantly, as if he were asking a neighbor if they had eaten. Dao Donglai corroborated He An's assertion. I can vouch for Mr. He. The Shenghua Taoist has quite the reputation in our circle. I believe dealing with that old Taoist should not pose a significant challenge. Zhang Chong clenched his teeth. Then let us confront that old Taoist. But such an action offers you no benefit. He An did not hasten to reveal his price. Instead, he turned to Zhang Chong for reassurance. Upon hearing this, Zhang Chong gritted his teeth and exclaimed, I cannot rest easy unless they pay a price. Chapter 18. Controlling the soul, let me simply state my price. For matters involving a duel of magic, I typically start at 2 million, with no upper limit. However, since I find you quite agreeable, Mr. Zhang, I shall charge you the base price of 2 million. I can assure you that the old Daoist will be injured, perhaps even driven away from here. But I must confirm once more, are you truly prepared to hire me for this? He An looked earnestly at Zhang Chong, as if conveying that this was a contract between them, one that could not be revoked once signed. Zhang Chong, having made up his mind, nodded decisively. I have made my decision. Let us proceed. He An smiled and extended his right hand. Then, Mr. Zhang, may our collaboration be fruitful. Indeed. When will my payment arrive? The day after tomorrow. I need time to arrange for the withdrawal. That is acceptable. I will take care of it tonight. Tonight? Are you not afraid I might refuse to pay you after you finish your task? Zhang Chong was somewhat astonished, thinking to himself that He An was surprisingly efficient in his dealings. Upon hearing his words, both He An and Chu Donglai chuckled. Chu Donglai further explained with a smile. Mr. Zhang, if you default on the payment to the magician, the consequences will extend beyond mere finances. At this, Zhang Chong shivered. Although he had no intention of defaulting, the thought alone was enough to instill fear. Then halt the operations at the factory. Before Chu Donglai could finish his sentence, Zhang Chong decisively called for a stop to the work. I will compensate for the orders, and I shall not sell the factory. Let it remain as it is. Chu Donglai lamented. Does that not mean you will incur significant losses? At this juncture, the question of money is no longer pertinent. Had I been unaware of this matter, it would have been one thing, but now that I am informed, how can I continue and watch people march towards their doom? This is absolutely unacceptable. Upon hearing Zhang Chong's generous declaration, He An could not help but smile. In today's society, individuals like Zhang Chong were indeed rare. After exchanging phone numbers at the dining table, the 4 bid farewell and departed. He An instructed He Jianguo to activate the navigation system to Daochuo Tower. It was only upon opening the navigation that they discovered the Daochuo group had branches in all first-tier cities across the nation, and even some in second-tier cities. Truly deserving of the title of a colossal entity, He An chose the nearest location, and after more than 20 minutes of driving, He Jianguo finally arrived. Even from a distance, they could already see the iconic structure of Daochuo Tower. The building's shape resembled a magnificent sword, seemingly poised to pierce the heavens. Surrounding the tower were 2 smaller edifices, appearing as if they were guardians of this sword. By this hour, it was quite late, and the streets were sparsely populated. Once He Jianguo parked the car at the entrance, he quickly caught the attention of the security personnel inside. However, adhering to the principle of avoiding unnecessary trouble, They chose to ignore them, believing that as long as they did not ascend the steps, they were not their concern. He An, however, lifted his gaze towards the top floor, recalling what Chu Donglai had mentioned earlier, that the top floor housed a Daoist temple. He wished to see if the lights were still on, if anyone remained. When he observed the bright lights above, a smile crept onto his face. Earlier, while listening to Chu Donglai speak of the Daoist, his shadowy companion, Ya, had already grown impatient. Though he had recently consumed President Liu, who would refuse the means to restore his abilities. As He An reached into his pocket, he discovered he had run out of cigarettes. Noticing this, He Jangwo retrieved a pack from the car and presented it to He An. Young master, cigarettes are not a healthy indulgence. You should smoke less. Indeed, He An replied, stepping out of the car to light one. Find a place to rest. I will call you when I need you. He Jangwo readily agreed, refraining from expressing any concerns about following He An to ensure his safety. After all, he was well aware of He An's capabilities. Not to mention that He An held the highest status among their group. Who would he listen to if not He An? With a cigarette between his lips, He An strode towards the Daochuo group. The security personnel, who had been observing from within the glass doors, approached him as he seemed intent on breaching their domain. Excuse me, sir, this is a private area, and visiting is not permitted. I am not here to visit. Whatever your business may be, please return after 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. The guard's demeanor was particularly resolute, radiating an air of keep your distance. However, He An merely smiled and, looking directly into the guard's eyes, stated emphatically, take me inside. The guard thought to himself, am I encountering a lunatic? Who does he think he is, demanding entry? Just as he was about to speak again, he found that his mouth had gone inexplicably dry. In the next moment, he found himself stepping aside, leading the way for He An into the building. The guard panicked. After all, who would not feel alarmed upon discovering they could not control their own body? He An followed the guard into the Daochuo group, and others, seeing the guard leading him, refrained from inquiring further. Upon entering the lobby, He An noticed that the entire floor was inscribed with a grand array, cleverly concealed beneath the patterns of the floor tiles. This must be the 33-layer formation that Chu Donglai had previously mentioned. He An examined it carefully and began to recognize the nature of this formation. A chi-gathering formation. Such formations could still be found in texts predating the Tang dynasty, yet they had become exceedingly rare in contemporary times. The reasoning was simple. We now lived in an age devoid of spiritual energy, making it impossible to gather any, rendering such formations virtually useless. It was understandable that Chu Donglai did not recognize it, for had He An not possessed Ya, he too would have been oblivious. The two entered a nearby elevator, and the guard pressed the button for the 20th floor. I wish to go to the 33rd. My clearance only allows access to the 20th floor. Beyond that, it is not for people like us to ascend. The guard responded in a somewhat wooden tone, rigidly adhering to the rules. Yet, internally, he was on the brink of tears. They say that those who traverse the night roads are bound to encounter ghosts. Little did he expect that working the night shift would bring such a fate. Now immobilized and unable to control his body, he felt as though he were experiencing the infamous phenomenon of sleep paralysis or possession. The thought sent chills down his spine, rendering him voiceless in his terror. Upon reaching the 20th floor, he planned to find an unnoticed corner to rest, hoping that by morning he would forget everything. Very well, the guard numbly agreed. While He An employed the soul-controlling technique he had previously used in his confrontation with the bald man. If even a practitioner of that level could fall victim, how much more so an ordinary individual? Chapter 19, Daochuo. Upon reaching the 20th floor, He An stepped out of the elevator and looked around. The floor still bore a formation, and upon closer inspection, he realized it was again a chi-gathering formation. This piqued his curiosity. Could it be that all 33 layers contained such formations? Was one ineffective formation insufficient, hence the need for 33? He An found himself puzzled. For the ineffectiveness of a formation did not imply it lacked purpose. Rather, it reflected the current environmental conditions. It was akin to attempting to gather water in a desert. The efforts would yield minimal results. This level of chi was insufficient even for the cultivation of a single individual in ancient times. The guard, having fallen under He An's soul-controlling technique, did not accompany him out of the elevator but instead sought a secluded spot to sleep. He An strode purposefully towards the adjacent emergency exit, contemplating that it was merely a matter of ascending a few floors. However, upon entering the stairwell, he immediately perceived a distinct difference. The steps bore intricate runes. Curiously, He An squatted down to examine them closely, discovering that they were the runes of the dragon-absorbing water formation. This formation, unlike ordinary energy-gathering arrays, necessitated placement in proximity to water bodies such as rivers or lakes. Given that the Daochuo building was situated some distance from the riverbank, He pondered the purpose of such a formation. His curiosity intensified. He refused to believe that these markings were mere embellishments. Since someone had gone to the trouble of inscribing them, there must be a rationale behind it. Even if he had yet to uncover it, he ascended the staircase, but to his surprise, the motion sensor lights remained unlit. Unbeknownst to him, with each step he took, the runes beneath his feet emitted a faint glow. Climbing several flights of stairs posed no challenge for He An. Upon reaching the top floor, however, he found the door to the emergency exit locked from the inside. This trivial obstacle was easily surmountable. He placed his hand upon the doorknob, and in an instant, a dark light flickered as the lock was devoured, granting him access to the summit of the Daoist building. As he pushed open the door, He An encountered an elderly Taoist standing serenely before the temple, observing him with an expression devoid of emotion. Rather than feeling awkward about being caught off guard, He An lifted his gaze to the temple's sign, which boldly displayed the characters Zhen Xianguan, True Immortal Pavilion. His eyebrows arched in intrigue. The name sounded remarkably familiar. "Friend, what brings you here uninvited?" The old Taoist's voice, cold and detached, interrupted his thoughts. He An smiled and replied, "I heard that there is a temple on the 33rd floor of the Daoist building, and out of curiosity, I came to take a look." "Oh, then allow this humble Taoist to give you a tour," the old man proposed. "Ha ha ha, that would be splendid," He An agreed, laughing heartily as he approached the elderly figure. The Taoist's expression remained stoic as he flicked his dust whisk and turned towards the temple, leading the way. Once inside the temple, they beheld a statue at its center, a three-headed, six-armed figure with a green visage and protruding fangs, seated upon a lotus pedestal. Each of its 6 hands grasped an array of objects: a trident, a curved sword, a war drum, a jar, a circular ring, and a human head. The 3 heads expressed distinct emotions of joy, anger, and tranquility, while one leg was crossed, the other raised in a commanding posture, gazing down upon them. Most individuals might find such a statue intimidating or awe-inspiring. Yet in He An's eyes, curiosity reigned supreme, as if he were deeply intrigued by the figure. The old Taoist, keenly observing He An, sensed that his visitor did not come with benign intentions. "May I inquire what this statue represents?" He An asked. "Daoist," the old man replied effortlessly. He An, filled with curiosity, remarked, "Oh, I have traveled extensively, and yet have never encountered this Daoist. Might you enlighten me?" "Of course. This Daoist is the very first clay figure crafted by Nuwa during the creation of humankind. Later, Nuwa repaired the heavens and earned merit, achieving the status of a golden immortal. Now, in this chaotic age of decline, as yin and yang are inverted, the world is on the brink of calamity. The Daoist, unable to bear the suffering of humanity, has descended, and only by becoming a disciple can one hope to survive the impending disaster," the old Taoist explained, his demeanor animated, starkly contrasting his earlier stoicism, as though he firmly believed in his words. "Oh, a calamity? What sort of calamity do you refer to?" He An inquired, maintaining an inquisitive demeanor, dismissing the old man's proclamations entirely. His skepticism stemmed from the striking resemblance of the old man's words to those of cult propaganda. Moreover, the Daoist in question still clutched a human head. "Observe, my friend," the old man gestured towards the temple's walls. Only then did He An notice the vivid murals adorning them. Upon closer inspection, he realized they depicted a scene of 100 demons devouring humanity. The paintings vividly illustrated a world shrouded in darkness, with floods and volcanic eruptions, resembling an apocalyptic scenario. Yin and yang were inverted, and countless monsters feasted upon the despairing humans. The artistry was remarkably lifelike, capturing both the terror and desperation of humanity alongside the frenzied greed of the demons. "How fascinating. Might I ask who created these murals?" He An queried. "Daoist," the old man pointed reverently at the statue behind him. He An chuckled. "So, it is said that the Daoist manifested this mural? Why not?" The old Taoist replied. "Yet, you previously mentioned that we are in an age of decline, and it has been ages since an immortal has descended to impart wisdom." He An stepped forward slightly. "How then does the Daoist descend?" The old man flicked his dust whisk again, asserting, "The Daoist possesses vast powers that mere mortals like us cannot fathom." As he spoke, the old man's unwavering gaze locked onto He An. "How do you find the visit?" "Quite enlightening. It has been worthwhile," He An replied. "Then would you care to join me in venerating the Daoist? In this age of decline, cultivation is arduous. Only under the Daoist's protection can we hope for survival," the old man urged. He An, smiling, shook his head gently. "Our paths diverge. We shall not conspire together." The old Taoist expression turned regretful. "What a pity. As cultivators, do we not seek that sliver of celestial connection?" You are missing the final opportunity. He sighed as if lamenting a great loss. He An chuckled. Each person has their own path. The road I choose is to live in the present. The old man sighed again. Living? How easy is that to claim? As soon as he finished speaking, the temple doors slammed shut, and the Daoist statue began to hum ominously. The old man's expression darkened. The 33rd floor's energy-gathering array is ineffective in this age of decline. However, with a slight alteration, it can become a spirit-absorbing array. Do you still possess your magical powers? Chapter 20. Malevolence and turmoil. The Daoist statue on the lotus pedestal buzzed incessantly, as if something were struggling to emerge. He An, however, remained unfazed, quietly extending his hand, his shadow quivering like boiling water. Gradually, a crimson oil paper umbrella rose from the shadow, which he grasped firmly. Indeed, it is usable, He An remarked with a smirk, locking his gaze onto the old Daoist. Upon seeing the red umbrella, the old man's expression turned ashen. Flower opening. Daoist. Do you recognize me, Daoist? With a resounding crash, the temple doors burst open, and the old Daoist pointed outside with his dust whisk. Leave now, and I shall pretend nothing occurred. He An slowly unfurled the oil paper umbrella. Smiling, isn't it a bit late for such words, Daoist? The old man's brow furrowed, and in the next moment, the Daoist statue thrust its trident toward He An. The force of the strike was tremendous, accompanied by a fierce whoosh through the air. The old Daoist did not hesitate. He flicked his dust whisk and formed a hand seal, launching an attack at He An. Boom! A thunderous sound reverberated as the trident struck the oil paper umbrella, as if it had collided with steel. The umbrella remained steadfast, while the trident's tip deformed upon impact. The advancing old Daoist hesitated, but He An stepped forward, also forming a hand seal. Daoist, please. At this point, retreat was no longer an option. The old man could only grit his teeth and press forward. The moment their hand seals clashed, a gust of wind erupted, causing the temple's banners to flutter wildly. The old Daoist raised his sleeve, unleashing 2 yellow talisman swords toward He An's face. Yet, He An stood resolute, a mocking smile gracing his lips. Bang! As the talisman flew towards the oiled paper umbrella, it disintegrated upon contact. The old Daoist retreated abruptly, and the 2 agile figures landed 5 meters away. In an instant, he flicked his dust whisk, sending several talisman needles buzzing through the air. Just as He An prepared to evade, a massive hand, resembling a grotesque statue, came crashing down. Boom! Although He An managed to defend himself, he was still knocked back 2 steps by the sheer force. The old Daoist scoffed. I thought you were impervious to blades and bullets. He An chose not to retort. Instead, he thrust his left foot forward with sudden force, unleashing a roar that was entirely unlike his usual voice. Thud! The ground beneath the Daoist temple trembled as if an earthquake had struck. The old Daoist's expression shifted slightly as he prepared to cast another spell, only to witness the floor of the temple cracking open with a thunderous sound. Are you mad? He shouted, retreating as shimmering white lights rose from his whisk. Activate the formation. The moment the words left his lips, all the doors and windows of the temple exploded outward with a deafening crack, splintered wood flying in all directions. A surge of black mist rushed in, coalescing into a 3-meter-long black dragon with crimson eyes that silently roared at He An. For the first time, He An's previously calm demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. Is that your dragon absorption formation, designed to summon this malevolent dragon? He questioned. The old Daoist, however, offered no response, merely flicking his whisk towards He An, prompting the dark dragon to follow suit. At that moment, the statue on the lotus pedestal fully rose, wielding a curved blade aimed at He An's neck. Under normal circumstances, this would spell certain doom for anyone else. Yet, He An boldly swung his oiled paper umbrella directly at the old Daoist's face. The old Daoist sidestepped, wary of the umbrella that seemed to embody He An's entire being, and thus did not dare to underestimate it. But just as he evaded the umbrella, he noticed He An had vanished from the attack's range. Before he could comprehend the situation, a large hand pressed down on his shoulder. Impressive skills, Daoist. The old Daoist felt a jolt of alarm and quickly retracted his arms, vanishing in an instant, leaving only his robe behind, as he appeared beneath the dark dragon. Spatial shifting? The flower-pushing Daoist possesses remarkable abilities. The 2 exchanged polite remarks, but He An's shadow writhed beneath him like boiling water, a clear indication that something was amiss. The old Daoist's attention was increasingly drawn to He An's shadow. Cultivating in the last days is arduous. Why not utilize the skills of other practitioners? The ability to transform a gathering formation into an absorption formation suggested the old Daoist's considerable expertise in such matters. Holding the red oiled paper umbrella, He An's voice brimmed with admiration. As he spoke, he glanced at the malevolent dragon, his tone tinged with curiosity. Did you modify this using the dragon absorption formation? Yet, there appears to be no moisture in the vicinity. This time, the old Taoist responded to his inquiry. Who says there isn't? While there may be no rivers or lakes nearby, there are sewage pipes. This is the nexus of the city's drainage system. Only such foul water can give rise to a malevolent dragon like this. Before He An could pursue the matter further, the dark dragon exhaled a plume of black mist. Fortunately, He An had anticipated this. With a flick of his oiled paper umbrella, the mist dissipated entirely. Taoist, what is the meaning of this? You are a senior of the Daoist sect. Such actions are rather unbecoming, are they not? The old Taoist remained silent, forming a hand sign. Friend, your oiled paper umbrella is quite fine. Why not offer it to the statue? Ha ha ha, Taoist, take it if you wish. Boom. The statue stepped off the lotus pedestal, thrusting a steel fork towards He An. The malevolent dragon attacked from the opposite side, coordinating seamlessly. Thud. He An stomped down again, prompting the old Taoist to intervene. They were on the 33rd floor. If He An unleashed that stomp technique twice more, the entire level might collapse. Dragon, fall. With a powerful shout, the malevolent dragon lunged towards the ground, merging with it. Boom. He An stomped down, yet this time he remained unscathed. The old Taoist exhaled in relief, his gaze towards He An growing increasingly unfriendly. Die. The old Taoist swung his whisk again, its strands standing erect like a sword. The statue hurled the severed head towards He An. He An dodged to the side, only to find the head's eyes glowing red, its jaw cracking ominously as it lunged for his neck. Bang! Upon contact with the oiled paper umbrella, the head exploded once more. The old Taoist realized that as long as the umbrella remained intact, He An could not be harmed. The earlier steel fork represented a physical attack, while the dragon was a magical one. Neither could breach the umbrella's defenses. Could it truly be without flaws? The old Taoist frowned, contemplating that even the mightiest magical artifact could be vulnerable to filth. His gaze drifted to the back of the temple, where a vial of tainted blood lay. He was convinced He An would not be able to withstand it. At that moment, He An's mind replayed a somewhat impatient voice. Kid, let Ba take care of him. Hold on, Ba. This old Taoist still has some value. He An replied internally, his smile brightening. The old Taoist remained oblivious to He An's thoughts, swinging his whisk in a slicing motion that sent a beam of white light hurtling towards He An. He An sidestepped, but the statue anticipated his movement, the steel fork stabbing fiercely, forcing He An to once again shield himself with the umbrella. When he looked up, he saw the old Taoist sprinting towards the back of the temple. Don't escape. He An exerted force through his legs, folding the umbrella and thrusting its tip towards the statue. Crack! With a thunderous roar, a large hole appeared in the statue's abdomen. This strike pierced straight through the statue. A nauseating odor wafted through the air, causing He An to grimace, retreating hastily as putrid black flesh began to drop from the gaping wound, revealing shattered bones beneath. The decaying matter was so advanced that it was unrecognizable as meat. Yet, the bones, He An recognized them immediately as human bones. Given their size, they likely belonged to a child no older than 5. According to the True Unity secret instructions on the storage of divine statues, all divine statues must first be concealed and filled with the 5 organs. Thus, 5 metals, gold, silver, copper, iron, and tin, were selected, followed by 5 colors of grain. Now, this statue had used a child as its organs. No wonder it exuded such a sinister aura. This minor injury seemed inconsequential to it, as it continued to advance, each step causing more rotten flesh to fall away. The confined space of the temple quickly filled with the stench of decay. Just as He An prepared to strike the statue again, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Instinctively, he raised the oiled paper umbrella in defense, catching a whiff of a metallic scent. Ha ha ha. The old Taoist laughed heartily. I refuse to believe this tainted blood cannot breach your umbrella. For the first time, He An felt a surge of anger, shaking the umbrella as he retorted, how disgusting can you be? The old Taoist continued to laugh maniacally, but as he gazed at the statue's wound, his mirth faded. Destroying the divine form, you shall descend to hell. The malevolent dragon, once affixed to the ground, surged upwards, baring its jaws as it lunged at He An. This time, the oiled paper umbrella could not be of use, for among the myriad magical artifacts, none were immune to filth. He An's shadow began to boil, manifesting 2 large hands. One grasped the oiled paper umbrella while the other struck fiercely at the dragon. The malevolent dragon let out a mournful wail, nearly dissipating under the force of the blow. The old Taoist stared in disbelief at the enormous black hand. What trick is this? How can you harm my malevolent dragon? At this moment, He An was utterly disgusted by the old priest's vile methods, choosing not to respond. With a single wave of his hand, a shadowy hand materialized and struck at the old priest once more. The old priest sidestepped and hid behind the statue of Dojo. But with a resounding crash, the statue was pushed back several steps. He An stepped forward again, shouting in fury. The old priest's heart raced. Was he not finished yet? Wulong. Falling. Though he thought this, he could only command Wulong to shield the ground once more. Otherwise, he would not withstand He An's relentless assault. After all, if this place were to collapse, He An might emerge unscathed, but he certainly would not. It was akin to a war between two nations. As long as the battle was fought on one's homeland, regardless of the outcome, one would always be the loser. As the old priest commanded Wulong, countless hands emerged from the surrounding shadows, causing him to be struck with terror. His gaze towards He An was filled with dread. He could never have anticipated the depth of this man's magical prowess. Even more astonishing was that before one spell had even been fully cast, he could immediately conjure another. Did he not fear backlash? One by one, the shadowy hands pressed against the old priest, and he felt as though his entire body was frozen, his movements growing increasingly sluggish. Ultimately, with a thud, he collapsed to the ground. Perhaps it was an illusion, but he faintly heard the sound of someone swallowing. When he finally managed to lift his head, he saw that He An had shattered the head of Daochuo and was holding a pearl, the very core of Daochuo. Old Daoist, I did not expect you to not only be well-versed in formations, but also to dabble in the art of crafting, He An exclaimed, wiping the pearl with his sleeve, followed by a smile. This soul-nurturing pearl is quite rare nowadays, impressive indeed. The old priest, burdened by the pressure of the shadowy hands, was utterly fatigued, veins bulging as he spoke with great effort. Shenghua Daoist, we have no grievances from the past, nor enmity in recent days. To come here and provoke, shattering my Dharma form, do you truly believe there is no one left in my Daochuo organization? He An chuckled at this and casually pocketed the soul-nurturing pearl. Old Daoist, was the Chongqing Bureau across the river set up by your group? Are you seeking the Chongqing seed? The old priest did not respond directly, but instead countered with a question. However, from this exchange, it was evident that the Chongqing Bureau was indeed orchestrated by them. There have already been over 10 deaths there. Do you know that, Daoist? The old priest sneered at this. And so what? Do you know how many people die in this city each year? Since death is inevitable, why not die with some value? He An, amused by the old priest's words, nodded in agreement. I never imagined we would share the same sentiments, Daoist. To be honest, I feel the same way. The old priest's eyes lit up at this. But due to the overwhelming pressure from the shadowy hands, speaking remained exceedingly difficult. Since that is the case, why not join our Daochuo organization? I was not lying to you. It won't be long before mankind faces a great catastrophe. Only by pledging allegiance to Daochuo can one glimpse a sliver of hope. He An, however, merely shook his head with a smile. I am a man who prefers to trust in myself. As he spoke, he glanced at the old priest and softly recited. In the underworld, at the gates of hell, the 10 Yama kings bound by iron chains. Do not wish to die in vain in the city. Quickly return your soul to my banner. The once calm old priest was now utterly horrified. The 10,000 souls banner. You, heretic. The old priest began to struggle desperately, ultimately biting his tongue and spitting a mouthful of blood. This blood fell upon the shadows, melting them away like spring sunshine upon snow. Seizing the opportunity, the old priest escaped, thrusting his whisk towards He An's chest. He An's shadow formed 2 black hands once more to block the attack, seizing the old priest's whisk in the process. With a sinister grin, He An enveloped the old priest in the crimson shroud of the 10,000 souls banner. No. The old priest was genuinely terrified this time. He understood more than an ordinary person how wicked the 10,000 souls banner truly was. Just as he was on the verge of losing control, the banner merely swept past him. Then he heard He An's teasing voice. Daoist, isn't this thrilling? Chapter 22. Daoist, are you afraid of heat? The old priest slumped to the ground, his trousers already damp. Compared to ordinary people, he was acutely aware of the fate awaiting those who entered the 10,000 souls banner. Seeing that he was paralyzed with fear, He An frowned and took a couple of steps back. Daoist, there are some matters I wish to inquire about, as long as you answer me. I swear by my Dao heart that I will not kill you. Yet the old priest remained unresponsive, still dazed from the fright of the 10,000 souls banner. He An, noticing this, transformed the shadow into a mighty hand and slapped the old priest across the face. The old priest fell to the ground, finally regaining his senses. He An repeated his earlier question, and the old priest nodded repeatedly, affirming that he would speak freely and without reservation. Daoist, for whom is the Chongqing seed intended? It is not for anyone's use. It is stored for the Daochuo to draw upon after their descent to replenish energy. He raised an eyebrow at this, pondering the magnitude of their ambitions. While ordinary people might sacrifice a portion of their lifespan for divine intervention, they intended to use the Chongqing seed. Were they planning to remain in the mortal realm indefinitely? Is the Daochuo organization entirely comprised of your people? The old priest was about to respond, but suddenly became alarmed, pointing to his own temple, signaling that he could not divulge this information. Understanding his gesture, He An realized that in the cultivation world, many spells enforced silence. If the old priest revealed any information, he would face dire consequences, often fatal. Then, Daoist, did you craft this statue? He An asked, pointing to the shattered statue. And this time the old priest nodded. What did you use to create its organs? Children of 5 different fates. The old priest did not conceal this information, for in the eyes of some cultivators, they had transcended the realm of ordinary mortals. To them, humans were no longer seen as individuals, but rather as tools. He An, upon hearing this, smiled more sincerely. For us cultivators, killing 2 for every one we take is surely without injustice. The old priest, upon hearing He An's words, was unable to fathom his thoughts and did not dare to respond. Then, Daoist, who set up the Chongqing Bureau. The old priest looked into He An's eyes upon hearing this question. Are you the one hired by the textile factory? Cultivators were not foolish, otherwise they would never have entered the path. From He An's inquiries, the old priest had already surmised that He An was indeed connected to the textile factory. He An merely smiled in response, neither confirming nor denying. It was I who set it up, but it is too late to dismantle it now. The Chongqing seed is nearly ripe. That is fine, as long as it was you who set it up. He An waved his hand, showing no concern. After all, this information was more than enough. Daoist, you may leave now. I am a man of my word, and if I say I will not kill you, then I shall not. The old priest was taken aback by He An's statement, contemplating before finally saying, this is the Daochuo organization. He An smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. Look at the mess this has caused. Right. It is I who should be leaving. After saying this, he stood up, pondering before asking, Daoist, do you fear heat? Huh. The old priest clearly did not fully comprehend, and He An chuckled. It's nothing. Just that I have a friend who wishes to have a little fun with you. Upon hearing this, the old priest turned and fled, shouting as he ran, Shenghua Daoist. You are fickle. You will surely shatter your Dao heart, and fall into madness. He ran swiftly, but the shadows beneath He An's feet pursued even faster. As the shadows emerged, the ground within the room began to crack rapidly, as if it had been left to bake under the sun for years. Cackling, the shadows lunged forward and took a bite out of the old priest's shadow. With just that single bite, the old priest, who had been running, collapsed to the ground, his muscles beginning to wither away rapidly. He turned with great difficulty, his face twisted in resentment. The Dao Tuo group will not let you off. He sneered. With that, Lord Huan lunged forward for another bite, causing the old Daoist's body to shrivel completely. A shadow circled once before returning to rest at He An's feet. Are you satisfied this time? This was far more enjoyable than the previous old Daoist. Upon hearing this, He An chuckled and approached the window, where the shadow stirred again, revealing the previously stowed oil paper umbrella. The voice of the drought spirit followed suit. The filth has been largely cleared away. It will suffice to help you escape. He An grasped the umbrella handle with one hand and lightly thrust it, shattering the tempered glass. He tossed it aside, the oil paper umbrella drifting gracefully, unnoticed in the dark of night. The high-altitude winds were fierce, and a gust shifted the umbrella's direction, sending it farther away. Just as the umbrella was about to touch the ground, a large hand firmly grasped its handle. It was He An, the wielder of the umbrella's enchantment that allowed him to appear within its protective radius, provided he remained within a distance of no more than 10 miles. He glanced back at the Dao Tuo building, shaking his head. The security here leaves much to be desired. I've nearly demolished the place. Yet no one has come to investigate. Unbeknownst to him, the first thing that those hired as security at the Dao Tuo group undergo after passing their interviews is training. They are instructed not to concern themselves with anything above the 20th floor and are forbidden to set foot there. Thus, even if they heard the commotion, they paid little heed, having grown accustomed to it in the past. He An retrieved his phone from his pocket, locating Zhang Chong, whom he had recently added on WeChat. He sent him a photo, stating, this incident may not make the news, but I wanted to inform you that it's done. Indeed, it was that old fellow's long life scheme. Your workers' grievances have been avenged. After sending the message, He An called He Jiangwo. Hello? Young ancestor, you finished so quickly? Yes. Come pick me up. I'll send you my location. Sure thing. He Jiangwo's voice brimmed with joy on the other end. As they had initially thought the trip would be fruitless, only to realize they would gain 2 million. Meanwhile, Zhang Chong, upon glancing at the photo, was so frightened that he dove under the covers. It was unavoidable. The old Daoist's transformation into a desiccated corpse was too grotesque. Nevertheless, trembling, he managed to send He An a message of congratulations. He had no doubt that this was a scheme devised by Chu Donglai and He An. For shortly after parting ways, he had sought the help of his father's friend to inquire about the matter. The flower-embracing Daoist had quite the reputation. According to insiders, he was indeed quite young, perfectly matching He An's description. In Yi province, within a treehouse, an elderly lady slowly opened her eyes. As she did, the multitude of venomous snakes around her began to writhe. With silver hair and clad in coarse linen garments, she appeared to have not moved in quite some time. Gradually, she turned her gaze towards Jishir province, emitting a peculiar sound from her throat. Chapter 23. The Jiada auction. The elderly lady struggled to rise. As if she had not moved for ages, dust billowed with her every motion. The surrounding serpents writhed more violently, eventually beginning to consume one another. To her, it seemed as if she perceived nothing. Her eyes sparkled with vitality, entirely unbecoming of an elderly woman. She stood quietly, observing as the serpents devoured each other until only a few remained. At last, one climbed up her cane, and in the next moment, its fangs sank deeply into her hand. Yet, she appeared impervious to pain, her expression betraying no hint of disturbance. The snakes nearly enveloped her entire hand, and then, a bizarre transformation occurred. The serpents began to wither, while her previously wrinkled skin gradually regained youthfulness, even her silver hair darkening. Minutes passed, and the snakes had turned to desiccated husks, while the old lady transformed into the figure of a young woman in her 20s or 30s. She swayed slightly, and the ash that covered her along with the linen garments turned to dust, carried away by the wind, leaving only a form-fitting attire. This outfit resembled a modern bodysuit, accentuating her exquisite figure, entirely black, as if it could absorb light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern fine patterns resembling scales. She pushed open the wooden door of the treehouse, using her cane to prop it open, and then leisurely made her way down the mountain. Unbeknownst to her, He An was completely unaware of these events. He had returned to Beiping and was soundly asleep in his room. He had not rested much lately and was utterly exhausted. Such was the nature of his work. 3 years without a job, and when it came, it consumed 3 years' worth of energy. While others could take leisurely moments to observe feng shui, He An was solely engrossed in his tasks. He slept for an entire day and night, and upon waking again, he found He Jiangwo setting dishes on the table. "Young ancestor, I knew you would sleep until now. Come, try this. I've learned to braise pork knuckle from a national banquet chef recently. This pork knuckle is delectable. You won't be able to stop at just one bite." He An yawned. "Eating something so rich right after waking up? Not at all. I have some pickled garlic to cut through the richness," He Jiangwo proclaimed, returning from the kitchen with a small plate of pickled garlic, his eyes crinkling with delight. Seated at the table, He An leisurely picked up a pancake and began to eat. "Young ancestor, the matter you asked me to pay attention to has yielded some clues." "Oh." He An's interest peaked as He Jiangwo produced an invitation and a list. "This is an invitation from the Jiada auction house in Xiangjiang. Look at the photos on this list. Is it what you mentioned before?" He An took the list, and, upon glancing at it, his eyes lit up. Indeed, the list featured a photograph of an ancient guqin. The guqin appeared entirely black, lacking in aesthetic appeal, yet it caused He An's eyes to shine with excitement. This was precisely what he had been seeking, a material to enhance his oil paper umbrella, the Tianbao Daoqin from the Ming Jiajing era. It was said that during the Ming dynasty, Emperor Jiajing was obsessed with cultivating immortality, and those in his court were equally eager to please him. The renowned Yin Song, a minister, gained favor with the emperor through his eloquent poetry. Each year, numerous officials presented various treasures to the imperial palace, among them this ancient guqin. The guqin was gifted by the then governor of Tianjin, who had heard tales of a giant turtle's corpse discovered by fishermen along the shore, as large as a house. Yet, when he led his men to the beach, the corpse had been swept away by the tides, leaving only a strangely shaped piece of turtle shell resembling a guqin. Thus, he sought the finest guqin maker in Tianjin to craft the instrument's base from the shell, and used beams of wood left over from the Yongle Emperor's construction of the Qingtian Gate for the body. The wood from the beams was sourced from the materials used to construct the Qingtian Gate, known today as Tiananmen, so one can only imagine the quality of the wood. It was said that when the guqin was completed, even a gentle pluck produced ethereal tones. Those who heard its music felt as if they were listening to celestial melodies. prompting the governor to present it to the emperor. Jiajing was delighted and personally named it the Tianbao Daoqin, because the base was made from the giant turtle's shell. The words Luoshu were later added. He An's desire for the Luoshu Tianbao Daoqin was rooted in his need for its turtle shell. If the shell was indeed as described in history, it would be the great primordial turtle he sought. According to legend, in ancient times, Nuwa repaired the heavens, using a colossal turtle to support the world. This great Yuan Ao is indeed a descendant of the Ao. However, it lacks a dragon's head and a chelan's tail, possessing only a turtle's body. Its purpose is quite straightforward. When ground into powder, its shell can enhance the hardness of magical artifacts. While the hardness of oil paper umbrellas is already commendable, who wouldn't desire their treasures to be even more formidable? When does the auction commence? In half a month. Very well. Please arrange the schedule. Understood. He Jianguo responded readily, though he felt a twinge of regret. His young ancestor earns money swiftly, yet spends it just as swiftly. However, it is precisely for this reason that he has made a notorious name for himself at such a tender age. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. He accompanied He Jianguo to Xianjiang. Dressed in a custom-tailored suit, He Jianguo smiled like a portly Mithraea, while he donned a simple casual outfit. Upon arriving at the auction venue, they were greeted by a middle-aged man in a sleek black suit with slicked-back hair, whose eyes lit up as he hastily approached. Mr. He. Ha! I knew you would attend this auction. Oh, how did you know, Mr. Yuan? He chuckled, glancing at the other man. The slick-haired middle-aged man pointed to 2 auction items on the list and said, because these peculiar treasures are precisely what Mr. He enjoys bidding on the most. He laughed in response. Mr. Yuan was the foremost real estate tycoon in Xiangjiang, having initially worked for the renowned real estate magnate, Mr. Li. As he became acquainted with more influential figures and assisted them with various troubles, they collectively appointed him to manage affairs. Over the years, Mr. Yuan transformed into a well-known real estate developer. Among the issues he resolved, 2 were notably arduous, and He had aided him in tackling those daunting challenges. Consequently, they had developed a rapport, and Mr. Yuan frequently sent He unique and curious artifacts he acquired. As the 3 walked toward the auction hall, they encountered an elderly man. His hair and beard were entirely white, and he wore a martial arts outfit, exuding an air of ethereal grace. Had Mr. Dong, who had his leg broken some time ago, been present, he would surely have exclaimed, "Boss." Chapter 24, Master Songpa. Although He did not recognize him, he paused briefly, for behind the elder stood another individual, who appeared quite elderly, his skin resembling withered tree bark. The tattoos adorning his exposed skin were inscriptions of scriptures. His beard was thick and wild, nearly obscuring his mouth. He's gaze lingered on this individual, sensing a familiar aura akin to that of the previously encountered sorcerer. This man was a practitioner of dark arts. Furthermore, He discerned a palpable hostility emanating from him. The elderly man, seemingly oblivious to the tension, smiled and nodded at He. While He remained unfamiliar with the elder, Mr. Yuan, brimming with excitement, stepped forward to greet him. Mr. Dong, you are here as well? The elder nodded with a smile, his eyes glimmering with admiration as he regarded Mr. Yuan. Yuan Lang, your recent project is thriving. You flatter me, Mr. Dong, Yuan Lang replied, visibly elated, for this elder was quite renowned in the real estate industry. Who might this be? After exchanging pleasantries with Yuan Lang, Mr. Dong naturally shifted the conversation to He, and Yuan Lang eagerly interjected, allow me to introduce you. Mr. Dong, this is Mr. He from Beiping, a remarkably capable individual. This is his assistant, Mr. He Jianguo. Mr. He, this is Mr. Dong Fulong, a titan in the real estate industry. Mr. Dong Fulong waved his hand dismissively. What kind of titan am I? This Mr. He appears to be quite impressive. I wonder what industry he is involved in. Before Yuan Lang could elaborate further, He stepped forward, fixing his gaze intently on the practitioner of dark arts. Are you the master of that bald sorcerer? He gestured towards his own head, indicating the one adorned with a lizard tattoo. Upon hearing this, the man's expression shifted to one of fierce aggression, and he opened his mouth, revealing a set of blackened teeth in a sinister grin. Mr. Dong Fulong, entirely bewildered, interjected, Mr. He, do you know Master Songpa? He cast a nonchalant glance at him before redirecting his gaze, choosing not to engage further. A flicker of light flashed in his eyes as he initiated a soul control technique. Leave. For a fleeting moment, Songpa appeared bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure. His expression darkening as he glared at He, speaking in very broken Chinese. Young man, you lack martial ethics. You attacked me. This nearly brought a smile to He's face, as he was genuinely curious about where he had learned Chinese. However, the next moment, A chill coursed through his body as he noticed Song Pa regarding him with a cold smirk. I will find you. With a swift motion, He An grasped a wisp of black smoke, pulling it from his own being. Amateurish. As he spoke, he lightly flicked his fingers. A piercing wail echoed through the air, and the shadow dissipated into nothingness. In that instant, even Yuan Lang could perceive the tension between the two. He An wore a mocking smile as he looked at Song Pa, who, surprisingly, dared not meet his gaze, indicating that the earlier soul control technique had instilled a measure of uncertainty within him. I am somewhat timid. The thought of someone harboring ill intentions towards me keeps me awake at night. Therefore, to ensure a good night's sleep, I will seek you out. Trust me, I will find you. With that, He An turned and made his way into the auction hall, accompanied by He Jiangua. After exchanging a few cordial remarks with Mr. Dong Fulong, Yuan Lang hurried after them. Not far from their departure, he could hardly contain his eagerness to inquire, Mr. He, do you have a history with that individual? Indeed, He An replied. Before elaborating, I previously eliminated a sorcerer in Beiping, whose aura closely resembles his. Moreover, upon examining his astrological chart and facial features, it appears that the sorcerer I dispatched was likely his son. Upon hearing this, He Jianguo was astounded. What? That bald man is his son? He An nodded and then turned to Yuan Lang. Mr. Yuan, I require your assistance with something. Of course, Yuan Lang replied courteously, well aware of He An's capabilities and the possibility of needing his assistance in the future. Additionally, he owed his current success to He An's earlier support. I would like all available information regarding Mr. Dong Fulong. Not a problem. He is quite a public figure, so information should be relatively easy to obtain. Yuan Lang assured him, finding the task quite manageable. At this moment, He Jiangua furrowed his brow. That Mr. Dong probably isn't a good person either. Didn't the one who visited Mr. Chen's house also have the surname Dong? Do you think he might cause trouble during the auction? Yuan Lang also appeared concerned and said earnestly, how about I assist you with bidding? However, He An shook his head. If he bids higher, that would save us money. Huh. Yuan Lang initially failed to comprehend, but soon grasped the implication, looking at He An with surprise. He Jiangua chuckled, nodding in agreement. That makes sense. He An's reasoning was straightforward. Should the other party secure the bid, he could eliminate the sorcerer later that night and retrieve the instrument without further ado. The group settled into their seats, where many individuals clad in suits were already preparing. These individuals served as proxies for various magnates, responsible for placing bids on their behalf. Indeed, the time of many affluent individuals is exceedingly precious, leaving them little opportunity to attend in person. However, there are exceptions, such as the semi-retired magnate Dong Furong, who chose to be present. Shortly thereafter, the auction commenced. The auctioneer began to articulate the items in clear and precise English, as is customary for an international auction, ensuring that foreign guests in Hong Kong could comprehend the proceedings. He An, seated comfortably, could distinctly feel a gaze upon him from behind. It was unmistakably the scrutinizing eyes of Song Pa. He Jiangwo turned to glance back, whispering, Uncle Chin's business seems rather unwise. This Song Pa appears rather formidable. He An replied nonchalantly, what is there to fear? Does he possess 3 heads and 6 arms? What I mean is, we ought to increase the bid. He An looked at He Jiangwo with a quizzical expression. What are you thinking? We initially took on the task of eliminating that sorcerer. Now this is merely the aftermath of our assignment. Why would we raise the price? After a moment's reflection, He Jiangwo sighed. True, I am too familiar with Uncle Chun. It feels somewhat awkward. As they engaged in light conversation, the auction items continued to sell, without a single item remaining unsold. Soon, they arrived at the coveted Luoshu Tianbao Guqin. Chapter 25. I come to find you. He An narrowed his eyes, completely oblivious to the auctioneer's introduction. Such a high-caliber instrument, especially one with historical significance, would undoubtedly command a steep price. Sure enough, after the auctioneer announced an opening bid of 500,000, bids began to escalate rapidly. 800,000, 1 million, 1,500,000. Within just 2 minutes, the price had surged threefold. He Jiangwo, astonished, leaned closer to He An and murmured, Little ancestor, it seems like a great many people are interested in this Guqin. The final price will surely be substantial. He An nodded, his expression remarkably composed. He had never anticipated acquiring the Guqin at a bargain. With that thought, he raised his hand, declaring, 3 million. Mr. 37 bids, 3 million. The auctioneer swiftly turned her attention to He An, her tone devoid of excitement. After all, prices at their auctions were often staggering, and 3 to 5 million was merely trivial. Upon hearing He An's bid, Song Pa in the rear also raised his hand. For million. His English accent was peculiar, and He An's proficiency was no better. His English was barely sufficient for conversation, and if the other party spoke too quickly or with an accent, he found it quite challenging to comprehend. Upon hearing the counterbid, He An promptly fell silent, wishing fervently that Song Pa would win the guqin, allowing him to profit later that evening. 5 million. Unfortunately, contrary to his hopes, just as Song Pa completed his bid, another individual chimed in with 5 million. Song Pa, too, refrained from bidding again, seemingly confirming the earlier conjecture. His intention was to vex He An, either to prevent He An from winning or to ensure that if he did, it would be at an inflated price. 6 million. He An raised his hand once more. 7 million. Song Pa followed suit, but this time, after a few seconds, no one else raised their bid. The market for guqins was somewhat limited. Even the renowned Fipulinging, crafted during the Ming Dynasty, fetched only around 40 million at auction. Presently, the value of guqins produced by any minister was roughly in that ballpark. Seeing no further bids, Song Pa's expression turned anxious. Earning a living as a sorcerer was no easy feat. Otherwise, his apprentice Bong would not have come to Hong Kong to work for a minor real estate developer. 7 million was likely to take a considerable time to recoup. Feeling his gaze, He An turned around, casting a disdainful glance at him. 7 million, first call. 7 million, second call. 7 million, third call. Congratulations to Mr. 133 for securing the prized item. As the auctioneer began to introduce the next item, He An turned to Song Pa, his lips moving subtly, though others remained unaware. Song Pa heard He An's voice resonate in his ear. Take good care of my guqin. I'll retrieve it tonight. After the auction concluded, the trio strode purposefully outside. Having not purchased anything, there was no need for any exchanges. Yuan Lang expressed his regret. Mr. He, do you truly not want that calligraphy piece? He An replied. That item appears rather obscure. It is nothing but scribbles, devoid of value. Upon hearing this, Yuan Lang glanced back, noticing Song Pa, who was following the staff with a pained expression. Sensing scrutiny, Song Pa swiftly turned his head, casting a dark gaze at Yuan Lang. Startled by this look, Yuan Lang instinctively took 2 steps back, steadying himself against the wall. Mr. He, that person does not seem like a good person. You must be cautious. He An smiled, and then retrieved a tiny incense pouch from his pocket. Take this. That old fellow might attempt something against you once he sees you with us tonight. Yuan Lang nearly panicked, having witnessed He An's capabilities firsthand. The mere thought of experiencing such methods himself was enough to nearly unnerve him. He An, noticing his demeanor, chuckled. What are you so anxious about? I am here, after all. Rest assured, carry it while you sleep tonight. No one will be able to harm you. Furthermore, by tomorrow, there will be no Song Pa left. Despite He An's reassurances, Yuan Lang remained unconvinced. He understood He An's prowess, but Song Pa appeared equally formidable. What if He An had not contended with Song Pa before? Wouldn't he be in peril? With this thought, Yuan Lang's face fell. Mr. He, you must prevail. His expression was undeniably transparent, causing even He Jiangwo beside him to break into laughter. Mr. Yuan, you seem quite frightened. No, not at all. Yuan Lang feebly attempted to smile, striving to convey his bravery. However, after several failed attempts, his awkwardness only served to amuse He Jiangwo further. All right. He merely glanced your way. If you are truly afraid, why not just hide on the mainland for a night? The distance for casting spells is crucial. If you keep your distance, his techniques will have little effect. Even if his powers surpass mine, spells lose their potency over such distances. And this incense pouch should suffice to protect you. Yuan Lang's eyes brightened at this, and he quickly took his leave. Once wealth is attained, the fear of death becomes pronounced. Yuan Lang was no exception. Now, upon hearing that Song Pa might be targeting him, he regretted not being born with 2 extra legs. Not long after he departed, Song Pa completed his transaction with the auction house. Dong Furong's bodyguard, cradling the guqin, closely followed them. As they passed the entrance, Dong Furong exchanged a smile with He An, a look that seemed to convey genuine admiration. In stark contrast, Song Pa wore an expression that seemed to hunger for He An, flashing yellowed, blackened teeth, and emitting a harsh chuckle. At that moment, a singular thought consumed He An's mind. Should he investigate whether there was a bounty on Song Pa? Otherwise, directly eliminating him seemed somewhat impractical. As Song Pa observed He An's unwillingness to meet his gaze, he sneered, departing the auction house to join Boss Dong in a luxurious vehicle. He An stroked his chin, contemplating inquiring about any bounties on Song Pa. Subsequently, the two exited the auction house and sought refuge in a nearby hotel, where, with the sun having fully set, He An stated, I will go resolve that issue. You wait here for me. Once it's done, we shall return. All right. He Jiangwo readily agreed, harboring an inexplicable confidence in He An, who had never failed to resolve any trouble after more than a decade of companionship. After descending the stairs, He had produced a small box containing a finger bone, the nail pointing eastward. Observing this, a smile graced He An's lips. "Songpa, I have come to find you." Chapter 26. Found you. The small box in He An's hand served as his unique artifact for locating individuals. As long as he had encountered the person and could sense their aura, he could find them. Given their proximity during the day, He An had naturally captured Songpa's essence, which was sufficient for tracking him down. He casually hailed a taxi and instructed the driver to proceed in the direction he indicated. The driver was more than willing, as taxi fares in Hong Kong could be rather exorbitant, and a mainland accent would likely inflate the price even further. After a 40-minute drive, they arrived at their destination. He An glanced at his watch and retrieved several Hong Kong dollars from his pocket to pay the driver. To his surprise, the driver, upon seeing the remaining sum, narrowed his eyes and said, "This isn't enough." "Oh, coming to a place like this late at night, I'd have to return empty-handed. You must add more." "At least this amount," the driver demanded. He An chuckled at this and replied, "Look into my eyes." The driver, however, reacted with disdain. "Are you trying to intimidate me? Here, I won't be frightened by you. I could summon a dozen people with just a walkie-talkie. Are you trying to scare me to death?" As their gazes locked, He An's eyes seemed to emanate a faint red glow. In an instant, the driver felt his muscles stiffening, with a smile that belied the coldness in his voice. He An asked, "Can you swim?" "Yes." "Good. Find a deep enough place to swim, and you can stop once you hear a rooster crow." "Understood," the taxi driver replied, abandoning the vehicle and striding down the road. Unless on a mission, He An seldom disturbed others, but if provoked, one's survival would depend on mere luck. He never considered himself a virtuous person, nor confined himself to the moral compass of goodness. His smooth journey in the realm of cultivation was largely due to his clear intentions. While a good person might choose to endure difficulties, hoping to influence others positively, He An typically resolved his troubles swiftly, contemplating how to subdue his adversaries and whether any remnants remained. After all, if the roots of the weeds are not eradicated, they shall sprout anew with the spring breeze. Thus, he was free of burdensome worries, allowing his thoughts to flow freely. Disregarding the insignificant driver, He An raised his gaze toward the hillside, where several prominent villas sparkled with light even at this late hour. Many affluent individuals in Hong Kong preferred residing on the hillside due to its privacy and serene environment. The allure of feng shui, a widely favored belief in Hong Kong, further enhanced its appeal. Additionally, historical immigrants during British rule had settled here, leading many to perceive hillside living as a mark of distinction. He An examined the small box once more, confirming its accuracy before lightly leaping into the woods, settling beside a stout tree. Placing his left hand on his brow, he formed a seal with his right hand and intoned, "Long roads lead to all directions. Solitary souls and wandering spirits find no refuge. Grievances abound, yet none can be voiced. Before the true person, despair prevails. Capture." As he spoke, He An grasped a wandering spirit in his hand. Observing it closely, he frowned. This spirit had lingered too long, losing its intellect, and was on the verge of dissipating. Unfortunately, this was the only spirit nearby, so he would have to make do. With that thought, He An bit his finger, drawing blood to inscribe a talisman in his palm, which he pressed against the spirit's forehead. Buzz! He An's mind resonated, and he suddenly perceived a new perspective. This was the spirit's view. Releasing his grip, the spirit floated towards the nearest villa. He intended to use this spirit to ascertain Songpa's location. The spirit advanced swiftly, soon entering the villa's interior. Through its eyes, He An beheld the scene within. Songpa sat cross-legged in the hall, surrounded by a vibrant red array. Candles encircled the array, with the heads of a horse, cow, sheep, and pig positioned at the 4 cardinal points. Surrounding these heads were glass jars filled with writhing poisonous insects. Songpa's upper body was bare, his bark-like skin adorned with inscriptions. But the most striking feature was his abdomen, which bore a human head, a faceless visage devoid of ears. This face, exquisitely crafted, appeared to belong to a woman. Her eyes tightly shut, lips crimson. With a sudden glint in his eyes, Songpa directed his gaze towards the spirit, letting out a cold snort. He An felt a wave of dizziness wash over him as the spirit dispersed. Though this left him somewhat unsettled, a smile still graced his lips. "Found you." Inside the villa, Songpa smirked wickedly, biting his fingers to draw forth dark red blood. After chanting a few incantations, he grasped a straw doll before him. The doll, akin to sponge, swiftly absorbed the blood from his hands, its burlap-covered head glowing with 2 crimson lights, resembling eyes. In the next moment, the doll began to tremble and stood upright. He tossed the doll into the array, and the poisonous insects surged from their jars, enveloping the doll and forming a towering insect figure over 2 meters tall. Songpa cackled maniacally. You seek me, do you not? Come forth. Are you frightened? His expression was unnaturally exuberant, his eyes glowing red. The insect figure seemed to resonate with its master's emotions, raising its head in a silent roar. Suddenly, the villa's door shattered with a loud bang. Songpa turned to look, but He An was unable to find you. I shall seek out all those connected to you. I will imprison them in a worm pit, turning them into sustenance for my creatures. Ha ha. The laughter of Songpa echoed with a maddening intensity. Oh, how intriguing. He An's voice remained calm and unhurried, but Songpa could no longer endure this hidden enmity. With bloodied fingers, he pressed against the eyes of the woman. Open. With a furious roar, the woman's eyes slowly opened. He An, hidden at a distance, was startled to see that her eye sockets contained vertical pupils. Almost instantaneously, those pupils locked onto He An's gaze. Songpa cackled. Found you. He stomped his foot, and, with a maniacal laugh, charged forward. With a flick of his wrist, a long-haired skull appeared in his hand. The skull bore no flesh, yet it had hair and eyeballs. Its bloodshot eyes darted wildly, and its jaw creaked, as if grinning malignantly. In a fit of speed, Songpa hurled the skull at He An. The skull seemed to elongate with the wind, its mouth grinning as it lunged toward He An. He An scoffed, grasping the oil paper umbrella with one hand. Crash! The umbrella in his hand transformed into a sword-like weapon. Pointing at the skull, and with a thunderous sound, a gaping hole appeared in its forehead. A mournful wail erupted from the skull as black smoke began to seep from the damaged area. Nearby plants that brushed against the smoke instantly withered, clearly laden with potent toxins. Just as He An prepared to press his advantage, a sudden palpitation gripped his heart. For one of his cultivation level, such instinct was alarmingly precise. This caused his advancing steps to halt, and in that fleeting moment, 2 shadows, one black and one white, swept past him, slicing through the air. He An instinctively raised the oil paper umbrella to shield against the sudden assault. It was only then that he discerned the 2 shadows were, astonishingly, infants of about 1 year old, one clad in black, the other in white. Their chubby faces appeared quite adorable, yet their expressions were twisted with malice. Their large eyes pitch black, devoid of any whites. Both little demons bore no hands. Instead, white, sharp spikes protruded from their wrists. Hee. Songpa followed closely, standing just 10 meters in front of He An, gazing at him with insatiable greed. His eyes resembled those of a man who had been imprisoned for years, finally beholding a stunning beauty. You killed my disciple, so I shall have to use you for alchemy. You Chinese cultivators are brimming with vitality, a true treasure. Upon finishing, he waved a hand, and the black and white little demons flickered in speed, moving so swiftly they were nearly invisible to the naked eye, darting towards He An with their bony spikes like daggers. Yet, He An remained motionless, holding the umbrella, standing resolutely at the entrance of the villa. An invisible barrier seemed to surround him, rendering the black and white demons utterly powerless to inflict any harm. Songpa, undeterred, began to redden all over. He opened his mouth, and a human-headed centipede emerged. He An's brow furrowed at the sight. Despite having seen it once before, the sight still made him feel nauseous. The centipede grew rapidly in the wind, reaching over 3 meters in mere breaths, far exceeding the bald-headed version he encountered earlier. However, this time, the human-headed centipede didn't crawl toward He An. Instead, it slithered towards the worm man. In the next instant, the worm man seized the centipede and tore it apart with ease, forcefully pinning it down. The centipede's exoskeleton instantaneously transformed into armor for the worm man, its legs becoming weapons for his joints. The flesh was devoured by the toxic worms, and even the centipede's face was utilized, replacing the worm man's original head. At last, the worm man let out a roar that resonated with despair, a sound so haunting that merely hearing it would likely induce nightmares for days. The worm man's legs pushed with force, and the centipede's exoskeleton adhered to its body, working in unison like a finely tuned machine. Boom. The massive form surged forward like a cannonball, crashing into the protective barrier of the oil paper umbrella. He An felt a tremendous force strike him, causing him to stumble backward from the doorpost. Seizing the opportunity, the black and white little demons lunged at his feet. He An raised an eyebrow, astonished that these 2 little demons possessed intelligence. Thud! He An bellowed, lifting his leg to unleash the stepping technique. He seemed to plummet from the air as if a 1,000-pound weight had been released, accelerating downward. The white-clad little demon, caught off guard, was swiftly crushed beneath his foot, its head smashed into a pulp, akin to a rotten watermelon. Songpa, witnessing this, spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze filled with venomous rage. The black-clad little demon screeched in fury, charging at He An like a mad creature, yet it remained utterly incapable of breaching the umbrella's defense. Meanwhile, the residual force of He An's stepping technique had not yet dissipated. The ground before him fractured, a chasm extending toward Song Pa, who hurriedly sidestepped to evade it. The black-clad little demon's speed intensified, sparks flying as its bony spikes scraped against the barrier of the oil paper umbrella. He An, undeterred, held the umbrella in one hand while forming seals with the other. Mountains and seas heed my call, summon forth the celestial soldiers. Today, as malevolent spirits abound, with this yellow talisman, may the universe be purified. As He An's incantation echoed, the black-clad little demon's movement slowed, and the worm man's body began to contort rapidly, showing signs of instability. A sense of lethal danger surged through Song Pa, compelling him to flee back into the villa, positioning himself at the center of the formation. He An's words grew more deliberate, yet he pronounced each syllable with clarity. I summoned the western peak, Taohua. Crack. Thunder erupted from the ground. The black-clad little demon was obliterated by an invisible force, reduced to dust. The worm man fared no better. The human-headed centipede's exoskeleton creaked and shattered, and the worms within burst, creating a grotesque scene. In a matter of seconds, only a small straw man remained. Chapter 28. The flying head descends. He An's gaze shifted to the villa, pondering how cautious this old man was. Given his earlier frenzied state, He An had hoped to lure him out, but who could have anticipated he would retreat at the first sign of danger? The formation set up within the villa was unfamiliar to He An, and he approached it with caution. Thud! He An forcefully stomped forward again, causing the ground to crack. A fissure stretching toward the villa. This villa was not his, so He An felt no guilt. If he wouldn't come out, he would be compelled. Yet as the fissure approached the villa, it seemed to encounter an invisible barrier, abruptly halting its advance. He An raised an eyebrow, realizing that Song Pa's notoriety in Thailand was indeed no mere happenstance. The nearby worm man, though crushed to dust, had not yet perished. The straw man struggled to rise. He An frowned and closed the oil paper umbrella, pointing it at the straw man. A faint red flame spread from the umbrella, igniting the straw man upon contact, causing it to burn violently. The shrieking of the straw man intensified, and with a sweep of the umbrella, a gust of wind surged forth, fueling the flames to new heights. After struggling in the fire for several seconds, the straw man was finally reduced to a wisp of ash. He incautiously glanced towards the villa, having survived thus far due to a combination of ruthlessness and prudence. He had encountered sorcerers on multiple occasions, such as the incident where he assisted Yuan Lang, which involved a rival sorcerer. It was curious that in Hong Kong, the most sought-after practitioners were feng shui masters and sorcerers. Of course, there were also those claiming to be from the Maoshan sect. However, most of these so-called Maoshan priests were self-taught, lacking any formal lineage, and merely flaunted a superficial understanding of the craft while boldly asserting their Maoshan affiliation. He An understood this phenomenon. One could liken it to brand effect. Claiming to be a certain type of sorcerer might not garner much belief, but declaring oneself as an authentic Maoshan practitioner would undoubtedly lend an air of credibility. It was akin to two identical items, one from a century-old establishment and the other from a corner shop. Many would opt for the former, even at a higher price, reassured by its quality. This exemplifies brand effect. Thus, don't question my sect, simply refer to it as Maoshan. Although He An had dealt with numerous sorcerers, he would not claim to be fully versed in all their methods. He had to admit that these practitioners possessed certain skills in their nefarious arts. For instance, the formation employed by Song Pa appeared far from simplistic. He could only deduce from experience that such a sacrificial formation was primarily used for empowerment or summoning. Offering sacrifices would yield strength or summon some dark entity. Either way, they should not be underestimated. He An gathered his oiled paper umbrella, drawing its tip against the ground, and in the blink of an eye, inscribed a massive talisman extending 3 meters in length. With a firm stomp, he stood upon the talisman and invoked the treading word technique. As he recited his incantation, the talisman erupted in radiance, empowering his departing foot. Boom! This fissure was exceptionally large, resembling a gigantic serpent winding towards the villa. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed around the villa, followed by a burst of white light, causing He An to squint. A protective barrier? He never anticipated that Song Pa would employ an orthodox Daoist protective barrier in his unorthodox practices. The realization made him chuckle, as he had previously mocked others, yet he was not exactly virtuous himself. However, he had some understanding of such protective barriers. As the barrier shattered, Song Pa within the villa also felt the repercussions. Gritting his teeth, he hastened his actions. He An stomped his foot once more, bellowing loudly. Stomp! Boom! Another deafening blast erupted. Fortunately, the villa was constructed of reinforced concrete, sturdy enough that even with the ground cracking, it did not collapse. Inside, Song Pa was on the verge of cursing, realizing that the 3 applications of the treading technique must have consumed considerable energy. Yet, this man seemed unfazed despite using it thrice. The formation within the villa was disturbed, extinguishing many candles, and Song Pa gritted his teeth, forcefully stabbing his fingers into the woman's head and his abdomen. In an instant, his fingers plunged deep into her cheek. Simultaneously, he felt a strange attack on his own face, tiny puncture wounds appearing. Yet, he remained undeterred, fervently reciting his incantation. As he chanted, the woman's head was gradually extracted from her body, revealing a tangled mass of intestines beneath. Flying head sorcery. Song Pa collapsed in the center of the formation, motionless, while the woman's head soared towards the heads of cattle and pigs, devouring their brain matter in mere bites, leaving remnants hanging grotesquely from her mouth. Cackling, the woman's head flew out of the villa, heading towards He An. At this moment, He An's expression darkened. Among sorcerers, the most formidable was indeed the flying head sorcery. Some might dismiss it as merely a flying head, but what if it could evade bullets and blades? Mastering this sorcery is no trivial feat. It requires daily practice in absolute silence at midnight, employing incantations to send one's head and entrails out to feast on blood. Only when satiated could they return. This must be repeated for 49 consecutive days to reach a new level of power, with no breaks allowed. After 7 stages, one could attain so-called immortality. Of course, such immortality comes at a cost, requiring the consumption of a fetus every 49 days. It sounds simple, yet any slight error could prevent the head from returning, resulting in the sorcerer's demise. Thus, anyone capable of practicing flying head sorcery is undoubtedly a master among sorcerers. As the woman's head approached, He An's expression grew increasingly grim. Confronting this flying head sorcery left him with few viable options. The common strategies were twofold. The first was to delay until dawn, as the flying head feared sunlight and would return. Track the head back to its body and eliminate the sorcerer during this vulnerable moment. The second strategy was similar, requiring knowledge of the opponent's physical location. However, He An clearly observed that the woman's head had flown directly from Song Pa's body. This dual-headed phenomenon was unprecedented for him, leaving him uncertain if targeting the body would be effective. Cackling, the woman's head advanced, her laughter grating on He An's nerves, causing his expression to harden. Cackling, I curse you. Die. Chapter 29. Indeed, useless dealing with such entities was troublesome, but it did not mean He An was without recourse. However, the grotesqueness of it deterred him from engaging unless absolutely necessary. He took a deep breath, his cheeks bulging like a puffed-up frog. Whoosh! A torrent of flames erupted from his mouth, hurtling toward the woman's head. Unable to evade, the head was instantly engulfed, its skin charred and blistered, emitting anguished wails. Yet, the flame's potency was limited, as they were merely ordinary Daoist fire, not the legendary Samadhi true fire. The woman's head twisted in agony, spewing forth a cloud of dark red mist. The flames were extinguished in an instant, transforming into scores of tiny red insects, glowing like fireflies, rendering the woman's head even more terrifying. With a shriek, the swarm of tiny insects surged toward He An at astonishing speed, faster than he could react, landing on his umbrella, followed by a series of explosive detonations. Boom! The tiny insects unleashed unimaginable power, rivaling that of early homemade grenades. And it wasn't just one. They came in a dense swarm. The explosions triggered a chain reaction, sending He An soaring into the air, his chest tightening, nearly causing him to vomit blood. What pained him further was the barrage of holes blasted into his oiled paper umbrella. These vile insects had corrupted his magical artifact. Grinding his teeth, He An resolved to acquire the great Yuan Ao armor and refine it anew, ensuring that even against black dog blood and water, he would remain unscathed. Cackling, the woman's head, realizing He An's umbrella was no longer usable, spun in midair and hurtled toward him. During the flight, one could even observe the glistening saliva of the woman, indicating her intense desire for He An. Without the protection of the oil paper umbrella, He An became cautious in the face of her onslaught. After all, who knew if she regularly brushed her teeth? A bite could lead to a severe infection. He An activated his footwork technique once more, accelerating his descent to evade the woman's attack. However, just as he was about to counterattack upon landing, he felt a dizzying sensation, accompanied by warmth trickling from his nose. He wiped it away to reveal crimson blood. Gritting his teeth, he turned to see Song Pa at the villa's entrance. clutching his bloodied abdomen with one hand while the other held a long-haired skull. His expression a visage of fury. Without granting He An a moment to react, the woman lunged at him, sinking her teeth into his shoulder. The sound of a deafening metallic clash reverberated as the woman was momentarily stunned, her reason being a throbbing toothache. A glimpse at the torn fabric of He An's clothing revealed the copper armor beneath. Observing the dazed woman, He An smirked with derision. Did she truly think she could prevail? In that instant, his armored fist came crashing down onto her forehead with the force of a hammer, sending her spiraling backward. As she hurtled away, a mist of blood dispersed, quickly transforming into countless explosive insect-like creatures that surged towards He An. Yet, this time, he was prepared. Unleashing a torrent of flames that detonated the swarm in midair, the explosive sound resonating like thunder. He An remained steadfast, turning towards the villa entrance and uttering a sound of disdain. Previously, he had been dizzy due to the opponent's covert attack, which had momentarily disoriented his spirit. This was a tactic he was also capable of employing. With a disdainful grunt, Song Pa collapsed backward, blood gushing from his nostrils. Yet, in that instant of falling, he regained his senses, staggering back to his feet. However, that brief moment was sufficient for He An to close in and strike. With only a distance of 50 to 60 centimeters separating them, He An opened his mouth to unleash a wave of yellow gas, which struck Song Pa like a massive hammer against his skull. The sensation was overwhelming, rendering Song Pa nearly unconscious, his mind teetering on the brink of oblivion. This was the technique previously employed by the legendary generals during the ancient War of Gods. The woman, once again, screeched as she soared toward him, her voice a shrill, piercing sound. He had already seized Song Pa's head with one hand, chanting incantations that resonated with the underworld. With the invocation complete, a crimson cloak unfurled with a rustling sound, causing the approaching woman to hesitate before accelerating towards him. He An, undeterred, draped the cloak over Song Pa's head, and a translucent spirit emerged from his body, wobbling towards the soul banner. A piercing scream erupted from the woman, shattering the villa's windows and sending shards of glass flying in every direction. Song Pa, awakened by the scream, was horrified by his own state and instinctively turned to flee towards his corporeal form. Yet, He An, with a gesture of his left hand, summoned a vortex from the soul banner, exerting a tremendous pull that even drew the flying woman closer. "Spare me. I will be your slave, your dog. Just let me go," Song Pa pleaded, filled with regret for underestimating the terrifying prowess of this young man from Huaxia. It was merely a son, one he had intended to use for alchemical purposes. Losing it would be inconsequential, wouldn't it? Reputation? What was it worth compared to life? Alas, there are no pills for regret in this world, and ultimately, he was consumed by the soul banner. Thud. The corpse fell to the ground. He An turned his gaze skyward at the woman, who still appeared vigorous, prompting a frown. Indeed, it seemed these flying heads could not be vanquished even by destroying their corporeal forms. Perhaps that was not even the true form of the woman. As He An pondered, the woman once again screeched and dove towards him, seemingly invigorated by Song Pa's demise. As she approached, her face, scorched by flames, began to rot at an alarming rate, transforming into a skull, resembling the one previously held by Song Pa. The decaying flesh fell away, morphing into writhing insects that crawled into her gaping maw. As He An drew closer, he discerned the multitude of runes inscribed upon the woman's skull, chaotic yet somehow orderly. Before he could further contemplate, her internal organs exploded, and without hesitation, He An seized Song Pa's corpse as a makeshift shield, internally cursing the grotesque encounters he faced. The creature's defenses were formidable, yet he knew he could bind it. With that thought, He An hurled the corpse aside, and, using the opportunity, began to chant again. "Mountains and seas heed my call. Summon forth the celestial warriors. Today, as evils abound, let this yellow talisman cleanse the realm. Come forth, East Mountain, Taizong." An invisible pressure descended, and the woman was rendered immobile, pinned to the ground. The runes upon her skull flickered ominously as her bones began to splinter. He An was taken aback. Could his technique truly shatter her? While he pondered, the exploded organs writhed, giving birth to a bloodied red lizard that crawled forth. Bearing a striking resemblance to the tattoo on Basong's head, remnants of flesh still clinging to its form, its lifeless eyes fixed on He An, mouth slightly agape. In that moment, a chill coursed through He An's spine, a harbinger of imminent peril. The woman had transferred her power to this lizard. Without a moment's hesitation, He An's figure blurred, the copper armor radiating brilliance, enhancing his speed by a third. He leaped several times, covering 100 meters in an instant. Buzz! A red beam shot towards him, its speed akin to teleportation, leaving He in no time to react as it pierced his shoulder. Had it not been for his sixth sense guiding him, it would have struck his brow. The force sent him crashing to the ground. When he raised his head again, he found the red lizard perched just a short distance away, tilting its head as it gazed at him before slowly opening its mouth once more. What in the world is this? He and cursed, his oil paper umbrella now sullied, stripped of its protective power, leaving him no choice but to fight for his life. Yama, is there a way to counter this? Humph, can't you just use your golden armored corpse? Although this creature boasts fierce attacks, its defenses pale in comparison to your golden armored corpse. However, before He could summon the golden armored corpse, the lizard launched another assault. Boom! A red flash erupted. It was only then that He discerned the source of the red light. It was none other than the lizard's tongue. He dodged with all his might, yet still felt the tongue pierce through, this time striking his calf. Damn it! He-An's eyes blazed crimson, having faced countless storms. He could not succumb to a mere beast. He reached back to grasp the banner of souls, shaking it violently. A surge of black-red energy erupted from the banner, engulfing the already dark night in an even denser black mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Night's embrace. With his furious roar, the black fog churned and boiled, and withered ghostly hands emerged, reaching out towards the lizard. The lizard's gaze remained vacant, yet it effortlessly evaded the ghostly hands, its body radiating a red glow akin to a blazing furnace that seared through the black mist before it. Just then, a similarly vacant-eyed spirit approached, none other than Song Pa, who had just been absorbed into the banner of souls. In this moment, Song Pa's form bore little distinction from his previous corpse, his abdomen torn open, his body marred with wounds. Upon seeing the lizard, a flicker of clarity pierced through his previously dazed expression. However, once ensnared within the banner of souls, He became the absolute master. Here, they were denied even the chance of reincarnation. Song Pa reached out towards the lizard, which had initially intended to evade but suddenly stilled, allowing his hand to rest upon its head. Daughter, Song Pa stammered in poorly articulated Mandarin, but he understood those two words. Hiss. Bai Yi inhaled sharply before speaking. Could this truly be his daughter? Who was her mother? Was it a romance that transcended species? He furrowed his brow. Perhaps it is merely a title. No, no, no. Have you forgotten what Bai Yi told you before? It bears the bloodline of Song Pa. It must indeed be his daughter. It remains unclear what means he employed to refine her into this present form. He frowned once more, while the lizard remained still, crouched in place. Song Pa tore open his own abdomen, seemingly intending to return the lizard to its former state. Yet, as a mere spirit, how could he contain the physical being? Observing the lizard's stillness, he cast the banner of souls over it, initially intending to merely test the waters, but to his astonishment, he successfully absorbed the lizard into the banner. Both He An and Bai Yi widened their eyes in disbelief, with Bai Yi exclaiming, "This technique is rather intriguing. The lizard he refined can exist between the realms of reality and illusion. Boy, inquire how he managed to refine this lizard." Curiosity piqued, he turned to Song Pa and asked, "How was this lizard refined?" Song Pa opened his mouth and uttered a long string of Tai, prompting He An to frown. "Speak in Chinese." Use. After struggling for a long time, he managed to say not a single word. He sighed. He has only just entered the banner of souls. His spirit has yet to be nourished. It will take at least 2 months for him to regain his intellect. TSK, how amusing. With the immediate crisis averted, he exhaled in relief and waved the banner of souls, causing dozens of spirits to drift forth. He pointed towards the villa and commanded, "Bring me the zither." No sooner had he spoken than the spirits transformed into streaks of black light, racing towards the villa. In a mere 5 minutes, they returned carrying an ancient zither, none other than the Luoshu Tianbao zither. He felt a wave of reassurance wash over him upon seeing the instrument. After ensuring everything was concealed in the shadows, he took out his phone. "Hello? Little ancestor. The situation has been resolved. I will send you my location to pick me up." "Sure thing. Also, call Yuan Lang and reassure him that Song Pa will not pursue him any longer." "All right. I will call him right now." Chapter 31. You know, I am a timid person. When Yuan Lang received the call, he was overjoyed, insisting on returning to Xiangjiang to see He An off. Naturally, He An declined, as Yuan Lang's predicament was tied to his own, and assisting him did not feel like a significant favor. More importantly, he was utterly exhausted and longed to return home for rest. Upon his return, he also needed to refine the great Yuan Ao armor into an umbrella, to safeguard against filth and ensure he would not be caught off guard by creatures like the lizard he had just faced. His injuries were not trivial. Despite his unique constitution, he had only managed to staunch the bleeding and would require a full day to recover. When He Jiangwo came to retrieve He An, he found him squatting by the roadside, smoking. Upon noticing the bloodstains on He An's clothing, He Jiangwo was thoroughly alarmed. "Little ancestor, you're injured." "Yes. I was a bit careless this time. Book a flight back." "All right." A day later, He An and He Jiangwo arrived back in Beiping. As soon as they reached the alley, they spotted old Yin from Shanghai, standing at his doorstep like a guardian, accompanied by his apprentice, Li Da. This time, upon seeing He An, Li Da lost the arrogance he had previously displayed, while old Yin maintained his usual businesslike demeanor. "Mr. He, was it you who was involved with the incident at the Shanjiang villa?" "What incident?" "A sorcerer named Song Pa was found dead there, alongside 2 severed heads and the remains of 2 infants." "I don't know. After the auction, I went shopping." Li Da clenched his fist upon hearing this, but ultimately refrained from making threats as he had before. He had observed Li Da's reaction, which piqued his interest, prompting him to chuckle at old Yin. "Old Yin, your training has been quite successful." Old Yin, seemingly oblivious to He An's jest, replied earnestly, "This situation has escalated significantly. The villa's owner, surnamed Dong, is a well-known real estate mogul, and he claims his villa has been nearly demolished. Moreover, the zither he had just purchased for several million at the auction has vanished. Should we find the zither, it will serve as decisive evidence." He An laughed. "I understand. That's good to hear. Let us depart." As they spoke, old Yin led Li Da away. As soon as the two exited the villa and entered the car, Li Da could no longer contain himself. "Master, it must have been him. You said it yourself. Would he bring out the zither otherwise?" He was visibly disgruntled, while old Yin calmly replied, "Is it him? Do you have any evidence? Video? Photos?" At old Yan's inquiry, Li Da opened his mouth to respond, but fell silent. Old Yan, driving steadily, continued in a serious tone, "You know how perilous our line of work can be. I have survived this long and earned my place as an elder in Shanghai primarily because I never meddle in others' affairs." Li Da, however, seemed unimpressed, clearly dismissing the wisdom in old Yan's words. Observing this, old Yan sighed inwardly, fearing that if this continued, he might soon be forced to find a new apprentice. Rumors had already begun circulating in Shanghai that his frequent change of apprentices stemmed from a hard fate that cursed them. But could he be blamed for that? These newcomers all believed themselves to be the top of the hierarchy. Encountering some prestigious sects was manageable, as they held themselves in high regard and refrained from acting hastily. Dealing with malevolent practitioners was also feasible, as the organization would step in to eliminate them. However, when faced with someone like He An, who straddled the line between righteousness and wickedness, there was truly no effective strategy, especially since He An conducted his affairs with utmost cleanliness. From the moment he rose to prominence, no one had ever managed to catch him in wrongdoing. Even in this era of advanced technology, no one had succeeded in capturing any incriminating evidence against him. The consequence of this was that, although He An was officially registered in Shanghai, the organization had yet to take action against him. On one hand, it was due to a lack of evidence. On the other, it was because no one was willing to offend such a lone wolf devoid of weaknesses. Moreover, who can predict whether He An will be of any use in the future? The so-called lower ranks toil with their hands. The middle ranks employ their intellect, while the upper ranks manage people. Understanding and effectively utilizing others is a hallmark of true leadership. Meanwhile, He An returned home and took a simple bath. The wound previously inflicted by the lizard had healed completely, leaving no trace of a scar. His physique was extraordinarily unique. Otherwise, he would not have been referred to as a great medicine by the Lord of Drought. It was precisely due to such a constitution that he could transform an ordinary corpse into the formidable golden armor corpse of today. For the next half-month, He An remained indoors, diligently crafting an oiled paper umbrella. Though referred to as a secret chamber, it was, in reality, a basement, albeit one equipped with exaggerated protective measures, sufficient even for apocalyptic survival. After 2 weeks of continuous effort, he finally succeeded in embedding the great Yuan AO shell into the oiled paper umbrella. This pace was commendable, considering that the umbrella was a magical artifact. Even the slightest error in the crafting process could lead to ruin. Both the oiled paper umbrella and the great Yuan AO shell were exceedingly rare, necessitating a cautious approach. When He An finally emerged from the chamber, looking weary, He Jiangwo had prepared a lavish spread of dishes. He An, starved from his labor, devoured his meal with the fervor of a famished ghost. During the brief intermission in his meal, He Jiangwo pointed toward the entrance and said, "Young ancestor, the situation in Xinjiang might be quite serious. Those two from Shanghai have been lurking outside our door for some time." Startled, He An paused, raising an eyebrow toward the entrance. "Lurking?" he mused. Old Yin should not be so indiscreet. Could it be that someone from Shanghai has taken an interest in me? With this thought, he set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth. I shall go take a look. As He An spoke, he made his way outside, but He Jiangwo hastily interjected. Young ancestor, no matter how urgent the matter, it cannot surpass the importance of a meal. Eat your fill first. I'm full. He An waved his hand dismissively as he reached the front door, pushing it open to find Old Yin and his disciple Li Dai approaching from the alley. He An gestured for Old Yin to come closer. Old Yin, come here. Old Yin did not hesitate, walking over without further inquiry. He An rummaged through his pockets, only to realize he had forgotten his cigarettes. Observing this, Old Yin produced a pack from his own pocket. Here, take one. He An graciously accepted a cigarette, and before Old Yin could offer a lighter, he exhaled a breath, igniting the cigarette effortlessly. Li Dai raised an eyebrow, while anyone could light a cigarette. The relaxed and effortless manner in which He An did so was not something everyone could emulate. At the very least, not with such flair. After taking a puff, He An remarked, has the special supply changed its origin? The flavor seems different from before. Make do with it. The higher-ups are tightening the budget. And whether we can smoke it in the future is uncertain, Old Yin replied. He An, not dwelling on the matter, exhaled another plume of smoke before saying, Old Yin, you know me, I'm rather timid. Upon hearing this, Old Yin's expression subtly shifted. He had heard of He An's timidness, but unlike ordinary individuals who would cower, He An preferred to confront his fears head-on, particularly those persistent troubles that plagued him. Currently, he was indeed one of those troubles. Old Yin looked up at He An, who wore a smile that did not quite reach his eyes. A sense of unease washed over Old Yin. He knew he had to provide He An with an explanation regarding the situation. Although it contradicted the higher-ups' directives, the present circumstances were far more pressing. After all, such matters often involved navigating the rules, so it was manageable. Old Yin lit a cigarette, taking a puff before saying, Li Dai. Yes, master. Go to the supermarket 2 streets over and fetch me a bottle of water. What? Enough with the hesitation. Go quickly. Li Dai, not foolish, understood that this was his master's way of speaking privately with He An and that it likely concerned the reasons they were monitoring him. Though reluctant, he acknowledged that his senior brother's previous incident had indeed unsettled him. After a moment of internal turmoil, he headed toward the alley. Once Li Dai had departed, the 2 men remained silent, not uttering a word until they finished their cigarettes. Finally, Old Yin spoke slowly. That individual named Dong possesses considerable influence. A simple statement that conveyed much. Noticing He An narrowing his eyes, Old Yin quickly added, this person is registered. We cannot act against him. He understood He An well. Once he detected a problem, he would resolve it without delay. However, the individual in question was registered with Shanghai, and should he suddenly perish without cause, it would certainly raise suspicions. Those with keen minds would easily deduce that He An had taken action. This line of thought made Old Yin take another drag from his cigarette, contemplating the precariousness of their situation. For the sake of a paltry sum, one might risk their life. He wondered if he would even survive to retirement. He An, not inclined to waste time, patted Old Yin on the shoulder, recognizing the burdens he carried. In contemplation, he waved his hand, and from the shadows at his feet, a small bone tile emerged. The tile was pristine white, slightly curved, seemingly crafted from a type of bone, with an engraving of an oiled paper umbrella on its surface. He presented the tile to Old Yin, asking, do you know what this is? Upon seeing the tile, Old Yin's eyes lit up instantly. I know. This tile signifies a favor, a personal favor from He An. If you possess it, it denotes that you can request He An to assist you with a task. The last time Old Yin had encountered such a tile was when he had just assumed his position. His predecessor had owned one. He had been taught not to meddle in others' affairs, and his predecessor had used that very tile to enlist He An's help in eliminating a foe. 3 days later, He An had delivered a feast to his predecessor's home. From that moment on, his predecessor had enjoyed a peaceful retirement. Thus, upon witnessing the tile, Old Yin's excitement was palpable, for He An's price for assistance was now quite steep, especially for something that could procure priority. He An turned to leave, casually stating, rest assured, you will not be implicated. Upon returning to the courtyard, He An's expression darkened. He Jiangwo, carrying a bowl and chopsticks, hurried over and asked, young ancestor, what is going on? Is that individual named Dong targeting us? What? He Jiangwo was taken aback. After all, He An's fearsome reputation had already spread. It was unlikely that Dong had not heard of him. Yet, if Dong was indeed watching He An, it implied he had confidence. Such adversaries were often difficult to confront. Why? What could we possibly have that he desires? He Jiangwo questioned, struggling to comprehend. Dong was a businessman, and businessmen typically pursued profit, unless there was something he sought. He wouldn't provoke He An. After all, He An's reputation in the circle was far too formidable. Moreover, he left no trace in his wake, a fact that contributed to his ongoing safety under Shanghai scrutiny. What could be the reason? Was it merely for the sake of vendetta or pride? He doubted it, for given Dong's age and status, such impulsive actions seemed highly unlikely. He slightly closed his eyes, dismissing everything. As long as those who targeted him were dealt with, that would suffice. In Hong Kong, Mr. Dong sat cross-legged on a mat, and before him hung an ancient painting, its age evident from the noticeable scars inflicted by earthworms and rodents. Beneath the painting rested a delicate incense burner, from which 3 sticks of incense emitted curling wisps of smoke. The artwork did not depict any deities, but rather a stunning beauty. Adorned in the attire of a Tang Dynasty court lady, her hands gracefully playing a pipa, exquisitely rendered. After meditating for over an hour, Mr. Dong finally rose, stretching his body slightly before speaking. What do the people of Shanghai say? Upon hearing Mr. Dong's inquiry, the office door was pushed open from the outside, and a woman wearing glasses entered. The people of Shanghai have stated they will not intervene. However, they absolutely will not allow any disturbances in Beiping. Mr. Dong chuckled at this, gazing at the nearly burnt-out incense before stepping forward to light 3 more sticks. Beiping is vast. Can they truly manage it? Have you made any progress with the individuals I asked you to invite? 3 have agreed, while 2 have outright refused. Oh, are they afraid? Indeed. The female secretary gently adjusted her glasses and continued. The one named He An is referred to in the circles as the support flower Daoist. His methods are always ruthless. He shows no regard for collateral damage. Once he strikes, he eradicates all traces. At this point, the secretary hesitated, glancing at Mr. Dong. The other 3 have also requested additional compensation. Ha ha ha. Is it not merely money? No problem. Inform them that if this matter is successfully resolved, I shall reward each of them with an extra $1,000,000. However, the secretary slowly shook her head. They insist on receiving the money up front. To demand payment before the task is completed, what kind of rule is that? They claim it is not a reward, but rather a settling-in fee. Upon hearing this, Mr. Dong fell silent, and after a few seconds, he waved his hand, conceding, granted. Chapter 33. Benefactor, you worry too much. Has Mr. Dong increased the payment? That is indeed the support flower Daoist. Who would dare provoke such a madman without additional compensation? When he strikes, it is typically to annihilate entire families. TSK, TSK, TSK. Do the people of Shanghai not intervene? The first speaker, picking up a bottle of wine, scoffed. In the eyes of Shanghai, we are merely dogs biting dogs. The more that perish, the better. Why would they intervene? Those 3 have quite the audacity. To earn a living, one must also be able to spend it. In a dimly lit basement, 3 middle-aged men dressed in casual attire gathered around an old wooden table. That support flower Daoist is ruthless. Have you heard of the incident at Changping Mountain? You mean that corpse refiner? Yes, that fool killed a Shanghai inspector, prompting Shanghai Company to issue a bounty. The middle-aged man paused for a few seconds, as if lost in thought. The other 2, noticing his silence, urged, Old Jew, why the suspense? Speak plainly. Referred to as Old Jew, he shook his head. I was not far away at the time. Upon hearing of the bounty, I went. By the time I reached Changping Mountain, I saw the peak engulfed in a sea of red. Red? A fire cloud? One interjected playfully. But Old Jew swallowed hard and shook his head slowly. It was indeed a cloud, but not a fire cloud. It was a massive cloud shaped like an oiled paper umbrella. Upon hearing this, the other 2 fell silent, for within their circle, the oiled paper umbrella had almost become synonymous with He An. And then, thunder magic? Curiosity piqued, the 2 pressed on. As most in their circle recognized the formidable power of the support flower Daoist, though few comprehended its extent. Old Jew shook his head, not thunder magic. It was blood rain. Blood rain? The others looked bewildered, and Old Jew nodded gravely. Blood rain. The entire mountain turned crimson, whatever means were employed. The corrosive ability of that blood rain was extraordinary, akin to sulfuric acid. All flora and fauna it touched withered and blackened, and even the stones turned dark. In the end, Shanghai Company, to mitigate the impact, blew up a large portion of the mountain, claiming it was for mining purposes to erase those signs. The 2 listened, stunned, as the thought of such blood rain blanketing an entire mountain was unfathomable. Within their circle, an unspoken rule prevailed. Anyone could be referred to as a mage, but only those of exceptional caliber could be called a grand mage. This distinction was reserved for those who possessed profound knowledge of esoteric arts or who could alter the natural order, summoning winds and rains, manifesting soldiers from beings. Such capabilities, passed down through ancient traditions, signified an individual of profound mastery. Given Old Zhu's earlier assertions, He An's ability to manipulate clouds and bring forth blood rain evidently placed him at the level of a grand mage. The three exchanged glances. Their expressions a mix of astonishment and dread. A grand mage in their 20s was beyond imagination. What was even more unfathomable was the fact that someone sought them to contend with He An. It was indeed flattering. Yet, that Mr. Dong must be extraordinarily wealthy. He was willing to pay up front. Mr. Dong is hardly virtuous. When he first rose to prominence, he had a feng shui master by his side. That master was no saint, enabling him to commit all manner of wrongdoing. Wherever he desired land, he would have the feng shui master disrupt the energy or conjure malevolent spirits to frighten people, allowing him to acquire properties at a low price. Every penny he earned was stained with blood. It is said that later, when he amassed wealth, the feng shui master sought a larger share, only to be dismembered by Dong's hired hands and buried in 8 corners of his ancestral grave to suppress the feng shui. Upon hearing this, the other two felt a chill run down their spines. Indeed, those who emerged from such bloodshed were rarely uncomplicated. He An, after tidying up his belongings in Beiping, intended to head to Hong Kong to resolve his troubles. Just as he had previously stated, he was a timid man. Once he learned that someone sought to harm him, he could hardly sleep at night. For the sake of his peace of mind, he had no choice but to eliminate that threat. As he opened the door, he found old Yin still surveilling them outside the alley with Li Da. "Oh, up so early," He An greeted cheerfully. After scrutinizing him for a moment, old Yin replied, "Are you heading out?" "Yes, to Hong Kong." At this, Li Da's pupils constricted, and his right hand instinctively slipped into his pants pocket, where a mobile phone lay, capable of transmitting messages even 10 floors underground. However, old Yin pressed down on his shoulder, signaling him to remain still. He stepped forward and cautioned, "Mr. He, that individual is registered with Shanghai. Should anything untoward happen to him, you would easily become a suspect. Rest assured, such matters are my forte." He An smiled, then turned to Li Da. "Do you have a strong attachment to that mobile phone?" Li Da froze, feeling as if a venomous snake had fixed its gaze upon him. Paralyzed and unable to move, old Yin, noticing Li Da's reaction, gritted his teeth and assured, "Mr. He, you have nothing to worry about. Today, no news will escape. I have never seen you leave." Li Da looked incredulously at old Yin, thinking to himself that this was a breach of protocol. Were they not stationed there to monitor He An? If he vanished without a report, a reprimand was inevitable. However, before he could voice his concerns, he met old Yan's unwavering gaze, which conveyed a singular message. "Do you wish for life or death?" Li Da fell silent once more. During this period, he had indeed matured considerably. He An was about to speak, but suddenly sensed something amiss, narrowing his eyes towards the mouth of the alley. Lao Yen, noticing He An's reaction, quickly turned his head. There stood a robust monk at the alley's entrance, clad in an open front robe, with drooping ears and a beaming smile, reminiscent of the Methra in a temple. Lao Yen immediately shielded Li Da behind him, his expression wary as he regarded the monk. "Ba, I am the flower-preserving Daoist. It is an honor to meet you," the monk intoned in a sonorous voice. He An smiled and turned to Lao Yen, saying, "Lao Yen, we should leave quickly. This monk is not to be trifled with." However, Lao Yen disregarded He An and sternly addressed the monk. "Sir, this is Beiping. Any mischief makers will be pursued by us from the Shanghai." The monk merely chuckled. "Dear benefactor, you are overly concerned." Just then, an elderly gentleman approached slowly, dressed in a suit and bowler hat, leaning on a civilized cane. Upon observing the situation in the alley, he turned his gaze towards Lao Yen, tipping his hat slightly. "Shanghai." Lao Yen felt a surge of tension. The pressure emanating from these two was formidable. It was a kind of pressure he had only witnessed from certain leaders within his company. "This is Beiping," Lao Yen repeated, albeit with a hint of insecurity. "And what of Beiping? Are there not many who perish here daily? Can your Shanghai manage it?" A delicate feminine voice chimed from behind Lao Yen, startling him. Li Da reacted swiftly, reaching back instinctively. With his knowledge of esoteric arts and prior martial training, he could fend off 5 or 6 ordinary individuals with ease. At that moment, he had already determined the position of the speaker purely by the sound and acted decisively. "Stop!" Lao Yen shouted in an attempt to intervene. But it was too late. A pungent, sour odor filled the air as Li Da howled in pain. His outstretched right hand had turned dark and swollen, and smoke emanated from his palm, accompanied by a sizzling sound. "Do you dare to assault someone from Shanghai?" A mocking voice responded. "How can you accuse me? It was he who attacked me." The woman laughed, and Lao Yen finally caught a glimpse of her. She appeared to be a woman in her 30s, dressed revealingly, with an enchanting visage and eyes that seemed to ensnare the soul. Without a moment's hesitation, Lao Yen pulled out his phone and pressed the emergency call button. The Shanghai Patrol's devices were equipped with location tracking. By pressing the alert button, nearby patrol members would rush to assist. In other locales, such assistance might be scarce. But Beiping was the stronghold of Shanghai. The woman observed this scene with amusement, akin to a cat that had just caught its prey. The monk observed the situation and remarked, "Benefactor, we had already set up a barrier before our arrival. Until it is lifted, no signals or sounds can escape." Lao Yan's face paled upon hearing this. He glanced back at He An, who, noticing his expression, smiled and said, "Lao Yan, you see now, this is not my fault. I did not wish to resort to violence in Beiping, yet they have come to our doorstep." Lida lay on the ground, still groaning in agony. And Lao Yan could only retrieve a talisman from his pocket and place it on Li Da's hand to temporarily halt the spread of the toxin. "Mr. He, I will provide proof for you." "That would be appreciated," He An replied with a smile, as shadows swirled around his feet. The sudden shift captured the attention of the three, and without exchanging a word, they all retreated hastily. Reputation holds weight, and those who possess genuine skill forge formidable names in their circles. In the blink of an eye, each individual found cover. They waited for a few seconds. Yet when no attack came from He An, they cautiously peeked out to discover that He An now held an oil paper umbrella, his renowned artifact, the flower-preserving umbrella. He An smiled and handed the oil paper umbrella to Lao Yan, saying, "Take this and shelter with your apprentice inside." "Thank you." Lao Yan accepted without hesitation. Well aware of his own limitations, none of these three were adversaries he could contend with. Should a fight ensue, a mere miscalculation could cost him his life. In the realm of divine beings clashing, mortals inevitably suffer. Though he possessed some skills, they paled in comparison to these formidable opponents. Seeing He An pass the umbrella to Lao Yan, the three exchanged glances, but none dared to make the first move. He An, known for his ruthless methods in their circle, left others uncertain about his capabilities. In life-and-death duels, none wished to act first, for at their level, being the initiator often reveals a vulnerability. Yet He An, seemingly unperturbed, casually opened his door, inviting, "Gentlemen, why not come in for a chat?" None moved. The idea of entering was absurd. Who could know what traps he had laid within his own home? The monk interjected, "Benefactor He, it is unnecessary to enter. I come at the behest of another, and I hope you can understand." "Understand, I certainly understand." As he spoke, He An stepped forward toward the trio. Though his movements appeared unhurried, he covered the distance to the alley's mouth in just 2 strides. In the next moment, he struck out with one hand towards the monk. The monk felt a chill race down his spine, his eyes widening in alarm as he shouted, "Moo." The force of his voice unleashed a wave that surged forth, causing He An to stagger slightly, his expression one of surprise. To shake him with mere words indicated the monk's formidable prowess. The other two seized the opportunity and charged towards He An. Despite his casual attire, He An's form swelled as if powered by several high-capacity blowers. He struck backward with one hand, landing a blow on the elder's civilized cane, sending the man flying. In the ensuing moment, the woman took advantage of the opening. Her cherry lips parted, and a crimson spider emerged, spinning a massive web in midair, descending upon He An. He An's jaw expanded, and a torrent of flames erupted from him, incinerating the web in an instant. Boom. As the four engaged in their magical skirmish, a thunderous roar echoed nearby. The monk's expression shifted suddenly. "My barrier has been breached." Almost instantaneously, Lao Yan pressed the emergency button on his phone once more. The trio exchanged glances, intending to retreat and seek another opportunity later. "Gentlemen, please don't be in such a hurry to leave. If word gets out, it would seem I am an inadequate host," He An remarked, as the oil paper umbrella soared back into his grasp. He An rubbed the umbrella handle together, akin to a child playing with a bamboo dragonfly, causing the umbrella to spin rapidly and expand. It wobbled into the air, releasing a brilliant red light. While the monk and woman were swift, the elder lagged slightly, becoming enveloped by the red glow around his lower half. "Aya!" The elder screamed in agony as his lower body began to dissolve rapidly, akin to ice cream melting on a hot summer road. Witnessing this, He An, with a disdain for waste, hurried over with the wand of souls to ease the elder's suffering. Just then, 2 resounding crashes echoed as the previously fleeing monk and woman crashed to the ground. A disheveled young man, clutching a massive bone club, wiped his nose and exclaimed, "Bro, what is this guy doing setting up a barrier in our territory?" Upon seeing the newcomer, a bright smile spread across He An's face. "Oh, he has come to trouble me." The young man's eyebrows shot up as he swung the club in a wide arc, aiming for the monk's crown. Chapter 35. The Wandering Soul's Banner is your eternal home. The sound of the heavy club whistled through the air, causing the monk to break into a cold sweat. A flash of golden light enveloped his head, transforming it into a radiant visage akin to that of a gilded Buddha statue within a temple. Bang! A thunderous echo reverberated as the monk withstood the blow, illustrating the principle of you wield a wolf's fang, while I possess a heavenly crown. Damn it! The young man roared, swinging the heavy club once more. Bang! This time, the sound was even more intense. And even the monk's golden form seemed to struggle under the force, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A nearby woman, dressed in scanty attire, was so frightened that her face turned pale, and she instinctively lifted her leg to flee. Yet, the wandering soul's banner had already floated above her head, rendering her immobile. After all, the fate of the old man who had previously wielded the civil stick was still fresh in her memory. The young man's demeanor turned increasingly ferocious as he failed to shatter the monk's head after 2 strikes. Curse it! He raised the heavy club once again. And the monk, now genuinely terrified, opened his mouth to plead for mercy. However, he enacted first, brandishing the wandering soul's banner. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was disoriented from the earlier blows, and directly extracted the young man's soul. With a thud, the lifeless body collapsed, the golden radiance dissipating. The woman, now truly terrified, reflected on her earlier thoughts before the mission, dismissing a young man in his 20s as insignificant, merely a product of hype. She had encountered countless prodigies in her life, even having slain those from prestigious sects who had trained since birth. What could an outsider possibly achieve? It was only now, on the brink of death, that she realized the extent of her ignorance. He An's name was spoken with trepidation in the circles, not as a figure of mere acclaim, but as one forged through strength. I before she could finish, He An struck again, extracting her soul. You dare to distract yourself while contending against me? You do not regard me as a worthy opponent. The woman's body fell to the ground, her face frozen in terror. The young man, witnessing this, spat in disdain and scratched his head. Bro, what is going on? It's nothing. Just someone seeking trouble with me. Trouble with my brother? Crush him. All right, enough of this. We've been out for a while. Go let Zhang Wo prepare something delicious for you. The young man's previously furious expression transformed into one of delight, and he turned to head towards the courtyard, greeting Old Yen at the entrance. Old Yen. Hey, Bungu. Old Yen's rare smile appeared as he stepped aside to let Lida pass. This young man is named Bungu. He was taken in by He An, strong-willed and naturally powerful. Since childhood, he had a penchant for gnawing on bones. Hence the moniker Bungu. At that moment, a convoy of vehicles parked neatly outside the alley, and over 20 individuals clad in black descended, marching directly toward the courtyard. Each bore a stern expression, and the leader shouted, "Who called for help? Where's the person?" In the midst of speaking, he spotted the 3 corpses on the ground, and his face darkened further, not for any other reason, but because he had already surmised who was responsible. After all, the oiled paper umbrella was still soaring overhead. He wasn't blind. This realization left him feeling uncertain. If indeed it was the wandering soul's practitioner who had acted, then the reinforcements they had brought might not suffice. Old Yen hurried forward, declaring, "It was I who summoned help. Supervisor Lin. I am the patrolling Elder Yen from this area. The 3 individuals arrived here and set up a barrier to attack. My disciple was injured by them. Fortunately, the wandering soul's practitioner was present, which saved us." Upon hearing Old Yen's words, several individuals silently exhaled in relief. Thankfully, they did not have to confront the wandering soul's practitioner. The younger ones had already regretted their earlier bravado upon witnessing He An. After all, the name of the wandering soul's practitioner carried a rather ominous reputation in the circles. He An regarded Old Yen with newfound warmth, as if to suggest that the 3 individuals had indeed come for them, while he had merely acted in defense. This inadvertently helped him sidestep some trouble. Lida, gritting his teeth, remained silent. He An, who detested owing favors, stepped forward and grasped Lida's injured hand. Though Lida felt tense, he did not withdraw. Shadows surged around He An, and a black hand emerged, seizing the spinning oiled paper umbrella from the sky, drawing it back into the shadows. Simultaneously, a drop of blood floated out from the shadows, landing in He An's other hand. He An simply smeared the blood onto Lida's palm, and Lida felt as if the drop of blood was a living entity, drawing vitality from his wound. Fear gripped him, yet he restrained himself from moving, reasoning that with so many from Shanghai present, He An wouldn't dare harm him publicly. Old Yen, however, observed keenly as the previously spreading purplish hue began to fade gradually. When He An released his grip, the once vivid drop of blood had transformed into a purplish mass the size of an infant's fist. He An casually discarded the blood mass to the ground, stating, "Your hand is fine now. Just take care of it. Remember, when facing unfamiliar individuals or techniques, Always exercise caution. Thank you, thank you. Lita felt a bit embarrassed, having previously had a contentious relationship with He An. He An merely smiled and turned to the approaching individuals from Shanghai, declaring, as a good citizen, I have a zero-tolerance policy for those who come to Beijing to create chaos. Everyone, take these and David. He An glanced at the stone and smiled. All right. Once I finish my tasks, I'll refine it for you. The reason Bangu left this time was to gather information about the celestial star stone. In this era of decline, not only was spiritual energy for cultivation scarce, but various resources were also in short supply. If it were something like the Great Yuan Ao, which had historical records, it would be easier to trace. However, finding something as elusive as celestial star iron was purely a matter of chance. Having come across a hint of information, it was an opportunity he could not afford to miss. Upon hearing this, Bangu's face lit up with joy. Just as He An's magical tool was an oiled paper umbrella, Bangu also possessed his own magical artifact, a large elephant bone. When He An had crafted his tool, Bangu had insisted on choosing that particular item. Due to the material's ordinariness, he had since added various enhancements. To the point where it was somewhat inaccurate to call it merely an elephant bone. It had merely taken on the appearance of one. Nonetheless, it remained his cherished possession. The prospect of acquiring materials to enhance his artifact compelled him to travel great distances. He An exhaled a plume of smoke and turned to He Jiangwo, saying, Jiangwo, close the window. All right, He Jiangwo replied, retrieving the remote control to shut the curtains with a single click. Once assured that no sunlight entered the room, he informed a hand seal and recited an incantation. At the gates of the underworld, bound by chains of iron, do not let souls perish in vain. Swiftly return the spirits into my banner. As he chanted, a scarlet cloak reappeared behind him. With a single wave of his hand, the three souls that had perished earlier appeared in the room, their expressions blank. Bangu's gaze turned fierce as he fixed his eyes on the monk's crown. Who sent you here? Dong Furong. The three answered almost in unison, prompting He An to narrow his eyes, though he wasn't surprised. Why did he want you to kill me? We don't know. What did he offer you? 3 million each. He An scoffed at this, realizing they were hardly worth even 10 million, yet they believed they could buy their lives. What sect do you belong to? Do you have any lineage or school? Family tradition. Yima Ocean. By Masi. The souls, lacking nourishment, displayed little intelligence and answered rather mechanically. Do you have anyone who could help you seek revenge? This was the question He An most desired to ask. If they did, he would need to eliminate the threat quickly to avoid future complications. Unexpectedly, the three fell silent, indicating that no one would avenge them. This was not surprising, as most who walked the path of darkness tended to be solitary figures. Such individuals harbored secrets, and naturally, the fewer who knew, the better. Otherwise, they risked being ambushed or reported while practicing their illicit arts. This was not the case for those from reputable sects, who often engaged in a cycle of vendetta, striking at the weak, then the strong, and so forth. He An had ample experience in this regard. Seeing that the three posed no further trouble, He An felt relieved and resolved to focus on Dong Furong. He waved his hand to dismiss the three souls, and He Jiangwo pressed the remote to draw the curtains back open. Little ancestor, it's definitely that Dong. Indeed, this time there's no conflict. Check if there are any bounties on him. If there's a chance to earn more, seize it. Understood. He Jiangwo responded readily, as he was no stranger to such tasks. Bangu, munching on grapes, interjected eagerly, Brother, I want to go too. What for? I want to help you smash his head. There's no need. Stay home with Jiangwo. What? Little ancestor, do I not get to go this time? Correct. He Jiangwo nodded, gesturing towards the door. The people from Shanghai are watching. Too many of us will only cause trouble. I will go alone. Oh, Bangu resumed eating grapes. Ever obedient to He An's words, he would follow any command, even if it meant jumping off a cliff. Have they all died? Yes. The people from Shanghai want an explanation. An explanation? What explanation? I don't even know them. What can I say? Boss. There are many experts in Shanghai who certainly know soul-binding techniques. Even if those people are dead, as long as it hasn't been long, they can still find out what they want to know. The secretary's implication was straightforward. He should stop making excuses, as such arguments held no weight with Shanghai. They remained unaware that the three souls had already entered the 10,000 souls banner and could not be captured again. Shanghai's remarks were merely a warning to him. Dong Furong's expression soured as he glanced at the portrait hanging on the wall before stating, Continue the bounty, but this time, do not pay up front. If it's successful, I'll offer 10 million. The secretary opened his mouth, wishing to inform Dong Furong that, given the example of the three, no one would likely take the job soon. However, witnessing his grim demeanor, he dared not voice his thoughts. Yes, the secretary replied respectfully before retreating. After the secretary left, Dong Furong took 3 incense sticks, walked to the portrait, and lit them, placing them reverently into the incense burner. After a deep gaze at the woman in the painting, he returned to his desk and typed something complex on the computer. As the web page opened, it displayed a simple door icon, resembling a room door. Below it were the simple words, Worry Relief. Chapter 37. Worry Relief Club. Upon clicking the web page, the door icon opened, and the display changed, presenting a playing card graphic along with a chat window. How may I assist you? Dong Furong deftly typed a line, kill. Please hold. The chat box displayed 4 words. Dong Furong, having collaborated with the Worry Relief Club before, understood their process. This was also the reason he used his company's computer verification of his financial capability. After about a minute, the chat box popped up again. Welcome to the Worry Relief Club, Mr. Dong Furong. Even after several experiences, Dong Furong felt a chill at their swiftness in accessing his background, as if stripped of all secrets. He An, known as the Flower Pole Daoist. Dong Furong ceased his chatter and directly input the target's name into the chat box. Please hold. After the response, the chat box fell silent, and the waiting felt unusually long. Dong Furong impatiently watched the time, feeling each second stretch painfully, knowing that the longer it took, the higher the price would be. After a full 10 minutes, the chat box chimed, startling Dong Furong. 3 billion. His eyes widened at the quoted price. 3 billion? I barely earned that in a year. The last people I hired were only 3 million each. At this rate, I could hire 100. Truly, the Worry Relief Club was exorbitantly priced. Dong Furong hesitated, but upon glancing at the portrait of the woman, he gritted his teeth and declared, all right, but I want 1,000 milliliters of his blood, along with his head, heart, and genitals. The chat box fell silent once more, and after approximately 3 minutes, a reply finally arrived. No problem. Upon seeing those 3 words, Dong Furong slumped into his chair, his expression turning fervent as he gazed at the painting on the wall. Just wait a little longer, just a little longer. The chat box chimed again. Payment must be made within 3 days to complete the task. Please select a payment time. Dong Furong couldn't help but feel a pang of reluctance. Such a large sum of money would require the bank some time to prepare. Yet, such matters could not be delayed. The reason why He An's reputation in the circle was so abysmal was due to his astonishing speed in seeking revenge. A gentleman avenges after 10 years, but a scoundrel does so from dawn till dusk. The sooner he dealt with him, the more at ease he would feel. A day later, gritting his teeth, Dong Furong provided a timeline that would give even the bank a headache. Once the chat box received the reply, it closed immediately. And at the same time, 2 playing cards lit up on the page. With a creak, the door that had been opened earlier on the web page closed again, and the page vanished as if nothing had occurred. In Xiangjiang, He An stood outside the Dong Group building, gazing at the towering structure with a slight smirk. Why do wealthy individuals always prefer erecting skyscrapers after amassing their fortunes? Is it merely for the splendid view, or does it seem somewhat disconnected from the ground? Meanwhile, 2 middle-aged individuals stood before Dong Furong, a man and a woman, both appearing older than him. Mr. Dong, we have received the payment. Within 3 days, we will bring you what you require. Should we fail, the club will assign new personnel to continue serving you at no additional cost. Dong Furong sighed in relief. Thank you. When do we commence? The man who had spoken replied with a calm demeanor. According to the club's investigation, he has already arrived in Xiangjiang. If we are not mistaken, he is likely preparing to act against you. Thus, by remaining close to you, we can locate him and also protect you. Dong Furong's eyes widened at the man's words. Although he was already aware of He An's swift vengeance, he had not anticipated it would occur so quickly. Just moments after receiving the news, the man had already arrived in Xiangjiang. Initially, he thought that spending 300 million was exorbitant, but now it seemed worth every penny. After all, if these 2 had not come, relying solely on his subordinates would hardly suffice to stop a formidable opponent like He An. The woman twitched her nose as if sensing something, moving to the floor-to-ceiling window to look down. Jay, what's wrong? He should have arrived. The woman, referred to as Jay, bore a tattoo of a heart-shaped on her palm. Upon hearing her words, the man also approached the window. Can you sense his spiritual pressure? No. But my heart is racing. It signals danger. The man's expression grew serious, clearly understanding the accuracy of her instincts. Upon learning that He An had arrived, Dong Furong felt a wave of anxiety and quickly interjected, since he is here, why not eliminate him directly to avoid any prolonged complications? The man waved his hand, revealing a tattoo of a spade on his palm. Now is not the time. In broad daylight, there are too many ordinary people in Xiangjiang. The impact would be too great, hindering our actions. We must wait until nightfall. Dong Furong understood the club's stance well. The individuals who had previously come to assist him were merely the club's Spade 67, who had been exceedingly arrogant, let alone the current J. Then I shall rely on you too. Dong Furong's mental fortitude was commendable, otherwise, he would not have reached his current position. He quickly adjusted his mindset to face the situation calmly. The more perilous the situation, the less one should panic, otherwise, it would only lead to a swifter demise. Below the building, he furrowed his brow as he observed the top floor. In that fleeting moment, he sensed two malicious gazes directed at him. Practitioners. He was certain, as he would not feel threatened by the gaze of ordinary people. People from Shanghai? He instinctively narrowed his eyes. Recalling that the man named Dong had enlisted the help of Shanghai to monitor him, so it was not surprising that powerful practitioners from Shanghai were involved. If they were indeed from Shanghai, handling the situation could prove quite troublesome, as they were cloaked in that layer of authority. He rubbed his chin, contemplating that he needed a more cautious approach. Ideally, he could resolve the issue without revealing himself. A solid alibi would be even better. But such things were somewhat difficult to arrange. After all, having someone nearby would make him uneasy while casting spells. Chapter 38. The substitute. He lifted his gaze once more at the Dong Group building, contemplating whether to play a grand game and set up a formation to refine the entire building. His eyes flickered, and the dark thoughts within him grew stronger. Kid, stop daydreaming. Just as he began to search for the focal point of the formation, the voice of Ba Yi suddenly echoed in his mind, instantly calming him down. He exhaled, his gaze clear. Thank you, Ba Yi. We are one. If you perish, I cannot escape either. Ba Yi's voice faded again, and he looked at the building, finding his earlier thoughts somewhat amusing. A building of such magnitude housed countless individuals. If he truly refined it, the entire Shanghai would undoubtedly mobilize to eliminate him. Though he chuckled, his expression gradually turned dangerous. Regardless of whether you are from Shanghai, if you seek to kill me, I shall strike first. He silently turned to leave, intending to rent a car to conceal himself for the night's spellcasting. While he prepared, the club's personnel were also making their arrangements. The nightlife in Xiangjiang was vibrant, even past 9 o'clock in the evening. The streets remained ablaze with lights and revelry. A dilapidated nanny van parked not far from the Dong Group building, its seats dismantled. A young man sat cross-legged inside, with 4 candles lit before and behind him. These candles appeared to be specially crafted, burning with remarkable stability, emitting a greenish glow. The air was infused with a somewhat peculiar fragrance due to the burning candles. He glanced at the building with a curious expression. Thinking that the man named Dong was rather intriguing, he chose to remain in the building instead of fleeing. Initially, he had assumed he would take refuge in a safe house or flee abroad altogether. Evidently, he had considerable faith in the two individuals. A wicked smile crept across Hean's lips as he raised one hand, forming a spell. In the underworld, at the gates of hell, chained by the 10 Yama kings. Do not wish to perish in the city of the unjust. Swiftly return your soul to my banner. His crimson cape swiftly expanded, instantly enveloping the car in a swirling embrace. Almost immediately, the two individuals inside the building stood up in unison. The presence has vanished. Inchi, however, Dong Furong appeared oblivious to their voices, respectfully walking up to the painting and lighting 3 sticks of incense once more. At that moment, Jay and the man could not afford to pay attention to him. Engaging in a battle of spells required utmost focus, as even a moment's distraction could lead to death. Their mission was to eliminate Hean, not to protect Dong Furong. The reason they had mentioned protecting him was merely to prevent the bait from escaping, as delaying Hean would only waste time. The heart Jay furrowed her brow tightly. I will go down to investigate. But the spade shook his head. The enemy is hidden while we are exposed. His target is Dong Furong. As long as we remain here, we can wait for him to take the bait. But this feels too passive. I have a plan. As he spoke, he produced a yellow talisman folded into a paper crane from his pocket and gently tossed it into the air. The paper crane fluttered and soared upward. Go. As his voice echoed, the silhouette of the 1,000 paper cranes gradually faded, seemingly passing through the glass and soaring into the street. Black Spade closed his eyes, establishing a connection with the vision of the paper cranes. Strangely enough, although the car was directly in front of the building, nothing was visible through the crane's sight. The translucent cranes flew swiftly, conducting a thorough inspection of the building in less than 2 minutes. Inside the building, Black Spade furrowed his brow tightly, not having detected any suspicious areas. Indeed, this flower master was truly impressive. Red Heart Jack was not idle either. They had prepared extensively during the day. Grabbing a nearby ceramic bowl, she found it filled with a bowl of dark crimson blood. Dipping her fingers into the blood, she quickly began to inscribe peculiar symbols on the surrounding floor-to-ceiling windows. The characters she wrote were odd, more akin to a unique form of symbol than actual text. Even more bizarre, once inscribed, these symbols seemed to come alive, writhing across the glass. Gradually, they coalesced between each pane, resembling venomous snakes poised to strike. Downstairs, He An slowly opened his eyes. In his left hand, he clutched a diminutive straw doll, while his right hand grasped the forbidden seal acquired back in Haiching. Open your body, open your face, open your ears to hear distinctly. Left ear to listen to the underworld, right ear to hear the spirit of the yang. Open your hands to wield knives and axes. Open your feet to tread paths of calamity. Substitute, substitute, now I invoke your name. Upon reciting the incantation, He An placed the straw doll near the flickering green candle flame. The flame surged, yet it could not ignite the doll. Instead, it enveloped the doll in a green glow, causing it to grow until it was almost the same size as He An himself. Pressing the forbidden seal against the doll's chest, the heart area seemed to sprout a gaping mouth, which promptly swallowed the seal whole. Observing this, He An drew a talisman from within his robe, gently shaking it until it ignited. The ashes gradually morphed into a miniature axe, which soon expanded in size. Grasped by the straw doll at its side, He An, as these words escaped his lips, the straw doll abruptly lifted its head. Although its straw composition lacked facial features, it gave the unsettling impression of locking eyes with He An. The doll slowly rose to its feet. A portion of the myriad souls behind He An cascaded onto him, instantly adorning the straw doll in a fresh ensemble. In the next moment, the straw doll seemed to teleport, now standing outside the car. The duo atop the building immediately sensed the shift in energy. The paper cranes circled around, directing their gaze towards the street. Although it was clearly a straw doll, Black Spade perceived it as an embodiment of He An. They had found their target. Acting swiftly, a thunderous sound erupted as the doll's legs propelled it into a leap towards the third floor, where it appeared to root itself, racing along the facade of the building. What kind of technique is this? Black Spade mused, surprised, while noticing Red Heart Jack's curiosity beside him. He pointed a finger, instantly sharing his vision with her. Red Heart Jack, witnessing He An scaling the glass, found the sight rather unsettling. Such an act was undeniably perilous. Although they were cultivators, it did not guarantee immunity from fatal falls. The risk was excessively high. However, time for contemplation was scant. In less than 10 seconds, He An had reached the top floor, brandishing the axe high above, aimed directly at the window. In that instant, the blood symbols previously inscribed by Red Heart Jack seemed to catch the scent of blood, swiftly converging before He An. The next moment, strands resembling worms coalesced into a sharp spike, lunging toward He An's chest. Chapter 39, Explosion is Art. Their movements were swift, yet He An's reflexes were swifter. He shifted his body, evading the spike's assault, while simultaneously swinging the axe towards it. The spike, missing its mark, morphed into a massive hand that struck against the axe's blade, causing the attack to veer off course. This indicated that the blood trails possessed intelligence. Perhaps calling them mere blood was no longer fitting. They resembled muscular worms. Through their ability to combine, they could adopt various forms for attack or defense. However, their numbers were still insufficient. He An's relentless assaults revealed their vulnerabilities, and they failed to protect the glass, which shattered under He An's axe, allowing him to leap inside. Jack, Black Spade shouted, rushing forward, his eyes glimmering with a purple hue under the lights. In the next moment, arcs of purple electricity crackled from his hands, lunging towards He An's neck. Yet, He An's agility was remarkable. He bent low, evading the grasp, and then swung the axe upward. If struck, disembowelment would be inevitable. However, the robust Black Spade felt as light as a feather. Merely a breeze from the axe caused him to drift backward. Just as he dodged the attack, he swung his arm, sending forth a hand composed of numerous tiny arcs of electricity towards He An. Explode! Black Spade shouted, and with a resounding crash, the lightning hand detonated before He An, the thunder reverberating as the lights in the room flickered before extinguishing completely. Electric sparks danced chaotically in the outlets, uncertain whether drawn by his power or short-circuited. This attack was formidable, particularly effective against He An's malevolent energy. At this moment, Red Heart Jack approached from behind, still holding the ceramic bowl filled with blood. Seizing the opportunity while He An was momentarily staggered by the lightning, she splashed the blood onto his back. The ferocity of the lightning left He An slightly dazed, and before he could react, he fell victim to Red Heart Jack's ambush. The blood, akin to sulfuric acid, rapidly corroded his flesh, transforming into worm-like forms, one after another, binding him to the ground like ropes. "I've got him," Red Heart Jack expressed with confidence. For this blood was not only corrosive but also paralyzing. Once ensnared, even an elephant would struggle to move. Black Spade also exhaled a sigh of relief. Having collaborated with Red Heart Jack for many years, he was well aware of the potency of her methods. Their synergy had always proven successful. As he writhed on the ground, Red Heart Jack smirked and gestured, causing the blood bindings to tighten rapidly. I advise you not to struggle. My blood tightens with every movement. If you continue to resist, you may just find yourself severed into pieces. She considered the situation secure. While Black Spade drew a curved knife from his waist, preparing to finish off He An to prevent future complications. However, the previously thrashing He An suddenly ceased his movements. An unusual sight that froze both of them in place. In the next moment, they witnessed a glow emanating from He An's chest, followed by a loud pop as the blood bindings snapped, falling to the floor and writhing. As He An rose, faint words were discernible at the location of his heart. Forbidden Seal. He An had recently discovered the true purpose of the Forbidden Seal during his refinement of the Great Yuan Ao armor. It was not merely a means of immunity against backlash, but a method to break spells. For instance, it was remarkably effective against barriers, bindings, and illusions. Hence, He An had chosen to utilize this seal as the core when employing the straw doll. Naturally, this was also related to the scarcity of his magical artifacts. Red Heart Jack reacted swiftly, retreating to form a hand seal. The remnants of the shattered blood bindings sensed this and began to writhe again. Meanwhile, the curved knife in Black Spade's hand emitted crackling purple arcs as it was swung towards He An's neck. His blade is custom-made, unmatched in sharpness, and now, imbued with lightning, it can slay both man and spirit. With a fierce swing, he strikes with unparalleled ferocity. However, he is even more ruthless than He An. Without flinching or retreating, he sweeps his axe horizontally towards the waist of Black Spade. Should Black Spade persist in his assault, He An would meet his demise. But he too would be severed in half. Faced with such a mutually destructive tactic, Black Spade hesitated, hastily employing his previous technique to evade the attack. He thought to himself, no wonder He An is infamous in the circle. This reckless style of combat is unmatched by others. Little did he know that the He An before him was merely a scarecrow, unperturbed by such life-for-life strategies. Stand back, Red Heart J shouted. During their brief skirmish, she had already gathered the blood rope that He An had severed, along with the bloodstains she had left on the window, coalescing into a bloodhound, which now crouched and prepared to attack. Black Spade, already retreating, quickened his pace at the sound of her voice, simultaneously swinging his dog-leg knife. Unleashing a violet bolt of lightning towards He An. Observing this, He An rolled to the side, but the bloodhound seized the opportunity and lunged at his ankle, biting down fiercely. A sickening crack echoed as his ankle shattered. Both Jay and Black Spade wore grim expressions, yet He An showed no sign of pain. Instead, he hurled his axe violently towards Dong Furong, who was cowering beneath the desk. From the outset, his target was never the two of them, but Dong Furong. Once he eliminated this employer, the others would pose no threat. The bloodhound lunged forward, intercepting the axe, but was subsequently reduced to a pile of debris. However, this creature was rather troublesome. The remnants on the ground writhed incessantly, and given time, they could reform. Humph. Even with legs rendered immobile, you still wish to kill? Mr. Dong, you need not fear. I shall sever his head right now. Black Spade felt a bit embarrassed by his earlier retreat, advancing once more with his dog-leg knife, intent on decapitating He An. Yet, He An appeared to have surrendered completely, the words boundless and unforbidden on his chest growing ever brighter. Upon witnessing this, Black Spade's advance slowed, and he raised his hand, flinging the dog-leg knife directly at He An's throat. Despite believing his opponent had lost the will to fight, he could not predict a final counterattack, and it was precisely this action that allowed him to escape calamity. Boom! Glass shattered, flames erupted. The shockwave of the explosion engulfed everything in its vicinity. Chapter 40. Who is that? I don't know him. In front of the Dong Group building, He An slightly lifted his head inside the chauffeur-driven car, a mysterious smile gracing his face. He had intended to eliminate Dong Furong quietly, but to his surprise, two skilled protectors were at his side. The prowess of these two was commendable, as they had managed to restrain his scarecrow decoy. Since silence was no longer an option, he would surprise them instead. His gaze seemed to penetrate through the vehicle, looking up at the blazing roof of the building. Inside the top-floor office, chaos reigned. Black Spade lay on the ground, gasping for breath as blood poured from his mouth. Red Heart J fared slightly better, clutching a red pill in her hand, prying open Black Spade's mouth to force it inside. As for Dong Furong, he lay in a corner of the office, shrouded in darkness, blood pooling beneath him, unaware of his fate. After swallowing the red pill, Black Spade's condition improved somewhat, and he struggled to his feet, declaring, "We have been deceived. That was a decoy." Red Heart Jay's expression darkened like a stormy sea as she helped him stand, asking, "Where is the real body?" They exchanged a glance, both wearing grim expressions. No wonder He An's reputation in the circle was so formidable. He could manipulate them with just a decoy. "We cannot stay here. We must flee. Downstairs." He An withdrew his gaze, raising an eyebrow in surprise. He hadn't anticipated that these two possessed such resilience, surviving the explosion. Thankfully, he still had a backup plan. He clasped his hands together, whispering incantations. "Gather the Een energy." At his command, a chilling wind swept through, causing the green candle flames within the car to blaze uncontrollably, nearly igniting the ceiling. Those with cultivation would have seen a black mist rise around the Dawn group. In the next moment, he grasped with one hand, and the surrounding Een energy began to swirl violently, condensing into a bead the size of a thumb. Holding the bead in his right hand, he took the green candle in his left and ignited it against the bead. In an instant, the orb enveloped in green flames shot towards the building's apex, erupting with a thunderous explosion. Boom! The Een energy spread, and the two fleeing individuals beheld a terrifying sight. The self-destructing decoy had coalesced into a new body using the Een energy. The seal of boundless and unforbidden was embedded in the chest of this new form. This time, Jay and Black Spade finally discerned the true nature of the decoy. This was no He An. It was a monstrous entity composed of countless black straw. "Downstairs." He An smiled, once more reciting his incantation. "Unleash your knife and axe. Bring forth calamity." As he chanted, the black scarecrow became enveloped in Een energy, gradually forming a colossal black axe in its grasp. "Run," Black Spade shouted, knowing they were gravely injured, while the scarecrow was in peak condition. Engaging it now was clearly unwise. The two fled towards the office exit, yet the scarecrow did not pursue them, but instead approached Dong Furong, raising its axe and bringing it down, rolling his head away. Blood spattered high, resembling a human fountain, staining half of the painting on the wall red. After dispatching Dong Furong, the scarecrow wobbled after the two, oblivious to the painting behind it absorbing the spilled blood. At that moment, Black Spade and Red Heart Jay staggered down the elevator, fear evident in their eyes. They had not only underestimated He An, but even the club had misjudged him. Such a monster, whose true form had not yet revealed itself, had left them both wounded. How could they possibly contend with it? Just as they exited the Dawn group, they spotted a young man standing outside, holding an oiled paper umbrella. The umbrella was so distinctive that even those unfamiliar with He An would recognize his identity through it. The flower peddler? Correct, but alas, there is no prize. He An smiled, while behind him, the blood-red banner of souls swirled without wind. "We are members of the Worry-Free Club. If you kill us, then..." Black Spade attempted to issue a threat, but He An dismissed it, the banner enveloping the two, spinning around them before pulling their souls forth and into the banner. Bang! Their bodies crumpled to the ground as He An hummed a tune, leisurely walking to the chauffeur-driven car, glancing around before starting the vehicle and driving away. The following morning, a seismic upheaval rippled through the real estate sector in Hong Kong. The cause? The inexplicable death of Dong Furong. Speculations regarding his demise varied widely. Some claimed he had encountered kidnappers and was subsequently blown up, while others suggested that his many wrongdoings had provoked retribution. Yet, those within the cultivation circle could surmise, to some extent, the perpetrator. After all, not long ago, Dong Furong had been on He An's radar. Given his character, seeking revenge overnight was entirely within reason. It was only natural for Dong Furong to meet his end. As for He An, he had already boarded a plane back to Beijing under the cover of night. Dong Furong? Who is that? I did not know him. In the blink of an eye, the Dong Group stock had plummeted dramatically. However, Dong Furong's three sons were still preoccupied with their own selfish pursuits of family wealth, showing no concern for stabilizing the company first. Not even one of them bothered to visit the scene to ascertain the circumstances of their father's demise. It was only the day after He An's return that Shanghai sent someone to meet him. Initially, only Lao Yin and Li Da were keeping a watchful eye on him, but now there were two additional observers. Both He An and He Jiangwo pretended to be completely unaware of this development, while only Banggu felt exceedingly displeased, wandering around the courtyard daily with his elephant bone staff. Eventually, it was He An who took the initiative to offer to forge Tianqing iron for him, which finally calmed the boy down. While their courtyard remained uneventful, Lao Yin and Li Da felt somewhat uncomfortable. The individuals sent by Shanghai were not merely there to monitor He An. It seemed they were also keeping tabs on them. This sensation left the proud Li Da feeling quite irked. "Master, what do those two mean? Why do they keep looking at us like that? Do they think monitoring the flower supporter is a simple task? Lao Yin frowned and replied, keep your mouth shut. Don't say everything that comes to mind. Li Da, feeling disgruntled, retorted, why should we have to act submissively in front of them too? What arrogance! Lao Yin shot him a fierce glare, and only then did Li Da, still feeling aggrieved, close his mouth. After a few seconds, Lao Yin slowly said, dealing with He An requires finesse. If they maintain this attitude, it won't be long before they either return to the company or… Lao Yin's sentence trailed off, but Li Da understood the implication and broke into a grin, completely forgetting his earlier arrogance. Chapter 41. Did we give too many smileys? Little ancestor, the two newcomers are a bit troublesome. Oh, this morning at the market, those two actually had plain clothes following me. Plain clothes. It's not like we're filming a cop and robber movie. He An raised an eyebrow and asked, are you sure they were sent by them and not by your enemies? Of course. The younger one was so arrogant, making calls right behind me without lowering his volume. As if he was deliberately speaking for my benefit, He Jangwo asserted, waving his fist to emphasize the truth of the matter. Meanwhile, Bangu was grinning foolishly while clutching his elephant bone staff. During this time, He An had successfully infused tianqing iron into the elephant bone staff, resulting in a hardness that rivaled that of an oil paper umbrella. He had worked tirelessly for an entire week without rest, leaving him utterly exhausted, to the point that his speech came out weak and breathless. Didn't Lao Yin teach them their limits? I saw them speaking to Lao Yin with such arrogance. He An frowned slightly, realizing that wherever there are people, there exists a certain hierarchy. This implied that the newcomers seemed to have a contentious relationship with Lao Yin as well. Let's wait and see, perhaps in a few days. They will withdraw because I dealt with the Dong family. Upon hearing He An's words, even Bangu found it hard to believe. If not for fearing to provoke He An, Shanghai would have sent a dozen or so people to keep an eye on him. Withdraw? What a dream. Even He Jangwo believed that the addition of these two individuals was merely a test for He An. Should He An comply, the next time there could be 4, or even 8 more. At this moment, He An was unwilling to ponder such matters. He was thoroughly fatigued from the recent forging and merely wished to rest for a couple of days. Uncle, I'm hungry. Got it. I'll go stew some meat for you. He Jangwo replied, glancing toward the door before heading to the kitchen. The titles among the three were quite amusing. He Jangwo referred to He An as little ancestor, due to He An's significant seniority in the He family, while Bangu called He An brother but addressed He Jangwo as uncle, each adhering to their own peculiar hierarchy. He An reclined on a rocking chair, basking in the sun, and let out a massive yawn, relishing the rare moment of tranquility. Ding dong. The doorbell rang, yet He An did not even lift his eyelids, comfortably closing his eyes. Bangu, seemingly oblivious, drooled over his elephant bone staff, looking as if he would devour it at any moment. Ding dong. Ding dong. The doorbell rang again, prompting He An to frown slightly. Noticing this, Bangu picked up the elephant bone staff and went to answer the door. Hello, Mr. He. Just as the visitor began to introduce himself, a sudden rush of wind was heard. Years of navigating life and death had honed his instincts, causing him to instinctively bend down to evade the incoming threat. In that moment, he distinctly felt something graze past his scalp, the cold air sending chills down his spine. What are you doing? A furious voice erupted from behind him. It was his apprentice. In the next instant, the wind picked up again. At that moment, he couldn't care less about appearances. He rolled away like a lazy donkey to dodge Bangu's second attack, creating a safe distance. Only then did he have a moment to look up, only to see a youth who appeared to be around 17 or 18, wielding an oversized drumstick and glaring fiercely at him. If you disturb my brother's sleep again, I'll smash you. Arrogant. We are from Shanghai. His apprentice finally caught up, hastily helping his master to his feet, while eyeing Bangu with a look that suggested he wanted to devour him. Humph. Bangu ignored him entirely, slamming the door shut, leaving the master and apprentice with grim expressions. Master, if even He An's subordinates are this arrogant, just imagine how He An himself must be. Upon hearing our Shanghai's name and daring to act, if we don't teach them a lesson, won't they just ride on our necks in the future? Tang Zhou's expression was exceedingly grim. The higher-ups do not allow us to act against the flower supporter. I will report this matter. Master, why does the higher-ups prohibit us from acting against someone with such a foul reputation as the flower supporter? Tang Zhou seemed not to hear his apprentice's question, lowering his gaze to his dusty suit and frowning slightly. You keep an eye on things. I need to change into another outfit. Oh, his apprentice was still feeling indignant, casting a dark look toward the courtyard gate. Master, the higher-ups said we cannot act against the flower supporter, but they never said we couldn't act against that fool, right? The higher-ups indeed did not specify, but that is the flower supporter's person. Tang Zhou halted, looking at his apprentice with a particularly serious expression. Wang Yu. Before offending the flower supporter, think of your family. That person has no bottom line. After saying this, Tang Zhou opened the car door beside him. Casting a meaningful glance at the alleyway, Lao Yin and Li Da were sitting at the entrance of the alley, playing chess and not even glancing in his direction, as if they had completely overlooked his earlier predicament. Once Tang Zhou drove away, Wang Yu no longer concealed his presence and boldly sat down at He An's doorstep, openly keeping watch. 3 days passed, and a shocking piece of news reverberated through the real estate industry in Beiping. The former real estate magnate, Dong Furong, had seen his entire family wiped out. It turned out that his 3 sons, in their greed for inheritance, had hired assassins. With the mindset that fewer people would mean a larger share, their orders were to eliminate everyone. The good news was that the assassins' work proceeded smoothly. The bad news was that all the assassins were operating efficiently. This news sent shockwaves through the real estate sector in Xiangjiang, and before the smaller developers could react, several major developers banded together to consume everything that once belonged to Dong Furong. To prevent any accusations of feasting on human flesh, the major developers quickly moved to suppress the public outcry. In just a matter of days, the Dong family had vanished from public view as if they had never existed. Those who previously regarded He An as a threat have now elevated their perception of his danger. Before the demise of the Dong family, the speculation surrounding whether He An was responsible remained just that, speculation. However, it has become increasingly apparent that He An is indeed the one behind the events. His strikes are swift, leaving no trace. It is unmistakably He An, employing the same familiar tactics. Meanwhile, outside He An's residence in Beiping, an additional observer has appeared. Just as Dong Zhengwo had surmised, the sudden arrival of Tang Zhou and Wang Yu serves as a test of He An by Shanghai. Observing that He An remains unresponsive, they are naturally inclined to push further. After a few days of recuperation, He An has finally shed his fatigue. Gently moving about in the courtyard, it is time to step out. One must not offer too many smiles to the world. Chapter 42. If you're capable, don't leave. He An pushed open the door and was immediately met by the wide-eyed gaze of Wang Yu. At the alley entrance, Master Yin and his disciple continued their game of chess. A black sedan was parked nearby, with Tang Zhou seated in the driver's seat and a robust man in the passenger seat, engrossed in something. This was Wang Yu's first glimpse of He An in some time, leaving him momentarily stunned. However, in the next instant, he perceived a hint of redness in He An's eyes, as if they glowed. Get lost. Wang Yu, bewildered, bent down and began to roll away at He An's doorstep. Clearly, he lacked any talisman or artifact capable of resisting He An's soul-controlling techniques. The members of Shanghai, witnessing this unusual scene, stood up, fully aware that it was He An at work. The large man in the passenger seat exited and retrieved a copper bell from his bag, gently shaking it. The clear, ringing sound snapped Wang Yu back to reality. He glanced at the dust on his suit, his face flushing with anger as he clenched his fists, preparing to advance. Yet, Tang Zhou swiftly intercepted him, fully aware that any aggressive action from Wang Yu would lead to dire consequences. Mr. He, is it truly appropriate to treat such a junior this way? He An appeared to disregard their presence, smiling at the large man. Are you suggesting I should take action against you? This simple statement from He An rapidly escalated tensions between both parties. Master Yin and Li Da quickly moved aside, ostensibly to prevent He An from fleeing, but in reality, they were signaling to him that they were not aligned with the others. It was midday, and upon He An's utterance, the opposing group felt an unsettling chill, cognizant that it was not due to the weather, but rather a subconscious warning. The courtyard door swung open once more, revealing Bang Gu, wielding a bone club and standing resolutely behind He An. Though his stature was modest, he exuded an aura reminiscent of facing a ferocious beast. Master Yin and Li Da stepped back again, aware of the immense power concealed within Bang Gu's seemingly unassuming frame. With a forced smile, the large man responded, Mr. He, you misunderstand. That was not my intention. He An gestured toward the vehicle parked at the alley's entrance. Do you all consider my home a comic convention? Are you here to cosplay as guardians? Wang Yu, already irate, snapped back at He An's sardonic tone. What? Is this street yours? Can we not walk here? Have you considered why we are not monitoring the throngs of people on the street, yet we are fixated on you? Or are you frightened that we might uncover something? Wang Yu, at his age, was emboldened by a fearlessness typical of youth, especially when confronting someone of his own generation. The urge to compete surged within him, and his adrenaline spiked, suppressing any lingering fear. He An, unperturbed by the challenge, merely smiled. This street is indeed not mine. May I inquire if the street in front of your home belongs to you? If you can loiter at my doorstep, may I not do the same at yours? He An's smile remained unyielding, inciting further ire in Wang Yu. Are you threatening me? Threatening? Do you even have the stature for that? He An's disdainful gaze ignited Wang Yu's fury. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles cracked ominously, but Tang Zhou firmly restrained him. As He An's smile faded, his expression turned icy. From this day forth, anyone who dares to linger here should leave. Should I encounter you three miscreants again tonight, do not expect me to show mercy. Upon hearing He An refer to them as three miscreants, Master Yin and Li Dan nearly burst into laughter. With 5 individuals present, the identity of the 3 miscreants was glaringly obvious. Tang Zhou and the large man were equally incensed, questioning what He An meant by withholding mercy. They felt a sense of indignation, for it had been ages since anyone had spoken to them in such a manner since joining Shanghai. He An cast a scornful smile at them, then turned to pat Bang Gu on the shoulder. Let us head home for a meal. With that, Bang Gu, still clutching the bone club, followed He An, giving the 3 adversaries a toothy grin as they departed. As the courtyard door closed, Tang Zhou and his companions wore grim expressions. The large man spoke up. This individual is indeed exceedingly arrogant. As he spoke, he turned to Master Yin, wearing a dissatisfied look. Why do you not report these matters regularly? Are you shielding He An? Master Yin merely chuckled coldly, while Li Dan interjected, unwilling to remain silent. When we are here, the demeanor of others is not as it is now. You got slapped and are looking to vent your frustration on us. You. The large man's face darkened, fists clenched tightly. Seeing this, Li Dan chuckled. What? You were too afraid to act against He An, and now you wish to take it out on your teammates? Master Yin feigned indignation. What do you mean? Is that how I instructed you? Upon hearing this, Li Dan obediently retreated to the sidelines, allowing Master Yin to address the large man. Mr. Zhao, is it truly appropriate to act this way toward a junior? The large man bristled further, realizing that Master Yin had merely echoed his earlier words to He An, amplifying the insult. Fine, Master Yin. I will report everything that transpired today accurately. Master Yin responded with a frosty demeanor. I will also report it accurately. Wang Yu, seething with suppressed anger, could not resist mocking. Accurately? If you truly reported things as they were, we wouldn't be here. How dare you speak to my master that way? Are you deaf? Did you not hear? In an instant, Li Dan and Wang Yu found themselves at odds, their mutual disdain flaring as they prepared to clash. Enough. Tang Zhou's authoritative shout halted the impending conflict, directing his gaze toward Wang Yu and Li Dan. Are you not concerned about the ridicule of fighting outside someone else's door? You may tolerate humiliation, but Shanghai cannot. Though they dared not engage, their faces were mere inches apart, ready to erupt at the slightest spark. With a cold snort, the large man turned and walked toward the vehicle. Tang Zhou, take me back to headquarters. Understood, Tang Zhou replied, ushering Wang Yu into the car. Just before entering, Wang Yu shot a challenging glance at Li Dan, who retorted with a derisive laugh. Once the car departed, Li Dan remarked, what is that Zhao fellow trying to prove? We are all inspectors. Who among us is more noble? Previously boasting, he had been humbled by a single word from the flower-pressing Daoist, challenging him to show his true capabilities. Master Yin, observing his smug demeanor, could only shake his head in resignation. Enough, they have left. What will you say to me now? Li Dan scratched his head, feeling a sense of relief after the recent encounter with Wang Yu and his mentor. Comfortable. Chapter 43. To strike? The tall figure, along with Tang Zhou and Wang Yu, returned to report to their superiors about the day's events, embellishing the truth significantly. In their narrative, He An emerged as a destabilizing force within society, one that ought to be eradicated at the earliest opportunity. Moreover, Old Yin and Li Dan were deemed equally culpable and should be expelled from the Shanghai organization. The higher-ups, however, remained largely unfazed. They were all too familiar with He An's character. If he was indeed such a threat, why else would they be monitoring him rather than others? As for whether Old Yin was truly allied with He An, they were equally aware. The notion of elimination? A jest indeed. Had someone else been tasked with surveilling He An, they would likely vanish within days. After a brief cough to interrupt the incessant chatter, the leader inquired, are you saying he attacked Wang Yu? Yes, came the reply. With methods to confuse the mind? Indeed. The leader slowly turned, fixing his gaze on Wang Yu with his small eyes. He did lay hands on you. Yes. Wang Yu responded decisively, as this was an undeniable truth. Nodding gravely, the leader continued, we now have 2 possible courses of action. The first option is for you to file a report, and I shall issue a directive stating that He An assaulted a member of our Shanghai group. I believe there is a high probability this will be approved, and subsequently, we shall mobilize personnel to deal with He An. Upon hearing this, Wang Yu's expression brightened, realizing the advantages of being associated with a powerful organization. However, the tall figure and Tang Zhou remained silent, contemplating the complexity of the situation. If only matters were that simple. Was the Zhonghua Daoist an ordinary individual? If a confrontation were to ensue, even if they could vanquish the Zhonghua Daoist, the losses for Shanghai would be considerable. Who would bear the brunt of those losses? More critically, the leader's words clearly indicated a desire for Wang Yu to take the lead. Although the Zhonghua Daoist had a notorious reputation, even Qin Huai had 3 allies, let alone the Zhonghua Daoist. While the tactics of those from the underbelly may falter in direct confrontation, their insidiousness and covert schemes was unparalleled. Others might escape unscathed, but Wang Yu would likely face dire consequences. And what is the second option? Before Wang Yu could respond, Tang Zhou eagerly inquired about the alternative. Regardless of his disciple's usual behavior, as a master, he felt compelled to assist him. The outcome, however, would ultimately depend on individual circumstances. The leader cast a dispassionate glance at Tang Zhou before continuing. The second option is to act as though nothing occurred. From now on, the 3 of you shall return to rest and cease monitoring He An. I will assign you other tasks. Upon hearing this, Tang Zhou visibly relaxed. Though he maintained a facade of professionalism, the tall figure felt similarly, yet Wang Yu voiced his dissent. I disagree. Leader, I choose the first option. Tang Zhou's brow furrowed deeply at this declaration. Wang Yu, this is not a trivial matter. You should contemplate it carefully. The tall figure remained silent, recognizing he was not in a position to guide Wang Yu. Master, since I began my training, I have never felt so humiliated. That scoundrel made me roll on the ground in front of you today. This disgrace is something I shall never forget. Master, have you forgotten the previous incident? I cannot swallow this insult. Tang Zhou opened his mouth to respond, but ultimately refrained. It was evident that Wang Yu was beyond reason at that moment. He could only hope the leader would not acquiesce. This was not merely a matter of concern for his disciple, but also a fear of potential repercussions for himself. Given his role as Wang Yu's mentor, with He An's temperament, this was indeed a precarious situation. Unfortunately, the leader appeared to welcome Wang Yu's resolution, smiling as he nodded. No problem. File your report, and I shall issue the directive. He then rose, addressing Tang Zhou and the tall figure. Since Wang Yu has made his choice, you two should not be idle. Prepare yourselves. I believe action will be taken within a couple of days. With that, the leader exited the meeting room, leaving Tang Zhou in stunned silence. The tall figure shared a sense of dissatisfaction, feeling as if they had been used as pawns. The leader's demeanor suggested he had anticipated this outcome all along, viewing Wang Yu's situation merely as a pretext. Yet, upon reflection, what could he do? After all, he was merely an inspector. With that thought, he too left the meeting room, leaving only the master and disciple behind. Tang Zhou looked at Wang Yu, shaking his head in resignation. You should go home and make proper arrangements. Arrangements for what? For family. What? Why? Upon learning of the news, old Yin was utterly distraught. He could not comprehend why the higher-ups suddenly decided to take action against He An. Were they unconcerned about the potential for a retaliatory strike from He An? Even if they could eliminate He An, how many lives would Shanghai lose? Were the influential figures truly going to intervene? As an official organization, Shanghai certainly had its share of formidable individuals. Consider the leaders of the 6 major regions, each a paragon of ferocity. The youngest among them had participated in the founding of the nation. In those tumultuous times, merely uttering their names could instill fear in the hearts of evildoers. They had ascended to their positions through remarkable achievements. However, one must exercise caution. If they intervened too readily, it could provide opportunities for other organizations to exploit the situation. It is essential to remember that with official organizations come their clandestine counterparts, many of which have gained considerable influence. These individuals seem inherently inclined towards destruction, waiting for the officials to err. Furthermore, there were the 4 captains of the Shanghai headquarters and the overall commander, the latter of whom remained a mystery. Reports indicated that only a handful had seen the overall commander even within Shanghai. Moreover, this position had been established later. Initially, Shanghai had only 4 captains responsible for handling exceptionally rare incidents. They served as the spiritual backbone of all inspections conducted by Shanghai. However, at some point, it was suddenly announced that an overall commander had been appointed, surpassing the 4 captains in rank. This aroused considerable curiosity, but unfortunately, this individual was shrouded in secrecy. After years in Shanghai, Old Yin had not come across any information regarding them. When Old Yin inquired, the leader responded with utmost seriousness. There are certain red lines that must never be crossed. For instance, our Shanghai personnel must never be passive. This is a red line. Do you understand? Old Yin fell silent, fully aware that this was merely an excuse. After all, how many lives had been lost in Shanghai? Not to mention He An. Even the 3 individuals previously eliminated by He An were not regarded with much concern. With a heavy sigh, he realized he was no different from the tall figure. He was merely an inspector, powerless to effect change. By the way, for the next few days, you and Lida should rest at the company. Upon hearing this, Old Yin narrowed his eyes. This was tantamount to house arrest. Chapter 44, Captain Sword Hero. Bangu, you seem downcast these past few days. Why have you eaten so little? In the past, you would consume at least 4 pieces of pork knuckle, yet now you only eat 3 per meal? He Jianguo's eyes were filled with concern, fearing that this foolish boy might be unwell. Bangu remained silent, merely offering a silly grin, reclining in a rocking chair. He seemed unconcerned. Haven't you noticed? He has been running outside constantly these past 2 days. A Cantonese restaurant just opened at the corner, and this kid has been feasting there. Upon hearing this, He Jianguo felt relieved and playfully poked Bangu. If you no longer wish to eat pork knuckle, you should have said so earlier. I know a bit about Cantonese cuisine as well. As the young man savored the pork knuckle, he looked up and proclaimed, "The pork knuckle made by Uncle Jianguo is my absolute favorite. I shall never forget it in my lifetime." Sincerity is always a powerful weapon. Observing the intense sincerity in his eyes, He Jianguo couldn't help but feel a twinge of nostalgia. As one ages, they often find themselves reminiscing about the past. When he first brought the young man home, he was but a frail little creature. At that time, there were hardly any ingredients in the house, save for a single pork knuckle. He had stewed it for the young man, who devoured it with gleaming eyes, unwilling to part with the bones even after the meal, often clutching them during dinner, hence his name. "All right, if you love it so much, I'll make it for you." He Jianguo affectionately ruffled the young man's hair. This fearsome beast, as perceived by outsiders, now wore a blissful expression, his eyes squinting with delight. "Brother," he said, "are we about to be relocated?" "Don't speak nonsense. They can't possibly relocate us," He replied. "But when we went out earlier, we saw those villagers moving. Didn't you say it was for relocation?" He raised an eyebrow, glancing at the young man. "Who is moving?" "The neighbors." The young man sniffled. "Since yesterday, several houses have been uninhabited. Doesn't that suggest impending relocation?" Upon hearing this, he slowly rose from his rocking chair. Unusual occurrences often signal trouble. It was one thing for 1 or 2 families to temporarily leave, but so many departing at once. They must be planning to relocate my hostages. How many families are nearby? Uncle Zhao's family, Old Lu's family, and the young man listed several names of residents from the 2 nearby streets. He chuckled softly. 2 streets? Is that not a bit presumptuous of them? Without needing to guess, he knew this was undoubtedly the work of Shanghai, as only they possessed the means to clear out so many individuals so effortlessly. The limited scope of just 2 streets indicated they were likely preparing to set up a barrier. He sighed, turning to gaze at the artificial mountain in his yard. Did they truly believe that after more than a decade, he had not taken measures to secure his surroundings? Lying back down, he rubbed his eyes and said, "Young man, call me when the Shanghai people arrive." "Okay." The young man nodded, having finished the pork knuckle, and now with greasy hands. He proceeded to wash his hands in the nearby fish pond, where several koi, as plump as piglets, swam over to feast on the remnants of meat on his fingers. With eyes closed, he pondered whether those captains would come. If pushed to the brink, he would not hold back. The very reason he had chosen to settle here was to prepare for such contingencies. Tonight's mission could not afford any failures. In an office, Wang Yu and his comrades sat before their leader, Yuan Wanshan, who was flanked by over 50 members of their core team. This leader, a disciple of the Longmen school, revered Qiu Chuji, one of the 7 sages of Chuanjin, as his master. However, unlike his peers who focused on esoteric practices and inner alchemy, Yuan had not severed his mundane roots, thus only mastering common techniques without attaining true enlightenment. Nonetheless, his lower cultivation did not hinder his high understanding, as he would not have risen to his current position otherwise. Gazing at the earnest faces before him, Yuan Wanshan took a deep breath and spoke. "I am aware that our adversary is formidable and well known in our circles. Most of you have families and are reluctant to provoke such a person. Yet, I assure you, this time our opponent will find no escape. The captain of the Sword Hero will join us in this endeavor." Upon hearing the name Sword Hero, the room erupted in a flurry of excitement. Yuan Wanshan made no attempt to quiet them, understanding that the name of the famed pushing flower Daoist could instill trepidation. Thus, he had purposely invoked the name of the Sword Hero to bolster morale. And indeed, the effect was palpable. Justice will triumph over evil. Victory shall be ours. The others echoed the chant, with Wang Yu leading the fervor. If he had harbored any doubts before, the mention of the Sword Hero had put them to rest. This was none other than the most celebrated of the 4 captains, not solely for his prowess, but for his striking handsomeness. It was said that prior to joining Shanghai, Numerous film companies sought to sign him as a star. Had Shanhai not acted swiftly, he might well have become an actor. As for his strength, it spoke for itself. Otherwise, how could he have become a captain? With him in their ranks, the infamous pushing flower Daoist would meet his demise. As the excitement settled, Yuan Wanshan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. The crowd has thinned significantly. We will make our move tonight. We will set up a barrier 2 streets away. And this barrier will be established by a specialist. Entrance only, no exit. You may unleash your full potential within, without concern for the backlash of spells. The barrier will only be lifted after we deal with He An. Hearing this, a normally timid member hastily raised his hand. Leader, will the sword hero enter with us? Or will he go in first? The individual presented 2 scenarios, omitting the possibility of entering first with the sword hero following. Yuan Wanshan, perceiving this subtlety, smiled and replied, "Of course, he will enter with you. This time, you will merely be cheering him on, understood?" In that moment, countless members discreetly exhaled in relief. Anyone who had heard of the pushing flower Daoist would not wish to confront him directly. With no further questions arising, Yuan Wanshan glanced at his wristwatch. On the clock. Target, He An. Chapter 45. The inevitable approaches. As night fell, the atmosphere in Beiping felt unusually serene. He An lay back in his rocking chair, idly handling a string of small walnut beads, a gift from an elderly neighbor, which he enjoyed toying with over the years. The beads had aged to a rich reddish-brown hue, gleaming even under the sun's rays. The young man sat beside him on a stool, a bone resting across his legs as he happily munched on a pack of meat-flavored biscuits. Suddenly, he halted mid-bite, leaped to his feet, and turned towards the distance. "Brother, the Shanhai people have arrived 2 streets away." He An responded without opening his eyes. These individuals were likely setting up the barrier. He preferred to let them complete their preparations. Oh, the young man made no further inquiries and intended to resume eating his biscuits. Wait a moment before eating. Go check the basement and see if Zhang Wo is ready. With a nod, the young man obediently dashed into the house and entered the hidden chamber. The basement was deep, and after more than a minute, he arrived at the secret room, where Zhang Wo was meticulously painting intricate lines on a large magical array with his blood. "Uncle He, my brother asks if you are ready." "All set. The barrier can be activated at any moment." Zhang Wo responded. The young man acknowledged this and hurried back outside. "Brother, Uncle He says he is ready." Upon hearing this, He An finally rose slowly, stretching lazily before stating, "Then we can prepare to take action. Otherwise, if the house gets damaged, I would be quite heartbroken." Having lived in Beiping for many years, He An had already established various formations and protective items around his home. Regardless of anything else, the safety of his abode was assured. After all, the price of this house is quite steep, and it conceals many of his belongings. Without security, how could that be acceptable? He An produced the imprint of boundless freedom and casually tossed it onto a nearby rockery. With a single hand gesture, he began to activate the formation. 2 streets away, a man clad in a tailored white suit suddenly opened his eyes. This man was tall and well-proportioned, with a face that was chiseled and strikingly handsome, exuding a robust masculinity. "Captain Jinxia, what is it?" Yuan Wanshan inquired anxiously beside him. Today, Jinxia was the absolute mainstay. Seeing him frown naturally made Yuan Wanshan tense. "There is a fluctuation of magical energy. He may have detected us." Yuan Wanshan furrowed his brow. "Can he really sense us from 2 streets away? Has someone leaked their spiritual pressure?" When practitioners engage in combat, they unconsciously emit spiritual pressure, which can also be considered as the additional mana consumed during spellcasting. Those with greater mastery can control this energy, utilizing precisely what is necessary for their spells without waste. Moreover, within the circle, this spiritual pressure serves another purpose: identity recognition. Much like fingerprints, the spiritual pressure of practitioners is nearly unique. When someone actively releases their spiritual pressure, they are indicating their identity. Such occurrences are commonplace within the circle. For instance, when conducting certain affairs, if one senses others approaching, some will release their spiritual pressure to signify their presence. Those with awareness typically depart, while the oblivious may find themselves in conflict. Yuan Wanshan now suspected that someone had leaked their spiritual pressure. Jinxia, however, shook his head. "I have been keeping watch. No one has emitted spiritual pressure. Regardless, we must hasten our efforts and establish the barrier. Should he escape, it would lead to endless troubles." Yuan Wanshan nodded in agreement and waved to his subordinates. "Prepare the barrier within 5 minutes." His subordinates nodded and hurried to relay the orders, while Jinxia gently caressed the hilt of his sword. He held a Han sword, its scabbard plain and unadorned, merely a simple wooden sheath. Yet, It was engraved with formations to conceal its sharpness and nurture its essence. Jinxia closed his eyes to gather his thoughts, his mind drifting to the enigmatic words of his commander during a previous mission. Little sword. Sometimes what you see is not necessarily the truth, and what you feel may not be genuine. Do you understand? Jinxia frowned slightly, reflecting on the commander's penchant for such cryptic remarks. Why could he not convey matters more directly? If what he perceived were not the truth, then what indeed was? Gripping his sword tightly, he considered that his prowess in swordsmanship stemmed from his innate sword heart, allowing him to progress at an extraordinary pace, surpassing his peers. Over the years, his sword heart had never misled him. Captain, the barrier is set. Lost in contemplation, he was roused by Yuan Wanshan's careful voice. Jinxia opened his eyes, and in that instant, it was as if a flash of sword light had passed. Yuan Wanshan, standing before him, felt a sudden prickling sensation on his skin and instinctively took a step back. Let us go, Jinxia called, and Yuan Wanshan snapped back to reality, signaling to the others behind him. Over 50 individuals rose in unison, with Wang Yu confidently at the forefront, his gaze fervently fixed on Jinxia. This was the legendary Captain Jinxia, undeniably impressive. Move out, Yuan Wanshan commanded, and the group followed Jinxia into the barrier, vanishing within the transparent ripples. Meanwhile, 2 streets away, a warning tape had already been drawn, prohibiting any passage. As they entered the alley, they found He An grinning at the entrance, accompanied by Bongu, who held a bone staff. Ah, quite a gathering, aren't we? He An continued to smile, as if he viewed these individuals with indifference. Wang Yu, now emboldened by his newfound support, proclaimed, He An, are you not afraid, even at death's door? Allow me to introduce this gentleman, our Captain Jinxia. You are accused of murdering the president of the Haiqing Fengshui Association and Dong Furong of Xianjiang. Today, we shall execute justice upon you. Wang Yu's voice resonated with righteousness. Yet He An could not suppress a laugh. Jinxia calmly grasped the scabbard of his sword. I have long admired the name of the renowned Master Chenghua. However, where is your signature flourish? Feeling the pressure emanating from Jinxia, He An did not let arrogance overtake him. Shadows swirled at his feet as an oil paper umbrella gracefully descended into his hands. Would you care to witness it? Indeed, Jinxia had already gripped the hilt of his sword. And in that moment of their gazes colliding, both struck simultaneously. Buzz. The air resonated with a hum as a black line materialized out of nowhere, swiftly extending towards He An. It was Jinxia's strike, an unimaginable speed of attack. Yet, when the black line reached He An, it was effortlessly blocked by the oil paper umbrella. Simultaneously, the umbrella emitted a crimson glow. Wherever the red light shone, the ground cracked open, and skeletal remains began to emerge. Chapter 46. Is it fun? Everyone, attack together. Wang Yu called out, raising his hand to unleash a talisman. Those behind him immediately sprang into action, showcasing their abilities. Nearly everyone with ranged capabilities was utilizing them. However, regardless of the type of attack, once within a 3-meter radius of the oil paper umbrella, all were nullified. Despite the presence of over 50 individuals, not a single one could graze the hem of He An's clothing. Meanwhile, the skeletal figures multiplied. Seeing this, Jinxia's eyes grew colder. Heretical fiends. I shall not allow you to persist. As he spoke, he swung his sword again, shattering the skeletons beneath his blade. Wang Yu laughed triumphantly. Didn't you say we lacked evidence? He An, are not these corpses evidence enough? This time, you are doomed. Yet He An did not even glance at Wang Yu, perceiving him merely as a jester. Among those present, the only individual worthy of his earnest attention was Jinxia. Anyone who could ascend to the rank of captain of the Shanghai team was not to be underestimated. Your sword is quite impressive. Had you made this move earlier, I might have found myself at a loss. However, during my recent visit to Xianjiang, I acquired a rather interesting technique. As He An spoke, a small ceramic bowl appeared in his hand, and he leisurely poured the black blood onto the ground. This black blood, akin to a living entity, did not seep into the earth. Instead, it swiftly moved, soon enveloping the skeletal remains. In the next moment, the bones began to reassemble and rise again. Indeed, this was the blood of the underworld goddess. After He An had contained her within the Wanhan banner and nurtured her for several days, she regained her sentience. The method of cultivating and controlling this underworld blood was learned from her. Though not particularly formidable, eradicating them swiftly was no easy task. It would suffice to deal with these trifling adversaries. Jinxia clearly discerned He An's intentions and coldly declared, a radiant golden light emanated from his body. A renowned defensive spell within the circle. Witnessing the successful casting, he allowed himself a moment of relief. Yet, in the next instant, a black bone staff struck towards him. The golden light shattered like a fragile bubble upon contact, and in the following moment, a pair of eyeballs leaped from their sockets. Brain matter splattering as the corpse crumpled to the ground. The spell was broken. His magical artifact could dismantle spells. Around him, panicked cries filled the air, as the bone staff seemed to rampage through the crowd, swiftly toppling 4 individuals beneath its assault. A towering figure among the crowd gritted his teeth and advanced. If he could not subdue the formidable Zhenghua Daoist, how could he be bested by this small fry? His own cultivation was closely tied to his physical form, and he refused to believe he would falter. He propelled himself forward, muscles in his upper body bulging, his physique visibly more imposing, to the point that his clothes strained against him. Boom. Taking advantage of the bone staff's distraction as it attacked another, he struck out, delivering a powerful blow that sent the staff flying far away. Witnessing this, Wang Yu and the crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Excellent. The others, relieved to see the fierce beast of the bone staff subdued, could not contain their rising fury. Their thoughts mirrored those of the towering figure. If they could not handle He An, they could at least deal with this lesser foe, right? However, in the next moment, their attention shifted away from the bone staff, for they were astonished to discover that the skeletons before them could not be destroyed. Even when they shattered the bones to dust, the black-red blood would reassemble them. Engaged in a fierce struggle with the skeletal foes, they found it almost impossible to separate from the fray, while a nearly vacant space lay just a short distance away, instinctively avoided by all. For there, the swordsman was locked in a standoff with He An evildoers. Prepare for annihilation. I beg your pardon, I am a practitioner of the left path. He An maintained a disarming smile as the swordsman casually tossed his sword sheath aside, which embedded itself into the wall with a soft thud. In the next moment, the swordsman slashed again, conjuring a sharp black line, unparalleled in its edge. With a wave of his hand, the surrounding darkness seemed to respond, with countless inky hands emerging from the shadows, reaching towards the swordsman. Child's play. The swordsman wielded his Han sword, executing a series of strikes that formed a web of blades before him, dispersing all shadowy figures upon contact. Humph! The swordsman scoffed, gripping his sword with one hand and propelling himself towards He An with determination. He was confident that his sword could pierce through He An's oiled paper umbrella. Without that defense, wouldn't He An become a toothless tiger? Yet He An remained unmoved, standing his ground until the swordsman approached the umbrella's range, at which point his voice turned cold. 3 lives gate. Open. With this incantation, 2 shadows surged up from behind him, growing over 5 meters tall in an instant. These 2 shadows moved slowly, extending their hands to push forward. A dark, gaping fissure gradually formed between them. Break. The swordsman thrust his sword forth, but He An did not flinch. A buzzing sound resonated, yet the swordsman found himself unable to breach the 2-meter distance that separated him from He An. It was as if an invisible wall of air obstructed his advance. Just then, the fissure between the 2 shadows expanded into an archway. In the next moment, a figure with blood-red eyes stepped forth from within. Astonishingly, this figure bore an identical appearance to the swordsman before him. Even the weapon in its hand was the same. The swordsman, taken aback, took a step back. Merely an illusion. Begone. As he spoke, he bent slightly at the waist, sweeping his sword horizontally, sending a black line toward He An. Almost instantaneously, the red-eyed swordsman mirrored his actions, launching an attack of his own, every move and technique identical. The only distinction was that the red-eyed swordsman's attack radiated a crimson hue, while the original swordsman's was black. The 2 sword energies collided, negating one another, and this exchange left neither able to gain the upper hand. The swordsman's expression darkened, while He An continued to wear a broad smile. Is this amusing to you? Chapter 47. The Sound of Swords. The swordsman's demeanor grew increasingly grave. A person's name casts a long shadow. Those with significant reputations within the circle were rarely simple characters. He An's methods, thus far, had been exceedingly bizarre, especially the 3 lives gate. The illusionary attack was an exact replica of his own. It was utterly ludicrous. Sound of 9 provinces. The swordsman whispered as he swung his Han sword, producing a resonant hum in the air. Almost simultaneously, the red-eyed swordsman followed suit, mimicking the same movements and launching his own assault. The resonance intensified, and in the next instant, a cacophony erupted, with countless beams of sword light materializing in the air, engaging in a fierce clash, scattering in all directions. At this moment, the swordsman finally grasped the complexity of He An. Damn it! No matter how we strike, these skeletons cannot be killed. If this continues, we will be worn out. Fire has no effect on them. We cannot proceed like this. Their essence lay within the black blood they had absorbed earlier. Finding a way to eradicate that black blood was imperative. While the warriors from the mountain and sea were stronger than these skeletons, they struggled to eliminate them quickly. As time passed, their magical energy dwindled, and it would not be long before the balance tipped. The swordsman closed his eyes slightly, acutely aware that he could not allow the situation to remain unchanged, lest he be seized by opportunity. Sword heart. This was the swordsman's greatest reliance that had brought him thus far. Its purpose extended beyond merely widening his sword path. It also helped him pierce through confusion. As he closed his eyes, everything around him grew increasingly clear. He finally discerned the true nature of the red-eyed swordsman. It was a skeletal frame. Unlike an ordinary skeleton, this one bore a pair of upward-curving horns, reminiscent of a demon from Western mythology. Sword demon. Upon hearing this, He An raised an eyebrow, surprised. Impressive, you can see through the superficial. He An's surprise was genuine, for it was the first time someone had pierced through the illusion to reveal the essence of the Three Lives Gate. However, what astonished He An even more was that the swordsman's figure suddenly vanished. Yet this time, the red-eyed swordsman could not react, as if frozen in place. In the next moment, the swordsman reappeared behind the red-eyed figure, silently thrusting his sword toward its neck. Clang! The red-eyed swordsman executed a technique, effortlessly deflecting the attack. The swordsman felt a surge of impatience. He had intended to swiftly subdue He An, yet who could have predicted that with just a single spell, he would be rendered helpless? This was unacceptable. If He An were not eliminated tonight, who could endure the retaliation that would surely follow? With this thought, the swordsman resolved to employ his most formidable techniques. Meanwhile, the bone staff wielder's eyes burned red, each strike of the bone staff growing increasingly fierce. With each block the towering figure made, blood seeped from his mouth. His internal organs were already injured, yet he dared not cry out for help. The moment he opened his mouth to breathe a sigh of relief, he would be struck down by the bone staff. What does it mean to be trapped on a tiger's back? This was the essence of being trapped. At this moment, his only hope was that someone would notice his plight and rush to assist him. Yet, not a single person among the crowd stepped forward. All engaged in battle with the skeletons. This left him filled with regret, cursing himself for taking on the role of the scapegoat. Why not just join the others in fighting the skeletons? Fortunately, Tang Zhou sensed something amiss and quickly called out, "Everyone, let us team up and take down this fool." In that moment, the towering figure nearly broke down in tears, never having felt Tang Zhou's presence so grand before. As the surrounding individuals heard the commotion, they quickly rallied together, launching a united assault against the bone giant. This sudden onslaught caught the bone giant off guard, revealing a momentary flaw, and he was once again sent flying. The large man seized the opportunity to catch his breath, spitting out a mouthful of blood, his vitality waning. Yet he understood that this was not a time for respite. He urgently pointed at the retreating bone giant, urging his companions to press the attack without delay. Tang Zhou gritted his teeth, flipping his right hand to reveal a dagger-sized Vajra pestle, a treasured artifact of his, renowned for its formidable power. Similar to the bone giant's elephant bone club, it possessed the ability to break through magical defenses. Moreover, it had a unique capability to shatter invulnerability. Before it, flesh was merely flesh. Even the golden-bodied arhats of the Buddhist realm would be of no use. Attack! Tang Zhou commanded, leading his companions forward. Seizing the moment of weakness, they surged towards the bone giant. The bodies of cultivators, enhanced by magical might, moved with remarkable speed, reaching the bone giant's side in mere steps, thrusting the Vajra pestle towards his heart. However, the bone giant swiftly leaped aside, contorting his form into a crouch, resembling a giant spider scuttling rapidly. His speed was such that their spells could not keep pace. "Stop him!" Tang Zhou bellowed, and his companions unleashed binding spells. Yet those incantations failed to reach the bone giant. Meanwhile, the bone giant's hair began to grow uncontrollably, transforming from short to long within mere seconds. And it continued to extend. "Everyone unite." One man began to rally his comrades, but before he could finish, an elephant bone club pierced through his chest. He gazed down at the gaping wound in disbelief. How could this be? Wasn't that figure ahead of him? How could the club have reached him? In confusion, he turned to see a diminutive skeleton wielding the elephant bone club, its jaw creaking ominously. With a look of resignation, he collapsed to the ground, blood gushing from his chest. Not far away, the bone giant seemed invigorated by the sight of fresh blood. His hair had grown to his waist, and his speed had become nearly imperceptible. In a flash, he grasped the elephant bone club, and the surroundings erupted in a cacophony of thuds. When they looked up again, several decapitated corpses were toppling to the ground. The ability to shatter skulls without harming the bodies was a terrifying display of power control. "Everyone, Brace yourselves and unleash binding spells around us. Tang Zhou shouted. In moments of crisis, individuals instinctively heed the commands of those more powerful than themselves. In the absence of such figures, they often follow the loudest voice. At this moment, Tang Zhou was that commanding voice. The crowd instinctively began to act according to his directives, their initial intent to assist the sword hero against He An forgotten as their own survival took precedence. Meanwhile, the sword hero finally made his move, employing his most potent techniques, the sword's resonance. As he struck, a resonant hum filled the air, manifesting as a sonic wave that obliterated the attacking skeletons into dust in an instant. Those in the surrounding mountains and seas fared no better. Weaker cultivators suffered nosebleeds and collapsed, eyes rolling back as they convulsed on the ground. The bone giant covered his ears, his expression one of agony and rage. Tang Zhou and his companions were not much better off, relying on the large man's frantic shaking of a copper bell to counter the sword's resonance. Yet, all this was merely the residual force of the sword hero's strike. The red-eyed sword hero was utterly decimated by the aftermath, as a vortex erupted behind him within the Three Lives Gate, drawing in the remnants of his form. This strike successfully dismantled He An's Three Lives Gate. But it did not end there. He An glanced at his oiled paper umbrella, now marred by a crack. The sword hero's strike had forcibly breached its defenses. No tricks, just raw power. Captain of the Mountain Sea team, truly worthy of the title. Once more, the resonant hum echoed, and the sword hero seemingly teleported before He An. His Han sword glinting ominously, chilling the hearts of onlookers. Will you only cower within your shell? He taunted, yet his blade did not pause. Weaving a web of cold light before He An regardless of how fiercely he struck, the oiled paper umbrella held steadfast against his onslaught. Unfazed by the taunt, He An merely chuckled in response. What's this? Do you envy me? With a dismissive snort, the sword hero readied his stance for attack. Sword technique. This time, there was no resonant hum, yet in the next heartbeat, the handle of He An's umbrella snapped in two. Lowering his gaze, He An noticed a wound forming at his thumb, droplets of blood seeping forth, only to heal rapidly within moments. Impressive, to have broken my umbrella's defense. The sword hero straightened. It seems your shell is not as sturdy as you thought. I wonder how many of my strikes it can withstand. He An's smile faded as he slowly transformed the umbrella into an illusion, merging it with his body. You've been on the offensive all this time. Now, it's my turn. The bizarre sight startled the sword hero. In this age of waning magic, nearly all cultivators wielded artifacts. Though formidable, they paled in comparison to legendary treasures. For instance, all artifacts were tangible. The mightiest of artifacts could only shift in size to a limited extent. Yet this oiled paper umbrella could merge with the body. Could it be a treasure? That shouldn't be possible. Even if it were a treasure, the current cultivators would struggle to wield it effortlessly. The sword hero found himself perplexed, unaware that if He An heard his thoughts, he would surely be amused. He An's umbrella was indeed an artifact, capable of merging with his body due to the incantation techniques he had mastered. Similar to how he had once transformed a lizard into a being of ethereal nature, He An applied this technique to his oiled paper umbrella. The advantage of this method was that it significantly bolstered He An's defenses. The drawback was the continuous drain on his magical energy. Thus, He An usually kept the umbrella hidden within his shadow. However, facing a formidable opponent like the sword hero, defense took precedence. Do you think I only specialize in defense? He An vanished from sight, reappearing above the sword hero, his foot descending towards his crown. With a resounding stomp, He An unleashed his move, descending like a meteor. The sword hero stood firm, raising his sword to impale He An. Yet, this time, he had miscalculated. Boom! A tremendous force slammed into him, nearly dislodging the sword from his grasp. The sword hero hastily redirected his weight, but the ground trembled beneath He An's foot, carving a chasm towards him. The sword hero sidestepped, but dark hands emerged from the abyss, forcefully pushing him towards the ravine. Get away from me! With a swift stroke of his sword, the dark hands dissipated into smoke, yet He An was already upon him, lightly tapping with his finger. Break! Boom! The sword hero was flung far away, his back ablaze as though engulfed in flames. He An remained composed, his gaze unwavering. The sword hero regained his footing and met He An's stare. You are formidable. Moments later, the sword hero finally spoke, and He An flexed his hands. I am aware of this. However, you should act quickly, or your allies may be slaughtered. Upon hearing this, the sword hero turned to see the bone giant wielding the elephant bone club, rampaging through the ranks of the Mountain Sea team. The long-haired bone giant had transformed into a fierce behemoth, moving with an otherworldly ferocity. With a single, forceful strike, a formidable figure was reduced to mere pulp. Yet, before he could continue observing, an icy sensation crept up the back of his mind. Years of experience allowed him to swiftly evade, while he cursed aloud, "Despicable scoundrel. A sneak attack. Humph. You've come to my doorstep. Must I not retaliate?" He An, unwilling to engage in further banter, chanted a spell after his ambush failed. "O spirits of the 3 mountains and 5 peaks, heed my call. Shift mountains and fill seas, summon the soldiers of the Tao. This day, with evil spirits and demons in abundance, I invoke this yellow talisman to cleanse the universe. I summon you, East Peak, the great Mount Tai." A terrifying pressure descended, and the swordsman swung his sword towards the heavens, fully aware of its futility. Under ordinary circumstances, he might have stood a chance, but this was Mount Tai. The oppressive force caused him to kneel on one knee, his bones creaking under the strain. It was at this moment that he finally comprehended the depth of He An's magical prowess, capable of wielding the mountain shift spell to such an extent. The swordsman felt a surge of urgency. So many of his team had perished, and returning home would invite mockery from his peers. The swordmaster. The Han sword in his hand vibrated with intensity, humming ominously. He An's inner alarm bells rang. Instinctively, he turned his head to evade. A dark line seemed to materialize from thin air, slicing across his cheek and drawing a few drops of blood. Sword technique. Had he not turned aside, his brow would have been pierced. Sword and shadow. The swordsman formed a seal with his right hand, and astonishingly, the Han sword began to split. Within moments, multiplying into over a dozen swords that swarmed around He An, striking fiercely. Though He An was protected by an oil paper umbrella, enduring continuous attacks from these swords was untenable. "You wish to compel me to relinquish the mountain shift spell? Dream on. Do you not see whose territory this is? Array, rise." With He An's furious roar, a surge of crimson light erupted within the alley. For the first time, a look of panic crossed the swordsman's face. He had not anticipated that He An had set a trap in advance. At that moment, he inwardly cursed, wondering why his companions had not investigated thoroughly before taking action. Although he did not understand the specifics of He An's formation, its formidable power was unmistakable. The crimson glow illuminated He An's smile, which appeared particularly sinister. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to your demise." Chapter 49. The mysterious figure enters. As the grand array blazed with crimson light, the swordsman found himself firmly bound by the mountain shift spell, rendered immobile. In that instant, a long-forgotten sensation of helplessness washed over him. He could scarcely recall the last time he felt this way. It seemed he had no choice but to employ that technique. As one of the 4 captains of the sea and mountain forces, the swordsman possessed several secret techniques. Albeit each one came at a great cost, with 2 of them even draining his lifespan. Yet now was not the time to worry about longevity. If he held back any longer, he would meet his end. Blade sacrifice. With this declaration, the swordsman's Han sword clones converged into one, a crimson light igniting along its blade. Almost simultaneously, he spat out a mouthful of blood, his complexion turning ashen. A torrent of sword energy surged from him, and he gradually stood against the weight of the mountain shift spell, his aura significantly intensified. Without uttering a single superfluous word, he struck at He An in an instant. Once again, the dark line appeared, faster than before, so swift that He An could hardly react. With that one strike, a finger-sized hole manifested in He An's shoulder, transparent and devoid of blood, as if something had devoured it. Yet, He An seemed oblivious to the pain, continuing to control the grand array. As the crimson light of the array intensified, a black-red flame began to rise from the ground, incinerating everything in its path. The first to suffer were those who had been stunned by the sword's resonance. Most of them lay on the ground, now transformed into human fireballs, meeting a gruesome fate. The flames escalated, igniting the walls on either side of the alley, while the surrounding flora withered instantly, becoming torches. Only the skeletal figure remained unaffected by the flames, wielding an ivory staff that danced in the air, relentlessly attacking Tang Zhou and his companions. Wang Yu, hiding in the midst of the crowd, watched in horror as the originally 50-strong group dwindled to less than 30. Fear and regret washed over him. He finally understood why Tang Zhou and the others had been so timid upon hearing He An's name. Alas, there is no remedy for regret in this world. Tang Zhou and the others were acutely aware that the situation had escalated. Even if their captain emerged victorious, it was highly probable that they would perish in the process. This was not the outcome he desired. Breathing heavily, Tang Zhou cast a furtive glance at the mighty Vajra club, a plan forming in his mind. If this plan succeeded, he would undoubtedly escape alive. As the flames surged, even the earth beneath them turned into a crimson liquid. Meanwhile, He An finally witnessed the true strength of the mountain captain. Each of the swordsman's strikes effortlessly pierced through He An's defenses. Had it not been for He An's remarkable recovery abilities, he would have been a mass of wounds by now. Yet, even in such a state, his attire lay tattered, revealing his sculpted physique. The grand array had been activated, requiring no further control from He An. He could finally engage the swordsman in earnest. With a flick of his Han's sword, the swordsman's expression turned icy. You wish to refine the boundary? Refine the boundary? Ha ha. He An's laughter grew increasingly maniacal. You cannot possibly think my objective is solely you? The swordsman's heart sank upon hearing this. He then saw He An's lips curl into a smirk. Merely 2 streets away, you underestimate me far too much. Humph. The swordsman once again vanished and reappeared, his Han's sword emitting waves of dark light. Each strike left a significant wound on He An, yet in the blink of an eye, He An healed. I refuse to believe you can recover indefinitely. The swordsman's speed surged, and He An raised his right hand. Instantly, a flaming beast claw formed from the flames behind him, lunging toward the swordsman. The swordsman hastily dodged. He An's regenerative abilities were too formidable. Trading injuries was evidently unwise. Crack! The sound of shattering glass resonated, and when the swordsman looked up, he saw the boundary beginning to crack. His expression changed dramatically as he finally understood the meaning behind He An's earlier words. He intended to burn the boundary and use the surrounding innocent people as hostages. At this moment, the swordsman cursed vehemently, recalling how Yuan Wanshan and others had boasted that their boundary could only allow entry, not exit. No matter how they attacked from within, it was all fine. Yet, how long had it been? The boundary was on the verge of collapsing. If He An destroyed the boundary and escaped, what would become of the innocent bystanders? More alarmingly, if he managed to flee, they would face an unending cycle of vengeance. Ha ha ha. He An's laughter grew increasingly frenzied. Once he entered combat, he became somewhat brutal, even harboring thoughts of annihilating everything. Perhaps this was one of the drawbacks of his unorthodox training. The swordsman wore a grave expression, gathering strength, resolved to employ a technique that would cost him his lifespan. 2 streets away, Yuan Wanshan's expression turned to one of horror. At that moment, he could see the cracks in the boundary, faintly glimpsing the red glow within. The boundary must be maintained. Otherwise, we shall all perish, Yuan Wanshan bellowed. But even without his urging, those maintaining the boundary were prepared to risk everything. For if the boundary were breached, the backlash alone would be enough to doom them. Cold sweat dripped from Yuan Wanshan's forehead, and only when his eyes began to ache did he come to his senses. He never imagined that even with the captain's intervention, He An could not be subdued. Given the current momentum, it seemed He An might indeed break free. With this thought, he hastily took out his phone, intending to call for reinforcements. Just then, a red beam shot through the sky, crashing directly into the boundary. This boundary allowed entry but not exit. The red light flashed and vanished without a trace. Yuan Wanshan rubbed his eyes and remarked, "Did something just enter my eye? Am I seeing things? Leader, it appears to be a snake." "A snake?" "Yes, the shadow of a snake." Gritting his teeth, Yuan Wanshan thought to himself that this must be the work of He An's men. He needed to urgently call for reinforcements. Boom! A crimson light struck the ground, creating a vacuum in the area where the earth had been ablaze. The combatants, the sword hero and He An, instinctively withdrew, their faces filled with vigilance. At that moment, who could tell whether the newcomer was friend or foe? As the red glow gradually faded, the 2 men finally discerned the identity of the visitor. She was a graceful young woman clad in a form-fitting black outfit that accentuated her figure, and under the flickering flames, the serpent-like patterns on her attire became vaguely visible. He An silently passed the oil paper umbrella into the shadows, instructing Ba Yi to make urgent repairs. Previously, the sword hero had managed alone, but now with 2 of them. The protection of the umbrella was essential. The sword hero was equally cautious, for he did not recognize the woman before him. Just as the 3 remained tense and silent, a piercing scream echoed from nearby. "Master, master you." Chapter 50. Outnumbering the few, is that it? Wang Yu turned around in disbelief, only to see Tang Zhou standing behind him, a golden vajra rod piercing through his chest, blood oozing from the wound. Wang Yu's face contorted in pain as he looked at Tang Zhou in confusion. "Master, why? Why? If it weren't for you, so many would not have perished today. It is because of you. How many brothers will be buried here? My mighty vajra rod requires but a single life to breach the barrier, and only then do we have a glimmer of hope." Those around observed Tang Zhou's betrayal of Wang Yu, initially believing he had been mentally manipulated by He An, unaware of his true intentions. The head of the idol on the vajra rod glowed, and blood that had been flowing downward defied gravity, coalescing upwards into the idol's mouth. Tang Zhou, observing the wariness of those around him, said, "Do you wish to be burned alive here, or crushed by that fool?" Upon hearing this, several individuals silently moved to stand behind Tang Zhou, unwilling to meet their demise. However, the remaining few expressed their anger, shouting, "Nonsense! He can kill his own disciple. Do you honestly believe his words? Today, the sacrifice is Wang Yu, and soon it will be you." These words caused the expressions of those behind Tang Zhou to shift uncertainly. While opening the barrier may allow you to escape, can you guarantee that Chuanghua Daoren will not pursue? Who among you can withstand his revenge? With that, they reasoned, it was better to fight here. Indeed. Let us fight. Hearing this, a few more individuals returned to Tang Zhou's side. However, Tang Zhou sneered, "Dying now or later, I choose to live a little longer. The world is vast, and no matter how powerful he is, he cannot find me again. You may go if you wish." With that, Tang Zhou brandished the Vajra rod and charged outward. Bones attempted to block his path, but in that moment, Tang Zhou appeared almost frenzied, the rod's power surging, overpowering the obstruction. The trio, He An and his two companions, remained oblivious to the chaos unfolding, aware that in a battle of masters, one misstep could be fatal. The sword hero had narrowly escaped a sneak attack from He An earlier by merely glancing back. The woman in black glanced at the two men, her pupils transforming into slits as she fixed her gaze on He An. "Did you destroy the Dao Tua statue?" He An cursed inwardly, realizing she was indeed an enemy and quite adept at choosing her moments. Without waiting for an answer, the woman continued coldly, "Join us, and I shall overlook the past. Otherwise, this day next year will mark your death." He An scoffed, tearing away his tattered clothing. "Many have sought my life. You must possess the capability to succeed." As he gestured towards the sword hero, he added, "He is one among many. Will you line up, or will you attack together?" With no unnecessary words exchanged, the woman raised her hand, and a red serpent shadow lunged forward, its jaws wide open to strike. He An vanished in an instant, and at the same moment, a black line appeared, silently cleaving the ground. However, the woman was not the only one to act. The sword hero seized the opportunity to launch his own assault. When He An reappeared, he was already airborne, forming hand seals. "Strength, come forth." Seeing this, the woman raised her hand again, sending forth two serpent shadows. Yet in the next instant, two massive hands materialized out of thin air, clutching the serpent shadows and crushing them mercilessly. Boom! A stone giant descended with a crash, flames erupting around it. Towering over 3 meters, it radiated golden light, resembling the gilded statues found in temples. Its gaze locked onto the woman, and it charged towards her with tremendous force. Unfazed, the woman merely waved her hand, causing the ground to collapse as a colossal serpent emerged, its gaping maw swallowing the stone giant whole. He An landed on a nearby wall, his brow furrowed. The woman's abilities were unlike anything he had encountered, proving to be a formidable challenge. The sword hero launched another attack, putting aside any concerns about collaboration, driven by a need to eliminate He An completely. With a swift motion, he struck, but He An had not anticipated the speed of the assault, resulting in his right arm being severed. The pain of his severed limb contorted He An's features as he swiftly pressed his left hand against the wound. An eerie sight unfolded as flesh began to sprout rapidly from the severed arm, resembling crimson worms connecting the dismembered limb. In mere moments, the two parts had rejoined, though a faint red line remained, marking the site of the previous severance. He An's complexion paled slightly, while his recovery abilities were formidable. The nature of the injury dictated that the reattachment of a severed limb would require more time if left to heal naturally. He could not afford to wait, so he expended his energy to hasten the process. The sword hero, seeing his strike succeed, pressed his advantage, delivering blow after blow without daring to approach too closely. For the woman continued her relentless assault, making close proximity perilous. He An felt like a monkey being chased, leaping about, filled with resentment towards the two adversaries who provided him no respite. "Kid, it's time to make do." At that moment, Ba Ye's voice echoed in his mind, and almost instantaneously, the red oil paper umbrella appeared in He An's hand. The frantic pace of battle ceased. Boom, boom. 2 attacks struck the oil paper umbrella, yet it sustained no damage. The sword hero's expression darkened as he beheld the undamaged umbrella. He had nearly exhausted himself to sever the handle, yet it was restored so swiftly. Who had repaired it? Was it self-repairing? The urgency of the situation left no room for contemplation, for He An was now on the offensive. "You two fools. Just now, did you find it exhilarating to strike me? Is it that many bully the few? Well then, allow me to demonstrate my prowess." Chapter 51, Fist Sect. He An, with an umbrella in his right hand and a hand gesture raised in his left, called forth. Flame dragon, arise. Roar. A resounding dragon's roar erupted, and the surrounding flames surged with even greater ferocity. A gust of wind swept through the area, causing the flames to undulate violently. In the next moment, countless flames converged into the air, forming a majestic red fire dragon, head held high, roaring with overwhelming might. He An let out a sinister laugh. I shall send you all to the west. Flame dragon, blaze. At He An's command, the fire dragon in midair opened its jaws, unleashing a torrent of crimson flames directed at the woman. She attempted to evade, but the flames relentlessly pursued her, melting everything in their path. A testament to their terrifying heat, the woman furrowed her brow tightly, dodging the flames while preparing to counterattack. However, her serpent shadows proved insufficient, as they were incinerated the moment they were unleashed. The flames clung like a parasite, igniting anything they touched in a continuous blaze. In my territory, you dare to bully the less. He An summoned once more, Flame Dragon, arise. With another hand gesture, the inferno within the formation surged even more violently, and two identical flame dragons ascended, each imposing with a height of over 10 meters. This time, both dragons targeted the swordsman, while He An deftly evaded and summoned the fire dragons. Within mere minutes, 9 flame dragons had appeared in the barrier, reaching the limit of the formation. The swordsman and the woman were momentarily dumbfounded. To summon such a magnitude of flame dragons required an immense amount of magical energy. Was it possible that this man could cast spells without expending any? The 9 flame dragons nearly locked onto all their escape routes, exhaling flames, leaving no space for evasion. The swordsman positioned his sword defensively, conjuring a sphere of black light that encased him securely. Meanwhile, the ground opened once more, and the woman leaped into the opening, seemingly attempting to hide underground. He An, holding his oil paper umbrella, stood amidst a flame dragon, grinning with arrogance. So many bully the few? Come at me. The swordsman strained to hold his ground, searching for an opportunity for a decisive strike. In another location, only 2 remained with Tang Zhou. Initially, they had managed to suppress the skeletal figure with their diamond rods, but as Tang Zhou attacked the barrier, the skeletal figure seized its chance. In an ambush, it was nearly unbeatable. Now, the temperature within the barrier was rising dangerously, and all they could do was hope for the diamond rods. If they could not breach the barrier with it, they would all perish within. What was meant to be a trap for He An had now become their tomb. It's broken. It's broken. Tang Zhou exclaimed joyfully, having finally punctured a hole in the barrier. Ecstatic, he widened the opening and dashed outside, tears streaming down his face as he felt the cool air. He had survived. He was alive. The 2 behind him hurriedly followed, and in that moment, all 3 shed tears, knowing all too well the joy of survival after facing death. Tang Zhou wiped his tears and said, now is not the time for weeping. We must split up and conceal our whereabouts. So many have perished within the barrier. Shanghai must think we are dead. As long as we change our names and identities, we will be fine. Agreed. The others nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Yet, at that very moment, 2 yellow talismans silently adhered to their backs. The 2 running suddenly felt as if they had been struck by a paralysis spell, their bodies collapsing to the ground under their own momentum. Tang Zhou approached, driving the diamond rod into their backs. The statue's head glowed, drawing their blood. Forgive me, my brothers. The more who survive, the greater my risk of exposure. Rest in peace. Meanwhile, Yuan Wanshan paced anxiously, the cracks in the barrier becoming increasingly pronounced, uncertain how much longer it could hold. The thought of He An breaking free filled him with dread. I hope it's not too late, he murmured, having just called the Shanghai headquarters. Fortune smiled upon him, as one of Shanghai's captains was returning from a mission. Upon receiving the news, he was hastening to their aid. This was a captain from Shanghai. He couldn't believe that 2 captains couldn't handle He An. Leader, we must go. The barrier is about to collapse. What? Yuan Wanshan exclaimed, rushing towards the vehicle while shouting. How could it be so soon? Something just breached the barrier and created a hole, accelerating the destruction. Damn it! Yuan Wanshan cursed as he hurriedly jumped into the car. Only then noticing figures standing on the heights nearby, evidently drawn by the surge of magical energy. Reinforce the barrier. The Fist Sect captain is coming. Hold your ground. As he spoke, the driver started the vehicle, speeding away. An elder watching from a distance scoffed, Shanghai is falling apart. Anyone can be a leader now. Heh. It must be the flower-pulling Daoist causing the ruckus. How amusing. That Daoist has always been arrogant within the circle. And now Shanghai is finally cutting him down. Is there already a captain inside? TSK. The flower-pulling Daoist truly possesses formidable strength. Ha ha ha. Two fists cannot fight against four hands. No matter how powerful, he will ultimately be worn down. No, no, no. Look at that red glow inside. The flower-pulling Daoist must have set a trap. How intriguing. It's been years since I've seen such a spectacle. 5 or 6 years, perhaps. The last time was that spirit cultivator with all those monkeys. Indeed. Ha ha ha. That monkey charmer eliminated quite a few. I wonder how many the flower-pulling Daoist will take down this time. Given his penchant for slaughter, he is sure to claim many lives facing this siege. In the shadows, a few individuals whispered, their faces filled with malicious glee. Whether He An or Shanghai fell, they reveled in the prospect of death. Crack! The sound of shattering glass echoed as the barrier finally crumbled under the residual force of the 9 flame dragons. Instantly, nearly all who had been observing retreated swiftly, a searing wave of heat washing over them. As they fled, they glanced back, their eyes widening in horror at the sight of the 9 flame dragons, each over 10 meters long. Is this the 9 dragons burning heaven formation? It truly seems so. This flower-pulling Daoist actually comprehends such a formidable formation? Gasps of astonishment erupted. But in the next instant, a torrent of flames surged forth, propelling them to flee even faster, leaving no room for further conversation. He An, bare-chested atop one of the flame dragoness heads, held the flower-pulling Daoist with a derisive smile. The Shanghai captain is nothing but this. Oh! A flippant voice resonated from below, and in the next moment, a figure leapt skyward, delivering a powerful punch toward He An. Before the figure even arrived, the force of the punch sent gusts that made He An's cheeks tremble. Bang! A tremendous sound echoed, and an invisible wave stopped just 3 meters away from him. Failing to land a hit, the assailant was sent flying back by the recoil. The swordsman swiftly appeared beside the newcomer, declaring, "It's futile, his shell is too hard. Without breaking through this defense, we can't get close." The newcomer was a towering figure, nearly 2 meters tall, muscular and tanned. With a buzz cut and sporting a pair of frog-eyed sunglasses, dressed in a somewhat punk leather jacket, resembling a gangster from an American series. In truth, he was one of the 4 captains of Shanghai, the Fist Sect. Hearing the swordsman's words, the Fist Sect captain scoffed, scrutinizing He An with a discerning gaze. "I am truly envious. He can soar through the skies." Yet, he merely harnessed the power of the grand formation. The swordsman did not perceive He An's aerial prowess as particularly remarkable, for it was not akin to true cloud riding. However, the Fist Sect acutely sensed that the swordsman was not quite himself, furrowing his brow slightly and inquiring, "Did you employ the sword sacrifice? Indeed. Is he truly that formidable? Not strong, but troublesome. He possesses an oiled paper umbrella for defense and an astonishing recovery ability. Let us not concern ourselves with fairness. Let us strike together and eliminate him swiftly." The swordsman, after speaking, glanced about and stated, "Now that the barrier has been breached, we must eradicate him before the chaos escalates." The Fist Sect, however, remained silent and instead cast a glance at the woman in tight clothing who had just emerged from the ground, his eyes lighting up. "This girl is intriguing. She is with He An?" The swordsman shook his head, replying, "No, she seems to be from the Daoist group. She was just collaborating with me against He An." "Ah, what a pity. She is one of those lunatics," the Fist Sect exclaimed, then patted the swordsman on the shoulder. "Your sword's sacrifice should be nearing its end. Leave He An to me while you support the formation. This opponent is unlike any other. He is truly formidable." The swordsman wished to dissuade him, but the Fist Sect had already leaped again, his voice echoing, "I wish to see just how formidable he is." High in the air, the Fist Sect soared, his hands shimmering with golden light, vaguely forming 2 lion heads that charged towards He An. Upon witnessing this, He An's brow furrowed. From merely sensing the opponent's vital energy, he discerned that he faced a physical cultivator. These cultivators bore vital energies as intense as a furnace, rendering ordinary ghostly spells utterly ineffective against them. Fortunately, He An possessed means to contend with such individuals. Crash! Crash! 2 resounding booms echoed as ripples materialized before He An, the oiled paper umbrella once again intercepting the Fist Sect's assault. "Hee, your shell is indeed robust," the Fist Sect exclaimed with evident excitement, while the swordsman swiftly joined him, declaring, "Let us strike together. We cannot delay any longer." The Daoist woman also raised her hands, releasing waves of purple mist from her palms that began to invade the surrounding flames, imbuing the once crimson fire with a tinge of violet. He An, with a swift motion, clapped one hand downward, causing the remaining 8 fire dragons to coalesce, gradually merging into the fire dragon at his feet. The Fist Sect attempted to intervene, but a coffin descended from nowhere, crashing directly towards him. An ordinary person might have dodged, yet the fist sect, known for clearing paths with his fists, retaliated with a powerful strike. Golden light flickered, and the roar of a lion could faintly be heard. The coffin exploded, splintered wood igniting in the searing heat. However, from within the coffin leaped a figure, delivering a kick towards the fist sect. Upon sensing the opponent's aura, the fist sect's expression drastically changed. He crossed his arms in front of himself to block, but in the moment of contact, he was propelled underground like a cannonball. This scene left all spectators in stunned silence. Boom! The figure from the coffin landed on the ground, and the surrounding flames retreated rapidly, as if in fear of him. Only then did the onlookers see that the figure was covered in stitched wounds, wearing a copper coin mask, bearing a striking resemblance to He An. A terrifying aura emanated from him. He was the golden armored corpse. Just as the fist sect emerged from the ground, the golden armored corpse was already upon him, delivering a seemingly ordinary straight punch that sent the fist sect flying far away. The captain, named for his fists, had failed to withstand a single blow. Meanwhile, in the air, the 9 fire dragons had completed their fusion, forming a colossal fire dragon over 100 meters long that writhed in the sky. Roar! The fire dragon raised its head and bellowed, its voice booming. Ha ha ha! He An, atop the dragon's head, laughed maniacally as flames began to spread outward, heralding an impending inferno. The swordsman's complexion paled, and he spat a mouthful of blood. His sword's sacrifice time had elapsed, and his stamina had plummeted. Meanwhile, the fist sect was being relentlessly pursued and battered by the golden armored corpse. The several advantages of physical cultivators were rendered meaningless before the golden armored corpse. You're fast? The golden armored corpse is faster. You can take a beating? The golden armored corpse is impervious to blades and guns. You have great strength? Hee hee. At that moment, the swordsman felt the urge to flee, yet as he gazed upon the spreading flames, he could not bring himself to abandon the innocent civilians. With this thought, he inwardly cursed Yuan Wanshan for being utterly useless. Why hadn't he evacuated the surrounding populace? At that moment, the forces of Shanghai were urgently evacuating civilians, citing a gas explosion as the reason. Unfortunately, their speed of evacuation was evidently outpaced by the encroaching flames. Just as the fire was about to engulf the 4th Street, golden light began to soar, as over 100 Taoists performed hand seals and chanted incantations, conjuring a wall formed of countless golden lights that halted the flames. The golden light created a barrier, enveloping all the fire within, preventing any from escaping. While the skies above remained unaffected, He An narrowed his eyes. The golden armored corpse decisively abandoned the fist sect and leaped to He An's side. Bone staff. At He An's call, the long-haired bone staff also leaped onto the fire dragon, positioning itself alongside the golden armored corpse, flanking He An. Upon seeing the group of Taoists, the swordsman finally exhaled a sigh of relief. The fist sect, battered and bruised, crawled out from a nearby pit, his gaze towards the golden armored corpse filled with terror. Since joining Shanghai, he had never encountered anyone capable of defeating him within his area of expertise. The Dao Tuol woman had already summoned the mouth of a great serpent once more, disappearing into it. He An, however, seemed entirely oblivious. His gaze fixed intently on a spot beyond the golden light. There stood an elderly man in a purple Daoist robe, holding a whisk, gazing at He An with a gentle smile. At that moment, an instinctual warning screamed in He An's mind, flee. For the elderly man before him was none other than the heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Weiqing. Chapter 53, The Sandalwood Fate. Bang bang. He An could distinctly feel his heart racing, as if warning him of imminent danger. Engaging this man would surely lead to his demise. Zhang Weiqing, the current heavenly master of Longhu Mountain. He could never have imagined encountering him in Beiping. Was there a large-scale Daoist conference that he was unaware of? However, now was not the time for such musings. The pressing concern was how to extricate himself. With the old heavenly master present, any plans to use the surrounding civilians as hostages were surely dashed. Standing atop the fire dragon, He An's mind raced with one plan after another, only to dismiss them one by one. The odds were simply too slim. In the current cultivation world, Daoist masters held significant weight, and among them, these two possessed the greatest strength. The heavenly master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Weiqing, the head of the Chuanjian sect, Zhao Wumian. He An had confidence in his abilities. Yet he was not the kind of fool who underestimated the situation. While it was true that cultivation did not equate to everything, even a small mouse could slay an elephant if it employed the right method. Yet that presupposition required the elephant to be unprepared. And now, the elephant was grinning and watching him closely. He An forced himself to remain calm. knowing that the time to fight was nigh. The fire dragon swirled in the air as He An slightly narrowed his eyes, preparing to strike. Do not be alarmed. I shall not lay a hand on you. Just as He An gathered his strength, a deep voice resonated in his ears. Looking closely, he saw the heavenly master Zhang Weiqing smiling and nodding at him. Evidently the source of that voice. He An furrowed his brow, pondering whether this was a ploy to lower his guard. After all, he had eliminated numerous individuals from Shanghai tonight, and quieting things down would clearly be impossible. His original plan to use hostages had been thwarted by Zhang Weiqing's presence. Yet now he claimed he would not strike? He An, initially skeptical, found his eyes widening in disbelief as Zhang Weiqing turned to leave. In that moment, He An heard the other party's voice again, Zhan Tan. To his astonishment, the venerable master had discerned his fate with a mere glance. Indeed, the reason he was referred to as the Great Medicine by Ba Yi and his remarkable recovery ability stemmed from his Zhan Tan fate. This term gained popularity after the Ming Dynasty, following the publication of Journey to the West. Prior to that, his fate was known by two other names, Everlasting Root and Elixir of Immortality. Following the widespread belief that consuming the flesh of the monk Tang Sung could grant eternal life, this fate was renamed Zhan Tan, as Tang Sung, after enduring countless trials. Ultimately attained the status of Zhan Tan Gongda Buddha. Similar to other fates, the Zhan Tan fate possessed unique characteristics. However, unlike others, its distinctions were not outwardly visible. Initially called the Everlasting Root due to the meridians in his legs being 4 times more developed than an ordinary person, resembling the intricate roots of a tree. These channels were not discernible to the average eye. Yet, the master had seen through them and accurately identified his Zhan Tan fate. Why? He An had studied a myriad of subjects, suppressing witchcraft, feng shui, physiognomy, and even talisman crafting, yet he was utterly ignorant of divination. Regardless, it was clear that since the venerable master had no intention of confronting him directly, an opportunity had presented itself. With this thought, the flames surrounding the inferno dragon intensified beneath his feet. On the ground, the swordsman, witnessing the venerable master preparing to leave, rushed forward to advise, Master, this individual is ruthless and has taken countless lives. Please, take action to subdue him. The martial artist beside him echoed, cupping his fists in a gesture of respect. We implore you, Master, to quell this malevolence. The venerable master's smile remained unchanged as he brushed off his dust with a gentle wave of his hand. Matters of the mountains and seas are beyond my purview. As he spoke, the venerable master continued onward, gradually distancing himself. The two men, deterred from confronting Zhang Weiqing, turned to He An with expressions of exasperation. What should they do? They were certain they could not overpower him. Would today's events conclude without resolution? No. That was absolutely unacceptable. With more than 50 lives lost in the mountains and seas, how could they possibly maintain their dignity within the cultivation community? Yet, before they could devise a plan, He An had already taken action. The venerable master had not yet departed, and He An, unable to utilize the Wandering Soul's banner, continued his assault with the Inferno Dragon. However, this time, he did not target the two men but aimed at the ground instead. With a command from He An, the Inferno Dragon roared, unleashing a torrent of dragon flames. The intensity of this fire was astonishing, warping the very air around it. Unnoticed by anyone, the figure of the skeletal warrior had vanished from atop the dragon's head. Within the courtyard, He Jianguo was diligently hiding in the basement. As the focal point of the 9 dragons' burning heaven formation, he remained unaffected. Creak. The basement door swung open as He An entered, accompanied by the skeletal warrior. Having already stowed away the golden-armored corpse, He Jianguo, visibly anxious, asked, what transpired? 2 captains came and were subdued by me and the armored corpse, while the 50+ others were dealt with by the skeletal warrior. He Jianguo grimaced, realizing the situation had escalated significantly, though He An's nature left little room for surprise. Throughout his life, He An had never concerned himself with the backgrounds of others. If someone intended to kill him, he would ensure their demise first. The potential for retaliation or pursuit was far from his thoughts. After all, if someone had planned to take his life, would he willingly bind his own hands and plead for mercy? Absurd. He An's philosophy was clear. If you wrong me, no one will escape unscathed. With so many lives lost in the mountains and seas, a manhunt would surely ensue. Anticipating their assault, he had already arranged an escape route. They would first travel to Laos and then to Thailand. He produced a map marked with several red lines, clearly indicating a well-prepared plan. He gazed longingly at his stronghold, lamenting, it's all the venerable master's fault. Had he not appeared, I could have used the local populace as hostages to negotiate after burning the barrier. Who could have anticipated his presence in Beiping? Who? He Jiangguo nearly collapsed in shock, his eyes wide and mouth agape, staring incredulously at He An. The venerable master of Longhu Mountain, Zhang Weiqing. Is the venerable master outside? Yes, He An confirmed. Upon hearing this, He Jiangguo fell into despair. Then can we still escape? The venerable master did not take action. He Jiangguo exhaled a sigh of relief, recognizing this as a small mercy amid their misfortune. However, before we depart, there are a few scoundrels I must eliminate. He An's expression darkened as he retrieved a bone token from his pocket. If Lao Yin were present, he would undoubtedly recognize it, for it was identical to the one He An had previously given him. Lao Yin must possess some knowledge. Let's go. Chapter 54. I should have been more cautious. As the Inferno dragon diminished in the sky, gradually vanishing, He An and his companions had already disappeared from sight. He Jiangguo took the skeletal warrior to retrieve the vehicle they had prepared earlier, while He An, guided by the bone token, set out to find Lao Yin. However, upon arriving at his destination, He An instinctively narrowed his eyes. The Mountain Sea branch building. He did not expect Lao Yin to be here. Could it be that he was involved in this affair? Or perhaps those individuals feared he might alert He An and thus confine him. Regardless of the possibility, He An needed to see him to confirm. Though this was a branch, it was also fortified with numerous formations, making a direct assault risky. He would have to employ subtler tactics. He An flipped his right hand, revealing a bone token, and in the next moment, dark energy surged from his palm, enveloping the token and forming a small orb of darkness. The dark energy then compressed, leaving behind a black bead the size of a soybean. Squeak, squeak. A flurry of tiny sounds filled the air as He An summoned a dozen mice, the largest of which, not counting its tail, measured 20 centimeters. Its whiskers white with age. He An tossed the black bead to the largest mouse, which stood upright and swallowed it whole. Instantly, dark energy erupted around it, and the large mouse began to squeak incessantly in apparent agony. The other mice, witnessing this, squeaked in distress but dared not approach. After a full minute, the cries of the large mouse subsided. It stood once more, mimicking a human gesture, and bowed to He An. Without further ado, He An pointed toward the building before him. Go find someone with a similar scent and deliver this to him. A yellow talisman was affixed to the mouse's abdomen, gradually shrinking in size. The large mouse bowed once more before darting toward the Mountain Sea branch behind it. Rats have their paths, just as snakes have theirs. When it comes to relaying messages, none are more suited than they. He An found a concealed corner, holding a yellow talisman and waiting quietly. After no more than 5 minutes, the talisman before him suddenly ignited, and a voice resonated in his mind. He An, it's me. Oh, I knew you would be all right. Lao Yan's voice carried a palpable relief, but He An had no time for pleasantries. He immediately inquired, Lao Yan, this talisman won't last long. What exactly is happening? I have only heard a fragment of the story. It is as follows. Old Yin briefly recounted the events to He An, causing He An's eyes to narrow. Wang Yu Yuan Wanshan. He An was acutely aware that Wang Yu was already dead. He had perceived most of the happenings within the 9 dragons burning heaven array. Now, only that individual named Yuan Wanshan remained. According to Old Yin, this person seemed to have readily agreed to take action against He An, which was somewhat atypical, as he was quite aware of his own reputation. Few within their circle dared to offend him. This led He An to believe that this individual must harbor a personal vendetta against him. Reflecting on this, He An realized that the root of the issue lay with him. It must have been a matter left unresolved in the past that had given rise to the current peril. Henceforth, he resolved to be more meticulous in eradicating threats, ensuring that any potential risks were completely eliminated. Old Yin sighed. I must take my leave. Take care. The yellow talisman before them burned to ashes, scattered by a gust of wind. He An adjusted his baseball cap and turned to walk into the night. At that moment, Yuan Wanshan was en route back to the branch. Following the disappearance of the flame dragon, the sword master and the fist sect had searched in vain for He An. He had escaped. This was a nightmare for all involved. Given He An's temperament, they would undoubtedly face retribution in the future. The sword master and the fist sect returned to headquarters to gather personnel for another search for He An. Meanwhile, after coordinating with the fire department, Yuan Wanshan intended to return to the branch to inquire further with Old Yin. He knew the two shared a good rapport and wished to ascertain whether He An had any safe houses. Presently, the Mountain Sea had classified He An as a top-tier threat. Once they located his whereabouts, they would spare no effort. He could not believe that this time He An would escape death. Inside the car, Yuan Wanshan clenched a cigarette between his teeth, his brow furrowed. He could hardly believe that both captains had failed to apprehend He An. However, because of this, should He An seek vengeance, none would withstand it. Therefore, It was imperative to find his trace early and quash the danger in its infancy. Suddenly, Yuan Wanshan paused. Wait, am I not on the road back to the branch? Why is there not a glimmer of light around? He was in Beijing, a city of dense population. How could there be no light at all? A chilling thought crept into his mind, sending shivers down his spine. Could it be He An? No, that can't be. He escaped. He clearly escaped. This cannot be He An. Ha ha ha. I am merely scaring myself. It is definitely not He An. Yuan Wanshan endeavored to calm his rising fear. But his heartbeat quickened. Thump, 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 thump. The drum of his heart grew louder, and anxiety began to take hold. He let out a roar. His eyes bloodshot, and slammed the accelerator, shouting, Humans are separated by heavy paper, while ghosts are separated by mountains. 1,000 evils cannot emerge. A myriad of evils cannot penetrate. Yet his incantation bore no fruit. Darkness enveloped him still. It was merely a ghostly wall, a ghostly wall. You cannot trap me. Yuan Wanshan bellowed, realizing that only by voicing his fear could he alleviate the terror within. Nevertheless, the surroundings remained unchanged. The light cast by the headlights dwindled until it flickered out completely. He An, I know it is you. If you have the ability, show yourself. In the face of overwhelming fear, human emotions often shift towards anger, a protective mechanism of the body. At this moment, Yuan Wanshan succumbed to this state, his eyes appearing as though they were ready to devour. In the underworld, at the gates of the ghost realm, the 10 Yama kings are shackled by iron chains. Do not wish to die in vain within the city. Swiftly return your soul to my banner. Amidst the endless darkness, He An's voice emerged slowly. Upon hearing the first line, Yuan Wanshan felt on the brink of madness. Understanding and confronting were two entirely different matters. He had previously investigated He An and was aware of the myriad soul banners' existence. At that time, he had contemplated various methods to counteract the banner. Yet, upon facing it in reality, he realized how ludicrous his previous thoughts had been. The crimson banner enveloped him, and lifeless bodies fell. Boom. The speeding car collided violently with the corner of a wall, flames erupting fiercely. Not far away, He An slightly lowered his baseball cap and turned to depart. In truth, Yuan Wanshan had not erred. This was indeed a simple ghostly wall. However, it mattered whose ghostly wall it was. Chapter 55, Daoist He An, Thailand, Bangkok, Chinatown. He An glanced at the disheveled little man before him, then turned to observe the rotund He Jangwo. Is this the relative you spoke of? The little man, upon hearing this, became rather arrogant. I am quite influential here. No matter the matter, mention my name, and you shall remain safe. As he spoke, he proudly tousled his curly hair. He An scrutinized him for a moment before saying, I observe your land palace is dim, your wife and concubines lack radiance. Your wealth and virtue are meager, and your official fortune does not flourish. By all appearances, you should be a most unfortunate soul. You likely possess no car, no home, no savings. Even if married, it would last less than a month. You cannot even secure yourself. How can you care for us? The little man was left dumbfounded by He An's words, staring wide-eyed in confusion. Old He, who exactly is this person? This is the little ancestor. Did I not tell you? I sent little ancestor, a term for your son? Pa. Little ancestor refers to a younger ancestor. The little man struggled to swallow, exclaiming, Master. You must be a master. Your calculations are truly accurate. At this point, his expression shifted to one of obsequiousness. Master, you must offer me guidance. I, too, have an interest in matters of feng shui. You can see I am destitute. Could you perhaps amend my feng shui so that I win a bit more when I gamble? Then I could afford to arrange for you. The little man grinned widely after speaking. Only then did He An notice that the man had a gold tooth. He sighed and shook his head, turning to He Jangwo. What relation do you have with him? This is my great-aunt's husband's cousin's wife's nephew. My distant nephew. He An's eyelid twitched, thinking to himself that this nephew was indeed quite close. The little man, seizing the opportunity, suddenly knelt down and cried, Little ancestor. He An, seeing this, could only sigh helplessly. How is it that you have come to Thailand? You would never guess that we are coming to Thailand. The people from Mountain Sea would certainly never expect it. He An shook his head. He had no intention of hiding away for a lifetime. He merely wished to prepare a bit more. Simultaneously, he pondered the earlier words of the old celestial master regarding impending calamities. If such words were uttered by an ordinary person, he would dismiss them entirely. However, as they were spoken by the old celestial master, they must hold substance. Recalling the old Taoist from the Dao Tua group who spoke of the end of days, could it be that a great calamity truly loomed? He had found it difficult to comprehend, for the current era was often deemed one of declining spiritual energy. How much worse could it possibly become? Even if malevolent spirits were to descend, There was insufficient spiritual energy to wield. It was akin to a flame that required oxygen to burn. Presently, the available oxygen sufficed only for a small flame, unable to sustain a larger blaze. For individuals like them, the resources were already sparse, let alone for those of higher existence. When faced with incomprehensible matters, it was best not to waste one's mental energy. However, it remained prudent to prepare in advance. The little man remained kneeling on the ground, prompting He An to sigh once more. All right, get up. What is your name? My name is Fantong. Fantong. The one who. All right. Quickly find a place to settle down. Got it. Fantong was quite pleased as he led the three individuals through bustling streets and narrow alleys, ultimately stopping in front of an old-fashioned house. Admittedly, although the location was somewhat secluded, the space was quite ample, more than sufficient for the four of them. Come, this is home now. Inside, there were no chairs, so Fantong simply invited them to sit on the bed. Before he could settle down, He An noticed several adult magazines on the bedside table, shaking his head disapprovingly. If you want to win money, relying solely on feng shui is insufficient. I can assist you, but you must agree to 2 conditions. Please, go ahead. Fantong's eyes gleamed with eagerness. He was willing to do anything to win money. First, regardless of how much you earn, you must spend it all before midnight. Pay attention, I said spend it all. Destruction, donations, and the like do not count. Fantong nodded repeatedly. After all, earning money was for spending, right? He might not excel in other matters, but when it came to spending, he was confident there was no rival in Chinatown. Second, abstain from indulgence. Fantong's expression was one of disbelief. He even scratched his ear, seriously doubting his hearing. Abstain from indulgence. He An reiterated, causing Fantong to appear utterly disheartened. He rubbed his hands together and pleaded, Dear ancestor, can we change the condition? If I can't indulge while making money, what's the point of earning it? He An decisively shook his head. That is not negotiable. If you wish to win money, you must follow my rules. Well, what happens if I break the abstinence? Fantong timidly inquired. He An glanced at him knowingly and replied, Then you might as well seek out a few transvestites and become sisters with them. Fantong immediately clamped his legs together, feeling a chill in his groin. This comical reaction elicited laughter from the bystander, Bangu. Gulps. Uncle, I'm hungry, Bangu exclaimed, clutching his stomach and turning to He Jiangwo. He Jiangwo opened his backpack and pulled out a few sausages. Here, have a bite. Oh. Bangu accepted the sausage and began to eat, while He An turned his attention back to Fantong. So, do you still need my assistance? Fantong, visibly conflicted, replied, I love winning money, but I can't bear the thought of being a monk for life. I'm not asking you to be a monk for life. As long as you refrain from indulgence before midnight on the day you gamble, it will be fine. Fantong, feeling increasingly hopeless, countered. But the money must be spent before midnight. If I can indulge only when I have no money, where can I find the means to indulge? He An shrugged. That is your dilemma. Everything in this world comes at a cost. How could you expect to have all the good without sacrifice? Fantong gritted his teeth and declared, Fine, I agree. Without further ado, He An flipped his hand, revealing a small ring resting in his palm. Put this on, and while you're out gambling, recite Domo Casa Lama 10 times in your heart. Do you understand? Fantong took the ring, examining it closely but finding nothing particularly special about it, casting a shadow of doubt in his heart. Is it really that simple? He An offered no explanation, instead looking up at the sky. It's not dark yet. If it's genuine, why not find a place to test it out? Upon hearing this, Fantong pulled several Thai baht from his pocket, saying, Dear ancestor, this is all my savings. Please don't deceive me. Believe it or not. If you don't, I'll take back the ring. He An pretended to snatch the ring back, causing Fantong to quickly retreat. I believe. You are my ancestor. How could I not trust you? I'll test it right now. As he spoke, he dashed outside. Though Fantong was small and short-legged, he moved surprisingly fast. Chapter 56. Pa. You are the one cheating. He An surveyed the surroundings. Jiangwo, didn't you prepare some money? Previously, I was worried those people would freeze our funds. So I exchanged everything for gold and buried it. He Jiangwo scratched his head, but He An didn't believe a word. Everyone else was born under the 12 zodiac signs, but Jiangwo was different. He was born under the auspicious creature, Pai Xiao. Once money was in his hands, how could it be taken out? Forget it. Since we're here, let us make the best of it. With me around, will we really have to worry about money? Meanwhile, Fantong had already arrived at his beloved casino on his small motorcycle. Before he even entered, the air was thick with the scent of smoke and sweat, and he could faintly hear the sounds of cards slapping and people cursing. As a regular, he was not stopped by the lookout at the door. Upon entering, Several players greeted him with joyous laughter. Who wouldn't he appreciate the arrival of the god of wealth? Fantong. Wow, it's been ages. What have you been up to lately? Hearing someone greet him, Fantong puffed up his chest, trying to appear impressive. Of course, I'm here for something significant. As he spoke, he moved closer, noticing there was only one table with 3 players missing one. The person smiled even wider and tossed a pack of cigarettes to Fantong. You came just in time. Have a smoke. Fantong, not one to refuse, opened the pack and took a cigarette, secretly reciting Domo Casa Lama 10 times. Whether it was a psychological effect or not, he suddenly felt his card skills sharpen, and even his previously foggy mind cleared considerably. Come, let us play a few rounds. Fantong cheerfully called, and the others began playing mahjong. Once the tiles were arranged, Fantong glanced at his hand and nearly leaped up in excitement. His eyes widened as if they could pop out at any moment. Heavenly who? Ha ha, ha ha ha. Fantong laughed so hard he could barely breathe, leaving the others in a state of confusion as they exchanged incredulous glances. Suddenly realizing that today, Fantong seemed different. Seeing their bewildered expressions, Fantong decisively sat down, grinning so widely it was nearly comical. Ha ha, pay up, come. Let us battle to the end today. Aren't you the highly ranked sorcerer in Thailand? Surely you have some savings? He summoned Song Pa from the Spirit Banner. Recalling that this Song Pa was indeed Thai. As a renowned sorcerer in Thailand, it was unlikely he was destitute. After being nurtured in the Spirit Banner for so long, Song Pa had regained his wits. Upon hearing He An's question, he quickly responded, I do have some. Is it accessible? Song Pa thought for a moment before nodding. Yes, I have some in Bangkok, though it's not much, around 500,000 Thai baht. He An calculated. The exchange rate was approximately 5 to 1 against the yuan, which amounted to about 100,000 yuan, sufficient for their needs for a while. However, since they were unfamiliar with the area, they decided to wait for Fantong to return before going to retrieve it for safety. With time to spare, He An asked, tell me about your circles in Thailand. After a few moments of contemplation, Song Pa began to elaborate. The spirits that entered the Spirit Banner had their fates controlled by He An, which influenced their very souls, leaving no room for resistance against him. The sorcerer community in Thailand is not particularly large. We each operate in different regions. For instance, I mainly work in Phuket. Song Pa began detailing the sorcerer circles in Thailand, and He An listened with great interest. In Song Pa's narrative, they were quite similar to practitioners back home, divided into multiple factions and mountains, with him being the largest faction in Phuket, boasting numerous disciples. In this realm, practitioners such as them are referred to as Black Robe Ajan or White Robe Ajan. The term Ajan does not denote a sorcerer, but rather conveys the sense of a teacher or master. For instance, a mechanic on the street or a driver can also be addressed as Ajan. However, the prefixes of black and white alter the connotation significantly. A white robe Ajan typically symbolizes a more righteous type of master, yet they are not monks. Rather, they resemble lay practitioners who cultivate their practices at home. As for the Black Robe Ajan, the meaning is quite straightforward. Someone like Song Pa exemplifies the archetypal Black Robe Ajan, operating under the principle that anything can be done for the right price. Many of the shadowy figures in Thailand's market, such as the ancient spirits of the Kumintong, often emerge from the hands of such individuals. He An was engrossed in listening when, with a resounding bang, the door burst open, and a figure was unceremoniously tossed inside. Upon turning his gaze, He An recognized that it was Fantong who had been thrown in. Yet, at that moment, Fantong appeared particularly wretched, stripped of all but a pair of red shorts adorned with golden ingots. Clearly, the impact had been severe. He lay on the ground groaning for several moments before managing to rise, his voice tinged with a whimper as he cried out for his little ancestor. It was then that He An noticed Fantong's battered visage, his eyes swollen and bruised, resembling those of a panda. What happened? He An inquired, and hearing the commotion, He Jangwo approached, his expression shifting to fury upon witnessing Fantong's pitiful state. Who turned my nephew into this? I did, came the reply from a few burly men entering the room, each one muscular and adorned with tattoos depicting an array of random images, from leeks to shrimp. They entered with menacing glares directed at He An and the others. On what grounds did you assault my nephew? He Jangwo remained unfazed, dismissing their intimidation with a scoff. After all, he had weathered far greater storms than this minor altercation. I cheated, the leading brute proclaimed angrily, but Fantong's ire was only heightened. I did not, he retorted vehemently. What nonsense! Are you saying my luck was so good that I drew an unbeatable hand? Am I the son of the gambling god? Does it concern you? Upon seeing his allies, Fantong's demeanor hardened, limping over to He An to lament, little ancestor, these scoundrels are bullies. They falsely accused me. He mused to himself that Fan Tong indeed had cheated, albeit employing methods distinct from traditional means. However, witnessing his sorrowful state, He An refrained from voicing his thoughts. He contemplated offering a comforting pat on the head, but upon observing Fan Tong's slick scalp, he ultimately chose to turn to the leading brute. Did you inflict this injury upon him? Yes, we did. Do you have a problem with that? He An sighed, pondering the abundance of oblivious individuals in the world. Bone. Make them kneel and speak to me. In less than 10 seconds, the 5 burly men lay defeated at Bone's hands, obediently kneeling before He An. Can we converse civilly now? Yes, yes. This must be a misunderstanding, they hastily agreed. Fan Tong, witnessing the scene, seized the opportunity to slap the leading brute across the face. How dare you frame me? Now you know fear? The brute instinctively reacted to counter. But upon noticing Bone looming behind Fan Tong, he immediately recoiled. Seeing this, Fan Tong grew emboldened, landing several punches until the brute bore the same panda-like eyes as he did. He An raised a hand to halt Fan Tong from further violence before addressing the brute. I am a fair man. You have turned my person into this state, and thus I shall reciprocate. Is there any objection? No objections, they quickly affirmed, recognizing that anyone who could best them in a fight was no ordinary person. Bone, proceed. With a roar, Bone charged forward like a tiger unleashed, swiftly delivering blows to the remaining men until they too bore the marks of defeat. Fan Tong reveled in his revenge, his earlier injuries seemingly forgotten. Begone. Hearing that they could finally leave, the men assisted one another as they exited, while Fan Tong cheerfully ushered them out of the courtyard, even giving each a parting kick, showing no concern for future repercussions. Once outside, the men could not help but murmur about how Fan Tong had befriended such formidable figures. Returning to the courtyard, Fan Tong found He An observing him with a calm demeanor. Returned empty-handed? The once radiant smile on Fan Tong's face faltered as he slammed his hands together in frustration. Don't mention it. Little ancestor, your methods are incredibly effective. I had a streak of luck last night, winning vast sums of Tai baht. But those rascals accused me of cheating and took all my money, even stripping me of my clothes. He Jangwo, taken aback, questioned, they assaulted you and stripped you. Yet how did they manage to return? Fan Tong's expression turned sheepish. They claimed I cheated and demanded double the amount. When I said I had no money, they insisted on coming to my house to check. He scratched his head, appearing quite embarrassed. Fortunately, little ancestor, you are formidable, or I might have lost my virtue tonight. He Jangwo gasped, such a peculiar taste they have. Fan Tong retorted, what do you mean by peculiar taste? What is wrong with me? I'm quite sought after here. This is Thailand. Men are the real deal. He Jangwo could only marvel at this revelation, while He An interjected, enough. This situation is something I failed to consider. Given your current streak of bad luck, even if you win, you won't recover your losses. He An then pressed his palms together, generating a puff of white smoke. When he spread his hands again, a ring materialized within them. Fan Tong's eyes widened in astonishment, realizing this was far more impressive than mere sleight of hand. What is this ring for? It will aid in altering your fortune. Upon hearing this, Fan Tong's eyes sparkled with joy, meticulously wiping the ring as he exclaimed, what a treasure! Remember, abstain from lust. He An yawned, turning to retreat to his room. Fan Tong shouted after him, little ancestor, does dreaming of spring count? Indeed. Damn. Wouldn't that be catastrophic? In the Daoist building of Modu, it became evident that He An was indeed formidable, as the 2 captains of Shanghai, alongside Yu Jingzi, could not subdue him. Had it not been for the intervention of the Celestial Master, he might have escaped entirely unscathed. However, he did depart without a shred of responsibility. With their lair destroyed, how could they consider themselves unscathed? Your demands are quite lofty, Yin Shi. At the highest level of the Daoist building, 12 individuals occupied a lengthy conference table, both men and women present, including the woman in the leather jacket who had fled upon encountering the Celestial Master. She was indeed Yu Jingzi. All right, discussing this is futile. Has the Daoist building in Jixing been repaired after its destruction and the statue's desecration? Rest assured, it has been restored, a well-proportioned woman promptly replied. Addressing the elder seated at the head of the table, referred to as Shi Jun Good, that's a relief. The flower supporting Daoist is merely a minor character. There is no need to focus excessively on him. Currently, he is being hunted by Shanghai and will likely remain in hiding for years. Our plan is of utmost importance. Shi Jun exuded an air of authority. When he spoke, all others fell silent, none daring to interject. Only after he had finished did a man positioned beneath him furrow his brow and voice his confusion. If the Celestial Master has made an appearance, why not simply apprehend the flower-propagating Daoist? The others pondered this, yet a notably rotund man at the end remarked, What is so strange about it? The Celestial Master is the leader of the Daoist Association. Are you unaware of the relationship between the Daoist Association and the Mountain Sea realm? Wu Jin concurred, stating, the Celestial Master is merely there to protect the common folk. As for those from the Mountain Sea, they are of no concern to him. Once more, the elder Shi Jun raised his hand and declared, such matters are trivial. I have a premonition that the calamity is drawing near. In this final era, we must seize the opportunity. He inquired, how goes the collection of our items? Upon hearing Shi Jun's question, the others exchanged glances, hesitant to speak first. 800 li. Shi Jun turned to the man beneath him and urged, you go first. I have found the Inyong whisk. Shi Jun nodded and turned to the next individual, Mountain Lord. What have you? I have discovered the tears of the Een Maiden. Excellent. Moon Essence, what have you unearthed? Moonlight. Shi Jun surveyed each person, swiftly questioning all 11 others. As the final gaze returned to him, he calmly stated, I have procured the bone of 3 lives. At this proclamation, the atmosphere in the conference room shifted dramatically, with several individuals staring wide-eyed at Shi Jun in disbelief. The bone of 3 lives. The remains of one who has lived thrice. Truly impressive, to find such a rare artifact. With this, the anticipation of their plan's commencement grew palpable. Chapter 58. Ascending through 9 lives, the atmosphere within the conference room became fervent, with gazes directed at Shi Jun filled with reverence. In this world, myriad methods of cultivation exist, one of which is known as ascending through 9 lives. Many have heard tales of benevolent or malevolent beings across 9 lifetimes. This is not merely metaphorical within the realm of cultivation, as there indeed exists a method to attain immortality through the practice of 9 lifetimes. Those who employ this method must bury themselves alive in a site of great peril before death, then through secret arts, undergo reincarnation into human form, regardless of one's prowess. Upon reincarnation, they must confront the mysteries of the womb. Thus, such individuals often leave behind contingencies, perhaps instructing disciples to seek their reincarnated selves, or prearranging tribulations to awaken their consciousness. Upon regaining awareness, they must return to the site of their previous entombment to reclaim the powers of their former lives, earning the title of Second Life Reincarnate. With each reincarnation, their magical prowess doubles, often resulting in the emergence of extraordinary abilities, making them exceedingly formidable. The fact that Shi Jun could locate and vanquish a being of 3 lifetimes, acquiring the bone of 3 lives, sent chills through the hearts of the others. Shi Jun waved his hand, interrupting their flattery. These artifacts are still insufficient. We lack the core elements. Wu Jin patted his ample belly and suggested, but we have so many longevity seeds left. Is that not enough? Shi Jun emphatically shook his head. Not nearly enough. This impending calamity is perilous. Even you and I could fall victim. Yet danger also signifies opportunity. If we can seize the moment, we might yet advance further. Shi Jun's words were profoundly persuasive, igniting fervor among the assembly. They were all exceptional talents who had thrived over the past century, yet living in this final era, where the path of cultivation appeared to reach its end, left them feeling unsatisfied. For the future, Shi Jun rose, prompting the others to do likewise. For the future. Suddenly, Fan Tong sprang from his bed in a flurry, tossing a slipper from beneath it. The rooster crowing outside was startled, flapping its wings and fleeing. Damn it! I'll cook you one day, Fan Tong grumbled, yawning widely, intending to return to slumber. However, he paused, his nose twitching as a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Quickly donning the other slipper, he rushed to the living room, where he discovered the dining table adorned with several dishes. Who brought this back? Fan Tong exclaimed, seizing chopsticks to dig in. Slap. He Jiangwa swiftly struck his hand with his chopsticks, causing Fan Tong to grimace in pain. No manners. The little ancestor hasn't even touched the chopsticks yet, and you're already digging in? Can't you see the bone hasn't even been disturbed? Upon hearing his name, Bone grinned. Fan Tong immediately straightened up, though his eyes remained hungrily surveying the food, contemplating where to begin. Good morning. He emerged from the bathroom, wiping his face. Morning, little ancestor. Good morning. They both replied hurriedly, with Fan Tong poised to act the moment He began. As He sat down and picked up a piece of pickled vegetable, Fan Tong and Bone sprang into action. They devoured the food as if they had not eaten in lifetimes, chewing voraciously. He, accustomed to their behavior, quietly sipped his porridge and nibbled on pickles. By the time they finished, the plates were nearly licked clean. Bone glared at Fan Tong, feeling as though he had encountered a lifelong rival in the battle for food. He Jiangua, while tidying the dishes, remarked, you two should consider working at a restaurant. With you two on staff, the plates wouldn't need washing. Out of nowhere, Fan Tong produced a toothpick and sat on the stool, picking his teeth. The ancestors preached frugality. I can't stand waste. He Jiangua, having cleaned up the bowls and chopsticks, noticed him and said, "Where did you get that toothpick? I could use one. I think something's stuck in my teeth." Fan Tong spat out a morsel and continued to pick. "This isn't a toothpick. It's a fishbone." "A fishbone? I didn't cook any fish." "Huh." Fan Tong appeared puzzled, then pointed at the table. "I just took it from the table. What else could it be?" As he spoke, he brought the toothpick closer to inspect. Bone, with sharper eyesight, glanced and remarked, "Oh, yesterday Uncle he trimmed his toenails on the sofa. What you have is a fragment from that." "Huh." Fan Tong's face turned green as he examined the toothpick more closely, and in an instant, he dashed to the bathroom. Hand over his mouth. Ugh. In the bathroom, Fan Tong retched uncontrollably, while Bone chuckled heartily from the sofa. "That's what you get for trying to steal my food." He rose and gazed outside at the sky. "Since we're idle, let us go for a stroll." Bone promptly followed He An. While He Jiangwa glanced toward the kitchen. "The dishes still need washing. Let us go get the money from Songpa first. We can wash them when we return." Upon hearing the mention of retrieving money, He Jiangwa immediately ceased his objections. He An's shadow surged with energy, and a pair of sunglasses appeared. He casually donned them, declaring, "The sooner we go, the sooner we return." Songpa mentioned there are 2 ghost markets in Bangkok, where we can find some treasures. It would be wise to explore. He Jiangwa grabbed a coat from the sofa, putting it on as he replied, "But we have so little money. What can we buy?" "You need not worry about that," He An replied with a smile, glancing toward the bathroom. With him around, acquiring some funds is rather straightforward. At this moment, Fan Tong, who had been retching in the restroom, emerged. He overheard He An's intention to withdraw money and felt compelled to offer his guidance. Last night, those individuals had taken all his money, leaving him with pockets as empty as his face. Accompanying the young master to retrieve funds. Surely the young master would grant him some remuneration for his trouble? "I'll go too," he exclaimed. As he spoke, he caught sight of He Jiangwa, and his gaze inadvertently shifted downward, landing on the furry, oversized feet clad in flip-flops. Ugh! Unable to contain himself, Fan Tong rushed back to the restroom, this time retching even more violently, nearly expelling bile. Chapter 59. "Sir, please follow me." Song Pa was a cautious individual, ensuring he had stashed away some money in various places. Though insufficient for a grand resurgence, it was ample for a hasty escape. He had long rented a storage locker in Bangkok, containing some US dollars, Thai baht, and gold coins. In Thailand, one could use baht for escape, while abroad, dollars were handy, and for places that did not accept dollars, gold coins were a prudent fallback. His preparations had been quite thorough. However, he never anticipated that a trip to Huaxiao for revenge on his disciple would lead to all his possessions falling into the hands of others. He An promptly packed all the money and coins into a backpack, causing Fan Tong's eyes to light up with excitement. Without further ado, He An inquired, "Are there casinos open at this hour?" They operate 24 hours a day." Fan Tong rubbed his hands together, his expression brimming with exhilaration. He An tossed the backpack to Bangu. "All right then, let us find a place to play. Does the young master enjoy a few rounds?" He An shook his head, replying, "I have no interest in gambling. I simply require some cash." Fan Tong paused, quickly realizing that the young master had bestowed upon him the supreme ring of victory at the gambling table, indicating he surely lacked for nothing in that regard. Why wouldn't he dominate at the casino? With this thought, he pointed toward a nearby high-rise. "That's where we can play." His voice was filled with anticipation, as if that place were a sacred ground. Minutes later, the 4 arrived at the casino Fan Tong had mentioned. On the surface, it appeared to be a grand hotel, but beneath it lay 3 expansive levels, ranking among the notable casinos in Bangkok. Fan Tong had a peculiar habit. When anxious or excited, he liked to rub his hands together. At this moment, witnessing He An exchange all the cash and coins for chips sent his hands into a flurry. Without any hesitation, He An handed him chips worth 100,000. "Don't attract too much attention, understand?" "Understood." Fan Tong nodded vigorously like a chick pecking at rice, then eagerly attempted to depart, only to be halted by He An's grip on his shoulder. "What's wrong, young master?" Fearful that He An might reconsider, Fan Tong stammered. He An glanced at his phone to check the time. "Before noon, meet back at the entrance." "Got it." Relieved that it wasn't tea about money, Fan Tong performed a quirky salute and dashed away. He An took the remaining chips to share with He Jiangwa, only to see him wave his hand. "I want tea play." He An did not insist, pocketing the leftover chips as he ventured inside. He observed that the casino had been arranged quite artfully, clearly the work of a skilled designer, inviting wealth and fortune, a grand feast of gold. At each of the 4 corners of the casino stood 3-meter-tall black stone statues. While they seemed merely decorative, they held significant meaning. Each statue occupied a position of legitimate and windfall wealth. Examining the carvings on the stone pedestals, bird cages, waves, bats, rats, beast teeth, money bags. Each element could be paired with the floor's patterns to create a unique feng shui arrangement, draining the pockets of gamblers. To win money here based on luck alone would require a lifetime of patience. In He An's view, even if a gambler were to win, it was likely orchestrated by the house, maintaining a steady flow of income, winning 7 parts, losing 3. After all, if gamblers only lost money, who would return to play? After surveying the scene, He An chose the simplest game for him. High-low, sick bow. He casually found a seat, pushing forward 400,000 in chips and placing his bet on high. Surrounding players were taken aback, with one foreigner exclaiming, "Sir, you haven't even shaken the dice yet, and you are betting?" He An chuckled, "No worries, we're just testing luck here." Some onlookers found his reasoning compelling and began to place their own bets. The dealer, glancing at He An, made no further comments, merely shaking the dice cup before signaling for continued bets. With few players remaining, the dealer opened the cup, revealing the numbers, prompting a gasp from the foreigner. 4, 5, 6 high? He An's 400,000 chips instantly doubled to 800,000. Instead of collecting his winnings, he lit a cigarette, taking another bet on high. "Continue," he urged. The dealer, now more serious, shook the cup again, confirming no further bets before revealing the numbers. 5, 5, 6 high? Cheers erupted from nearby players, marveling at his luck. He An's 800,000 grew to 160,000. As the dealer was about to hand him his chips, he waved his hand. "No need to give me. I'm still betting high." The other players, encouraged by his confidence, placed their chips on high as well. When the cup was opened again, it was another high. The cheers intensified as they too shared in the fortune. In mere moments, He An's initial 400,000 transformed into 320,000. The initially composed dealer was now sweating, while He An gently tapped the table, declaring, "High." Without hesitation, the surrounding players followed suit. Recognizing the extraordinary luck of the man before them, they felt compelled to join in, fearing missing out on the chance to profit. He An's winning streak soon caught the attention of the casino. In the surveillance room, a lean man in a black suit frowned. What is his background? Unclear. 4 individuals arrived, exchanging 50,000 baht worth of chips with US dollars and gold coins. The man furrowed his brow, contemplating the unusual mix of currencies. This isn't from a reputable source. But who is this newcomer? I haven't heard of any recent events. Keep a close watch on him. We need to ascertain if he is cheating. Yes, Mr. Huang. However, one of his companions has also won a substantial amount, around 2 million. The man's frown deepened. Are they here to disrupt our operations? If so, I'll have to call in some skilled gamblers. As he pondered this, the chips before He An swelled to 1,280,000. The man decisively picked up a microphone. Invite the guest at table 58 to the VIP room. Following his order, 2 security personnel approached He An. Before they could speak, He An interjected, "I want to see your boss." The duo exchanged glances, hesitant, before one of the security staff pressed the intercom. "Mr. Huang, this guest wishes to see the boss. Bring him to me." "Yes," the security staff responded, bowing respectfully to He An. "Sir, Mr. Huang is awaiting your arrival." He An stood, not sparing a glance at the chips. Chapter 60. The Feast of 4 Ghosts. In this world, everything has already been assigned a price in the shadows. All things are equal, including unearned gains. If Shan Liang wishes to acquire wealth, numerous methods are at his disposal. For this individual, the casino is akin to an automated teller machine. It could be even simpler. For instance, once aware of the vault's location, he could employ the 5 ghosts transport technique, and in a single night, he could empty it. However, such an endeavor holds little necessity. The coins themselves bear no intrinsic value, particularly for practitioners like him. Their sole purpose is to procure useful materials and to afford a modicum of comfort in life. Yet, how much can one truly spend on such things? Especially for someone of He An's caliber, there are numerous ways to address these matters without the need for money. Is it worth exchanging one's merits for such trivialities? He An thinks not. Thus, he prefers to undertake tasks instead. This not only allows others to share the burden of karma, but also enables him to refine his resolve amidst the mundane world, a dual benefit. It is for this reason that He An has set his starting fee so low. A mere 2 million is sufficient to hire a practitioner of his level, which can certainly be deemed remarkably cost-effective. 2 security personnel escorted He An to a lounge where a slender man in a suit awaited. Upon seeing He An, the man displayed a polite smile and spoke with gentlemanly grace. "Good day, sir. May I inquire what brings you to meet our boss?" He An remained silent, his gaze calmly assessing the man before him. Huang Lan, the casino manager, offered a faint smile, adjusted his cuff, and continued, I am Huang Lan, the manager of this establishment. Our boss seldom visits. I oversee operations here most of the time. Therefore, any matters you wish to discuss can be addressed with me. He settled onto a nearby sofa, retrieving a cigarette from his pocket and igniting it. I merely wish to know who arranged the feng shui array outside, he stated. Huang Lan furrowed his brow slightly. He's demeanor suggested he held him in scant regard. Is there a problem? He inquired. Not a significant one. Merely curiosity regarding what lies buried beneath the four ghosts feast array that sustains such a large casino as yours. Huang Lan's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief evident as he regarded He An. He An exhaled a plume of smoke and remarked, Why the surprise? This is not an intricate array to decipher. However, the individual who set this array is indeed impressive, having located such an opportune site where the four ghosts occupy both the primary and secondary wealth positions. The birdcage symbolizes easy entry yet difficult exit. The waves signify wealth flowing like water. Bats represent abundant blessings, while rats symbolize the attraction of wealth and treasures. The beast's teeth imply danger lurking, and the coin pouch signifies the gathering of riches from all directions. Quite intriguing indeed. Upon hearing He An's insightful analysis, Huang Lan recognized he was in the presence of a remarkable individual. It was no surprise that someone like him could win millions in a casino. May I ask how you are addressed? Huang Lan's tone grew markedly more respectful as he gestured for the accompanying security personnel to depart. Daoist He An, he replied with a smile, revealing his name, though regrettably, he primarily operated within Huaxia, and Huang Lan, not being part of the circle, was unaware of the weight his name carried. Ah, so you are Mr. He. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Have you discerned something amiss with the four ghosts feast array? Huang Lan maintained his caution. Although He An appeared to be an expert, one could never tell if he was sent by a rival casino. It was prudent to remain wary. Is it so easy to meet your boss? He An chuckled. Have your guests been frequently suffering from sudden ailments, such as heart attacks or cerebral hemorrhages? Huang Lan's eyes widened in shock, and he quickly asked, Are you suggesting this is an issue with the four ghost feast array? He An nodded, extinguishing his nearly burnt cigarette. Regardless of what you buried beneath, it has now been consumed by the four ghosts. Opening such a vast casino among them is akin to presenting a grand banquet. If they do not feast upon your guests, whom will they devour? With He An's words, Huang Lan finally grasped the source of the problem. In the past month alone, 5 patrons had died, significantly impacting their business. Initially, Huang Lan suspected foul play from rival casinos, but who could have imagined that the issue lay within their own array? Master He, how can we resolve this? Huang Lan no longer doubted He An's capabilities and eagerly sought a solution. It is quite simple. Ensure they are well fed. This is something the original feng shui master could have accomplished. However, I am curious about what you previously buried at the heart of the four ghosts feast array. Discussing this topic, Huang Lan's expression turned awkward as he deflected the question. He narrowed his eyes slightly and inquired, You did not bury the feng shui master, did you? Huang Lan's embarrassment deepened, and He An felt a wave of exasperation, pondering why wealthy individuals often possessed such peculiar habits. After all, when Dong Furong attained prosperity, he too had entombed his feng shui master, and in a rather gruesome manner. Now, with the four ghost feast array, it would require at least 4 sacrifices. What a grave transgression. Cough, cough. Mr. He, you are correct, but we cannot be blamed. After setting the array, this person took money from other casinos to compromise our feng shui. Our boss had no choice but to bury him. He An smiled, but found not a single word credible. Could one truly expect compassion from those running a casino? Seeing He An merely smile in silence, Huang Lan hastily added, Mr. He, as long as you can help us resolve this issue, our boss will ensure your efforts do not go unrewarded. He An chuckled in response. To resolve this, 3 methods exist. It is merely a question of which one your boss prefers. Huang Lan felt a sense of relief upon hearing He An could provide a solution. Regardless of the circumstances, the resolution was paramount. If this continued, their casino's reputation would surely suffer. Mr. He, may I inquire what the 3 methods are? He An resolutely shook his head, his expression turning serious. This matter must be discussed solely with your boss. Huang Lan hesitated, contemplating, before stating, Mr. He, I cannot guarantee my boss will come, but I will seek his counsel. Could you kindly wait a moment? He An shrugged, gesturing nonchalantly. Once Huang Lan stepped out to make a call, He An's gaze flickered, murmuring to himself, This truly is a land of feng shui treasures. Chapter 61. This collar is rather fashionable. Greed, aversion, and ignorance. In Buddhism, they are referred to as the 3 poisons, or the 3 impurities. For practitioners of the righteous path, they are akin to poison, Yet for someone like He An of the Zhuodao, they serve as a tremendous boon. At this moment, the casino is suffused with an abundance of greedy thoughts. Should he cultivate under this shroud of avarice? The vitality he expended in Beiping could be swiftly replenished. This place, for He An, has become a veritable small paradise. He clenched his right fist as if grasping something tightly, and drops of black liquid dripped from his palm onto the floor, disappearing in an instant. Meanwhile, Huang Lan had successfully reached the casino's owner by phone. Boss, earlier at the casino. Huang Lan recounted the events in detail. From He An's initial win catching his attention to his insight into the Four Ghosts feast array, culminating in the revelation of its flaws and the mention of 3 solutions. The casino owner pondered for a few seconds before responding. What did you say his name was? He An. All right, I will check with some friends in the industry. Keep him occupied. After a brief exchange, they hung up, and Huang Lan clapped his hands, prompting a nearby staff member to approach. Manager Huang, let Jessica select a few exquisite items to entertain the guests. Indeed. However, before Huang Lan could return to the office, his phone rang once more. Glancing at the caller ID, he noticed it was his boss, who had just hung up. Hello, boss, Huang Lan said, his tone tinged with confusion. But he soon heard his boss's anxious voice on the other end. Whatever you do, do not offend him. No matter what he does, do not provoke him. Huang Lan was taken aback and, after agreeing, asked, Boss, is this person quite renowned? Indeed, not just renowned, but extraordinarily so. He is the master of flower support. It was he who eliminated Songpa. What? Upon hearing this news, Huang Lan was rendered speechless. Although he claimed not to know who the master of flower support was, he certainly knew of Songpa. Was it true that Songpa had been taken down, and by such a young person? Could it be that he was actually an ancient being, merely possessing the art of youthful appearance? Calm him down. This person is truly a master. I will arrive shortly. Yes, boss. After hanging up, Huang Lan meticulously recalled the details of their earlier encounter. He had initially displayed a somewhat arrogant demeanor. Surely this master would not be angered by it. With this thought, his legs grew weak, and he dared not return to the office, deciding instead to wait outside for his boss's arrival. Approximately half an hour later, the casino owner approached, beads of sweat dotting his forehead. Where is he? In the office. The casino owner wiped the sweat from his brow without lifting his head. You didn't offend him, did you? Huang Lan forced a smile. How could I dare? Come on, let us go. The casino owner beckoned, leading Huang Lan to the office. After knocking cautiously, he inquired, Mr. He, may I enter? His cautious demeanor suggested that Mr. He was the true master of the premises. Come in, Mr. He called from within, prompting the casino owner to usher Huang Lan inside. Inside, they found 4 tall, beautiful women seated beside Mr. He, some massaging his legs, others kneading his shoulders. If there had been one feeding him grapes, he would resemble the tyrants portrayed in television dramas. The casino owner sighed in relief. As long as he knew what Mr. He appreciated, all was well. Upon their entry, Mr. He waved his hand, signaling for the women to leave. The women, aware of their place in front of the casino owner, exited respectfully. At that moment, Huang Lan spoke up. Mr. He, these ladies are performers we invited to the casino. I heard they recently learned a remarkable dance. Perhaps you could offer some guidance this evening? Mr. He waved his hand dismissively. Forget it, my back isn't well. As he spoke, He turned his gaze to the casino owner, scrutinizing him closely before frowning. Have you encountered some trouble recently? Indeed. Mr. He, you are truly perceptive, the casino owner exclaimed, astonished that Mr. He could discern his troubles before he even spoke. Your reputation precedes you. Mr. He wasted no time. He waved his right hand in front of the casino owner. The casino owner looked puzzled, while Huang Lan gasped in alarm. Boss. The casino owner turned. Confusion etched on his face as he looked at Huang Lan. Huang Lan, panic-stricken, exclaimed, Boss, you have something on your neck. My neck? The casino owner instinctively reached for his neck, but felt nothing unusual. Huang Lan attempted to take a photo with his phone, but at that moment, it seemed to malfunction, refusing to save any pictures. Seeing there was no mirror in the room, Mr. He snapped his fingers. Shadows beneath his feet surged, and a small circular mirror ejected, which he grasped in his hand. Mr. He handed the mirror to the casino owner, who accepted it in a daze. After a brief glance, he was so terrified that he tossed the mirror away. Just as it was about to shatter on the ground, a large hand emerged from the shadows, caught the mirror, and pulled it back into the darkness. However, the casino owner was oblivious to this, as he was horrified by what he had just seen. For hands. He had seen 4 hands encircling his neck, tightly constricting it. More chilling was the fact that the backs of those hands bore human features. When he glimpsed them in the mirror, one hand had even smiled at him. He would likely never forget the sight he had just witnessed. It could be said that he had shown considerable courage merely by not losing control of his bladder. What is this? What is happening? The casino owner frantically clawed at his neck, as if that could dislodge those hands. Yet Huang Lan observed clearly that although the 4 hands were visible, they were as intangible as a hologram. After a few futile attempts, the casino owner realized this was beyond his ability to resolve and quickly turned to Mr. He. Mr. He, now seated on the sofa once more, chuckled at the inquiry. That collar you're wearing is rather fashionable. Have you offended someone recently? Hearing this, the casino owner lamented, Mr. He, this is unjust. As you know, I run a casino, and every day countless people lose their fortunes. There are many who harbor resentment towards me. I cannot fathom whom I might have wronged. Mr. He considered this, nodding in agreement, before continuing, a minor trick. I will help you resolve it shortly. But first, let us discuss the matter of the 4 ghosts feast. Mr. He, please. I cannot bear to wear this any longer. It's making me extremely anxious. The casino owner appeared on the verge of tears, clutching his amulet chain tightly. Mr. He, however, remained unperturbed, thinking to himself that if he resolved this now, how could he raise his price later? Chapter 62. Allow me to assist you. The energy within the 4 ghosts feast formation had been nearly depleted. If not addressed soon, the number of deaths at the casino would only increase. Realizing that Mr. He truly did not intend to remove the collar immediately, the casino owner refrained from pressing the issue, his hands continuing to scratch at his neck, as though that would allow him to breathe easier. What do you suggest we do? The casino owner, unwilling to waste time, asked directly. I have 3 solutions. The first is to directly break the formation by destroying the 4 statues. The advantage of this approach is that it would eliminate the 4 ghosts at the source. Without them, your casino's patrons would naturally be safe. However, this would also compromise both the wealth and fortune positions, causing the gambler's luck to return, increasing their chances of winning. The casino owner shook his head, clearly dissatisfied with this option. The second method is to appease the 4 ghosts. I can help you procure an item that will satisfy the 4 ghosts for 3 years, during which time there will be no issues. Upon hearing this, Huang Lan's eyes lit up, but after a moment of thought, he asked, Master He, is there a solution that is permanent? There is, but it is quite complicated. The casino owner, eager, responded, a bit of trouble is no concern. A lasting solution is what we seek. Mr. He retrieved a cigarette from his pocket, and upon seeing this, Huang Lan hurriedly produced a lighter to ignite it, only to witness Mr. He snap his fingers, causing the cigarette to ignite spontaneously. This display further solidified their belief in Mr. He's extraordinary abilities. The 4 ghosts feast formation is relatively straightforward. It involves exchanging spiritual energy for fortune. As long as there is sufficient spiritual energy to sustain it, they continuously absorb and convert the luck of those around them. The 4 statues in your casino are positioned precisely at the wealth and fortune points. Thus their luck is transformed into financial gain for your establishment. While this may sound complex, it can be understood as an electrical converter, transforming the gambler's luck into the casino's wealth. In contemporary times, the duration of power conversion has elongated, and the energy consumption has nearly depleted. In the absence of external assistance, it is left to seek a power source for itself. The guests who perished before were merely the new sources of energy it found for itself. Upon hearing He An's candid explanation, the 2 finally grasped the operational principles of the 4 ghosts feast array. Huang Lan further inquired, so your second plan was to provide this electric converter with a new power source? Yes, a power source that can sustain for 3 years, He An replied. Then turned to the casino owner. You might want to consider how to ensure that this electric converter can continuously serve you without interruption. The casino owner proposed several methods, all of which He An swiftly dismissed. Eventually, he lost patience and asked directly, Mr. He, please tell me the solution. Modify the array. Upon hearing these words, the casino owner shook his head repeatedly. No, that won't do. I have been utilizing this formation smoothly for years. I have developed an attachment to it. It cannot be changed. Once individuals become accustomed to a peaceful existence, they often lose their fighting spirit and prefer stability. The casino owner was in such a state, and He An understood his concerns. Rest assured, the modification I propose merely involves altering the method by which the 4 ghosts absorb spiritual energy. The reason for the fatalities in the casino is that the 4 ghosts focus on draining energy from a single individual, which is unbearable for the guests. Therefore, we must adjust the array to allow for an even distribution of energy absorption. Given the flow of guests in your casino, this will only leave them feeling somewhat fatigued, rather than directly siphoning their lives away. Both the casino owner and Huang Lan found this solution agreeable, especially the casino owner, who was so elated that he seemed to forget the collar around his neck. Mr. He, May I ask how much this modification will cost? He An calmly extended a single finger, and the casino owner narrowed his eyes. 10 million? 100 million. Thai baht. RMB. Not a problem. He An was initially concerned that the amount might be excessive, but he was taken aback when the casino owner readily agreed. This clearly indicated that this business was indeed lucrative. After their negotiations, the casino owner hurriedly gestured towards his collar. Mr. He, what about this? Upon seeing this, He An waved his hand once more, and the eerie collar composed of 4 hands slowly vanished. The casino owner rejoiced, exclaiming, Mr. He, you are truly remarkable. You have eradicated this ghastly object in an instant. Ah, no, I merely sealed your yin-yang eyes, so you can no longer perceive it. He An's words froze the smile on the casino owner's face, leaving Huang Lan bewildered. It was akin to having a fracture and bringing the x-ray to a doctor, only for the doctor to expertly edit the image and then proclaim, see. Now you can't see the fracture. Moreover, it was one thing to be unaware of the existence of such a thing before. But now that they knew of its presence, the inability to see it was even more unsettling. Mr. He, how much will it cost? The casino owner assumed He An intended to demand payment for this service, so he directly inquired about the price. However, He An replied earnestly, it is not a matter of money. My primary goal is to trace the opponent's magic back to the true perpetrator and resolve the issue at its source. If this is too much for you to bear, I can assist you in resolving it now. Hearing this, both the casino owner and Huang Lan let out a sigh of relief, particularly the casino owner, who set aside his inner worries. Previously, he had inquired about He An's reputation among friends, and it could be said that within the cultivation community, He An's reputation was notoriously unsavory. However, in the employer circle, those who had collaborated with He An spoke highly of him. This was why he had previously urged Huang Lan to maintain He An's trust, hoping to secure a partnership with him. No need. Let us proceed according to your plan, Mr. He. The casino owner, possessing a degree of audacity, recognized that being targeted by someone capable of employing sorcery was far more terrifying than the collar around his neck. Not wasting any more words, He An's right hand, shrouded in black mist, reached toward the collar. The casino owner and Huang Lan, being novices in the realm of cultivation, could not perceive He An's methods. Their earlier visibility into his skills was merely to prove himself. Gripping one of the hands within the collar, which bore a large mouth at its palm, He An felt a wave of revulsion as the mouth curled into a sickly smile, a crimson tongue extending to lick his palm. Disgusted, He An swiftly formed a seal with his other hand and intoned, manifest the source of the spell, pursue the trace in an instant. As his incantation concluded, his vision surged forward at an astonishing speed, swiftly exiting the casino, traversing through the building, and ultimately settling upon a villa. There, a middle-aged man clad in a black robe sat on a sofa, engaged in conversation with someone. In the next moment, he suddenly turned to gaze in He An's direction, chanting a mantra. Mo. With the utterance of his spell, the room was filled with a sudden gust of wind, the sleeves of his robe billowing as he waved towards He An. The soul is inherently fragile, and the black-robed man was confident that this strike would shatter his opponent's spirit. Even if it did not claim his life directly, it would certainly inflict severe injury. Yet, as the wind swept past, no scream from He An could be heard. Gone, he murmured to himself, causing his companion to tense up. Seethes Jan. What do you mean gone? Was someone here just now? The man referred to as Seethes Jan wore a grave expression, his voice laden with darkness. Someone was monitoring us just now. They may have employed the technique of soul projection. As he spoke, his expression suddenly shifted, and he sprang to his feet. This abrupt movement startled his companion, who quickly stood and clutched the Buddhist amulet hanging on his chest, trembling as he asked, Seethes Jan, what is the matter? Seethes Jan replied sternly, it is daytime. Yes, what of daytime? The middle-aged man still did not grasp the implication of his words. When Seethes Jan cast a wary glance around, how could a soul project during the day? The sunlight burns like a raging fire. That is not a soul. Just as he finished speaking, a male voice echoed from nowhere. Bingo, you got it right. But alas, there are no rewards. The middle-aged man nearly soiled himself upon hearing He An's voice, darting under the table and clenching the amulet in prayer. Seethes Jan's countenance darkened as he tossed his black robe upwards, revealing a muscular upper body. Unlike other Ajan, he bore no scriptures inscribed upon his skin. Rather, he resembled a patchwork burlap sack. Various shades of skin had been stitched together, and as he chanted incantations, faces writhed beneath the skin, struggling in agony. It seemed they wished to escape their skin, a process oddly reminiscent of He An's myriad souls banner. With each peculiar recitation, the faces on his skin opened their eyes, their pallid gazes filled with resentment, as if they were poised to devour him at any moment. Seethes stood motionless, dozens of eyes rolling about, ultimately fixating on a single direction. Got you. Seethes grinned malevolently, his right hand condensing a mass of black energy that he hurled towards the chandelier. Bang, bang, bang. Upon contact, the bulbs exploded. The atmosphere grew increasingly silent. And after a prolonged silence of several seconds, the middle-aged man cautiously peeked his head out from beneath the table. Seethes, have you disposed of him? Seethes furrowed his brow in silence. According to the feedback from the Yama skin, the individual had vanished. However, whether it was due to being dispersed by his attack or having fled, he could not discern. Seethes, the middle-aged man cautiously called out, prompting Seethes to finally set off, grabbing the black robe that had just been tossed aside to don it. I had already dispersed a fragment of his soul. But this individual is quite skilled and would recover swiftly. We must hurry back, for I lack any magical artifacts here, leaving me at a disadvantage. Oh, indeed. The middle-aged man hurriedly emerged from beneath the table and dashed towards the door without looking back. However, Seethes furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering the identity of the adversary employing such tactics. At that moment, he slightly opened his eyes. Dispersing a fragment of his soul? Don't be ridiculous. He had merely obtained what he desired. When Seethes initiated his attack, he had utilized a secret technique to capture a fragment of essence from both individuals. This essence, which dissipated rapidly, necessitated his swift return to safeguard it. Fortunately, he had not overheard Seethes' subsequent boasting. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to spit in his face. Upon seeing He An awaken, the casino owner and Huang Lan looked at him with eager anticipation. He An, however, disregarded their curiosity, retrieving 2 bone tokens and casually sealing the essence within them. As long as these tokens remained in his possession, he could locate the adversary even if they fled to the ends of the earth. Mr. He, how goes it? Huang Lan, lacking the depth of understanding of the casino owner, could not restrain her curiosity and inquired. He An pointed towards the direction of the villa from earlier, stating, 3 kilometers away, there is a villa where a man named Seethes resides. Do you recognize him? Upon hearing this name, both Huang Lan and the casino owner's expressions darkened. You do know him, don't you? He is the one who arranged this collar for you. Just by observing their expressions, He An discerned that they were indeed familiar with the individual known as Seethes. You vile creature, you have finally shown your face again. The casino owner's voice dripped with venom, clearly harboring a deep-seated grudge against the man. He An paid him no mind, allowing a plume of black mist to swirl from his left hand as he forcefully removed the collar. With a gesture of his right hand, crimson flames erupted, reducing the collar to ash. Although the casino owner had seen nothing, he felt a significant alleviation in his breathing and looked at He An with hopeful eyes. It's taken care of. Thank you, Mr. He. The casino owner expressed his relief, but his demeanor soon turned somber. What price for dealing with Seethes? He An raised a finger. 100 million? Very well. He An silently retracted his finger, indicating 10 million, and to his surprise, the casino owner seemed to understand perfectly. However, the casino owner did not appear to be lacking in funds, evident from his and Huang Lan's expressions, signaling their profound enmity towards Seethes. Shadows surged beneath their feet, and 2 yellow talismans shot forth as he unfolded the talismans into triangles and handed them over. Take these. They will ensure your safety tonight. Tonight? The casino owner accepted the talismans, appearing somewhat apprehensive. Mr. He, is one night truly sufficient? Rest assured, it will be enough. I want to allow him to survive the night, He An replied, his smile unwavering, though his words sent a chill down Huang Lan's spine. Ha ha ha, splendid. Mr. He, do we need to prepare anything? The casino owner was evidently exhilarated, eager to eliminate Seethes. Prepare me a pig and a snake. The pig must weigh no less than 300 pounds, and the snake no less than 3 pounds. Without hesitation, the casino owner agreed, thumping his chest to assure that everything would be arranged before noon. He then instructed Huang Lan to prepare a meal, intending to celebrate with He An. It was at this moment that He An learned the casino owner's name, Chun Binghui, and the reason behind his intense hatred for Seethes became clear. The casino owner's wife and children had been murdered by this very man. Chapter 64. Arrangements for Aftermath. Chun Binghui had never been a man of complacency. After 3 years of toil as a factory worker, he realized that such a monotonous existence could merely stave off starvation, but wealth? That was merely a dream. Thus, he decisively resigned and, with 3 years of savings, opened a modest casino. The establishment was small, with only 3 tables, yet due to the support of former colleagues, He quickly garnered his first fortune. Soon after, the local boss approached him, presenting him with two options: either surrender half of the casino's net profits or relocate the casino, as they would take over his current premises. Chen Binghui chose a third path. He married the daughter of another local boss and, with his father-in-law's subordinates, seized control of the territory. From that point onward, his casino flourished, and the name Chen Binghui began to gain notoriety. Consequently, those unable to contend with him resorted to nefarious means. To counter these threats and safeguard his business, he hired a feng shui master as a personal consultant in Hong Kong. The master proved to be exceptionally skilled, and with his presence, malevolent methods could not harm him. Yet, while he enjoyed the protection of the feng shui master, his family did not share the same fortune. A rival who had lost to him hired Cai An, who, despite not yet being among the top 10 in notoriety, was already a well-known figure in the circle. After receiving payment, he acted decisively. Not only did he eliminate Chen Binghui's wife and children, but he also took down his father-in-law and brother-in-law, effectively wiping out the entire family. Upon learning of this tragedy, Chen Binghui descended into a frenzy of revenge. By then, he had amassed considerable wealth, and after spending lavishly, he easily discovered that Cai An was the perpetrator. He then engaged one of the top 10 Asians to take action, but was thwarted as Cai An detected the plot and escaped. From that day forth, he had not heard of Cai An again, only to find that the man had returned now and had covertly targeted him. Reflecting on the loss of his wife and children brought a sheen of moisture to Chen Binghui's eyes, revealing the depth of his love for them. "Mr. He, could you spare his life? I wish to kill him with my own hands." Chen Binghui gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with hatred. "Why not let me turn him into a soul lamp for you?" He suggested, considering that the generous payment deserved a token of remembrance. "Soul lamp? What is that?" Chen Binghui inquired eagerly, clearly anticipating the torment of his adversary. "I can transform his soul into a wick. Lighting the wick would be akin to incinerating his soul. Does that clarify things?" Upon hearing this, Chen Binghui's eyes lit up, and he laughed heartily. "Mr. He, I am immensely grateful." He waved his hand dismissively, suggesting it was a trivial matter. Why does wickedness elicit such disdain? It is primarily due to the cruelty of their methods. Just by observing the skin Cai An wore, one could tell that the faces were filled with resentment, evidently flayed from individuals who had been tortured nearly to death. If he could inflict suffering upon others, why should he not face the same fate? In truth, he himself had prepared mentally for the day he might be bested and captured, fully aware that his fate would likely be even more tragic than that of Cai An. However, he would never allow such a scenario to unfold. "Ha ha ha, my dear ancestor. I have won 5 million Thai baht. 5 million. Fan Tong in the restaurant laughed with exuberance, his wrinkles nearly capable of squashing a fly. He nodded with a smile, savoring a shrimp. "What are your plans for the afternoon?" "What else? Of course, I intend to continue my rampage," Fan Tong exclaimed, mimicking a slashing motion with his hand, his eyes nearly transforming into the shape of coins. When had he ever won such a large sum? He was in the throes of addiction. Had it not been for He An's invitation, he would not have come for anyone else. Is it more vital to dine or to earn money? One hardly needs to deliberate. However, He An chuckled and remarked, "Can you truly spend it all before midnight?" His words jolted Fan Tong into clarity. Indeed, in his fervor for winning, he had nearly forgotten that there were stipulations attached. All the money must be expended before the stroke of 12. Little ancestor, what fate awaits if the money is not spent? Fan Tong was aware of the consequences of breaking a color taboo, yet he had never inquired about the repercussions of failing to spend the money. After all, could there truly be such a thing as money that one could not exhaust? Oh, it's nothing alarming. It merely entails the proportional extraction of half your lifespan. Rest assured, you won't perish. Half your lifespan. One might wonder what that entails. Fan Tong's eyes widened in shock, his expression akin to someone who had just swallowed a frog. Observing his stricken countenance, He Jiangwo embraced him and inquired, "What troubles you, dear nephew? Are you at a loss for how to spend 5 million? Just consult your uncle. I possess experience." Fan Tong waved his hand dismissively, asserting, "What is 5 million? I could easily spend 50 million. I shall purchase a car, acquire gold chains." This man, despite his earlier trepidation, seemed to bounce back with exuberance. He even extended a middle finger towards He Jiangwo and declared, "Old He, I want a chain of this thickness." He Jiangwo, exasperated, delivered a playful slap to his face and retorted, "Could you not use a different finger?" After a brief moment of playful banter, He interjected, "Fan Tong, you are the landlord. Kindly take Banggu with you to explore with Jiangwo. I have matters to attend to this evening, and you need not seek me out. I shall return by dawn." Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jangwo understood that He An had likely secured a deal. His demeanor turned serious as he acknowledged. I understand. Bangu nodded, never one to question He An's words. Fan Tong, with a confident thump of his chest, proclaimed, Fear not, little ancestor. I, Fan Tong, do not indulge alone. This 5 million belongs to us all, and your share shall be prepared. He An chuckled and waved his hand, saying, There is no need for my portion. As he spoke, He An rose, having spotted Huang Lan waiting at the entrance of the dining hall. Watching He An depart, Fan Tong turned to Jangwo and wondered aloud, Is the little ancestor off to engage in a duel? Jangwo, surprised, replied, How did you know? Because his words sounded like he was bequeathing his affairs, Fan Tong quipped. Pa pa pa. Jangwo playfully swatted him again, to which Fan Tong dodged while warning, Hey, I advise against further strikes. I am trained in monkey boxing. Should you strike again, I shall retaliate. Retaliate? Very well. Bangu, upon hearing Jangwo's call, leaped into action, delivering a swift kick. Chapter 65. If you continue to laugh, I shall truly wet myself. In the opulent office of Chun Binghui, a pig stood still, resembling a specimen. He An, with a ceramic bowl in his left hand and a brush in his right, effortlessly inscribed talismans upon the white-skinned pig. Chun Binghui and Huang Lan observed silently, their expressions a mixture of awe and confusion. Neither of them belonged to the cultivation circle and thus could not comprehend the intricacies. Yet, they were astounded to see the pig rendered motionless by He An's talismans. He An found himself reflecting on the efficacy of the Een god blood, despite the cumbersome methods of its preparation. After 10 minutes of meticulous work, the entire pig was adorned with red talismans, standing quietly, even its eyes unblinking, exuding a distinctly eerie aura. Once He An set down his brush, he turned his gaze to a nearby cage where a cobra lay coiled, fixated on him with an intent to strike. Mr. He, this snake weighs 4 pounds and possesses a potent venom. You must be cautious. Huang Lan's warning was cut short as He An had already seized the snake, causing her to swallow her words. The snake offered no resistance, allowing He An to grasp it effortlessly, securing the snake by its neck. He An pricked his fingertip and gently applied 2 drops of blood to the snake's eyes before tossing it onto the back of the white-skinned pig. Chun Binghui and Huang Lan gasped and retreated a couple of steps, fearing the snake might attack them. He An, wiping his hands with a towel, instructed, All right. No one is to enter this office until dawn, understood? Understood. Rest assured, Mr. He, they affirmed, nervously departing once they confirmed He An had no further requests. After their exit, He An set up a small gathering formation around him and sat cross-legged at its center. His choice to conduct these activities in Chun Binghui's office was strategic, as it was situated directly above the casino, a locus of avarice. Not only would he harness this greed to replenish his own energy, but it would also prove advantageous in his upcoming duel with Sai Banajan. At 9 o'clock in the evening, He An opened his eyes, the office remaining shrouded in darkness, yet his eyes emitted a fleeting crimson glow, strikingly vivid. With a flick of his wrist, a shadowy hand emerged from the darkness, presenting 2 bone tokens to He An. The year, the month, the day, the hour. All roads wide as mountains and rivers. All of mankind reflects upon tonight's moon, tracing footprints that are never the same. As he recited his incantation, the 2 bone tokens shot forth, one embedding itself in the pig's forehead and the other entering the snake's mouth. He closed his eyes once more, his vision ascending rapidly. The structures beneath him shrank in size, the Bangkok nightscape unfurling like a painted scroll, yet his focus remained solely on 2 small red dots. The location of Sai Banajan. Haha, I have found you. With this declaration, the pig collapsed to the ground, and the cobra slithered into the white-skinned pig's mouth. Sizzling, the cobra ignited in crimson flames, yet it remained eerily still. The flames surged, engulfing the white-skinned pig as well. In mere seconds, the office transformed into a blazing sphere. However, this fire bore no heat. Everything around remained unscathed, save for the pig and snake, which were consumed by the flames. Shadows surged, and an unembellished paper figure emerged before He An. Unlike a typical paper figure, this one was seated in a meditative posture. He An pricked his finger and pressed 2 blood fingerprints onto the figure's eyes. With the addition of eyes, the paper figure blinked, as if reacquainting itself with its form. Meanwhile, the remains of the pig and snake had reduced to ash, even the bones incinerated, with only the 2 bone tokens remaining, glowing faintly with a red light. He An gestured, summoning a whirlwind that swept the ash toward the paper figure. He An beckoned again, and the 2 bone tokens flew back. One was placed in the figure's heart, while the other nestled between its brows. The ashes of the pig and snake quickly cloaked the paper figure, bestowing upon it a layer of blackened skin. He An surveyed his creation with satisfaction. Then, contemplating, he reached for the remaining god blood, forming it into a blood-red dagger. The paper figure grasped the dagger, and shadows swirled beneath it, gradually enveloping it. He An, will that man truly act tonight? Indeed, I can sense that he has broken the curse I placed on Chen Binghui. The middle-aged man grumbled inwardly, contemplating why He An had cast such a slow-acting curse. Had he imposed a fatal curse instead, the man would be nearing his end by now. Little did he know, He An's actions were motivated by a desire to siphon Chen Binghui's fortune through that collar. Though Chen Binghui's luck was not exceptional, he commanded the grand ghost feast formation. Simply slaying him would be easy, yet that fortune would be squandered. Once, he had endured relentless persecution. But now that he had returned, it was only natural for him to seek revenge on Chen Binghui. Not only to end his life, but also to ensure his family was shattered and his lineage extinguished. However, he never anticipated that his initial strike would be detected, prompting the adversary to summon an expert to track him down. As the two engaged in conversation, He An abruptly gazed upwards towards the ceiling. It had arrived. The middle-aged man uttered not a single unnecessary word, swiftly concealing himself beneath the table, clutching a talisman as he began to pray. He An also removed his dark cloak. Remaining on high alert, his eyes fixed on the roof. A peculiar laughter echoed throughout the room, sending chills down their spines, causing the middle-aged man to hasten his prayers. He An's skin began to contort, revealing faces writhing in agony. Who goes there? In that moment, a dark mist coalesced in his right hand, aimed at the ceiling. The strange laughter intensified rather than dissipated. Observing this, He An pressed his palms together and closed his eyes. A series of murmured incantations escaped his lips, and in the next instant, several shrines within the room began to creak ominously, as if something within was stirring. The middle-aged man, terrified, knew all too well what resided within those shrines, some of the very materials he had procured himself. A similar laughter erupted from the shrine, but unlike the previous eerie sounds, this time it was the laughter of children. Chapter 66. The Ancient Child Spirit. The Ancient Child Spirit. This concept has ancient roots in Thailand. Legend has it that there was once a formidable general named Kunping. One day, the king commanded him to conquer a small nation, and his wife hailed from that very land. Upon learning of the king's decree, she resolved to poison him to protect her homeland, but was discovered by Kunping. In a fit of rage, he killed his wife and extracted the fetus from her womb, wrapping it in a cloth inscribed with sacred texts. Under the flames, it shriveled into a mummified form that he wore. To his astonishment, that mummified infant possessed great power, offering him protection time and again. With the aid of the ancient child spirit, he became invincible in battle. This is the origin of the ancient child spirit. Today, the ancient child spirit is said to come in 3 varieties. The first is crafted from the soil of 7 different children's graves, making it the most common type. The second incorporates some infant ashes, which are rarer and command a higher price. The final type, known as the ancient method ancient child spirit, is made from an actual infant. Various methods exist for honoring the ancient child spirit, but one principle remains constant. It must be treated as family, necessitating the provision of a bowl and chopsticks during meals. However, for He An, the ancient child spirit is merely a tool, if they dare defy him. He possesses ample means to deal with them. The laughter of the little spirits from the shrine grew louder, and soon, 13 mischievous spirits leaped forth. Each stood only about 3 to 4 decimeters tall, their bodies a sickly hue of blue and purple, eyes glowing crimson, and razor-sharp teeth resembling those of beasts. They bore strange red markings all over, creating a dizzying effect. Once out, the 13 spirits joined hands, circling around He An, filled with mirth. Ignoring their presence, he began to chant incantations, and as he did, the spirits visibly grew larger. Yet, they did not expand in a typical manner, but rather as if a child were being proportionally enlarged. When the spirits reached a height of approximately 1 meter 50 to 60, He An reached for a nearby ceramic urn, from which oozed putrid entrails, filling the room with a nauseating stench. The middle-aged man nearly succumbed to the overwhelming odor, while the little spirits, as if presented with a feast, ravenously devoured the repulsive offerings. As the foul blood trickled down their cherubic faces, the middle-aged man felt warmth in his trousers, finally relieved of his previous discomfort. Go, He An commanded, and the satiated spirits ascended towards the ceiling. Their laughter morphed into sharp cackles, and He An couldn't help but smirk. These 13 spirits had been meticulously selected and nurtured, each possessed a unique fate. They were cultivated through his dark arts, embodying malevolence. This was the source of his confidence upon returning to Thailand. He believed that with these 13 spirits at his side, he could contend even with the mightiest of sorcerers. A piercing scream suddenly shattered the air, causing glass to shatter all around. Saiban Azan's heart sank as he looked up at the ceiling. One of his spirits had been eliminated. How could a spirit he had painstakingly crafted through ancient rituals be dispatched so swiftly? His disbelief was palpable. He had tortured them to ensure their combat prowess, forcing them to endure despair and agony until death. Such spirits typically required no special treatment to wreak havoc. Merely allowing them to roam freely would suffice. Not to mention, he had prepared many of such spirits, allowing them to consume one another until only these 13 remained. Yet now, without even glimpsing his adversary, one spirit had already perished. Saiban Azan hurried to the altar, grasping a bone flute. Crafted from the left leg bone of a maiden, this artifact was specifically designed to control the 13 spirits. Well, now only 12. As he played the flute, the spirits' laughter faded into a chorus of wails. At that moment, on the villa's rooftop, the paper effigy was surrounded by the 12 spirits, yet it showed no fear, instead voraciously consuming the recently vanquished spirit. The dagger, formed from the blood of the underworld, emanated dark energy, swirling around him. The mournful notes of the flute echoed, and the spirits' crimson eyes began to glow. In an instant, their nails elongated, and they charged forward. With blinding speed, the spirits closed in on the paper figure, their claws poised to strike. The paper figure swallowed the remains of the fallen spirit, raising the dagger to defend itself. A harsh metallic clash rang out, but in the next heartbeat, a claw pierced its chest. This momentary lapse granted the surrounding spirits the opportunity they needed, and like a pack of hyenas, they pounced upon the paper figure. In their eyes, the paper was not mere parchment, but rather fresh, succulent flesh. Even after consuming their offerings, the spirits could not resist the allure of this new, sanguine feast. Each seized portions of the paper figure, indulging in their grisly banquet. Within the room, Saiban Azan sensed his spirits had dispatched their foe, and relief washed over him. However, before he could celebrate, an agonizing pain pierced his heart. This was backlash. Someone was severing his connection to the 12 spirits. He struggled, letting out a furious roar as the faces upon his skin howled in unison, forcing him to endure the searing pain and bolting towards the exit. He was determined to uncover the identity of the one attempting to seize his spirits. Empowered by the blessings of Yama, he effortlessly leaped onto the villa's roof, only to find the 12 spirits kneeling, smoke billowing from their 7 orifices. The black smoke gradually coalesced into a humanoid figure at the center of the little demons, revealing the paper figure that had previously been devoured by them. "You are not one of the top 10 masters. Who exactly are you?" the Seban master questioned, crossing his hands and forcefully drawing his nails down his collarbone. Flesh was torn, revealing an X-shaped wound, and blood gushed forth, pooling at his feet. The paper figure, however, offered no answer, continuing to absorb the dark energy emanating from the little demon's 7 orifices. The blood beneath Seban master began to bubble, as if boiling water. Suddenly, the 12 little demons, previously subdued, began to thrash violently, and within an instant, they began to devour one another. Chapter 67. Who I am is irrelevant. As the little demons engaged in their brutal feast, their bodies grew rapidly. With their increasing size, the dark energy diminished. Observing this, the paper figure's hand glimmered with a crimson light, and it swiftly severed the head of a nearby little demon. To it, they were merely sustenance. Seeing the paper figure competing for food with the little demons, the blood beneath Seban master boiled anew, quickly spreading toward the remaining little demons. Upon contact, the blood followed the red lines on their bodies, enhancing their vitality. The paper figure, once dominant, was once again torn to shreds by the little demons. However, this time, it seemed their intelligence had improved, as they refrained from consuming the paper fragments. Ultimately, only 2 little demons remained, one male and one female, both towering over 3 meters. Their once innocent faces now bore exposed fangs, resembling fearsome night spirits. The paper figure reformed, wielding a blood knife of the underworld. Seban master blew into his bone flute, and the 2 little demons sprang into action. The female demon, relatively smaller but faster, swirled with black and red light, seizing the paper figure's crown. Her enormous hand completely enveloped the paper figure's head, brutally wrenching it from its neck. Hiss! Dark energy erupted from the paper figure's neck like a fountain. It collapsed weakly to the ground, while the male demon advanced and stomped down hard, crushing the paper figure. The figure burst like a sealed bag of carbon powder, unleashing a thick cloud of darkness that enveloped the entire villa's roof. Seethes Master nimbly leaped out of the black mist's reach, unwilling to place himself in unknown peril, and reached for the bone flute once more to play. The mournful notes echoed, reminiscent of a weeping maiden, within the black fog. For crimson lights flickered. Those were the eyes of the two little demons. Boom, boom. The battle between the little demons and the paper figure shook the very foundations of the villa, akin to an earthquake. The middle-aged man, once cowering beneath the table, dared not remain hidden any longer and scrambled outside. As he exited the villa, he encountered a youth standing at the entrance. A strikingly beautiful figure with a smile that sent chills down his spine. Despite his handsome appearance, the man perceived him as a looming threat. He knew well that the surroundings were laden with traps set by Seethes Master, making it impossible for ordinary individuals to enter. Before he could voice his inquiry, he raised a finger to his lips in a silencing gesture. The middle-aged man instinctively covered his mouth, trembling uncontrollably. The newcomer was none other than He An. He glanced at the man's damp trousers and smirked. Even someone in this profession can be frightened to the point of losing control. Perhaps a career change would suit you better. He looked up at the villa's roof, where Seethes Master was wholly engrossed in playing the bone flute, seemingly oblivious to He An's arrival. Amidst the black fog, the paper figure was still struggling. The two little demons, having consumed their brethren, were no ordinary foes. Their combined power was far greater than mere addition. He An's eyes glowed crimson as he swiftly took control of the paper figure, wiping the blood knife of the underworld with a sinister grin. Whoosh! The wind howled, and the surrounding black mist swirled into a vortex. He An stood within the whirlwind, and the blood knife began to disintegrate, transforming into a multitude of tiny blades that burst forth, merging with the wind. The two little demons charged forward, only to be shredded by the minuscule blades, their bodies left riddled with wounds, akin to a brutal execution. They cried out in agony. Seethes Master, still playing the flute, lifted his gaze through the thinning black fog. Upon witnessing the horrific state of the two little demons, his heart ached. The process of crafting these little demons was immensely arduous, and a single misstep during their consumption could lead to their demise. Having finally succeeded in creating two, he could not bear to see them destroyed so easily. With a determined grimace, Seethes Master snapped the bone flute in half and forcefully stabbed it into his abdomen. The sharp edge pierced effortlessly, and blood erupted from the hollow structure like a fountain. Very Hahashima, very Hahashima, he bellowed, and in an instant, the two little demons transformed into radiant red streaks, bursting forth from the whirlwind, their sizes shrinking back to 30 or 40 centimeters each. Clutching fragments of the bone flute and beginning middle-aged individuals stood in a daze, staring at the bullet that had halted a mere 3 meters from He An. A wave of air rippled, and an oil paper umbrella materialized above He An's head. The middle-aged man screamed, repeatedly pulling the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. He emptied the magazine in an instant, 8 bullets suspended in the same area, unable to advance even a fraction. The gunfire below finally drew the attention of the Seethes An. Why bother? He An observed the middle-aged man with a hint of regret in his gaze. He had initially hoped to prolong your existence a bit longer. After all, you were somewhat tainted, and I was considering cleansing you before feeding you to the golden armored corpse. However, since you seem so eager for an end, I shall grant you an early release. The middle-aged man plopped down on the ground, clutching the amulet against his chest, engulfed by an overwhelming fear of impending death. He opened his mouth, resembling a fish just caught, gasping but unable to utter a single word. With a calm wave of his hand, He An redirected the bullets, sending them back on their original path. Thud, thud, thud. The bullets pierced his limbs, the excruciating pain causing him to collapse and scream. Yet, before he could utter more than a few cries, a large hand draped in golden armor emerged from the darkness, precisely gripping his neck and slowly dragging him into the void. The middle-aged man's face was filled with despair, yet he could not produce a sound. Shortly after his figure vanished into the darkness, the sound of chewing echoed. Only then did He An slowly lift his gaze. On the villa's rooftop, Seethes An played a flute while looking at him. He An politely waved his hand, saying, "You Azans are truly remarkable, each possessing diverse talents, even musical skills. Impressive." Indeed, as he spoke, a crimson glimmer flickered in He An's eyes, and he silently activated the soul control technique. Seethes An was instantly affected but regained consciousness in less than a second. The deepest colored face on his chest opened its mouth, uttering a true incantation. Moo, boom. The ground where He An had stood erupted violently, yet he seemed weightless, carried backward by the blast shockwave. This was a technique he had learned from the Black Spade after being absorbed into the Soul Banner. He had to admit, It was indeed quite effective. Die! Sebin Azon screamed frantically, all the faces on his body opening their eyes in agony and struggling. As they writhed, they began to grow out from Sebin Azon, resembling serpents with human faces, or perhaps an abundance of heads sprouting from his body. What is this? An 8-headed serpent? A 9-headed Changliu? He An's expression turned to one of disgust. The very sight of such a ghastly creature incited his murderous intent. Boom, boom, boom. The serpents attacked ferociously, their mouths agape as they lunged towards He An. However, the gusts generated by their movements only propelled He An further away. Realizing they could not reach him, the serpents opened their jaws wide, releasing streams of dark green mist. This mist was overwhelmingly corrosive, pitting even the rooftop bricks. With a flourish of his oil paper umbrella, He An conjured a transparent barrier that effectively sealed off all the green mist. I refuse to believe you will escape death, Sebin Azon bellowed, as all the serpents unleashed a concentrated column of green gas that surged toward He An. Yet, this was ultimately a futile effort. He An stood resolute, allowing the green gas column to slam into him. Sizzle! Unbeknownst to him, a paper figure had silently positioned itself behind Sebin Azon, its spirit blood blade piercing his heart. Sebin Azon turned around in disbelief, attempting to speak, but it seemed that his strength had departed along with the blade, rendering him mute. The serpents, previously spewing green gas, shrank back, reverting to mere faces pressed against Sebin Azon's body. He An waved his oil paper umbrella, a whirlwind sweeping through, dispersing the remaining wisps of green mist. Neglecting one's rear is a poor habit. The two small spirits, who had been idly observing, jumped forward, eager to feast upon Sebin Azon. However, before they could act, a shadow emerged from the darkness, instilling fear in them. This shadow radiated an overwhelming pressure, clearly warning the two spirits that any movement would lead to their demise. The shadow bore two sharp horns. It was Bai Yi. Haha, I commend you for your conscience, knowing to leave some scraps for Bai Yi. No need to stuff everything into your banner. As he spoke, Bai Yi pressed down on Sebin Azon's crown, and moments later, his body began to desiccate, transforming into a withered corpse in mere seconds. The oil paper umbrella swayed, and He An arrived beside the corpse, summoning dark mist that rose from his right hand, pressing it against Sebin Azon's crown, having promised to turn this man into a soul lamp. His spirit cannot be absorbed into the soul banner. As he spoke, a tiny blue light was drawn from Sebin Azon. Bai Yi chuckled hoarsely. I had a delightful meal tonight. Do you want those two small spirits? If not, I shall have them myself. Upon hearing this, the two small spirits trembled on the ground. After consuming Sebin Azon's blood, they now appeared as pudgy little children, their quivering forms evoking a sense of pity. He An stroked his chin, contemplating that raising the two might be worthwhile, as he was curious to learn how these Tai spirits differed from those of Mao Shan. Thus, he gestured to the paper figure, and the dark gray mist peeled away, returning the bone plaques to his hands, which were positioned at his forehead and heart. From now on, you two shall reside within these. Do you understand? The small spirits dared not refuse, nodding vigorously like chicks pecking at grain. He An waved his hand, and the two spirits entered the bone plaques. The spirit blood blade melted once more, merging with the plaques, which gradually shrank until they transformed into two small ruby-sized gems. After completing this, He An glanced at the soul sphere in his hand. Seizing the opportunity of the current confusion in Sebin Azon's spirit, he intended to extract his memories, requesting Bai Yi's protection. Bai Yi and high spirits formed a massive black sphere over 3 meters in diameter, encasing He An securely within. He An's desire to explore Sebin Azon's memories was driven by the need to ascertain if he had accomplices. Should any exist, he would eliminate them to prevent future threats. A brief search through the memories revealed to He An that he had overthought the matter. Sebin Azon's entire sect was stitched onto his body. The faces that adorned him were those of his fellow disciples, while the oldest face on his chest belonged to his master. Chapter 69. Your life is truly resilient. He An surveyed the villa before him and snapped his fingers, prompting the two small spirits to emerge from the ruby. Surely there are valuable items within this villa? Bring them out. The two small spirits, having resided there previously, knew well where the treasures were hidden. After a thorough search, they soon unearthed some gold and Tai baht. He An gestured, and the shadows spread forth, swiftly engulfing everything. Having found nothing further, the two spirits obediently returned to the ruby, and He An waved farewell to Bai Yi. Bai Yi, we shall depart. Upon hearing the call, the previously solid Bai Yi transformed into a pool of shadow, flowing like water along the walls, gradually merging with He An's shadow. The following morning at 6 o'clock, Chen Binghui eagerly knocked on the office door. Mr. He? Mr. He, are you there? Come in, He An's voice replied, bringing immediate joy to Chun Binghui as he pushed open the office door. Mr. He, I wasn't sure what you preferred for breakfast, so I prepared a little of everything. When would you like me to bring it over? Inside. He An yawned and waved his hand, saying, no rush on breakfast here. As they conversed, He An handed a lantern to the other party. Is this the soul lamp? Chun Binghui inquired, his excitement palpable. He An yawned and simply mumbled in response. Casually, he passed his lighter from his pocket to him, saying, light it up and see. Chun Binghui accepted without hesitation. At his age, he naturally knew how to operate a lantern. As soon as the wick ignited, a mournful wail echoed in his ears. Squinting, he discerned a small figure writhing in agony at the heart of the flames. It was Sabang Azan. Though Sabang appeared significantly older now, Chun Binghui could still recognize that face. Even in ashes. Ha! Sabang! He cackled maniacally, his expression twisted. The figure of Sabang within the flame was being consumed by fire. His visage contorted with pain and despair. Kill me, please, end my suffering. Hearing the wretched cries, Chun Binghui's laughter grew even more deranged. At last, you have fallen into my grasp. You murdered my wife and children, and now you wish for death? It won't be that easy. Ha! As he laughed, tears began to well in his eyes, cascading down his cheeks. He An, however, had no patience for his sentimental display. He patted Chun Binghui on the shoulder and remarked, have the money ready for me by tomorrow evening. I need clean US dollars for the transaction, and I'll take the money when I come to assist you with the arrangement. No problem. Chun Binghui eagerly agreed. In a casino like theirs, cash was abundant. The source of the funds was even less of an issue. Even if it were originally tainted, they could easily launder it. The thought of debts or defaults never even crossed his mind. Otherwise, he might find himself sharing a lantern with Sabang. He An was pleased with Chun Binghui's quick wit and gave him a reassuring pat on the back. Why don't you have a secretary's office prepared? I couldn't find a bed to sleep on last night, and it was quite uncomfortable. Chun Binghui paused, then quickly replied, I'll arrange that next time. He An cast a satisfied glance at him, thinking that this was why he was capable of being a boss. All right then, enjoy yourself. I must take my leave. Mr. He, shall I prepare a secretary for you in the office? Chun Binghui raised an eyebrow, wearing a knowing expression. However, He An waved his hand dismissively, saying, I'm just joking. What is my status to be interested in such superficial company? As he spoke, He An made his way out of the office, coincidentally encountering Huang Lan as she opened the door. Mr. He, breakfast is ready for you. Chinese, American, Japanese, and Thai options are all available. He An gestured. No need for breakfast. Just arrange a car to take me home. Understood, Mr. He, Huang Lan replied respectfully. Since the events of the previous night, he had witnessed He An's capabilities and was eager to establish a closer relationship with him. Upon returning to the Fan family home, He Jiangwo was busily arranging dishes on the table while wearing an apron. I knew our little ancestor would return early. He Jiangwo, upon seeing He An's demeanor, was relieved, understanding that the matter must have been resolved. Although he was well aware of He An's strength, being in an unfamiliar place still caused him some concern. He An took his seat at the head of the table, while Bongu stared intently at the food before him, ready to dig in. Where's Fan Tong? He An glanced around, wondering why Fan Tong, who usually showed great enthusiasm for meals, was absent this time. He Jiangwo's expression turned awkward as he explained. Didn't he win some money at the casino yesterday? Fan Tong took us to buy a car, but despite having a license, his driving skills were atrocious. He got into an accident within 100 meters, and the airbag didn't deploy. He broke 2 ribs on the steering wheel and is currently hospitalized. He An's eyes twitched, realizing that Fan Tong was indeed a born misfortune. Even with the lucky charm He An had given him, it seemed to have little effect. His life was too fragile to bear great wealth, so whenever fortune came his way, it would slip through his fingers for various reasons. He might even end up in debt. Such a fate was deeply ingrained and difficult to alter. Otherwise, the idea of altering one's destiny wouldn't be so rare. The number of people in history who have truly defied fate could be counted on one hand. The only assistance He An could provide was a slight improvement. The reason he urged Fan Tong to spend all his winnings before midnight was that money not kept overnight would be considered fleeting wealth, not affecting his fortune. Yet, it seemed that still wasn't enough. Fan Tong's ill-fated destiny had prevailed. Fortunately, he possessed a resilient constitution and would not easily succumb to death. As for injuries, he had surely grown accustomed to them over the years. Let us eat then. Afterward, we'll visit him. All right. Upon hearing that they could eat, Bongu immediately seized the chopsticks, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. At the Bangkok hospital, before the three could even enter the ward, they heard Fan Tong's somewhat cheeky voice exclaim, "Why would I lie? I am indeed a millionaire. Just look at how thick this gold chain is. It would be such a pity for a beautiful young lady like you to be a nurse, facing so many wolves every day. There are enough people outside wanting to be my assistant to line up from Bangkok to France. I only feel a connection with you, which is why I'm offering you this chance, just for you. He An realized that Fan Tong, despite his injury, was still undeterred in his pursuits of romance. Chapter 70. Hidden Wellaham. I have some knowledge of palmistry, but my expertise lies in bone reading and fortune-telling. Fan Tong started, but before he could finish, He Jiangwo pushed the door open. Nephew, do you miss your uncle? He Jiangwo entered, holding a fruit basket, his smile radiant like the Buddha. Fan Tong, upon seeing this, attempted to signal He Jiangwo with his eyes, but He Jiangwo seemed oblivious, placing the fruit basket on the bedside table before plopping down on the hospital bed, nearly crushing Fan Tong's legs. The young nurse, sensing a savior, quickly rose with the medical records and made her exit. Hey, don't go, little sister. Everything I said was true. This fat man is actually my driver. Fan Tong watched helplessly as the beautiful nurse left, anxiety etched on his face. Once she was completely out of sight, he turned to He Jiangwo, exclaiming, "You're my uncle. Blood is thicker than water. I've been single for years. And just when I meet someone I'm interested in, you can't just leave me hanging." As He An and Bongu entered the ward, Fan Tong pitifully pleaded, "Little ancestor, you must help me. I just found love, and now old he has ruined my chances." He An, with a bemused expression, pointed toward the door and asked, "Love, are you referring to the nurse who just left?" Fan Tong nodded, his expression growing more forlorn. "Yes, if it weren't for old he interrupting, I would have sealed the deal." He An's expression turned even more peculiar. "You're attracted to a ladyboy? Ladyboy?" Fan Tong looked at He An in utter confusion, his face a portrait of disbelief. "Yes, the aura around that person is chaotic, embodying both yin and yang, clearly a ladyboy." He An replied with a look of incredulity. He Jiangwo burst into laughter, and even Fan Tong, despite his thick skin, felt a hint of embarrassment. Enraged, he grasped the blanket and retorted, "What kind of hospital is this? Even the female nurses are counterfeit?" He An and He Jiangwo couldn't help but laugh. He An then retrieved a small porcelain bottle from his pocket, saying, "Here are 3 vitality pills that will expedite your recovery. However, you may only take one within a month, or it will excessively deplete your life force." Fan Tong took the small porcelain bottle, opened it, and was immediately overwhelmed by a nauseating odor. "What on earth is this? It reeks," he exclaimed. Beside him, He Jiangwo peeled a banana from a fruit basket and remarked, "You really don't know the value of this. Do you have any idea how much a single pill of this resurrection elixir costs on the black market? $50,000. Those underground fighters and assassins who manage to get their hands on one treat it like a family heirloom." Upon hearing this, Fan Tong hurriedly attempted to put the porcelain bottle away, only to inadvertently tug at his wound, prompting him to groan in pain. Observing this, He Jiangwo snatched the bottle from him, pulled out a pill, and insisted, "This is meant for you to consume, not to sell." He then poured a glass of water from a nearby kettle. "Healing your injuries is of utmost importance." Moved to tears, Fan Tong replied, "Uncle, you are too kind to me. I know you have no sons. When your time comes, I will carry your banner. To hell with that." He Jiangwo nearly splashed water on Fan Tong's face in exasperation. The following evening, at the casino, He An clapped his hands, satisfied with the results. "All set. However, you must keep a close watch on this small tower. It must not come into contact with blood or filth." Although not particularly skilled in feng shui, he was confident, as the myriad of souls within the Soul Banner included many who were well-versed in the art, including several masters. After consulting with them, altering the formation was a breeze. Chun Binghui gazed at the 3-inch-tall white tower and asked, "Mr. He, should we cover it with a crystal dome or something similar?" He An waved his hand dismissively. "It needs to be exposed to air, it cannot be sealed. Also, if your casino undergoes renovations in the future, you must remove it before commencing work. Do you understand?" "Understood," Chun Binghui nodded, but noticed He An was silent, staring at him. Huang Lan cleared her throat, prompting him to snap back to reality and clap his hands. 4 burly men entered the office, each carrying a canvas bag. "Change the formation, 100 million RMB, remove the obstruction, 100 million RMB. In accordance with your previous request, this has been converted into an equivalent value in US dollars, totaling $27,700,000. Here is 30 million flat. The remainder is your travel and tea expenses." Chun Binghui clearly understood the customs. In the world of feng shui, if one hires a master to assess a situation, regardless of the outcome, it is customary to pay travel expenses, as they have devoted their time. Even if they cannot resolve your troubles, they surely possess the skills to create them. The tea expenses are for the introducer. He An was quite pleased and did not bother counting or verifying the money. He trusted that the name He An alone would deter any dishonest behavior. Just throw it on the ground, He An instructed, pointing to the floor. The four burly men turned to Chen Binghui. Did you not hear, Mr. He? Throw it on the ground. Thud, thud. 8 bags of US dollars were unceremoniously tossed onto the office floor. He An snapped his fingers, and the floor seemed to transform into a quicksand-like swamp. Slowly swallowing the 8 bags of money, the four burly men stared in astonishment, while He An waved at Chen Binghui, signaling his departure. Mr. He, could I have your contact information? It would be beneficial to reach you in the future if any matters arise. Chen Binghui hurried forward, eager to keep in touch with someone as formidable as He An, for who knew when he might need assistance. He An casually provided He Jiangwo's phone number, saying, reach out to him if you need anything. With that, He An exited the office, his figure growing distant. Huang Lan adjusted her glasses, mentally noting the phone number. Songpa, is this the place? Yes, indeed. Interesting, I didn't even notice any fluctuations in spiritual energy. Your ghost market is well hidden. He An stood at the corner of a building, his eyes brimming with curiosity. The specter of Songpa stood beside him, bowing respectfully. Touch the wall with your left hand, take 3 steps. Then release your hand and walk back with your eyes closed to enter. Upon placing his left hand on the wall, He An sensed something unusual. Intricate patterns were etched into the wall, resembling a security system. By merely touching the wall, a cultivator could activate the formation, thereby opening the passage to the ghost market and preventing ordinary individuals from accidentally entering. Clearly, this building was connected to the ghost market. As he pondered this, He An completed the 3 steps, and as he closed his eyes and turned back, a wave of putrid air assaulted him. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself within a barrier. A broad dirt path stretched out before him, seemingly endless. Flanking the dirt road were various shops. The structures varied greatly. Some resembled dilapidated straw huts, while others were opulent modern buildings, yet most resembled small temples. Each shop lacked signage, only displaying a number near the dirt road. The numbers were unordered. For instance, the straw hut in front of He An bore the number 1467, while the adjacent hut displayed 1377. As he ventured deeper, a faint stench of decay and corpse oil filled the air. The scent of corpse oil was akin to foul ink, subtle yet lingering. Each shop was adorned with awnings displaying their wares, some even showcasing corpses right outside, including pregnant women, infants, and those who had met untimely deaths. Many of the corpses had charred chins, a method used to extract corpse oil. He An wrinkled his nose, pondering whether those masked individuals were merely trying to conceal their identities or if they were simply attempting to mask the odor. Kid, I have something good. After walking for about 10 minutes, He An suddenly heard the voice of Ba Yi echoing in his mind. He halted his steps, mentally inquiring, something good? What is it? Look to your left, behind the sign of shop 444. Following Ba Ye's guidance, He An spotted a small temple-like shop. In front of the shop lay a black lacquered coffin on 2 long benches, where a frail figure in a hooded cloak sat, reclining against the bench. He An approached, catching a whiff of a sulphurous, fishy odor. Looking down at the coffin, he saw the lid wide open, revealing it to be filled with reddish-brown soil. Ba Yi, is this the soil from the Hell Mountain? Indeed. You can't mistake that scent. He An's eyes sparkled with excitement. He had not expected such a fortuitous find during his stroll through the ghost market. Hell Mountain soil was reputed to be soil from the underworld. While this claim was exaggerated, it was indeed a rare type of soil. Even a piece the size of a human head would thrill a corpse refiner, let alone a coffin full of it. This soil had but one purpose, to refine corpses. Even He An's golden-armored corpse could benefit from it. As He An stepped closer, the frail figure slowly raised its head. As the hood slipped back, the true visage was revealed. The skin was pale and devoid of blood. Not a single hair adorned the scalp. Even the eyebrows were bare, and the cheeks were deeply sunken. The phrase skin wrapped around bones aptly described him. Save for his pair of eyes that glimmered with vitality. He An squinted, observing the peculiar glint in the man's eyes. He could sense that this individual was attempting to refine himself into a corpse. Such a deranged behavior was a first for He An. Your expression suggests you are familiar with this Hell Mountain soil. The voice of the emaciated man was exceedingly unpleasant, akin to a fork scraping forcefully across glass. Should he exchange or sell? Exchange. At their level of cultivation, most practitioners preferred bartering in private transactions, as acquiring wealth was not a formidable challenge for them. He An approached the coffin and stood still, taking a deep breath of the soil from the Hell Mountain before asking, "What do you desire?" The frail man slowly rose, his bones creaking as if he had truly become a skeleton. "A potent elixir. He An's eyes narrowed slightly. A potent elixir? Could it be that this individual has discerned his own fate? Since you are familiar with this Hell Mountain soil, you must also understand the art of corpse refinement. I have reached a crucial juncture, yet my physical vitality is insufficient to sustain me, hence my need for a powerful elixir that can enhance my life force. The emaciated man was candid, and He An could sense that he had nearly drained his own body. To be honest, He An was rather astonished that the man was still alive in such a condition. He was even curious about what the man intended to transform himself into. I do not possess a potent elixir at the moment, but if you are considering advancing further, this item should prove useful to you. As He An spoke, shadows surged beneath his feet, and a small glass vial, no larger than 3 inches, shot forth into his hand. Upon seeing the contents of the glass vial, the frail man's eyes lit up with excitement. Is this the blood of the corpse? To be precise, it is the blood of the golden-armored corpse. He An corrected him, and the man's eyes sparkled with even greater enthusiasm, almost as if he were about to snatch it away. 3 drops of golden-armored corpse blood in exchange for this coffin of Hell Mountain soil. 5 drops. He An turned on his heel and walked away smoothly. The frail man, seeing this, hurriedly exclaimed, "This is a coffin of Hell Mountain soil. Since you possess golden-armored corpse blood, you must know where to find the golden-armored corpse. Combined with my Hell Mountain soil, it may be possible to refine an unmelting bone within my lifetime." He An scoffed, not engaging further. He could tell that the man before him had at most 3 to 5 months left to live. Although the golden-armored corpse blood was not a potent elixir, it could assist him in making further strides in the art of corpse refinement. The man was far more anxious than he was. "Wait, I will exchange." The frail man gritted his teeth, realizing he could not afford to hesitate. He An smiled, turned around, and tossed the golden-armored corpse blood to the man, who eagerly opened the vial and inhaled its scent deeply. It was as if a junkie had caught a whiff of a magical powder, making him feel euphoric. He An, meanwhile, summoned the Hell Mountain soil into the shadows beneath him. Feeling exhilarated at the prospect of how this soil might aid his own golden-armored corpse in reaching the status of unmelting bone. However, he remained blissfully unaware that, not far away in the shadows, a man clad in a fitted suit was watching him with a mocking expression. Who would have thought that I would encounter the flower-pulling Daoist in a place like this? Truly, this world is small. Is he the flower-pulling Daoist? I have seen his photograph before. I cannot be mistaken. The suited man adjusted his glasses, knowing that if Yu Jingzi were present, she would certainly recognize him. This man was one of the 12 high-ranking members of the Daochuo group. Wu Yong, the bearded man. The person he was conversing with was also one of the 12 high-ranking members of the Daochuo group. Yu Ji, the morning messenger. Chapter 72. Are you suggesting such a sneak attack? Swish. Just as He An had stored away the Hell Mountain soil, he suddenly raised his head to look toward a distant corner. "What is wrong, kid?" Lord Ya asked. He An furrowed his brow slightly. "Something feels off. I sense someone watching me just now." "Oh, this is the ghost market. It's not unusual for someone to observe you while you shop," Lord Ya replied. But He An shook his head, insisting, "No, it doesn't feel right. Something is still amiss." A person without any background. He An had made his way to this point due to both his formidable strength and his ruthless tactics. Moreover, he was sufficiently cautious and possessed a keen sense for danger. In that fleeting moment, he had indeed felt a threat. He An squinted, his mind racing with thoughts. He had obliterated the Sebin Azen sect himself. It could not be one of their people. Yet, he had only engaged in one significant act in Thailand recently. Could it be that the owners of rival casinos were involved? No, that seemed unlikely as well. He An raised an eyebrow, pondering a possibility. Could it be that those from Shanghai were pursuing him? The thought made He An smirk coldly. Did they truly believe he had been driven away? Just wait. Soon they would witness the prowess of He An. After He An departed, the bearded man and the morning messenger stepped out from the shadows. The bearded man, with an appreciative expression, remarked, "What a sharp intuition. No wonder Yu Jingzi and the 2 captains could not eliminate him." He stroked his chin, contemplating, if we could turn him into a puppet, it would certainly be intriguing. Yu Jingzi is powerful, and those 2 captains are no slouches either. If they couldn't do it, do you think you can? The bearded man chuckled. "It's not just me. It's us." Yu Jingzi and her team failed because they confronted him head-on, while our approach will be to ambush. The bearded man wore a grin, for within this circle, there existed no notion that higher cultivation equated to invincibility. Even the most formidable practitioners were vulnerable when caught off guard. Even body cultivators. The 2 men exchanged knowing smiles. Buzz. A red light appeared as if teleporting, instantly piercing through the chest of the morning messenger, and the blood that flowed was evaporated in an instant. The force of the attack did not diminish. The bearded man had not even reacted before half of his shoulder vanished. Is this how you conduct a sneak attack? He An's voice echoed from behind them. As from the shadows, he brandished a closed oil paper umbrella, aiming for the bearded man's neck. Members of the Daoist group were certainly not simple individuals. Years of navigating the thin line between life and death had endowed the bearded man with an immediate response. Skeletal arms emerged from the ribcage of his suit. Bang! The sound of their clash resonated like a great bell. The severely wounded morning messenger, already on the brink of collapse, was struck again by the residual force of the two men's attacks, causing him to tilt his head and lose consciousness. Buzz! The red light reappeared, swiftly piercing through the morning messenger's forehead, ensuring he would not survive. This red light was the attack unleashed by the daughter of the Songpa lizard. It was a technique that had once brought He An to the brink of life and death. Now, from a distance, it had indeed struck true. If circumstances allowed, He An would have preferred to capture the morning messenger alive for the Soul Banner, but in battles of this magnitude, life and death could be decided in an instant. His survival represented a variable, and a variable equated to risk, which naturally had to be eliminated at the earliest opportunity. The sight of his comrade's demise did not sadden the bearded man in the slightest. Instead, he chuckled gleefully. Good riddance, good riddance. Soon, I shall refine his corpse into a puppet. Ha ha. The bearded man laughed maniacally, his suit completely torn as multiple arms protruded forth. If he were adorned in golden lacquer, he would resemble the thousand-handed guanyin of a temple. Ha ha ha, flower-pulling Daoist. I have long admired your reputation. The bearded man's expression grew deranged, and as he spoke, his hands began to swiftly form seals, drawing the surrounding decayed essence toward him. The sounds of their confrontation were not subtle, especially the previous flash of the lizard's red light, which was all too conspicuous in the dimness. Fighting was prohibited within the ghost market, otherwise, it would be deemed disrespectful to the market's master. The vendor who had previously conducted business with He An, the 444 stall owner, called out, seemingly intending to alert He An. However, for the two combatants engaged in mutual destruction, how could they possibly cease? The skeletal king of hell urged, 3,000 bones, flesh, and blood, all in a heap. As the withered hands of the bearded man formed a seal, red threads sprang forth from his palms, as if animated by a life of their own, rushing towards He An. With a single sweep of his umbrella, He An directed a beam of crimson light at the incoming threads. A hissing sound of corrosion filled the air as the threads severed, releasing the anguished cries of women, which transformed into ashes before they even touched the ground. He An narrowed his eyes, recognizing the bearded man's technique, the red sleeve technique. It sounded beautiful, but understanding the means of its cultivation stripped away that beauty. The red sleeve technique required the skin of reformed courtesans for its crafting. Hence, nefarious cultivators would disguise themselves as wealthy scions, deceiving women into reforming, only to use them to create this vile technique, preying on both their lives and fortunes. Judging by the scale of the bearded man's red sleeve technique, it likely required the lives of 20 or 30 women for its execution. This technique was particularly insidious, not only classified as a foul artifact, but also capable of polluting one's spirit. It did not strike the mind with force, but corrupted it instead. Even if one triumphed in battle, being struck by the red sleeve would forever echo the lamentations of those women in one's consciousness. For practitioners, maintaining a tranquil mind is paramount. Thus, being afflicted by the red sleeve technique equated to severing one's path in cultivation. He An floated backwards, holding a fan in his right hand while forming a seal with his left. In energy, come forth. He had sensed the abundant in energy upon entering the barrier, making its manipulation second nature to him. Tendrils of black mist coalesced around him, and with a flick of his wrist, 2 rubies floated into the air, becoming the focal point for the gathering black mist. In the next moment, a male and female specter appeared at his sides, baring their sharp teeth as they lunged at the bearded man. The bearded man's smile turned to one of irritation, as if he deemed He An's use of such minor specters an insult. With his arms wide, he unleashed the red sleeve technique once more, instantly turning the 2 specters into mere sieves. However, the incessant flow of energy surged through the wounds inflicted, causing their forms to swell larger. They not only retained their combat prowess, but grew even more formidable. With a ferocious roar, the 2 specters unleashed a burst of condensed energy from their mouths. He An's crimson cloak expanded rapidly behind him, and a myriad of specters crawled forth, hastening towards the remnants of the bearded man's body. Hee hee, ha ha. The bearded man's maniacal laughter echoed as his exploded form reassembled itself, like a disassembled puppet being pieced back together. In the face of the pursuing specters, he extended his tongue, unleashing a brilliant golden light that caused several approaching specters to disintegrate. He An squinted, realizing the bearded man's tongue bore the mark of a faceless Buddha. Though devoid of a visage, the purity of its aura was incongruous with the bearded man's character. Cease. The voice arrived before the figure did. A gaunt old monk from Thailand approached, and the surrounding merchants bowed in respect, indicating his high regard in their eyes. In Thailand, revered monks are often referred to as Long Pa. In the ghost market, violence is forbidden. It disrupts the stability of the barrier and jeopardizes the lives of all present. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Neither he nor the bearded man moved in response. Seeing this, Long Pa raised an eyebrow, and an overwhelming spiritual pressure emanated from him. For those newly on the path of cultivation, merely feeling his pressure would be suffocating. Yet, in the next moment, two even more potent spiritual pressures erupted. He An's spiritual pressure materialized into a tangible force, sending waves of black and red energy that distorted the surrounding air. The bearded man's pressure, while slightly weaker than he An's, still surpassed that of Long Pa. The monk's previously angered expression transformed into calmness. Those who had gathered to witness the spectacle hastily retreated, the spiritual pressure nearly rendering them breathless. Since when did such formidable entities grace the ghost market? He An realized the urgency of the situation. A swift resolution was essential. Without further ado, he waved his hands, summoning countless black hands from the shadows to seize the bearded man. The bearded man, resolutely forming seals with his arms, met He An's assault head-on. Long Pa, feeling disrespected by their disregard, grew increasingly irate. Since He An initiated the conflict, he resolved to assist the bearded man in dealing with him. In contemplation, he chanted a scripture, and a phantom tiger materialized behind him, roaring as it charged at He An. He An coldly laughed, turning to Long Pa and saying, "Old monk, if you seek death, do not blame me." In an instant, crimson light pierced through Long Pa's chest, causing the newly formed tiger to dissipate. Long Pa, with a face full of disbelief, lowered his head and was met with the shocking sight of a large, transparent hole piercing through his chest. Yet not a single drop of blood flowed. At the very moment the red light penetrated his body, it had already cauterized the surrounding wounds. He turned to glance in the direction from whence the red light had come, opening his mouth as blood trickled from the corner. Long Pa recognized this technique. After all, it was this very maneuver that had enabled Song Pa to become one of the top 10 Ajans. But hadn't Song Pa already perished? Who else could wield such a sniper-like skill? His thoughts could extend no further, as the Wanhun banner descended upon him, forcibly extracting his life essence. The corpse collapsed to the ground. Such limited abilities, yet still seeking to stand out. As He An spoke, he had already re-engaged in battle with the bearded man. Those who witnessed this scene were rendered speechless, then fled like the wind. The overseer of the ghost market had been slain. The sky was surely falling. However, He An and his companions seemed unfazed, their spells growing increasingly destructive. The golden-armored corpse. He An's patience wore thin, and from the shadows, a golden-armored corpse slowly emerged. Fortunately, the owner of Shop 444 had also fled. Otherwise, upon seeing the golden-armored corpse, he would have surely understood the origin of those 3 drops of blood. The bearded man's expression turned serious. The golden-armored corpse, as Ujingzi had informed them, could easily overpower the boxing sect without resistance, its strength rivaling their own. With a 2-to-1 odds, he had little chance of victory. "Si-chun, stop sleeping. Dawn is approaching. It's your time to crow," the bearded man roared. As the corpse of Si-chun, with a pierced forehead, began to have its blood flow reverse, the ghastly wound healing swiftly. In the next moment, he astonishingly sat up, rubbing his eyes in a daze. Is it dawn? Chapter 74. I originally reserved this for dealing with the old celestial master. This sudden resurrection left He An somewhat bewildered. He had never witnessed someone with a pierced head come back to life. This was something even he, as a sandalwood fate, could not achieve. No, something was definitely amiss. He An squinted, suspecting that the other had employed some method to evade the lizard's attack. The bearded man, with a sickly lick of his tongue, proclaimed, "Consider yourself unlucky. Si-chun may not be the strongest among us, but at the break of dawn, when yin and yang energies alternate, even the boss is no match for him." Ha ha. The bearded man's laughter abruptly ceased, as if a rooster was silenced by a grip around its neck. Si-chun shot him an annoyed glance, but was unwilling to waste time. With a casual flick of his hand, the yin and yang energies began to swirl around his fingers, resembling 2 Tai Chi fish in perpetual motion. In the next moment, the yin and yang energies burst forth. Buzz. The oil paper umbrella above He An spun at an accelerated pace, the yin and yang energies swirling frantically 3 meters away. Their terrifying force fluctuations making He An doubt whether his protection would hold. Boom. With Si Chen's command, the revolving yin and yang energies fused together. And in the next instant, a violent explosion erupted. He An, along with the oil paper umbrella, was hurled away, creating a large crater in the dirt road below. In the surrounding darkness, a sound akin to shattering glass echoed, the sound of a barrier breaking. Si Chen's strike had directly inflicted cracks upon the barrier. As He An was flung far away, the golden armored corpse remained motionless, even its copper coin mask unperturbed. Swiftly deal with it, the bearded man called to Si Chen, intending to distract the golden armored corpse while Si Chen eliminated He An. At that moment, the bearded man's body was covered in arms, presenting an eerie sight. Behind him, a pair of chubby little hands joined together, and he vanished before the golden armored corpse, his withered hands rapidly advancing towards it with a red sleeve technique. Yet the golden armored corpse remained unfazed. Upon contact, the red sleeve technique instantly lost its vitality, as if its essence had been siphoned away. Seeing this, the bearded man quickly changed his approach. The palms of those withered hands opened, revealing a myriad of eyes that rolled about. Die! The eyeballs in his palms emitted green light, shooting towards the golden armored corpse. But in the next second, the golden armored corpse moved, calmly gesturing, causing the bearded man to feel a wave of itchiness throughout his body. The wounds he had sustained in battle with He An began to bleed profusely, as if his blood was desperately attempting to escape. Yet the bearded man remained unconcerned. He could even disintegrate his body, so losing a bit of blood was trivial. You like blood? Here, take it all. He pointed at the escaping blood, which exploded, yet the golden armored corpse did not retreat. The blood transformed into a mist, slowly enveloping the golden armored corpse. In the next moment, the blood mist ignited with a roar, instantly turning the golden armored corpse into a massive fireball. The flames blazed a deep crimson, and within their embrace, one could hear the wailing of spirits. Ha ha! The bearded man's laughter grew increasingly frenzied, a stark contrast to his previous elegant facade. Buzz! Another beam of red light shot forth, piercing through the bearded man's chest. This time, the red light was considerably weaker, lacking both precision and speed compared to before. Yet, this was to be expected, as such high-caliber attacks were immensely energy-consuming. The bearded man glanced at the hole in his chest, then proceeded to tear off both of his withered hands. Once detached, they transformed into a malleable substance akin to clay, which he applied to the wound. The injury was gradually mended, as effortlessly as patching a tire. Amidst the crimson flames, a pair of even redder eyes slowly illuminated. Si Chen, bearded man, so you claim your Dao Tua group is ranked according to the 12 zodiac signs? The one who previously troubled me was the snake, wasn't he it? He An, wielding the oil paper umbrella, spun and maneuvered, entirely devoid of the intention to confront them directly. Si Chen, hearing He An's inquiry, chose silence. As the yin and yang energies continued to erupt from his fingertips, the cracks in the barrier around He An multiplying. It seemed that with just a few more strikes, the ghost market's barrier might shatter, leading to the dirt road and surrounding shops appearing in the real world. With the dawn approaching, it was no wonder he was called Si Chen. He An's gaze towards Si Chen grew increasingly fervent, akin to spotting his favorite delicacy. No matter what, today he was determined to send him into the Wanhun Banner. He was utterly enamored with Si Chen's resurrection technique, longing to possess it. Noticing the other's silence, He An's figure soared higher with the oil paper umbrella. Ha ha, today is your day? Let me show you the methods I intended to reserve for dealing with the old celestial master. Upon hearing He An's words, Si Chen's expression grew serious. Yet he had no intention of waiting for He An to make the first move. You wish to unleash your trump card? Then I shall eliminate you before you do. He grasped his right wrist with his left hand, directing his palm towards He An, as an immense surge of yin and yang energies rapidly coalesced in his hand. Meanwhile, suspended in midair, He An took a deep breath, red light igniting in his eyes, mirroring that of the golden armored corpse. In that moment, their forms mirrored each other with striking similarity. The right hand of the golden armored corpse swung powerfully, and both hands began to form seals. Hu Zhuanglong squinted slightly, sensing the ominous energy of the approaching zombie. His sixth sense frantically urged him to flee this place. However, the dilemma lay in the fact that they were trapped within a barrier, one that was on the brink of collapse, making escape seem rather futile at this juncture. He glanced towards Siken, and, upon witnessing the burgeoning sphere of yin and yang energy, felt a semblance of tranquility wash over him. He had encountered this technique before, and even their leader, Shi Jun, had expressed doubts about survival in such dire circumstances. What hope did He An possess? At that moment, He An in the skies mirrored Seethes' hand seals, creating a stark contrast with the golden armored zombie, embodying the dual forces of yin and yang. In the next instant, their incantations resonated in unison: return to heaven, send off to the underworld. The barrier illuminated as if the heavens themselves had awakened. He An, radiant against the backdrop of the sky, appeared as a celestial being descended from the divine. Suddenly, darkness engulfed the earth, while the golden armored zombie gazed skyward, resembling a demon of legend. He An and Hu Zhuanglong felt their hearts race, yet they could only grit their teeth and endure. He An unleashed the yin and yang energy from his hands, roaring, disrupt the yin and yang. Chapter 75. Who is responsible for this? The whirling sphere of yin and yang energy surged forward, merging into a formidable force. Just as it seemed poised to explode, time itself appeared to freeze. Everything around them, including the newly fused energy and the fierce expressions of the two men, was suspended in this moment. An eerie silence enveloped the realm, erasing all traces of He An's white light and the golden zombie's darkness. In the center of the impending explosion, a minuscule black dot emerged, no larger than the tip of a needle. In the blink of an eye, this dot expanded rapidly, devouring the formidable yin and yang energy before it could react. As if a switch had been flipped, time resumed its course. He An and Hu Zhuanglong, their faces contorted with dread, braced themselves for the outcome of their attack. Yet, upon regaining their senses, they were met with utter bewilderment. He An turned to Hu Zhuanglong, desperately wanting to ask, "Did you see my yin and yang sphere? Where did my significant sphere go?" This is no time for indecision. Hu Zhuanglong, quick to react, turned and fled. Behind them, the once tiny black had expanded to the size of a truck and was still growing at an alarming rate. They had to run. In that moment, Hu Zhuanglong regretted his previous inaction, wishing he had thought to secure a means of swift escape. Alas, it was all in vain. The dirt road beneath them crumbled. The spatial barrier shattered, and before they could comprehend, they were engulfed by the expanding black sphere, which consumed everything in its path. As they took their first few strides, the golden-armored zombie blocked their way. With a single punch from the creature, the speed at which they had fled moments ago was mirrored by their rapid retreat. In the midst of his backward stumble, Hu Zhuanglong kicked He An violently, using the force to change direction and escape. "Damn you!" He An shouted, only to be swallowed by the black sphere moments later. With a cacophony of destruction, the barrier could no longer withstand the black sphere's terrifying power. Hu Zhuanglong, He An, the golden-armored zombie, and those who had yet to escape the barrier found themselves suspended in midair. Such a height in free fall, without any form of defense, could result in a disastrous fate. Yet there was no time for contemplation. The shops within the barrier also materialized in the air. Rain, snow, and hail are phenomena many have witnessed, but the sight of buildings plummeting from the sky was a rarity indeed. With a thunderous crash, countless structures descended, shattering the ground into chaos, while the merchandise scattered like confetti. Just as the onlookers barely managed to evade disaster, a black sphere the size of a basketball court emerged from the ground. This sphere unleashed a terrifying gravitational pull, drawing everything and everyone toward it. The black sphere continued to swell, engulfing half of the building that led into the ghost market. He An, holding an oiled paper umbrella, gradually descended. Noticing that He An and Hu Zhuanglong had been consumed, he formed a hand seal with a single hand. Release. As his words echoed, the all-consuming black sphere dissipated like a soap bubble, leaving behind a vast void where everything it had covered had vanished, creating a crater the size of a football field. With a thunderous crash, the previously half-consumed building now fell straight into the enormous pit. The resounding noise startled many. He An, assessing the situation, raised his voice in Thai. "This is the ghost market. Your Dao Tuo group dares to rob us. I shall not rest until you face justice." With that, He An vanished, leaving his deeds shrouded in mystery. Those who had been momentarily stunned by the loud crash slowly regained their senses, and while they may have forgotten much, the name Dao Tuo Group was etched clearly in their minds. Meanwhile, He An was already racing back, eager to utilize the new arrivals from both the Yushan Soil and the 10,000 Souls Banner. In the bustling city of Magic Capital, at the Dao Tuo building, Shi Jun suddenly lifted his head, his gaze fixated on the colossal Dao Tuo statue behind him. Unlike the one He An had seen in Jixing, this statue was considerably larger. Moreover, it depicted a four-headed figure with 12 arms. Each head represented a different emotion: joy, anger, sorrow, and tranquility, while the 12 hands held 12 beads, devoid of any magical artifacts. At that moment, the 8th and 10th beads shattered, disintegrating into fine ash. Shi Jun's expression darkened rapidly, while his secretary, clad in a fitted skirt, gasped in shock. Having served in the company for several years, it was her first encounter with such a phenomenon. Investigate the whereabouts of Hu Zhuanglong and Sick Hen. Yes, the secretary promptly replied, hurrying to comply. Having been Shi Jun's assistant for years, she understood his peculiar temperament. Angering him at such a moment could lead to dire consequences. Once the secretary left, Shi Jun's eyes turned a deep shade of gray as dark energy began to emanate from him. Why are there so many fools in this world? Why must calamity strike at such critical moments? He glared fiercely at the Dao Tuo statue, his usually composed demeanor now tinged with ferocity. You had better fulfill your promises, or I shall consume you whole. The statue, of course, remained silent, offering no response. In Thailand's black market, police officers, the building owner, and several renowned monks stared into the gaping pit, rendered speechless. The gaping hole, the size of a football field, had entirely devoured everything surrounding it, save for the half-remaining building. Gentlemen, I am aware of your capabilities, but I demand to know who orchestrated this incident. We are in Bangkok, and this has gravely endangered the safety of the public. A stern-faced police officer demanded. The monks exchanged glances, but none spoke. They were as perplexed as the police, uncertain of the identity of the individual with such immense power, or the reason for their attack on the ghost market. Many turned their gazes toward the building owner, pondering whether he had crossed someone of significance, for he was not only the proprietor of the establishment, but also the shadowy ruler of the ghost market. At this moment, he tightly gripped the Buddhist amulet in his hand, exclaiming, I too am eager to uncover the identity of the perpetrator. If the culprit can be found, they may select any item from my treasury. Upon hearing these words, the surrounding Ajans became animated. Anyone who had visited the ghost market was well aware of the immense wealth possessed by the man before them. I know. An emaciated elder in the crowd raised his hand. Chapter 76, The Book of Seven Arrows. Upon seeing the elder raise his hand, all eyes turned toward him. The frail elder showed no signs of timidity, clearing his throat as he said, I overheard someone mention the Dao Tuo group. Yes, indeed. I also heard that they were shouting about the Dao Tuo group stealing something. Another voice chimed in. The outcry was quite loud and filled with anger, insisting they would not spare them even in death. Several others concurred, some wearing expressions of regret, wishing they had spoken up first. The black market owner, holding the amulet, murmured softly, the Dao Tuo group, you say? I shall send someone to investigate. If it is indeed them, I will allow you to select an item from my treasury. Upon hearing this, the frail elder's face broke into a smile. The black market owner's reputation was solid, especially when making such promises in front of a crowd. He did not return directly to Fan Tong's residence, as it was rather small and crowded. Instead, he proceeded to the villa of Ajahn Saipan. It must be noted that Saipan was quite commendable, not only contributing $1 billion, but also leaving behind some hidden assets. Upon arriving at the villa, he released 2 small spirits, who guided him to the basement. As he opened the basement door, a wave of putrid air assaulted him. Inside, he saw that the walls had been carved into small compartments, each containing a glass vial filled with fetuses, intestines, heads, and lungs. Enraged by the sight, he unleashed a torrent of flames that consumed the compartments, leaving no trace behind. Satisfied with the now pristine space, he summoned materials for a formation from the shadows at his feet. As he inscribed the formation, he glanced at his phone, noting that he had 2 bars of signal left, barely enough to place a call to He Jiangwo. Hello? Little ancestor, are you coming back for breakfast? No. I found some good things at the ghost market and need to go into seclusion for a few days. Oh, so you won't be returning? After affirming, he continued, I encountered members of the Dao Tuo group last night. They investigated me. You and Bangu are close to me, so be cautious for the next few days. The Dao Tuo? Why them again? He Jiangwo, who had previously accompanied He An to Jixing, was well aware of the Dao Tuo group. All right, we can discuss the rest later. With that, He An ended the call, kicked the 2 small spirits out of the basement to keep watch, and activated the formation barrier. The first item he retrieved was the soil from the underworld mountain. Gazing at the coffin full of reddish-brown earth, He An couldn't help but chuckle. Shadows at his feet sprouted 2 horns, and Ba Yi appeared. You are quite fortunate to have found so much underworld mountain soil. This will enhance the power of your golden armored corpse. Ba Yi, do you think I can refine it into an indestructible bone using the infusion method with this soil within 3 years? Impossible. Ba Yi replied with certainty, his tone grave. Indestructible bone cannot be achieved merely through refinement. It requires opportunities. Just as there are thresholds in your cultivation, so too do zombies have thresholds. And achieving indestructible bone is the most challenging step. He felt a twinge of disappointment yet understood that his expectations were perhaps too lofty. Still, actions must be taken. After all, enhancing combat power is always beneficial. He summoned the golden armored corpse and laid it in the underworld mountain soil. He then cut his palm, allowing droplets of blood to sprinkle upon the corpse's mask, which absorbed the blood as if it were a sponge. After ensuring the golden armored corpse was settled, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. Si Chun and Hu Yanlang had been captured within the Wanhun banner. Ordinary souls would take a month of nourishing with Yin energy to regain consciousness. Even with special provisions, it would take several days for them to return to their senses. Naturally, this time could not be wasted. He An grinned wickedly as he retrieved 2 straw men from the shadows. The straw men were crudely fashioned, barely resembling human figures, each adorned with a nameless paper label affixed to their chests. I am typically quite timid, always apprehensive when faced with challenges. Since you all seek my life, do not blame me for what comes next. Sword Hero, Fist Sect, and Captain of the Mountain Sea Team, none dared to use their true names while mingling amongst others. How shameful. As he spoke, 2 wooden platforms emerged from the shadows. He An secured the limbs of the straw men and suspended them. He then placed 4 oil lamps beneath and above their heads. With no prior opportunity to engage in corpse refining, he decided to indulge in this diversion while he prepared. He An produced 2 small glass vials, containing traces of blood and hair from the 2, surreptitiously collected during their earlier battles. He even had their footprints, useful for spellcasting. Although lacking their true names and birth dates, these 3 items were sufficient. Reflecting on this, he An marveled at how the old master was indeed astute, leaving no trace behind. Perhaps to guard against this very tactic. With preparations complete, he An held a folded oil paper umbrella, forming hand seals and chanting spells. His gaze unwavering on the 2 straw men. The efficacy of 99% of spells is greatly influenced by distance. The farther the separation, the weaker the effect, sometimes rendering the spell ineffective altogether. Most of He An's spells fell into this category, with only one capable of disregarding distance. This particular spell bore immense power, almost impossible to counter. However, it incurred heavenly retribution, necessitating the acceptance of consequences. Moreover, the casting duration was extensive, requiring 21 continuous days. Fortunately, He An had no fear of heavenly retribution and had ample time. Mountain Sea, ha ha ha, do not fret, I shall return soon, he mused, his form stepping forth as he chanted incantations. After 2 minutes of fervent activity, he solemnly bowed 3 times before the straw men. In Beiping, at the Mountain Sea headquarters, the sword hero felt a sudden unease while dining. For individuals of their caliber, intuition was exceptionally acute. The last time he felt such apprehension was in the presence of He An. This was certainly not without reason. Something was about to transpire. He set down his utensils, his expression darkening. Simultaneously, the Fist Sect, soaking in a bathtub, clutched his chest, his expression shifting tumultuously. Why can't I summon back the souls? No one has reminded me of any tasks lately. Why is this happening? Could someone be watching me? He murmured, rising from the bath, droplets cascading down his exaggerated muscles. Grabbing a nearby towel to dry his head, the first figure that came to his mind was He An. During their last encounter, he and the sword hero had been unable to leave a mark on He An, and the instigator, Yuan Wanshan, had perished that very night, leaving a lingering thorn in everyone's hearts. Consequently, he and the sword hero had been devoid of tasks lately, fearing ambush from He An. I must discuss this with the captain. The Fist Sect hastily dried himself, donned his clothes, and departed. As soon as they stepped outside, they encountered a swordsman wielding a Han sword. The 2 exchanged a glance, both recognizing the gravity of the situation. One person's heart may flutter out of surprise, but 2? It must be He An. The swordsman spoke first, aware that they had previously offended him. And the only one capable of dealing with both of them was indeed He An. I share the same thought. What do you intend to do? Seek out the commander. The martial artist responded with unwavering determination, and the swordsman nodded in agreement. Together they proceeded. Within the headquarters of Shanghai, a young Taoist priest clad in a white robe sat on the grass, observing a green ox leisurely grazing before him. Not far off, 2 fawns frolicked, chasing a butterfly that danced gracefully in the air. As if cornered, the butterfly eventually fluttered toward the young priest. He extended his finger, and the butterfly gently alighted upon it. The 2 fawns, unafraid of humans, bounded over to the priest, one nudging him with its antlers as if urging him to join in their playful antics. Man follows the earth follows heaven, heaven follows the Tao, and the Tao follows nature, the young priest murmured, gazing at the butterfly in his grasp. Although his voice was youthful, it seemed to possess an understanding far beyond his years. Captain, I am but a simple man. I cannot comprehend what you say. At that moment, the voice of the martial artist broke the tranquility, causing the ox, the fawns, and the butterfly to slowly dissipate, leaving only a lush expanse of grass. The young priest turned to him with a smile and said, "Then allow me to share something you can understand. I have good news and bad news. Which would you prefer to hear first?" "I'll take the bad news." The young priest nodded and said earnestly, "You have indeed fallen victim to He An's sorcery, and only he can lift it." The martial artist's expression shifted dramatically as he looked anxiously at the commander. "Even you, commander, cannot resolve this?" "Indeed," the young priest replied, nodding. It was hard to believe that the child before them, appearing no older than 8 or 9, was the commander of Shanghai. The martial artist's face darkened at the realization that even the commander could not assist them. The swordsman interjected, "The sorcery he employs cannot be cast from a distance, which implies he has returned to Beijing." The commander shook his head. "I cannot say for certain. Beijing is vast, and with so many people coming and going daily, locating him will not be easy." The martial artist took a deep breath. "Commander, what about the good news?" "The good news is that you should not perish anytime soon." Upon hearing this, both the martial artist and the swordsman released a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that they would not die in the immediate future, which meant they still had a chance. The martial artist clenched his fists, eager to scour Beijing for He An's whereabouts. The swordsman felt similarly, his eyes glinting with resolve. "Commander, could you provide us with a general direction?" The young priest paused to sense the surroundings before pointing southward. "I can only perceive a little. That is sufficient." The martial artist, invigorated, stood up and declared, "I will contact the relevant departments. With surveillance cameras everywhere, I refuse to believe we cannot find him." The swordsman turned to the commander, asking, "What did you mean by that phrase you told me earlier? What one sees is not always the truth, and what one feels is not necessarily real. What, then, is the truth?" Ever since their last encounter with He An, the swordsman had pondered the commander's words each night, even wondering if the commander had anticipated their failure all along. The young priest merely smiled and shook his head in silence. The swordsman cursed inwardly, thinking, "The riddle maker deserves to be punished." 3 days swiftly passed, and both the swordsman and the martial artist felt an inexplicable agitation. No matter how anxiously they searched, they found not a trace of He An's swordsman. "Do you believe the flower-spreading Daoist is truly in Beijing?" "Why not? Regardless of the magic, the casting distance is limited." Yet the martial artist remained uneasy. Frustrated, he struck the office desk with a punch. Bang! The desk splintered into fragments, and the martial artist's eyes glowed with fury. That despicable coward! He dares not confront us openly, resorting instead to sneak attacks. Such a lowly act. The swordsman did not respond, but internally mused on the martial artist's forgetfulness of past injuries inflicted by the golden-armored corpse. "Let us return to his old residence tonight. Perhaps we will uncover some clues." "Agreed," the swordsman replied, knowing they had no leads at present. Just as they prepared to visit He An's courtyard, both suddenly felt a sharp pain in their chests, followed by a dizzying sensation. Waves of anxiety washed over them, and even their formidable strength could not stave off the cold sweat that broke out. They exchanged alarmed glances, their expressions filled with dread. "We cannot delay. We must find him." Their voices were resolute, their gazes determined. Inside the villa, He An hummed a tune while brushing sauce onto chicken wings, evidently in high spirits. Nearby, Banggu and He Jiangwo were present. Banggu was earnestly devouring a large chicken leg, leaving no morsel behind, while He Jiangwo fanned the flames of the grill, stating, "Little ancestor, I have discovered that the owner of that building is indeed linked to the black market. Some say he is the shadowy mastermind behind it." He Jiangwo chuckled. "I also heard he is currently seeking information about the Daochuo group." At this, He Jiangwo could not help but laugh, imagining how the Daochuo group would react upon learning this news. Tonight, Si Chun and Hu Zhanlong will fully regain their faculties. At that point, not only will we learn the secret of Si Chun's resurrection, but we will also gather intelligence on the Daochuo group. The thought alone fills me with joy. Meanwhile, within the Daochuo group in the Magic City, Shi Jun wore a dark and troubled expression. "Why can we not retrieve the souls? Boss, Hu Zhanlong and Mr. Si Chun's final destination was Thailand. According to our investigations, it appears they stole something from the ghost market, even blowing up the entire market's barrier." The secretary, clad in a body-hugging skirt, trembled slightly as she finally understood why Shi Jun had been so irritable these past few days. It was clear that Hu Zhanlong and Si Chun had perished. Both were stalwarts of the company. Their deaths were indeed a source of great anger for the boss. "Searching for us? Huh?" Shi Jun coldly remarked without turning around. "Investigate this black market owner thoroughly. I want to know if he was responsible for Si Chun and Hu Zhanlong's demise." "Understood." The secretary hurriedly exited the office, eager to escape the stifling atmosphere. In Thailand, at the villa, He An was so shocked that he momentarily forgot about the chicken wings, staring blankly at the two specters before him. Is this what your Daoist group intends to accomplish? Yes. Both Hu Zhanlong and Si Chen nodded in unison. He An handed the chicken wings to the drooling Bangu and, astonished, asked, "But why? What advantages do you gain from killing so many?" He An could not fathom their reasoning. If they succeeded, it would lead to a catastrophic loss of life. Si Chen, however, countered. Do you know why tales of immortals were occasionally heard before the Tang dynasty, yet are nearly absent today? Why? He An had never studied such matters and was unaware of the reasons behind it. Because of population, Hu Zhanlong interjected, providing clarity to He An's inquiry, and continued. During the Tang dynasty, the global population was approximately 2 to 300 million, whereas today it has surged to over 8 billion, a staggering increase of 30-fold. Originally, a single cake was shared by one individual, but now 30 partake in its bounty. This stark reality elucidates why we find ourselves in the age of decadence. When Hu Ziran expressed this sentiment, his demeanor was gravely earnest, and Shurchun, beside him, reflected a similar gravity. The two did not perceive their actions as a form of mass extermination. Rather, they considered themselves the champions of a transformative world. It is intriguing. Yet one must ponder whether your capabilities are truly sufficient to achieve such grand designs. To speak plainly, how do you intend to confront Zhang Weiqing and Zhao Wumian? He An, with a sardonic smile, mused internally that as long as those two remained, their meager strength would be futile against the tide of change. Shurchun waved dismissively, stating, "We do not intend to act within the borders of Huaxia. Hence no confrontation with them is anticipated." Hu Ziran chimed in, "By the time they become aware, the passage will be established, and any efforts to thwart us will be in vain." He An pondered for a moment before inquiring of Shurchun, "Pray tell, how is it that you cultivate your resurrection technique? Teach me." Shurchun, taken aback by this sudden shift, regarded He An with surprise. "Are you not concerned about alerting others?" "Alerting others? Why should I care? I am no savior. As for Daochuo's schemes, they bear little consequence for me. Regardless of their success or failure, my existence remains unscathed. What is there to fear?" However, he noted that the Daochuo group seemed to have their eye on him, and he resolved to exploit any opportunity to ensnare them, ensuring the demise of the remaining few for his peace of mind. With that thought, he urged, "Hurry, I must attend to my rituals shortly." "Oh, it is not particularly difficult. It is akin to my cultivation of yin and yang energies." Shurchun began to elucidate his method of practice. As He An listened, he contemplated hastening the progression of his own plans. In Beiping, at the headquarters of Shanghai, Jianxia and Xuanzong lay motionless upon their hospital beds, their bodies stiff and unyielding. A stout, silver-haired elder displayed an expression of acute distress. "What do we do? What can be done? We have yet to encounter the enemy, and their souls are on the brink of dissolution. What manner of sorcery is this?" Behind him stood a monk and a woman, the latter's visage dark and troubled. "Huzong, what is the meaning of this?" she queried. "I have no idea. They approached me days ago, claiming He An had cast a curse upon them. Now, He An is undoubtedly in Beiping, and they implored me to assist in locating him. I mobilized my resources, yet not a trace of He An could be found. Their condition has deteriorated. Yesterday they fell unconscious, and the captain informed me their souls are nearly scattered, leaving him powerless to aid them." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression darkened further. That cursed old demon. Her eyes brimmed with wariness, evidently familiar with this name. She was one of the 4 captains of Shanghai, known as the Hummingbird. The monk beside her was the last of the 4 captains, referred to as the second miraculous monk. "He has already made a move against the captains of Shanghai. Do we remain idle?" The woman clenched her fists, directing her gaze at Huzong. Huzong sighed. "We desire to eliminate He An, but who shall we send? You?" He gestured towards the 2 incapacitated figures on the beds. They sought out He An together, and without the intervention of the old master, they would not have survived this long. The captain must remain here to oversee headquarters, and the leaders of the 6 districts are similarly occupied. That leaves you 4 captains, and with 2 on the brink of death, who do you propose we send?" Huzong's frustration boiled over, lamenting how some failed to grasp the wisdom in avoiding unnecessary conflict. If the old demon were truly so reckless, would he still be standing here today? The woman was momentarily silenced by Huzong's words, realizing that despite her lack of magical prowess, her status still commanded respect. The second miraculous monk, however, appeared oblivious to the tension, sporting a naive smile. Just then, the door swung open, revealing a bespectacled youth, brimming with excitement. "Huzong, we have located the target." "What? Where?" Uzong quickly turned to him. Thailand. Everyone in the room froze. Thailand? The old demon has cast his spell upon them there. In that moment, a chill enveloped the room. Hummingbird pondered whether this was indeed the work of He An, for such a method of casting was unheard of. The two captains lifted their gazes towards Uzong, eager for his next command. Dispatch someone to contact He An. Stating, just as Uzong was about to finish his sentence, the two on the hospital beds suddenly experienced a violent rupture of their eyes, blood gushing forth. And in an instant, they had drawn their last breath. Jinxia, Xuanzong. In Chapter 79, I am a timid person, prone to insomnia. They approached the hospital beds only to find the two had ceased to breathe, their lifeless forms a testament to their grim fate. Cursed old demon. I shall not rest until I have avenged you. Hummingbird cried in anguish, her eyes filled with sorrow as she regarded Jinxia, the one she had once brought into Shanghai. Now a victim of her unintended consequences. Huzong's countenance darkened, grappling with the implications of losing two captains. He dreaded the potential upheaval that would arise should this news spread. The ever-smiling second miraculous monk sighed, settling into a meditative posture to offer prayers for the deceased. Do not waste your efforts. Their souls are already scattered, unable to attain rebirth, chimed a youthful voice from the doorway. The room turned as the captain entered slowly. Hummingbird stepped forward. Captain, is this the work of He An? It must be, correct? The captain nodded, based on their manner of death. It appears to be the 7 arrows of the nail head. Only such a malevolent spell could disregard distance. Upon hearing this, Hummingbird clenched her teeth and made to leave. Stop! Huzong's voice boomed, halting her. You wish to throw your life away? Jinxia and Xuanzong could not contend with He An. Do you wish to meet the same fate? Hummingbird turned back, her face a mask of fury. Are we to stand idly by as he commits murder and escapes unscathed? But what purpose would your actions serve now? Shall you accompany them to the grave? That is the old demon. Do you not wish to review the records of his deeds? You could find yourself stripped of your very soul, made into a candlewick, and burned endlessly. Unable to attain liberation. Your family could be tracked down through your bloodline, buried in bamboo coffins and salt graves, suffering eternally. Is that your desire? Is that what you truly want? Huzong's voice trembled with rage, his veins bulging as he glared at Hummingbird. Have you forgotten the captain's prior prophecy? Remain here. We cannot afford to lose any more captains. Hummingbird, her chest heaving with indignation, ultimately cast a glance at the captain before clenching her jaw, refraining from leaving. Though her eyes burned with a desire for vengeance. Taking a deep breath, Huzong addressed the staff member who had delivered the news. Ensure a proper burial. Yes. Disseminate the information, but it must remain absolutely confidential. The old demon's methods are ruthless, and I fear he may seek to disturb the graves. Once the staff member departed, Huzong turned to the captain. This situation requires a decisive resolution. We cannot allow this to continue unchecked. With the captains fallen, are we next? The captain, however, did not respond to Huzong's concerns. Instead, he approached Jinxia, pressing his hand against his forehead. Little Jian, sometimes what the eyes perceive is not necessarily the truth. Nor are feelings always genuine. It appears that you still do not comprehend this. Director Hu, suppressing his urge to strangle him, took 2 deep breaths. Captain. The young Daoist finally turned his head and smiled at the silver-haired Hu. Rest assured, as long as we remain at headquarters, nothing untoward will occur. However, Hu showed him no courtesy, pointing towards the already deceased members of the Fist sect and Sword Hero sect. They didn't leave either, did they, yet they are dead? The captain shook his head, saying, it's different. They altered their fates of their own accord, unlike our situation. In Thailand, at a villa, He An discarded the mulberry bough and peach arrows in his hand, and in the darkness, 2 large hands emerged to catch them, drawing the items into the shadows. 21 days, utterly exhausting. He An sighed deeply, pushing open the basement door. Bone, unusually, had not eaten but was instead playing with a tusk rod and 2 small spirits. He Jangwo was serving dishes on the table, and, upon seeing He An emerge, smiled. The little ancestor appears just in time. Is it resolved? Yes. He An stretched lazily, stating, as you know, I am rather timid. Just the thought of someone keeping an eye on me makes it hard to sleep. Now, I can finally rest well. Hearing this, He Jangwo's lips twitched slightly, thinking that it wasn't just He An who couldn't sleep. Those who had offended him were likely restless as well. However, those individuals no longer faced such worries. They were probably sleeping soundly now. Bone, stop playing and come eat. Hey, Bone replied and obediently ran over, sitting quietly to wait for food. Once He An began to eat, he transformed into a voracious machine, devouring the meal with great delight. Meanwhile, He An inquired, have you heard any news from that black market boss these past few days? Yes, It seems he has confirmed that it was indeed the Daoist group that acted. He has issued a statement to various organizations within the circle, offering a bounty on them. I've also heard that he has sought assistance from 2 internationally renowned organizations to take action against the Daoist group. He Jiangwo said this with a look of schadenfreude. Eager to witness the misfortunes of the Daoist group, he mused that his earlier cries had not been in vain. The effects were quite satisfactory. Moreover, during the past few days, he had been preoccupied with refining corpses and burning incense. The last time he returned to the sky for a funeral, he had consumed quite a bit of good stuff. He needed to organize it soon to avoid waste. The people from Shanghai were not foolish. Having disposed of 2 captains, they would undoubtedly retaliate. Be cautious these days. If you see any suspicious individuals, inform me immediately. Understood. He Jiangwo replied. I have made 2 preparations. The casino owner named Chun Binghui has helped us prepare a new identity for leaving the country. Additionally, I have arranged another set with an intermediary in the circle, which should also be untraceable. He looked at him with some surprise. What for? To flee. Flee where? I mean if there are suspicious individuals. Inform me early so I can deal with them. Do you think there are celestial masters in Thailand? What a joke. It's like moving houses every day. Understood. He felt anger rise at the thought, putting down his bowl. I hope they can be wise enough. Otherwise, they should not blame me for blocking the door and eliminating the small fry. In Hong Kong, a group of youths with brightly dyed hair were forcefully stuffing a dead rat into the mouth of an old beggar. The old beggar did not struggle, but merely gazed at them with hollow eyes. Is this old beggar scared silly? One laughed. Silly? I think he enjoys it. Here, feed him more. As he spoke, one red-haired youth brought another dead rat and shoved it into the beggar's mouth. Big brother, this beggar's mouth is so big. He can even fit this. Little Green Hair marveled, while the leader scoffed. What's so special about a big mouth? I've seen someone who can swallow a beer bottle. Suddenly, the old beggar's mouth expanded immensely and engulfed the red-haired youth who had been feeding him. The 2 onlookers stood frozen in shock. The next moment, they too were swallowed, becoming neighbors within the beggar's maw. After consuming these individuals, the old beggar's vacant gaze finally showed a glimmer of life. If he were present, he would undoubtedly recognize him as Dong Furong, the one who had his head severed by the scarecrow. He held the ancient painting that was once hung on the wall. Though the woman playing the pipa in the painting had transformed into a crimson skeleton, blood flowed from Dong Furong's lips, his eyes brimming with resentment. He Meanwhile, in Thailand, he set down his bowl and turned his gaze towards Hong Kong. How infuriating. Why is it so difficult to have a peaceful sleep? Chapter 80. Do you dare to steal my belongings? In certain mythological tales, there are names of powerful beings that must not be uttered. For merely speaking their names allows them to sense and locate you through the ether. He possesses a diminished version of this ability. Although he cannot perceive when others call his name, he can detect strong murderous intent from them. At this moment, he sensed several surges of killing intent, which ignited his ire. He cursed himself for not being thorough enough, allowing some to slip through the cracks. No, I must be more diligent in the future. Even the earthworms must be uprooted and dealt with. He muttered to himself as he continued to eat, while simultaneously reflecting on the 2 spells he had recently learned. The first was the yin-yang dual qi taught by Si Chun, which significantly amplified the power of his burial rites. He believed that if he were to utilize it again, its potency would be at least a third stronger. Unfortunately, the resurrection spell he had long wished to master was no longer attainable. It was a technique that Si Chun had sacrificed his roots to barely achieve a celestial eunuch's fate, requiring the yin-yang dual qi to function. Moreover, this spell was not as powerful as he had imagined. If he had been able to summon the soul banner in time, the souls would have been gone, rendering resurrection futile. With a sigh, he glanced down at his bowl, resigned. Forget it, it's better not to learn. After all, I possess the substitute technique, which is not inferior to the resurrection spell. However, his gaze towards Si Chun was filled with admiration. This individual had transformed himself into a being of yin and yang to master the dual energies, truly commendable. The second spell he acquired was the signature skill of Hu Ranlang, flesh manipulation. Though its name seemed peculiar, this spell was no less formidable than the yin-yang dual qi. Flesh manipulation allows him to control flesh and blood freely, even altering his appearance with ease. Hu Ranlang had been impaled through the chest, yet had effortlessly mended himself with a mere manipulation of flesh, highlighting the extraordinary nature of this ability. He finished his meal with several bites, thinking it wise to practice these 2 spells while he had the chance. They might prove invaluable at any moment. Regrettably, Hu Ranlang's ability could not alter spiritual pressure. Otherwise, he could have returned home brazenly. Mr. Song En, It is quite troublesome to re-establish such a large barrier. Identifying things like the Grand Formation is manageable, but the core of this barrier is the main issue. An elderly man in traditional attire with white hair displayed a troubled expression. What type of core is needed? A core that can provide sufficient energy. If the previous barrier core were still intact, it could last for a few more years. As Song En listened, the corners of his eyes twitched. And he thought to himself, those scoundrels didn't leave even a grain of soil from my establishment, let alone the energy core. All right, I understand. It can be delivered in 3 days. However, this barrier needs to be set up within half a month. Is that feasible? If the materials are prepared, there will undoubtedly be no issue. The old man with white hair stroked his beard, clearly confident in such matters. Very well, I shall entrust this task to you. Song En waved his hand, and a petite secretary escorted the elderly gentleman out of the office. Daoist Group, what a grand reputation. Song En clenched the amulet tightly in his hand, inwardly cursing that his energy core must have been snatched away by them. Over the past few days, he had spent considerable sums, reaching out to numerous insiders, finally uncovering some information about the Daoist Group. This is a highly renowned Chinese conglomerate, with branches in various foreign locations. In recent years, they have subtly amassed a significant collection of potent energy sources, skillfully concealing their activities, yet they still left traces behind. This further solidified Song En's belief that his energy core was indeed taken by them. Many were present that day, and the rumors about Daoist Group destroying the black market had already circulated throughout the Thai cultivation community. If he did not respond, would he not be trampled underfoot by everyone in the future? To this end, he had contacted the most reliable team in the industry, the Jiexing Club. After investigating Daoist Group, they quoted a price of 500 million. Moreover, they could only eliminate one person from the opposing leadership at a time. Song En agreed immediately. With one condition, the elimination must be executed with great fanfare, ensuring everyone knew it was his doing. This was certainly acceptable to the Jiexing Club. After all, the customer is king, and having spent such a sum, it was only reasonable to fulfill a modest request. While Song En contemplated this matter, a man's voice suddenly emerged from within the office. Mr. Song En, have you prepared the funds? The voice was unexpectedly abrupt, startling anyone else but Song En. Having operated in the black market, was no ordinary individual. Although taken aback internally, he displayed no outward signs of surprise. He slowly turned his head to see a slender Caucasian man emerging from the shadows, clad in a black leather outfit that accentuated his pallor. Of course, it is ready. When can I expect to receive the news? In 3 days. TSK, these individuals are surprisingly swift, filling the pit in such a short time. He An, accompanied by He Jiangwo and Bongu, came to inspect his earlier achievements. At the site of the former black market, a multitude of workers busied themselves. From their appearance, it seemed they intended to transform the area into a park. He Jiangwo, perspiring profusely, shielded his eyes from the sun. It 1 TB long, little ancestor. You took 21 days just for your return ritual. If it were our construction specialists, the old lady would already be dancing in the square by now. He An pinched his chin, deep in thought. Initially, Si Chun and Hu Zhilang had received word that the ghost Mother Lotus had emerged in this ghost market, prompting their long journey here. However, they found not the ghost Mother Lotus, but rather themselves. Upon discovering the presence of the ghost Mother Lotus, He An had searched through his gains, yet found nothing. Fortunately, many souls had been captured in the Wan Hun Banner during the ghost market's upheaval, and through inquiries, he learned that the ghost Mother Lotus had already been taken by the black market owner. Originally, all the items within the ghost market were supposed to be collected by him. Now, the black market owner had seized the ghost Mother Lotus, making it no different than having stolen from him. He An was a man of principles. He would never provoke others unless provoked himself. Yet now that the black market owner had encroached upon him, failing to act would be rather untenable, wouldn't it? Chapter 81. I want to be the 6th. The ghost Mother Lotus, a peculiar Een flower, bears 13 lotus seeds, serving as an ideal refuge for minor spirits, hence its name. He An's desire for this item was straightforward, to refine tools. The ghost Mother Lotus attracts spirits primarily due to its innate ability to gather Een energy. Utilizing it as the core for a Een gathering formation would yield unmatched power compared to ordinary arrays. If left unchecked, within a month, the vicinity of the formation could transform into a realm of spirits. He An intended to refine the ghost Mother Lotus into the bronze armor of the golden armored corpse, creating a mobile Een gathering array. This would not only aid the golden armored corpse in better nurturing its dead, but also enhance his own future applications of Een energy spells. Moreover, such a treasure is not encountered often. Now that he had stumbled upon it, It would be unwise to let it slip away. He An pondered. Having never met Song and nor possessing any of his footprints or identifying marks, he would have to employ a rather rudimentary approach to locate him. Jangwo. Yes? Reach out to your acquaintances and inquire about his whereabouts. No problem. He Jangwo responded. Although they were in Thailand, there is a saying, where there is sunlight, there are people. Where there are people, there are Chinese. For someone like He Jangwo, a professional intermediary, there was no need to worry about information flow. Otherwise, he wouldn't have known so much about the black market owner without even stepping out of his villa. Thailand airport. Yu Jingzi, clad in a tight-fitting black outfit, attracted considerable attention as she disembarked from the plane. She donned sunglasses, exuding a refreshing air. Meanwhile, a man several paces behind her appeared groggy, yawning as if he had just emerged from an all-nighter at an internet cafe. Ah, what a bore. We traveled all this way just to eliminate a small boss. Couldn't anyone do that? I'd rather catch a few more winks. The man, sporting dark circles under his eyes, yawned again, his enthusiasm waning. Yu Jingzi, however, paid him no mind, maintaining an air of aloofness. She, too, had little desire to be present, but it was a command from Shi Jun. After some investigation, though Shi Jun deemed it unlikely that Song and had been responsible for eliminating Hu Ji Lang and Si Chun, he still dispatched the two most composed individuals from the company to handle the situation and to retrieve the ghost Mother Lotus. Such an item would also play a role in their future plans. Ah, seeing Yu Jingzi ignore him, the man tugged at his collar, as if that would improve his breathing. Yu Jingzi twitched her nose, her eyes narrowing slightly, instinctively halting her steps. The man almost bumped into her. Glancing up to see her alert expression, he looked around before asking, "What's wrong?" Someone. Wang Sun scratched his head, gesturing at the bustling street outside. This is the airport. Of course, there are many people. Yu Jingzi, however, disregarded him, flicking her tongue. This charmingly adorable gesture left several onlookers momentarily stunned. Yet in the next second, Yu Jingzi dashed forward, completely unconcerned with the gazes of those around her, her figure flickering until she reached the roadway. Boom. She plunged into a car, a deafening crash echoing as red and white debris erupted from the shattered windows. Wang Sun clutched his forehead, a look of exasperation on his face. This is so annoying. Nightfall. He An sat on the rooftop of a building, holding a flower umbrella. Opposite him stood another edifice belonging to Song An, its lights ablaze, indicating a bustling interior. Bongu sat beside He An, munching on a pack of jerky, swinging his legs contentedly, clearly pleased with the flavor. Why do I feel that tonight's atmosphere is rather peculiar? He An pinched his chin, increasingly sensing something amiss. Inexplicably, he felt as though the scene before him was a trap. His sixth sense had always been accurate, which is why he refrained from acting rashly. Brother, do you see that old lady? She seems to be sneaking up on you. Suddenly, Bongu, who had paused his meal, pointed toward the entrance of the building. He An squinted into the distance. At such a range, he needed to employ his mystical powers to discern clearly. Upon closer inspection, He An raised an eyebrow. Indeed, it was her. The old lady? Yes, unmistakably. Her aura was that of an elderly woman. Bongu replied earnestly, then retrieved a bone staff from his lower back. She's plotting against you. I'll smash her. He An, however, quickly restrained Bongu, as a realization dawned in his mind. Wait. They're likely to turn on each other. He decisively averted his gaze and also covered Bongu's eyes to prevent him from continuing to watch. After all, even ordinary people possess a sense of awareness when being observed. As the two withdrew their sights, Yu Jingzi furrowed her brow and glanced back, but saw nothing. Meanwhile, Wang Sun remained absorbed in thoughts of swiftly resolving matters and finding a place to rest. Good evening, gentlemen. Do you have a reservation? The receptionist's smile was sweet. But before either Yu Jingzi or Wang Sun could respond, she unexpectedly drew a handgun and aimed it at them. Buzz. Yu Jingzi's reflexes were astonishingly swift. She evaded the bullet by instinct, then struck out with her right hand, instantly obliterating half of the receptionist's head. The cleaning lady, who had just stepped out, screamed, and in the next moment, her head erupted like a watermelon. Wang Sun sighed, his expression one of utter disillusionment. On the top floor of the building, the two individuals conversing with Song An abruptly stood, one of them a white man clad in black leather. They've arrived. Their spiritual pressure is formidable. Beside her stood another, likely not much weaker. Upon hearing this, the other's expression grew serious as he turned to Song An. Boss Song, 2 individuals have arrived. The price has doubled. Can you accept? Song An glanced at him, then at the white man. Internally, he mused that with the adversaries at his doorstep, he had no choice but to comply. Yes. All right. The white man stood decisively. Their target is likely Mr. Song. I'll prepare to ambush them along their path. The rest is up to you. Ace of Spades. No problem. The individual waved at the white man. A distinct Ace of Spades symbol emblazoned on his palm. The white man's figure gradually vanished, as if he had never been there. Across the building, He An picked up a piece of jerky, chuckling. Tonight, my soul banner shall welcome a few esteemed guests. Chapter 82. Let us spice things up. He An reached into the shadows and retrieved 3 pieces of yellow paper, folding them deftly into a paper crane. This technique, learned from the Ace of Spades, allowed for discreet observation without the risk of detection. The 3 paper cranes soared slowly toward the opposite building, and He An's perspective simultaneously split into 3. Inside the building, Yu Jingzi was methodically ascending, slaughtering as she went. Her methods were exceptionally ruthless. Anyone she laid eyes upon met their end. Wang Sun followed a few steps behind her, skillfully avoiding the blood and corpses strewn about. Within mere minutes, she had exterminated everyone except those on the top floor. Her killing speed rivaled that of the most notorious criminal syndicates. Ugh, how? A cacophony of anguished cries emanated from Yu Jingzi's palm, where she cradled a small gray orb, its interior teeming with restless souls seeking escape. These souls were the fruits of her relentless ascent. Wang Sun, relieved to finally reach the top floor, let out a sigh, finally coming to an end. Before he could finish, the lights on this floor suddenly extinguished, leaving only the emergency exit's green light illuminated, casting an eerie glow that made the surrounding darkness feel sinister. Yu Jingzi hurled the gray orb, which detonated midair, unleashing a wailing chorus of tormented souls. In that instant, the surroundings transformed into a ghostly realm, and the spirits hastily converged in the corners. Without a moment's hesitation, Yu Jingzi formed a hand seal with her left hand while launching a phantom red serpent with her right. Boom! The souls were obliterated, scattering in disarray. And from the gathering darkness in the corner emerged a figure, the white man clad in black leather, with an ace of diamonds tattooed on his palm. Their gazes locked, and without a word, they plunged into combat. Wang Sun, witnessing Yu Jingzi clearly being held back, muttered a curse under his breath and turned to ascend the stairs to the top floor. Just as he set foot on the staircase, a flying dagger shot toward him. He narrowly dodged, grumbling about the trouble, as he glanced at the approaching Ace of Spades with a disgruntled expression. 2v2. Neither side noticed that outside the building's glass, a yellow paper crane was stealthily observing. It appears to be members of the Worry-Free Club. How splendid. They carry quite a few treasures. I was quite fond of that goddess blood from before. I wonder what surprises they bring me this time. He An pinched his chin again, thinking to himself how fortunate it was that so many had come, hoping they wouldn't escape. Should he set up a formation? No, arranging a formation was too troublesome, and the core would inevitably emit energy fluctuations, likely alerting them. After contemplating, He An suddenly conceived a brilliant idea. Instead of a formation, he could utilize a talisman to exert a hex. Hexing techniques produce no energy fluctuations. Many people only realize they've been hexed afterward. He had previously acquired a fine talisman, perfect for this occasion. Once he set up the talisman, he could also present them with a small gift. With that thought, he patted Bangu on the shoulder. Bangu, retract all your presents. I'll take you to scavenge. Okay. Bangu complied, and in the next moment, all his aura receded. If he hadn't been standing right there, one would hardly have noticed him. He An smiled in satisfaction as the soul banner swiftly enveloped him, transforming him into a crimson robe while his aura vanished. Descending the stairs, He An produced a broken bowl and handed it to Bangu. Bangu, take this bowl and bury it beneath any tree in the greenery behind the building. Okay. Bangu executed He An's command without question, clutching the chipped bowl as he dashed toward the back of the building. He An, meanwhile, boldly strode through the entrance. For the individuals inside had already been nearly annihilated by Yu Jingzi, and no one was there to hinder him. The lobby was drenched in blood, a gruesome sight. Yet He An appeared oblivious. He dabbed a bit of blood from a nearby corpse and began to draw a strange pattern on the floor. Shadows writhed beneath his feet, and a small wooden box materialized in his hand. He casually placed the box at the center of the pattern he had just drawn, and without needing to invoke it, the surrounding blood seemed irresistibly drawn toward the box. Initially, the area of attraction was minimal, only affecting the nearby corpse. However, as the box began to absorb the blood, its power intensified, expanding its influence. It gradually drew in all the blood from the first floor, even beginning to spread to the second. At that moment, Bangu returned, wielding his bone staff. Brother, I buried it. Good. He An stamped his foot, and an ancient copper coin appeared in his hand. You chased after him, but he was as elusive as a bird with wings. Money can buy life, while the lack of it leads souls to their demise. Edicts from above dictate respect for his power. The boundaries are set, and this place has its rules. After finishing his words, He An led the bone club outside, tossing the copper coin into the hall. The coin, which should have fallen, seemed to be suspended by an unseen force, spinning rapidly in midair. The small box on the ground was now soaked in blood, its lid pried open by the crimson liquid. Inside, a dried segment of human intestine lay grotesquely, writhing as if it were alive, its severed ends opening and closing as it greedily absorbed the blood. The surrounding blood flowed faster, rhythmically converging into a humanoid shape. The blood figure stood approximately 7 feet tall, drenched in blood, resembling a freshly flayed corpse. It turned its gaze toward the spinning copper coin, extending a bloodied hand to grasp it tightly, crushing it in an instant. At that very moment, a broken bowl buried in the soil began to tremble slightly, a crimson light emanating from it, and an old copper coin appeared at its rim. He An, exiting the building, cast a peculiar glance back. You attacked me before. Now I shall return the favor. Fair, isn't it? I do hope you survive. After all, the power of a living soul captured in the Soul Banner is far greater. On the top floor, the battle among He and her companions raged fiercely. Various bizarre spells were unleashed, yet the duo from the Worry-Free Club displayed superior skill. They were not only engaged in combat, but also protecting Song In, who was on the rooftop. This was, of course, directly related to the lethargy of Wang's Sunday. Just as the four were locked in a fierce struggle, a sudden chill enveloped the surroundings, and a red light surged from the base of the building, swiftly forming a crimson eggshell that completely engulfed the structure. At that moment, the faces of the four combatants darkened. They believed this to be an array set up by their opponents. In the next instant, their attacks intensified. Meanwhile, in the hall on the first floor, the blood figure began to ascend the stairs toward the second floor, the blood from the corpses flowing toward it. At that moment, it seemed to embody the very essence of blood. Chapter 83. The demand for money. Yu was merciless in her attacks, showing no regard for her surroundings. Even for her teammates. Wang's Sun, initially slacking off, became serious as the eggshell rose. He realized that these individuals had been prepared. They were lying in wait, aiming to ensnare them all. It was clear that he had to fight with all his might today. As he pondered, his physique began to expand, his once frail form inflating rapidly. Spade A remained on high alert. During their skirmish, he had become acutely aware of how formidable his opponent was. In an instant, Wang's Sun's height surpassed 2 meters, his muscles bulging like a miniature Hulk. Spade A threw 2 throwing knives, but Wang's Sun, instead of dodging, braced himself, allowing the blades to embed deep into his arm. With a swift motion, he seized a nearby table and hurled it at Spade A. Spade A sidestepped the projectile, and with a flick of his wrist, the knives embedded in Wang's Sun's arm seemed to come alive, burrowing deeper into his flesh. Wang's Sun grunted, his ferocity ignited. This is infuriating. Why must you all be such a nuisance? Can't you just die quietly? He bellowed, shattering nearby glass with his rage. The shards swept away by the violent winds above. Yu, witnessing this, retreated decisively. In the next moment, Wang's Sun was enveloped in a dense network of glowing runes, exuding an aura of terrifying ferocity. Spade A launched 2 more knives, their whistling accompanied by eerie wails. It was then that Wang's Sun realized that each knife was tethered to a blood vessel. Every time a knife pierced his body, the vessels followed suit. I cannot afford to delay, he thought, aware that these blood vessels could not bode well. Rakshasa, Wang's Sun roared, and the runes glowing on his body surged with crimson light, momentarily immobilizing the knives lodged within his muscles. With a series of cracking sounds, the knives shattered. Not his bones but themselves. Spade A squinted as his coat fell away, revealing his body covered in writhing, worm-like blood vessels. One end connected to himself, and the other to the knives. How many can you destroy? Wang's Sun retorted with a sinister grin. I have a better idea. I'll break your neck first. As he spoke, he propelled himself forward, leaving deep, cracked impressions in the ground. Meanwhile, on the top floor, Song In was utterly bewildered. He had anticipated the Dao group to be formidable, yet he never imagined it would be to this extent. Nevertheless, he had to fight. Otherwise, how could he establish himself in Thailand? If the Dao group could come to seize control, would they not also target him? In a place where safety was not guaranteed, who would dare to conduct business? If he fell, everything would be at risk, and he might lose even the wealth he currently possessed. Thus, he had to take a gamble. Grasping the Buddha amulet at his chest, he turned his gaze toward the safe on the wall. It was time to utilize it. The battle below intensified, the building struggling to withstand their onslaught. Finally, as Wang's Sun launched another attack, The floor beneath him shattered, sending him plummeting to the level below. In that moment, his weight was formidable enough to create a human-shaped crater in the ground. Spade A, having failed to subdue Wang's son for so long, was prepared to resort to some hidden techniques. Meanwhile, in the shadows, Square A found himself cornered by Yu Jingzi, who resembled a Medusa from Western mythology. Her hair transformed into venomous serpents, hissing at him. Square A's breath quickened, trapped against the wall, with no space left to evade. With a hum, Yu Jingzi formed hand seals, the serpents twisting together, opening their maws wide to unleash a plume of purple toxic mist. Square A quickly covered his nose, but the exposed skin visibly reddened, blistered, and even began to rot. Just as Yu Jingzi was about to dissolve Square A, he vanished into the shadows. Her attack lost its mark, and as she sought his whereabouts, a knife silently pressed against her back. Clang! Yu Jingzi's serpent skin armor proved remarkably resilient, preventing Square A from breaching her defenses. Simultaneously, the serpents on her head twisted and sprayed venom in the direction behind her. However, Square A evaded her strike, melding back into the shadows, causing Yu Jingzi's assault to strike nothing but air. Back and forth, they engaged in combat, a stalemate that seemed to last an eternity. Yet they both quickly retreated, eyes warily trained on the staircase below. Thud, thud. A blood figure, entirely crimson, ascended the stairs, carrying 2 human scorpions. With each step, the heads clashed against the stairs, producing a dull thud. It was unclear how many flights he had climbed, but the heads were battered beyond recognition, devoid of form. An indescribable stench of blood filled the air, nauseating, far exceeding that of a slaughterhouse. Upon seeing the 4, the blood figure released its grip on the scorpions, slowly extending its right hand, palm facing upward. Yu Jingzi's eyes narrowed as realization dawned on her, her expression darkening. The demand for money. Upon hearing this, Wang Sun's expression also darkened. The art of money solicitation, an insidious form of manipulation, required a beggar's bowl as a talisman, alongside another item for synergy. Upon the successful casting of the curse, a beggar would be conjured, necessitating the caster to provide a coin. Subsequently, this beggar would solicit money from all living beings within the curse's range. To give would mean survival, while to refuse would lead to death. However, not just any coin would suffice. It had to be identical to the one given by the caster. Beyond this, there were only 2 methods to dispel it. The first was through sheer force. With the abilities of Yu Jingzi and her companions, this was feasible, yet it would exhaust a significant portion of their strength. With formidable foes nearby, such an approach would be tantamount to seeking one's demise. The second method involved destroying the talisman. Yet, such talismans typically exhibited no peculiar fluctuations, making them difficult to locate. Yu Jingzi observed the bewildered expressions of the 2, realizing that a third party was indeed present tonight. Across the building, He An and Bang Gu savored their meat jerky, their faces brimming with anticipation. Let the battle commence. Chapter 84. The clam and the heron struggle. The figure of Diamond A flickered into existence beside Spade A, his state of decay now even more pronounced. Upon witnessing this, Spade A drove his flying daggers into various parts of his body, drawing forth streams of purple blood as his veins writhed. The daggers rusted and fell away, a testament to the potency of Yu Jingzi's poison. Once Diamond A's condition stabilized, Spade A severed the connection to the daggers. Have you ever encountered a bloodman? Diamond A inquired, shaking his head. There are countless Eastern techniques, and I have not seen this one before, but judging by the expressions of those 2 Easterners, it seems formidable. At this juncture, they exchanged glances, both realizing that this transaction was proving to be rather unprofitable. The bloodman, noticing the lack of offerings, raised his palm once more. Wang's son, witnessing this, cursed aloud. What error is this? Who carries cash anymore? Can't we use a scan? The bloodman remained unmoved, clearly rejecting this form of payment. Beside them, Yu Jingzi's countenance darkened. There is indeed a third party involved. I wonder if it is that Song On. Wang's son spat. No wonder Shi Jun insisted we come. This is quite the predicament. I require a brief unsealing, approximately 2 minutes. Can we manage that? Yu Jingzi glanced at the 2 members of the Worry-Free Club. If it were just the 2 of them, it would be manageable. But now we have a bloodman to contend with, and I am uncertain. After this statement, she received no response from Wang's son, who had already begun the unsealing process, his entire being aglow with incantations. Yu Jingzi furrowed her brow, her right hand waving as a great serpent's phantom enveloped Wang's son, providing protection. Diamond A, sensing the imminent danger, understood that they were prepared to fight desperately. It was better to lose a finger than an entire hand. Seizing the opportunity with Yu Jingzi alone, they launched a direct assault. Yet, Even amidst their assault, a portion of their attention remained fixated on the blood man, wary of a possible ambush. With a thunderous clash, the two parties collided. Yu Jingzi exhibited remarkable strength, yet her opponents were not to be underestimated. In an instant, Spade A struck her with a dagger, causing flesh to tear and blood to flow. The pain, however, only quickened her resolve, her attacks becoming swifter. With Wang Sun consumed by the serpent's belly, she felt liberated. The serpent's heads upon her hair unleashed a wave of toxic mist, spreading its purple haze. This forced Diamond A and his companion into a defensive stance, fully aware of the poison's ferocity. "Open the door for me," Spade A commanded. "All right," replied Spade A. And in the next moment, a dozen flying daggers launched towards Diamond A. In an instant, Diamond A's shadow figure materialized, blocking the daggers. Upon contact, the daggers vanished, only to reappear unexpectedly beside Yu Jingzi. Her eyes narrowed as she swiftly dodged, narrowly avoiding a fatal strike. Yet, the daggers, like living entities, altered their trajectories mid-air, severing her serpent heads. "You will not unleash poison," Spade A declared, his hands clasped together, his veins pulsating, reddening his complexion. In the next moment, he opened his mouth, releasing a plume of blood mist that transformed into a barrage of razor-sharp blades. Yu Jingzi raised her hand, summoning a serpent's phantom to shield her. But it was pierced through in an instant. Forced to retreat, she raised her arms defensively. Despite her serpentine armor's formidable defense, several scales were penetrated, blood flowing profusely. After sustaining injury, a dreadful glint appeared in Yu Jingzi's eyes. She slowly opened her mouth, allowing a small white serpent to emerge, spiraling around her body. In a flash of white light, her wounds ceased bleeding. In the next moment, she crushed the small serpent in her palm, crimson blood dripping down, emitting a corrosive sound as purple mist ascended from the trail. After a lengthy wait, Wang Sun bellowed, bursting forth from the serpent's phantom. In that moment, he appeared larger, towering over 2 meters, charging forth like a human tank. The flying daggers that once posed a threat now felt like mere tickles, rampant and domineering. These 4 words encapsulated Wang Sun's current demeanor perfectly. As Diamond A attempted to retreat into the shadows, he was ensnared by an unseen force, his movements slightly delayed. This brief moment resulted in Wang Sun landing a powerful blow. With a single punch, Diamond A was sent flying, akin to a ruptured sack, coughing up blood mid-air, with visible fragments of his insides. With a resounding crash, Diamond A crashed through the wall, embedded within the second barrier. One force can suppress 10. Diamond A, his bones twisted, struggled to escape, but the strange pulling force seized him once more, propelling him toward Wang Sun. At this moment, Wang Sun had readied himself, akin to a baseball player poised to strike. "Save me," Diamond A screamed, while Spade A attempted to assist, but was firmly held back by Yu Jingzi. With a sickening sound, his skull burst, resembling a smashed watermelon. Diamond A had perished. Witnessing this, Spade A sought to flee, a voice within him screaming incessantly, "The East is terrifying. I shall never return." Wang Sun, grinning maliciously, intended to pursue, but the building, ravaged by their battle, collapsed once more, trapping his foot and granting the enemy a chance to escape. As he extricated his leg, the blood man approached, palm facing upward, extending it toward him. "No money," Wang Sun cursed vehemently, his blood boiling as he swung a fist at the blood man's head. With a thud, the blood man's skull exploded, and Wang Sun muttered angrily, "A coward who hides in the shadows to manipulate. I shall find you." The blood man, undeterred by his shattered skull, felt his head reconstitute, this time refraining from extending his hand, instead slowly opening his mouth to inhale deeply. "Wang Sun, flee. He is siphoning your lifespan," Yu Jingzi called out as she pursued. Wang Sun retorted angrily, "I barely have a lifespan to spare. What surplus do you expect me to offer? Begone." In the midst of his words, he shattered the blood man's head once more, glancing toward Yu Jingzi. "You pursue him. I shall eliminate Song Yin first." "Understood," Yu Jingzi replied, vanishing in an instant. Wang Sun proceeded to obliterate the blood man's skull yet again, striding toward the top floor. Behind him, a blood-soaked figure slowly followed, siphoning the life force of Wang Sun. The repulsive nature of this malevolent force lay precisely in its relentless pursuit, akin to an insidious affliction that would not cease unless it was vanquished. Wang Sun leaped to the top floor, shattering the office door with a single punch, only to find a middle-aged man calmly observing him. Surprisingly, he did not appear frightened. There was some courage in him. The man remained silent, merely opening a wooden box before him. "Ah!" Wang Sun retreated in horror, his screams echoing throughout the building. Chapter 85, All Mine. Just as Yu Jingzi was pursuing the spade A, she hesitated for a moment, then abandoned her chase to rush to the top floor of the building. After all, there was a malevolent entity outside. The spade A would not escape anytime soon. Wang Sun was in league with her, and should he perish here, she would be left vulnerable against a third party. Moreover, if Wang Sun was screaming in such agony while in a state of unsealing, it must indicate a grave danger. Leaving her alone would be perilous. As Yu Jingzi leaped, she arrived at the top floor, where she found Wang Sun sprawled on the ground, his face as pale as a sheet, teetering between life and death. Inside the office, Song Yin, with pale joints, held a small wooden box, his gaze towards Yu Jingzi brimming with malice. Did you kill Hu Yanlang and Xichen? Seeing Wang Sun collapsed, Yu Jingzi was now convinced that Song Yin had murdered the two. However, Song Yin did not comprehend her language and slowly opened the wooden box. At that moment, Yu Jingzi felt every hair on her body stand on end, her serpentine scales fluttering as if breathing. She needed to flee. She did not dare glance at the contents of the box and rolled away to hide behind the wall. Buzz! A peculiar wave of energy surged through the wall, crashing towards her. Yet Yu Jingzi had anticipated this. Despite being rocked by the impact, she managed to withstand it. Simultaneously, she understood the nature of this attack. Mental assault. Wang Sun must have been caught off guard, his spirit shattered by this force. All it required was a method to summon the soul back. However, matters were not as simple as she had hoped. As she lowered her head, she suddenly noticed a cat, without any skin, quietly squatting before her, tilting its head as if in confusion. Yu Jingzi had exterminated countless ordinary spirits, and even her spiritual pressure was enough to send them fleeing. Yet at this moment, she had not sensed this cat spirit's presence until now. Something was amiss. Anyone daring to act against the Dao Tuo group surely had some hidden cards up their sleeve. Though the cat spirit remained silent, Yu Jingzi heard a strange voice in her ear. I'm hungry. Could you spare me a finger? Her eyes narrowed. The physical body of a cultivator could be used as a medium for spells. If she relinquished a finger, who knew if someone might cast a curse on her through it? Could you give it to me? The voice echoed in her mind once more. For reasons unknown, a chill crept over Yu Jingzi, compelling her to sever a finger and present it to the cat spirit. The cat spirit gleefully took her finger and danced back into the office. Yu Jingzi sighed in relief, raised her hand, and a serpentine shadow shot forth, resulting in a man's scream from within the office. After a few moments, she cautiously entered the room to find Song Yin lifeless, his body bruised and blood streaming from his orifices, clutching the wooden box tightly. Yu Jingzi stepped forward, seized the box, and carefully opened it. Inside lay a tiny, desiccated cat fetus, no larger than a thumb, distinguished from ordinary ones by its 6 tails. At the instant she opened the box, the cat's spirit that had taken her finger reappeared, tilting its head curiously at her once more. A smile finally broke through Yu Jingzi's previously stoic expression. She hadn't expected such an unexpected boon during her trip to Thailand. With Song Yin eliminated, her task was already half complete. Next, she merely needed to summon Wang Sun's soul, and then together vanquish the spade A and the third party, allowing them to seek the ghostly Mother Lotus and return home. When Yu Jingzi approached Wang Sun, she noticed that the blood figure had somehow come closer, greedily devouring the life force from the unconscious Wang Sun. Yu Jingzi hurriedly pinched Wang Sun's nose and mouth. In such a brief moment, white hair had already sprouted upon his head. Yet the blood figure seemed oblivious to Yu Jingzi's presence, continuing to consume Wang Sun's energy. Seeing this, Yu Jingzi realized she must first summon Wang Sun's soul, inwardly cursing whoever had employed such a repulsive malevolence. Unable to strike it down, nor able to escape, she failed to notice that her earlier action of concealing the wooden box had been clearly observed by a lecherous yellow paper crane outside the window. On the opposite building, He An grinned widely, utterly delighted. A 6-tailed cat fetus. Such a rarity even during the Ming and Qing dynasties, let alone in the present. No wonder Song Yin dared to confront the Dao Tuo group. He must have had this treasure for protection. Unfortunately, with his meager abilities, he could never unleash the true power of the 6-tailed cat fetus, so his demise was hardly surprising. Such a treasure naturally belonged to the virtuous. He An realized at a glance that this item was destined for him. Bangu, he sighed. You wait downstairs. Eliminate any stragglers. Bangu stuffed the remaining meat jerky into his mouth, hefting the elephant bone club as he descended. He An glanced at the empty bag in his hand, and then at the departing Bangu. However, it was evidently more important to clean up the battlefield at that moment. The spade A had already begun to breach the eggshell barrier, and if he continued unimpeded, he might truly escape. He An could not allow that. Those were his skill books. In a corner of the first floor, Over 50 flying knives relentlessly assaulted the fragile egg-shell barrier. This was the weakest point he had discovered. The woman had fled upwards after hearing the screams, granting him a brief opportunity for escape. This was his best chance. The clinking sound of the flying knives echoed ceaselessly, causing cold sweat to bead on Spade A's forehead. Faster. Even faster. Yet no matter how he attacked, the barrier would quickly self-repair after sustaining even the slightest damage. With gritted teeth, Spade A gathered energy into the flying knives. He understood that to escape, he would need to unleash a powerful skill to create a breach, then seize the moment to flee. Although this would leave him significantly weakened, he was already outnumbered. Prolonging the encounter would only lead to his demise. He might as well take the risk. Once he returned to the company, he would report everything that had transpired today. The Spade A would not die in vain. These two would face the most merciless torment from the organization. Buzz. Energy began to coalesce around him, the flying knives glowing as if they were red-hot iron. Explode. Spade A roared, and the flying knives detonated with a thunderous boom, sending a shockwave that tore a large hole in the barrier. Seizing the opportunity, Spade A leaped out. As he once again felt the fresh air outside, Spade A nearly burst into tears from excitement. He was free at last. Just wait, you will all pay? Bang. A shadow struck him heavily on the back of the head, and Spade A fell silently to the ground, sleeping peacefully. From the shadows, Bangu emerged, wielding the elephant bone club. Brother, one has come out. Chapter 86, The Soul Banner VIP. He An approached Bangu, draping the soul banner over him, welcoming yet another guest to the VIP section. Taking advantage of the eggshell barrier's delay in closing, He An swiftly vanished. Bangu, keep watch outside. Bamboo Bone acknowledged with a grunt, then kicked the corpse of the black Spade A away, before sitting down with the elephant bone club in his arms. The surrounding wind whispered gently. After a few seconds, once the eggshell barrier had closed again, he reached into his bosom and retrieved a bag of jerky to munch on. Upon entering the barrier, He An immediately sensed two powerful auras emanating from the rooftop. Clearly, they belonged to Yu Jingzi and Wang Sun. After re-establishing his line of sight with the yellow paper crane to confirm their locations, He An's figure gradually melded into the darkness. At that moment on the top floor, Wang Sun cradled his head in his hands, his expression somewhat dazed. You scoundrel! That brat actually ambushed me, without even a means to protect my spirit. I truly question how you've survived until today. Yu Jingzi, with a look of disdain, noted that this incident had wounded Wang Sun's pride. What do you mean by that? What kind of talk is this? As he spoke, he removed a talisman from his neck, exclaiming, it shattered into pieces. What could I do? Falling into the gutter was fortunate this time that I was here. You only embarrassed yourself. Otherwise, you would have lost your life. Wang Sun was momentarily speechless, forced to change the subject. I sensed strong spiritual pressure on the first floor just now. That person must have breached the barrier and escaped. Song An has also been dealt with by you. We should return. However, Yu Jingzi shook her head, stating, we have yet to obtain the ghost Mother Lotus. I am going to extract his soul now. Wang Sun nodded in agreement, realizing this was indeed the best method to search for the ghost Mother Lotus. They had no intention of allowing Song An's soul to exist for long. They would extract it violently, infuse it with negative energy, and once they had their answers, they would disperse it. This was far simpler than nurturing it with something like the Wandering Soul's Banner and implanting loyalty into its subconscious. Yu Jingzi reached out, and Song An's ghostly essence was drawn forth. Initially, he appeared somewhat bewildered, but upon seeing his own corpse, he quickly grasped what had transpired. His face contorted with rage. Yu Jingzi then turned to Wang Sun. She could not speak Thai, and thus left the matter to him. Wang Sun wasted no time and stepped forward to inquire. Where is the ghost Mother Lotus? So you came for it. Song An raised his hands and lunged at Yu Jingzi, as if intending to strangle her. Unmoved, Yu Jingzi allowed a strand of her hair to transform into a venomous serpent that lunged at him. Song An was taken aback, even as a ghost. He found the snake could still bite him. Wang Sun, scratching his nose, advised, I suggest you comply. Our methods of tormenting ghosts are far more extensive than those for humans. You will not succeed. Even as a ghost, I will not divulge its location. You are already a ghost. The air fell silent for a moment as Wang Sun flicked a booger in Song An's direction. 5 counts. If you do not reveal where the ghost Mother Lotus is, I will first feed your corpse to pigs, then attach your soul to one of them. Let you truly experience how it feels to digest yourself, and then expel yourself. Hearing this, Song An's ghostly visage darkened further. 4, 3, 2. Wang Sun disregarded his expression and began the countdown, leaving Song An with no choice but to point in a direction, declaring, in my house's basement. It would have been better if you had cooperated earlier. Wang's son waved his hand, compressing Song In into a small sphere, which he casually tossed to Yu Jingzi. Her hair transformed again into a venomous serpent that opened its mouth to swallow the small sphere for safekeeping. I ask you, can you not consume everything? That's me. After all, why are you fixating on me? Wang's son punched the blood figure behind him, causing it to explode, and more white hair sprouted from his head. How many longevity herbs must I consume to replenish this? Wang's son's curse markings glowed as he delivered 2 more punches, obliterating the blood figure and coating the ground in crimson. Yet, within mere seconds, the blood began to coalesce once more, slowly reshaping into a humanoid form. Undeterred as it approached Wang's son to inhale. How infuriating. How can there be so many bothersome entities in this world? Die, die. Wang's son turned around and delivered another 2 punches, his eyes reddening as his emotions surged. Enough. Do not waste your energy. Let us break the barrier and leave. This entity can only operate within the confines of the barrier, Yu Jingzi urged, gathering her magical energy. Wang's son joined her side, channeling his own power. In the next moment, the two unleashed a torrent of magic, blasting a large hole through the eggshell barrier. However, at the instant of their attack, an inexplicable chill ran down their spines, and the scales of Yu Jingzi's serpent armor shifted once more. A life-or-death crisis. Yet, both were drained from their previous exertions, lacking the capacity to retaliate. A humming sound erupted from behind them, distorting the air momentarily. The next instant, Wang's son's head was sent soaring, disbelief filling his eyes. Yet, in the following second, his vision was consumed by a sea of crimson, the red of the wandering soul's banner. Thud! The corpse collapsed. Blood from its chest sprang outward due to the pressure. Yu Jingzi, without a moment's thought, fled. This was undoubtedly the hidden third party, without knowledge of her enemy. Escaping the barrier was the priority. However, her attempt to flee was thwarted by the blood figure, which eyed her hungrily. As she leaped, the figure's arms transformed into chains, ensnaring her ankles and causing her to momentarily halt. In that fleeting moment, He An seized the opportunity. The humming noise rang out again, the serpent scales on Yu Jingzi's armor shattering. This was the result of enduring an attack to its limit. Uffed. Yu Jingzi strained to defend herself, but still spat out a mouthful of blood. The next second, a massive foot descended upon her head, forcefully driving her down. Boom. The ground fractured, and Yu Jingzi felt the world spin as she coughed up another mouthful of blood. With 2 blood spatters, her appearance aged slightly, and the blood figure, witnessing this, advanced to inhale once more. Yu Jingzi, it has been a long time. Upon hearing that voice, Yu Jingzi froze. Even if she turned to ashes, she would never forget that sound. Sheng Hua Dao Ren Hian. The confusion in her mind cleared instantly. It was he who had eliminated both Si Chun and Hu Zhilang, and this money-grabbing nuisance was also his doing. From the very beginning, this had all been a trap. Hian. Yu Jingzi gritted her teeth, her hair transforming into venomous snakes as she prepared to retaliate. Uffed. With a dull thud, Hian crushed her head beneath his foot, blood splattering in all directions. The next moment, the wandering soul's banner enveloped her corpse. Hian murmured, "You rogue. This is what you get for ambushing me." Chapter 87. Is this thing a seed? The 6-tailed cat fetus. What a splendid find. I knew we were destined to meet. Hian joyfully placed the 6-tailed cat fetus into the shadows. Having also retrieved Song on Soul Pearl, he intended to search for the ghost Mother Lotus soon. After cleaning up the battlefield, Hian extended his right hand towards the blood figure, palm upward. The blood figure gaped in disbelief, realizing the threat in Hian's gaze. It reluctantly spat out a blue orb the size of a thumb. Hian accepted the small sphere without a word, raising his hand once more. The blood figure, pained, produced another. As Hian lifted his hand again, the blood figure turned and fled. Hian reached out, and a piece of intestine flew back from the blood figure. Now deprived of its core, it transformed into a puddle of blood. Hian pointed at the intestine, and 3 blue spheres leaped out, the intestine reverting to its previously desiccated state. Who taught you this? You've learned to hoard your treasures. As he spoke, he placed it back into the small wooden box, along with the 5 blue spheres, all sent into the shadows. This item is known within the circle as the longevity pill. Each longevity pill requires 3 years of lifespan to concoct, meaning these 5 have absorbed a total of 15 years from Wang's Sunday. However, the effects of the medication are dismal. It yields success only 1 in 10 times. And for the average person, it may extend life by just over 3 months. Moreover, with each dose consumed, the efficacy of the subsequent one diminishes by half. Nevertheless, it remains a costly endeavor within the affluent circles. As for them, even an additional day of life is considered a boon. The great banner of the soul gathering flutters. And in the blink of an eye, the grand edifice transforms into a realm of apparitions. Gather all that is valuable, He An commanded, and the phantoms swiftly set to work. These spectral entities possess the ability to traverse walls, thus they can uncover even the most hidden treasures. In no time, a hodgepodge of items amassed before He An, tie-bought, antiques, jewelry, and even a few gold teeth. He An scarcely glanced at them before gesturing for the shadows to engulf the collection, much to the delight of Ba Yi, who could not contain his expletives. In Magic City, the Daoist group. What? Shi Jun suddenly lifted his head, observing that 2 more beads in the hands of the Daoist statue had shattered. Specifically the 6th and 9th ones. Bang! He slammed his palm onto the desk, which instantly crumbled to dust. In this minuscule territory, how could it possibly be a den of dragons and tigers? How many have perished already? Shi Jun's expression contorted with rage. Dark tendrils of energy oozing from his orifices. His fists clenched, cracking ominously, as he yearned to rush to Thailand and witness firsthand the formidable figures capable of slaying 4 of his esteemed generals. After several deep breaths, Shi Jun compelled himself to regain composure. With manpower dwindling, I shall remember this grievance. Song En is it? I will hunt you down. Shi Jun extracted his phone and sent a message to the group. Yu Jingzi and Wang Sun are dead. The plan is about to commence. And we need to replenish our ranks. Silence enveloped the group for a few seconds before a barrage of question marks flooded the screen. 2 more dead? No wonder Shi Jun spoke of impending calamity. Within a mere year, 4 of these ancient beings have fallen. Indeed, calamity it is. Shi Jun disregarded the question marks and sent another message. Within 6 months, the plan will be executed. I will remember the deaths of Yu Jingzi and Wang Sun. And once our grand affair concludes, I will personally seek retribution for them. Upon delivering this proclamation, the group fell silent. Approximately a minute later, someone responded. We are currently short 4 individuals. How do we supplement our numbers? In Thailand, He An gazed at the basement before him, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. While neighbors stockpile provisions, I stockpile armaments. They are my granary. Indeed, this method proves lucrative. The basement spans roughly 2,000 square feet, filled with counters. And even the supporting pillars are crafted from glass, showcasing a plethora of treasures. He An felt like a tiger amongst sheep, overwhelmed by the sights before him. While the specter of Song En stood by, contemplative. Thankfully, regardless of the circumstances, his treasures had not been seized by those Daoist miscreants. This young man had liberated them from their clutches, and it was only right that he claimed his spoils. With gratitude, he began to introduce He An to the collection. This is merely a portion. Beneath the central display case lies a hidden compartment containing 3 cherished artifacts, with the ghost Mother Lotus among them. Upon hearing this, He An waved his hand, and darkness surged into the basement, enveloping all visible treasures within its shadows. He then strode confidently to the central platform, unfurling an oil paper umbrella to prevent any interference, sending a scarecrow to investigate the hidden compartment. Following Song En's guidance, the scarecrow opened the secret compartment, revealing 3 jade boxes nestled within. The first box contained a small glass vial, within which shimmered a drop of golden liquid. This is Buddha's blood, left behind by a great being, possessing astonishing power. My black market barrier was previously breached by those Daoist individuals, and this will serve as the core for my new barrier, Song En elucidated. He An raised an eyebrow, finding this item quite impressive, as a barrier core. It could last a decade or 2 at least. The scarecrow then opened the second jade box, revealing a pitch-black lotus that appeared to absorb surrounding light. The ghost Mother Lotus. You should be aware of its significance, Song En noted, recognizing that He An sought this particular artifact and opting not to elaborate further. When the scarecrow unveiled the final jade box, He An's shadowy figure rose, sprouting horns, and he expressed, "Your luck is truly remarkable, to encounter such a rare treasure." This sudden spectacle startled Song En, and had He An not shielded him, the very pressure from the shadow would have nearly scorched him. With astonishment, Song En beheld He An in a new light, realizing that even his shadow possessed such formidable might. He An peered into the jade box, discovering a stone that closely resembled an eyeball, complete with red veins. "Ba Yi, what is this?" He An inquired, though he considered himself knowledgeable. He had never encountered such a peculiar artifact. "This is a seed." "A seed?" He An examined it closely, noting its distinctive appearance. "What purpose does it serve?" Ba Yi replied, "It grants your golden armored corpse the potential to ascend beyond the realm of decaying bones." At this revelation, He An's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Yet he soon heard Ba Yi add, "However, its growth requires a sea of corpses. At minimum, it necessitates a mass grave." He An narrowed his eyes and retrieved the 3 jade boxes. A sea of corpses, you say? That is not entirely unfeasible. Upon returning to the villa, He An learned that this seed was called the Eternal Rest. The reason for its name remains a mystery. Some say it is due to its resemblance to an eyeball, akin to a state of sleeplessness, while others assert that its unique growth method embodies an essence of immortality. However, these details pale in comparison to its function. It cultivates corpses. In contrast to other methods of corpse cultivation, its approach is quite distinctive. Baye's assertion regarding the necessity of a sea of corpses stems from the fact that its growth relies on the essence of the deceased. Once the eternal rest germinates, it will root itself within a corpse, absorbing its vitality. The greater the number of corpses, the more essence it can draw upon, resulting in a more potent yield. To enhance the golden armored corpse, the fruit must derive from a mass grave. He An pondered, stroking his chin, recalling the Daoist plan that Si Chun had previously mentioned. Should the Daoist plan succeed, the death toll would be unfathomable, allowing him to reap the benefits in its wake. Planting a few green crops would hardly be excessive, would it? With this thought, He An summoned Si Chun. Si Chun, you previously mentioned that the Daoist plan is not being executed within Huaxia. Where is it taking place? Si Chun, taken aback, thought to himself, didn't you say you would not interfere? But compelled by the influence of the soul gathering, he replied directly, in the land of the rising sun. He An squinted, realizing why even Ba Yi deemed him fortunate. The opportunity had indeed arrived. He withdrew Si Chen's specter with a wave and glanced at He Jiangua, who was preparing breakfast. Jiangua, I procured something valuable last night and require seclusion. Over the next few days, please arrange several identification cards and passports. They need not resemble our appearances, as I have a method. Understood, He Jiangua responded. He An casually waved, revealing $2 million from the shadows. This is your startup capital. Also prepare the necessary visa for our trip to the land of the rising sun. He Jiangua's eyes immediately sparkled at the sight of money, and with a speed that belied his corpulent figure, he dashed towards the dollar bills, exclaiming, rest assured, my little ancestor, leave it to me. MHM, He An replied, reaching for the ghost mother lotus. During the ensuing period, he intended to refine the ghost mother lotus into the copper coin armor. Beiping, Shanghai. Going to Japan? Why? Since the death of the sword hero, Hummingbird's temper had turned exceedingly volatile. Even when speaking to Mr. Hu, he displayed an unmistakable impatience. This is the command from the commander. Mr. Hu said sternly, the calamity that the commander foresaw is about to commence. Isn't it in Japan? What does it have to do with us? They have the Inyang Bureau. After hearing this, Mr. Hu took a sip from his teacup and said, do you think I am sending you to protect them? Hummingbird was taken aback, but Mr. Hu continued, those on my Oji are not to be trifled with. They too have anticipated the impending upheaval. Currently, Japan is under martial law. I am sending you with the second Miao monk to observe. The implication was clear, and Hummingbird nodded in understanding, albeit reluctantly. Seeing his demeanor, Mr. Hu sighed. We do not wish to dwell on the sword hero's matters. The commander mentioned that He An will likely participate as well. After all, the more chaotic the situation, the more advantageous it is for those rogue practitioners. Every step they take is paved with the bones of the fallen. Upon hearing He An's name, Hummingbird's eyes widened, filled with unmasked hatred. After speaking, Mr. Hu retrieved a small box from his drawer and handed it to Hummingbird, stating, this is the divine talisman of Guansheng Dijun. Our headquarters possesses only 3 of these. Take this for self-defense. That old demon of Shenhua is not to be underestimated. Hummingbird accepted the talisman without pretense. What if we encounter an unexpected situation while we're away? Rest assured, the commander is overseeing the headquarters. There will absolutely be no issues. And we are currently selecting a new captain. They can also respond in emergencies, treating it as a form of assessment. Understood, Hummingbird affirmed, clutching the talisman as he made his way outside. Just as he opened the door, he spotted the commander, clad in a white Daoist robe, standing at the entrance. Although the commander appeared as an endearing young boy, Hummingbird did not underestimate him and promptly halted. Commander. The commander smiled and said, remember, during this mission, do not act alone and ensure you remain within the second Miao monk's line of sight. Yes, though puzzled by the reasoning, Hummingbird acquiesced, for they had all witnessed the terrifying strength of this commander, even when he was still in diapers. Now that he had grown, his power must surely surpass what it once was. After Hummingbird departed, the commander entered Mr. Hu's office. Mr. Hu sighed, I wonder if this matter will affect Huaxia. The commander smiled and took a seat opposite him. How is the selection process for the new captain progressing? Various regions have submitted some promising candidates, but their current abilities are somewhat lacking. none reaching the level of the Sword Hero or the Fist sect. The commander remained assured, "Do not worry, suitable candidates will emerge." A month later, in Japan, 3 individuals disembarked from the airplane. The leader was tall and cheerful, resembling the amiable boy next door. The second was petite with clear eyes, immediately scanning the surroundings upon landing. The last individual, while portly, bore a strikingly masculine visage, reminiscent of the iconic actor F.A. Go. Indeed, these were He An and his companions. For convenience during their travels, He An had made slight alterations to their appearances using flesh manipulation. Upon learning of He An's capabilities, He Jiangua had insisted on having He An fulfill his dream, and ultimately, He An, unable to refuse his persistent pleas, had crafted the handsome face he now possessed. "Excuse me, where can we find a place to eat?" He Jiangua casually asked a passerby, yet his Japanese was clearly inadequate, leaving the person bewildered. Observing this, He An waved his hand. "My apologies. Miss, could you please tell me where there is a dining establishment?" He spoke in fluent Japanese, leaving He Jiangua momentarily stunned. Before the woman could respond, He Jiangua blurted out, "When did you learn Japanese? Did you secretly watch movies to catch up?" He An ignored him, thinking to himself, "Do you really think I would resort to such methods? I could simply eliminate a couple of Japanese and absorb their memories into the Wanhun Banner. That is how I learned Thai." Thus, the Wanhun Banner proved to be an indispensable companion for both home and travel. The woman, perhaps captivated by He An's looks, blushed slightly and pointed in a direction. "Over there, there's a restaurant." "Thank you," He An replied politely, further intensifying the woman's blush. He then decided to accompany He Jiangua for a meal before awaiting the plans from the Dao Tua group.